Futures absolutely flying here this morning on the back of a report early this morning from Axios that came out suggesting both Iran and the U.S. are close to an agreement on a one-page memorandum that would set the stage for the potential resolution to this conflict. Finally, more truth being posted this morning from President Trump as well, suggesting that that could be right around the corner as well. Oil absolutely off a cliff as a result, down more than 10% right now for WTI. USO following suit, energy stocks following suit as well. One of those things where individual energy names going to follow the price for crude in the short term anyways. So the energy sector going to be one to watch to the downside. On the other side of things, though, plenty to keep in mind this morning, including AMD, absolute monster, soaring here this morning. A little bit of a pullback right now through to 420. But what a move that was after the close last night, and then here this morning on the back of an absolute stellar report. I mean, there's tons of these things to get through. Uber with a nice move as well on a better than expected report. GLW, Corning, even Corning gets an Nvidia deal. So Corning up huge this morning, approaching $200 here in the last 30 minutes.
This is not a small stock. It's up like 20%. Who does this think it is? A small cap gapper?
Crazy.
You know, a fantastic look here, guys. Good morning to everybody. Very green morning to you. Markets at all-time highs. The Qs are working in close here to 700, well above 7,300 on the ES. It's greenery everywhere. That is, of course, unless you're trading USO. As Brendo mentioned, a lot of negativity there. USO very close to opening SSR on the morning. ANET, Brendo, one of the very few red names. Aritzia Networks reporting earnings yesterday. They're down high single digits here, 8.25%. Lucid also, they can't seem to catch a break. You know, like,
does it even matter at this point? I mean,
not really.
Like, they're not going anywhere.
Not really. Yeah. I mean, I saw the gravity. I've been seeing more of them around here. Fantastic car, far too expensive to be any meaningful, model. But you gotta like a lot of what you're seeing here, guys. NVO up high single digits, CVS up 5 1/3. Disney also the first report with the new CEO at the helm. Looking good here, a lot of green.
Yeah, I think a little better than expected even for that Disney report. We'll dig into that as well. This was the note I was mentioning this morning, or the report from Axios came out exactly 3 hours ago. Again, U.S. and Iran closing in on a one-page memo to end the war, potentially. And it looks like the sticking point, as it has been for the past couple of weeks, has been around the nuclear development or the uranium enrichment program and how they're going to resolve that. But we could see, according to this, anyways, we could see ships starting to move through the Strait of Hormuz as early as today.
I'd really hope.
This morning, potentially, even if you're on North American time. Which will be huge, obviously, for not only equity markets, but energy markets to cool down a little bit. And here is the fallout from USO following West Texas Intermediate downside in a big way. Although we're getting a pretty good bounce right now, back above 130 here right now for USO. Again, Trump's been all over Truth Social this morning, talking pretty tough on this, essentially saying if they don't take this deal, that's it.
That's exactly it. And he truthed about 20 minutes ago. A couple of things I wanted to add to that. So El Arabiya, which is basically a news, an Arabic news organization, basically saying that what the U.S. Media outlets are publishing is kind of not fully reflective of the current situation. He's saying progress is being made with Washington, but they don't cover the nuclear talks, just basically about secession of belligerencies. Then President Trump, about 20 minutes ago, tweeted the following: assuming Iran agrees to give what has been agreed to, which is perhaps a big assumption, the already legendary, Brendo, Epic Fury will be at an end, and the highly effective blockade will allow the Hormuz Strait to be open to all, including Iran. If they don't agree, the bombing starts, and it will be, sadly, a much higher level of intensity than it was before. Thank you, of course, for your attention.
So there you go. I mean, there was hints at this, I think, late in the day yesterday, or in the afternoon, at least, pointing towards something happening or something in the negotiation back and forth happening. So we'll see what comes of this. If there's any other response, if there's any other details, we will, of course, bring those to you. But I mean, I zoomed out before we came on here at 8 o'clock. I zoomed out to a weekly chart on the S&P 500. I mean, 6 weeks in a row, just straight higher, like absolutely no pause whatsoever. Here we are up better part of 1%. I mean, you and I were talking about small caps. Russell's up more than 2% already this morning, absolutely screaming.
The average beat on earnings is like 28%. Yeah. That's not a small amount, right? Yeah. And again, so many of us, pardon me, we're worried, again, as you and I talked about yesterday, about the kind of the inflated nature of this AI trade. The market was really not pricing that. And we keep seeing things sold out, people buying more CapEx flowing in here. So it looks good for many different parts of the stack. Did you see Cummins and some of these other generators? Again, like part of the stack. Cummins is like up 15% in the last week or so. So kind of a good look for all angles.
But it shows you the eagerness, I guess, or the want from the market itself to get back to focusing on what matters, and earnings are definitely the key to that. So. Again, we'll keep our eyes out for anything further on this as we head through the morning this morning. Coming back in for the market right now a little bit, guys, but monsterly positive. Is that a word? Monsterly positive to start things off. Good morning.
Now.
Monsterly? Well, you just said it, so it is, I guess.
You just mentioned like a rundown of our list. It's so many amazing stocks on here. I didn't even like even Oscar. I mean, we're not giving love to Oscar here. Oscar up 11%. They had a huge report as well. Look at the stock of this healthcare name. So it's not all just turbines and Corning and glass and AI, everything. There goes Oscar right to the top side as well. Plus, we also have the best news of the day as well, with these Maple Leafs finally catching the #1 overall pick. So 8% chance of that one. So we'll see what winds up happening.
It reminds me of the Knicks in the 80s.
Yeah. It was about getting Patrick Ewing?
It was a similar thing, right? You have the storied franchise. It's like at a big-time turning point. It was like they need something.
It's been 10 years.
And then all of a sudden.
And San Jose went from 10 to 2, so congratulations to everybody there. And I was telling this to Randy, I think there's a world where San Jose comes for Austin Matthews and gives us an offer we cannot refuse. So that's what I'm hoping for winds up happening here. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting day. Yeah, and all the stocks up, Randy. Today.
Unless it's oil.
Lucid, unless it's oil-based stuff. But
boards are fire today.
So, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be an amazing day to trade, man. I mean, Google's up, AMD's up 20%. Even SMCI, I can't believe you say even SMCI. But
although that's been pulling back.
Come on, microphone. What's going on over here?
SMCI's pulled a little bit. Some of these things have pulled back as oil's bounced higher, but it's still ridiculously impressive. Here. I don't know why. I'm trying to figure out why my from the open column is moving on the NASDAQ stocks. But look, SMCI at 12 points. ARM hasn't even reported. They report tonight and they're up 11%. You got CCL up 7. Even Chinese names like Alibaba's up 4. It's a decent day for crypto, up 82. But it is worth keeping an eye here on US because we've been basically just it's been all buy on oil. And I do think you'd be patient to maybe look for a bit of a fade. It's a huge trend break here and gap down on USO. So I do feel like at some point you get to like a crest, maybe near the open, maybe shortly after that, and we get like that bit of a rollover to try and see if we can take a second leg. Intel gapped up a bunch. That's looking a little bit weak. Uber with a strong report. They're breaking out on the daily here, catching a bit of a bottom. And then you have all the traditional names doing good. The things that will disappoint today, Apple and Nvidia, I suppose. But you know what?
Is Apple down?
Yeah.
Man, what the hell?
Well, you know what?
So that's it.
That's
it. I'm selling it.
Well,
I'm selling Apple.
It got basically to the highs. It's without a catalyst. When the AI boom trade goes, Apple's like, yeah, well, we're different. So. It's fine.
Apple,
whatever. They're up 0.7% on the biggest up day ever. That likely just means that instead of today getting to the all-time high, we get there tomorrow.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you have no cloud or no anything like that. Poor Meta, man. I was looking at my account. It's like I still have a whole shoot ton of Meta stock, and it's like, come on, man. Let's get going at some point, Meta, but we'll talk about all these stocks. Yeah, come on, brah. And I was just saying, like, imagine getting all your money in sometime about last year and in some of these names. And we were just, it's so stupid to look at charts, but, I mean, this is what we do all day. It's just kind of like Google was $150. It's going to break $400 today. You know, SanDisk is up 4,500% this year, 52 week, trailing 52 weeks. 4,500%. We talked about putting in a certain amount of money into certain names and what it would have been like, right? I mean, it's all ifs and buts. What we have to look forward to is forward. You know, you can't always think about what did we miss, because as Drake says, what did I miss? Well, you missed this whole run if you don't. By the way, that was the last rap song that ever made the top 10, and that's about to change in about 9 days. $96 here in AMD, up a 4 spot, up to 416, and just keeps on motoring, man. So maybe it's Tesla that's next. Maybe it's Meta that's next. Maybe, you know what I was actually looking at, Brendo? I don't know if this is one of your picks, but Constellation, someone on the floor has this. Like, this is another one that I feel like, you know, you see GE Vernova going, you're seeing a lot of these power plays starting to go upside. I was just looking right here. Yeah, IREN, yeah. I was looking right here, 330. I mean, you're looking like you want to get going here, maybe on Constellation. So this is a name that I'm debating pushing into a little bit here, because I don't think this data center love is really going anywhere. I've been saying it for months that I don't understand why Constellation is lagging. Yeah, so I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. It's undervalued. I even heard it on CNBC multiple times. Yeah, well, that's why somebody make it make sense. And I say that as someone who loves GE Vernova, and I get it. You want to go with the winners, you know, ride the winners type of game. But there's so many stocks. Uber's a good example of it too. Like, where when we get this kind of a push in the highs, it's not all about the things that are making fresh highs every single day. It's also about the ones that are joining the move because they found a base. And you have to also keep in mind that just because you're not at an all-time high does not mean the stock isn't in an upward trend, right? It's just taking a little bit of time off, but it's still very distinctly in an upward trend. It's just had some really heavy pullbacks without getting back to the top. We got a super chat from Ja. I feel like it's all going to be about chips. We just got a Tesla question in here if I can find it. Thank you very much there, Assassino. Tesla, the quiet chip play, long for 400. Yeah, I mean, Jensen said they got the best stack. They're not really getting, it's like they're not getting enough of the credit. But it's rightfully at this point, like most people are probably looking at Tesla as this is about autonomous and this is about robotics, right? And the reason that they can win in those has something to do with their stack, but they're also it is very much standing to benefit from AI. It's just the stock is what it is at this point, and I find that on days where everybody's attention it's going to be in the chips, it's going to be in the data centers. Usually, like, something comes out of nowhere. Some days it's like Apple, if we go sideways. Tesla has a tendency to do that. So it wouldn't surprise me, but without it breaking that $400, that's the 400 is it. You know, like, everything comes with that break. It failed it yesterday pretty spectacularly. So even if it got up there again today, it's like it has to prove that it can punch through, or you could get one of those nasty reversals. But yeah, it's a great AI play. I just feel like it's not in the hype zone right now, which is fine. You don't have to be in the hype zone. Sometimes it's a good thing not to be in it, and when you're doing nothing and going sideways and it catches the breakout, catches everybody off guard, and that makes it even better. So there's nothing wrong with that. Like, if a stock that I like, unfortunately not getting a huge discount here, is not languishing, but like basing out, that's a great thing sometimes. But needs that 400 in a bad way. Sucks about yesterday. Eric Jackson has printed many millionaires himself with Open Door, and HUD 8 is a call that he made down here at $35-40 as well. So that's an Eric Jackson play right there, up to 102, 115 today. HUD 8, a name that I was in single digits and sold it, but HUD 8, just an absolute monster there as well, as that continues to go up. Was one point Canadian name taken over there, and now boom to the upside. HUD 8, an absolute monster today as well on a power deal. $9.8 billion lease there, so boom in Texas. Nice move up there for HUD. That continues to go, so shout out to Eric Jackson. I remember what he was talking about. This was an infrastructure play for crypto and energy and everything, and completely right about that one, as there it goes upside on HUD. So shout out again to EWJ Capital. Eric Jackson, as it just continues to go higher there for him, up another 27%. So, yeah, man, it was funny because it comes over to Neil and I, we just talk all about tech in the data center. We opened the show here talking about USO.
And it's just
so
flying.
maybe there's something brewing here, Brendo, because ever since we opened there, USO is just basically shooting straight up as we worry about maybe this sort of deal, or not a deal, but that letter there not being considered or not being as welcomed as maybe it was an hour ago. But you know what I mean? Oil is going to do what it's going to do. Down 8% is still a great level for us to consider. You can see what the market's doing here as oil is going one way, market coming completely back in. But hey, man, the Nasdaq's up 1.1% right now. It's going to be really hard to complain about what we're seeing. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of a pullback once this market gets going. We still have an hour 15, to sit here and watch out for USO. Another thing that's been going ham today, of course, is silver. That was another move that was up, I don't know what it was, 6-7%. Well, now it's back down. Yeah, so as this is coming back in, we could probably take a look at the dollar as well. That was up to 70 there for SLV. Maybe we can play a little bit off that there as well. But yeah, I don't know what's up to John there in the chat. It says optimism returns. I mean, I'm not sure where optimism has gone. I mean, Optimus Prime, we know it where's he's hovering around somewhere. But the Qs, I mean, if this is not an optimistic daily chart in the NASDAQ, then I mean, this is an index right here. This is not, IREN. This is not SanDisk. This is the NASDAQ right here, breaking with what? 1, 2, 3, 4 red days since April 1st. It's May 6th. So, this is a very, very, and, whoa, what about the Russell? I mean, we're not even cutting rates anytime soon, apparently. And the Russell continues to cook upside right there. So let it cook as that continues to make new highs as well, breaking completely out. And this is all, by the way, as USO puts a double on year to date. So, I mean, this is just what's happening in this market, and we're going to have to trade it the way it is, man. Yeah, records all abound today. Right. That is for sure. And yeah, couldn't be happier. The account's good. Man, Toronto Sports is popping right now.
I know Sharif's happy because Arsenal is going to the Champions League final. And I'm not a soccer expert or football expert by any means. But it kind of looked like a foul to me, Sharif. I'm just saying it looked like a penalty should have been awarded. But what do I know? What do I know?
I'd be lying if I told you I knew it was.
I'm just man, I hop on when I'm on X, and there's obviously, whatever, Arsenal, so I'm like, hey, Sharif, awesome, that's your team, they're going to the Champions League final. But there's a lot of controversy on X about some calls that didn't get made in their favor, let's just say. But you know what? They got the dub.
I mean, sports are rigged, so we've already talked about that. But hey, we got the #1 pick, so
exactly.
Over to Sharif.
Can I say something? The only thing that was a foul, Neil, was playing 11 guys behind the ball for 90 minutes. They had no ambition to score. It's like you're going to come away, you're tied, and you're just going to play everybody behind the ball. Where's your ambition, baby? Let's go. We had 9-1 opportunities for shots. That's the criminal thing. That's the foul, Neil. They should get a yellow card for that. Kidding.
Oh, I'm sure they outplayed him. I knew if I say it, I'll get a little bit of a rise out of the man there. No, but in all seriousness, we are this is actually extending now in USO. I was looking at the support level. I wrote an area down for SLV at 68.5. It's coming right in. But now I'm looking at the actual support level at 68 before you fill in the next gap. And then USO was headed.
It's ripping.
It's forget about it.
By the time we open up.
We're almost filling in this gap here. 130. I'm going to draw some lines on here just to remind myself. If you go right into some prior support and resistance, you've got this little target window that it's flying into. So one truth and all the exuberance sort of coming out of the, I don't want to say coming out of the market because USO is absolutely flying. But if you look at something like where all this started from, AMD, it's pulled back, but it's still up 17%. But you are seeing a pullback, and that's still up 1.2. But the USO just can't be beat. Brendan?
It's worth mentioning here, guys. Trump actually coming out saying, quote unquote, telling the New York Post, quote unquote, too soon to prep for Iran peace signing deal. And then the Iranian side actually responded to the Axios article directly, saying the Axios text is the Americans' wish list. Until it becomes reality, Americans will not obtain through a failed war what they failed to gain in face-to-face negotiations. Iran has its finger on the trigger and is ready if they do not surrender and grant the necessary concessions. Goes on and on and on. So that was very pointed. The Axios article was very pointed in a positive tone for some sort of resolution. But I mean, that response and then Trump coming out saying, we're not there yet.
And I think this goes back to the point that you and I have been making on this desk, I think for maybe a couple of months now, which is who's leading the negotiations in Iran? Who's to say that the different factions, and trust me, there's factions, are in agreement? How do you know that, the politicians are in agreement with the military guys, that they're in agreement with the technocrats or the people who run the bureaucracies? So it's anybody's guess what's going on behind the scenes, and I think this is creating a lot of uncertainty. Yeah. And a lot of the start-stops that we've seen when it comes to the ending of this war. How many times have we seen, okay, maybe we're towards the finish line a little bit, and then you kind of make that lower low to bring in a trading reference? It
just seems the language from both sides is so far apart still. The messaging from both sides is so far apart still. So yeah, I mean, a bit of a pullback right now, but USO, as you guys said, absolutely ripping. It's worth noting, Microsoft didn't really move on this, but reportedly considering delaying or abandoning altogether their plans to be essentially clean power focused by 2030 for data centers entirely.
Really?
So they had a plan in place to, by 2030, be powering data centers entirely with clean energy, apparently considering kiboshing.
And that concerns me a little bit, because how many times have we seen these data centers get canceled? Not just because power is going to go up for the residents there, but because, well, as the Memphis residents will tell you, they're not very happy with these gas turbines that Elon Musk is using for the XAI data center. So I figured there would be a bit of a different push by Microsoft to sort of kind of assuage some of those fears. I guess maybe the dollars speak a little bit more.
Yeah, we also got that, worth noting, we also got that weekly ADP number just came across there, 109,000 I'm seeing. Which is a little better than expected, but 109,000 for that ADP employment number, guys.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's necessarily going to... Look, employment matters, and I guess that's what the Fed is concentrating on. It's outside of that and energy prices, but no, we're moving right now because of chips and because of USO. On that Microsoft, yet another name. We talked about, Tesla wasn't really doing much. I don't remember if it was like slightly down or maybe flat. Apple was down a little bit today. Yeah. Microsoft is down 0.3. So like the one thing we didn't mention is like the software names. Like not all of them are looking entirely good. Palantir had a big quarter and they continue downside. They're actually flat. Palantir is actually not down. But they're flat into an upward market. So you do have a little bit of weakness in the perceived software names, even if, it's not like Palantir is not an AI play. It's not like Microsoft isn't. But in that sector, the IGV has been languishing a bit. Palantir, on the other hand, it's still holding the 135. So the bounce spot from yesterday is still holding. As long as it holds this low, I still think it has a chance to go. Unfortunately, it's going to be probably a bit of the back of the mind today, because it's, in addition to how many just traditional, like the chip names that are moving around, like Intel and AMD are off the charts. You've got the USD moving, so silver is going to be volatile today. I think that's back on the tap. You've got energy names out there. Then you've got like Uber and Oscar. There's so many things out there that I don't know that Palantir will be at the front of the mind. But I like the hold of the 135 and what that can set us up for, hopefully for this breakout on the daily. That's the thing, like if this breakout on the daily doesn't happen, then it's just a swing that doesn't go. I guarantee you there's going to be some interesting options activity with all of this volatility, so let's go over to the screen.
All right, guys, welcome and good morning. Let's take a look at some of the activity from yesterday's session. We have some heavy hitters on the board here today, guys. We're going to kick things off with advanced micro devices. A deep in the money contract at this point after the bell, climbing substantially, almost 20% here, guys. But we're going to be looking at that $400 level. That is going to be deep in the money at the open. And watch for your Greek metrics to drastically change as soon as that bell rings. All right, open interest, guys. We're going to be looking at that $400 mark. Once again, 10,400 contracts still currently open, but with 27,200 open and closed on yesterday's session leading into the report. That is going to be expiring this Friday. Now, as for our bid in the ask, guys, relatively cheap, speaking so, and then we also have a $10 spread. $3.25 you're going to be purchasing, but that's going to increase after the open, and then $3.15 if you are looking to write. But this is a call, guys, so be cautious, especially when you have an underlying that is continuously gapping up and up substantially in the morning. Now, as for your delta, it's sitting around that $16 metric, but that is going to drastically change as after the open, you're going to see a big time increase within that. Now, your gamma exposure relatively light, and considering that we're going to be climbing more in the money, gamma is the greatest at the money. But one thing that we want to point out is that our implied volatility, we see an uptick off of that report, 120% here on the yesterday, Now, as for this contract itself, guys, we had a solid session within AMD, but this specific contract gained 127% alone throughout the intraday session. So it just shows you the power of the options. Moving forward, let's take a look at MicroStrategy. Another in-the-money contract here, guys. $180 is going to be that strike price. But as for the open interest, we are sitting around 39,300, which is substantial for this name, but volume relatively light with 3,860. But if we're looking at our delta exposure, relatively high. And I mean, this is less than half the price of AMD, but look at the value within these contracts, $10.65 on the ask and $10.25 on the bid. So if you're a purchaser, you're on the ask, and if you're a writer, you're on the bid. Now, as for the implied volatility, sitting around 98.5%, and this is the value of the contract over the past couple of days, guys. So it was relatively cheap, sub $2, climbs all the way up to north of $12, and then starting to come back in a little bit here. Moving forward, some more notable mentions. We're going to be looking at SMCI, another in-the-money contract. We're going to be talking a lot about in-the-money contracts here, guys. $30. We're sitting around 16,200 with 15,000 contracts open and closed. Once again, we're all looking at this Friday's expiration cycle. Now, SanDisk continuing to climb. $1,450 strike price, guys, with 3,200 contracts still currently open. That's relatively high considering it's a $1,400 underlying. Now, as for the volume, 1.8 thousand open and close, and then we have Marvell continuing to climb as well too, guys. So a lot of in the money, a lot of contracts are appreciating. With Marvell here, we're sitting around 4,630 contracts still open, but relatively light on the volume. That is going to be at that $165 strike price. A lot of activity, a lot of appreciation in some of these chip names. Makes for some fun options trading. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
I think it's.
Yeah, I was gonna say, thanks for reminding me about Marvell over there.
It's crazy.
I was, yesterday we had a $8 winner there on Marvell, and we had to just not be too patient with it, but we had to wait for it to come back in. And this was yesterday's trade on MRVL, so it just came right into sort of yesterday's, or in this day, it would have been Monday's close. And then we hit that level, and then it just boomed the rest of the day before giving some back there at the close, as many names fell back in just a little bit, and then boom goes the dynamite on Marvell again today, right there. So this has been a name that's been an absolute monster. I was more than ever could have wished for MRVL, but just another one of those plays that, as we keep on looking down at the portfolio, you checked out SanDisk, and I'm not in that name, but I really like Marvell here again today. If we do get a dip down, I just wrote it down right now, between 170 to 171. So I don't that was a big move. I'm not. We were waiting for the closing prices. I think that the closing prices are obviously very important, but that was just a little bit too dramatic. So I'm going to go in and around here. That's 170.50. So we'll see if 171 comes into play. That's where your 200 period moving average is. But we don't want to catch falling knives. So we have to make sure that something like this happens right, where we get a little bit of love down here for some sort of a level. And yesterday's price action on Marvell, I don't know if I tweeted it out or not yesterday. I don't even know how to go to my own thing here. But if we just look where we got it, yeah, there's that draft lottery. Great opportunities yesterday. Okay, there's AMD. Like yesterday, we were long AMD right there with everybody at 230. At 352, we were long AMD yesterday, right there, as you guys saw. Yeah, there's Marvell. So Marvell, that's what I mean. So see how it based out yesterday around 1040. This is when we went long, and this is what wound up happening with Marvell. And then there's our final out before that tank on Marvell. So if you looked at yesterday's trade, and we just say, okay, how are we doing that? This is what we did yesterday. We waited for it to come back in. There's the double buy. There's the move higher. There's our out when we finally cracked through the 200 period. So we'll just try to hold a little bit more when that happens. But again, a lot out at the, I mean, this is the thing. This is a 164. Those are 167s. So it's a nice little out there. Came back in. Could have got re-long again and didn't. So I'm going to look at Marvell here again today. So I want to thank Joe for bringing that one up to my attention again, because I just kind of go through the watch list, and whatever's hot on there, I try to find some levels. But today it's going to be, again, just littered. Yesterday, I think I only traded NASDAQ names. Today will probably be the same right here with Marvell, Intel, Google, all on my mind. And then bang! Like I said, many were not buying down there on crypto. I didn't even really believe it myself. I put a little bit in at 66, and then now it's all of a sudden back up to 82, and maybe making its run now goes IBIT. We can just look at IBIT, but this has been a huge move up for Bitcoin as well. And they're just trying to get through this. Now that we've held 80, we'll see if we can climb back up to the promised land here on BTC. Strategy only holding 820,000 Bitcoins. So,
now willing to sell?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So we'll have to wait to see what ends up happening there with IBIT. But yeah, still going higher here today. So, yeah, happy with the performance so far. And trading has been great for the last little while. So, as we said, man, what a record month April was. And it looks like May wants to try to say, catch me if you can. So,
well, I still don't think May can do what. I don't think for the long-term accounts May can do what April did.
I mean, yeah, that's not rocket science. I think that's
because it was historical. But like, you have to remember, like, if you go up 5% in a month, that is tremendous.
I mean, 2% is fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. 20% was complete and utter insanity. But there are some, as crypto goes higher, like there are some good, better names than others. Like I look at Hood. Hood is gapping and up 2% and has been making a good bounce off of the lows after those earnings. But there was one from yesterday. I know we're going to go back up. I think we have Luis coming on. There was one from yesterday. Remember the rug job that Coinbase had off of that top? I want to keep this one on the radar because, yeah, it absolutely and abjectly failed this top again, but it's still in a slight upward trend. This one has a breakout potential coming in here, still at that 216.5. But the thing about it, when you get a rejection off of a big resistance spot, sometimes that just means the breakout eventually is going to be better because there's a wealth of sellers on Coinbase up in those mid-teens there for sure. We're going to go back up to the desk. I'm sure there's some small cappers moving around, and we got Luis coming on through so we can get to those. A lot to cover today. There's just so much moving.
Broadcom also worth a note. I mean, here this morning, maybe as a sympathy play here after what happened last night with AMD, if you want something that might be a little bit less volatile or potentially less volatile, nice pop after the close, and then here we are back to highs. I mean, this whole group is going to be in focus today, I think.
Yeah, I was looking at microchip semiconductor list, and there's really not a whole lot that's red. Maybe just Texas Instruments probably on some profit taking. But yeah, you're going to see a lot of this. You're going to see the parallels here between the GPUs and the custom ASICs. Both are valid. Both are required by these hyperscalers. Flexibility with the GPUs, specific tasks for custom ASICs, better power, better energy consumption, better utilization just in general, Brendo. So we'll have to see how Broadcom does today. I think it hit all-time highs yesterday, but barely.
It's crazy. Google as well, another one. Alphabet back to 396 here right now, but chopping around inside the range from last night. We got so close to $400 last night, and as the guys were mentioning, something to watch potentially for Alphabet coming up today. Let's get Luis in here and get some small caps to maybe add to your list this morning as well. Luis Barbado joining us from the Real Trading Office over in Barcelona, Spain. As always, good morning, Luis. It has been a very mega cap focused couple of weeks here for the overall market. Just start high level here from, that being said, IWM up 2% here this morning. Small caps have been absolutely ripping as well. But the focus from a headline perspective, obviously elsewhere.
Yeah, everything is ripping and the volatility is crazy. The oil today, like 12% down, gold and silver ripping. So it's very, very dangerous market if you're trading index and big caps. And if you're wrong and don't take your losses, it's a very, very volatile market.
All right, let's get into a few because there are quite a number of these things moving around here this morning. A lot of people talking about this one already. EVC, not necessarily is something for the catalyst reason, something that you would be looking at, but give me your thoughts here to start things off on EVC.
Yeah, not for the catalyst side because it's an earnings play. It's not our favorite catalyst to trade, but the chart looks pretty nice. I have to say we have a very clear fail highs here, and now it's struggling to hold to hold support. So let's see how it opens. If it gets to the opening bell around this price, it will be very interesting to check if we have a short squeeze and then a fail, or we have seen holding around and playing around the VWAP. It might be time for long. So it's going to be very, very important, the opening bell and the volume in the opening bell. If we just keep playing around VWAP, it might be a long bias trade in the midday, when the lunch time, when the volume drops, we might see a nice VWAP reclaim. But if we see some sort of squeeze or failing supports and VWAP, it will be all the way down to $5 probably.
I wanted to bring this up specifically for the higher time frame look. Most of these names, when you come on with us in the morning here, that we look at are the opposite of this. So you kind of hinted at a long bias here. The trend is not necessarily down. So when you see that, is there a tendency to maybe back off a little bit and not try and fight that trend?
Well, here the point is that probably a lot of mid-term, long-term investors are buying this stock because the earnings it's very strong, and because what they call a pivot point. It's a kind of strategy that you buy this breakout for a couple of weeks, a month, 2 months. So you're playing against these guys that they keep buying during the day probably. So if the volumes keeps holding, it might be a long bias, and don't fight that for sure. If it breaks highs, if it breaks VWAP and high of pre-market, just try to avoid the short until you have some lower highs and nice tighter stops that in the opening bell.
All right, I know you've been doing a lot of homework already this morning. Let's see what other names are top of your list at this point.
Well, for us, the main ticker is HAMA, this United Arab Emirates stock. It's low float and it's very, very strong during the pre-market. We have seen some fails here in the 190. If you check the daily charts, you will see some resistance around 180, I think I remember. Let me check it here. You see we have some nice resistance here in the 170, 180 area. We have seen a little bit going forward to 190. Let's see if it fails there now or if it holding me well. Right now, it's a long bias. Sharif will love this stock for sure, buying the base in 170, 160. So let's see if it holds and we have a nice opening bell. We will look for longs on this one until the volume drops. Probably will be a time schedule. So let's say we will not short until 10:30 in the New York time. At that time, if we are seeing volume dropping, it will work probably better the short. But we won't short this over VWAP, over pre-market highs, and over resistance of previous days.
Talk a little bit about the entry plan there. I know for the most part, and anyone who's been watching for a while understands you're mostly on the short side of things. When it comes to a long entry or long bias, as you mentioned, what are you looking for? What do you need to see to actually pull the trigger there?
Well, there is a couple of, let's say, entries when you are long bias. You can buy pullbacks or supports. Like right now, you could buy 170 is a support. We have seen a pullback, so it's a nice entry with a tighter stop. The other kind of entry is if you're a breakout trader, you buy breakouts. You buy here when the volumes come in and the new highs are breaking, you buy this Usually, I'm not a fan of breakouts. I know guys there like Neil, they aren't either a very big fan of breakouts because we have a lot of failed breakouts, fake breakouts, and all these kind of tricks that the market try to kick traders out of the right position. So I'm more fan of buying pullbacks or support because I can be more time in the trade holding if I think the volume and the chart price, it's still okay. So, for example, I would buy here. We have a very tight stop here. The only difficult part when you're long this is if it turns and go to highs, you have to hold it. You have to hold until it breaks pre-market highs and you see some short squeeze so you can get out of the long position. So a couple of different entries. When you're long bias, you buy pullbacks and support VWAPs or you buy breakouts.
All right. Anything else? I mean, there's a couple names there you were looking at. What else is catching your eye here this morning?
We have a couple of trades. We are waiting for a trade on ESGO, this one, but it seems it already has done it here. We were waiting for a what we call a VWAP reclaim. You see this trade here, this as well. It was a little bit far from VWAP, but this is like a second day play. It's a Chinese stock. It has lost volume. The interest has shifted to other stocks, so we were looking this one to short against VWAP. Against pre-market highs, that you have a very tight stop on this one. If you short here, it's only 10 cents stop. You short here, new highs here, another 10 cents only stop. So it was very nice working this setup here. And we did it also on, you remember this crazy stock, SKK. We were sorting this parabolic, not here, of course, when it fails. And we have seen this VWAP failing, we short here, hold all the way down. This is a second or third day play, I think. If you check at the chart, this went crazy the other day with a lot of halts. I think it was halted for over 1 hour. And today, no one is looking there, so we short these pops. It's a little bit tricky because we have the halted the other day, but remember, pre-market, it's very, very rare that we have halted, so it was a little bit safer to play there.
Great stuff. Luis Barbato back with us at lunchtime, 1 p.m. with the guys on the Midday Show. We'll recap not only some of these names that we just looked at, but also everything from yesterday as well. Luis, thanks for this as always.
Yeah, we will be there. Look, Erna, it's another one popping up, just pop up and went all the way down very fast.
Unlimited amounts of opportunities today.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy.
Thanks, Luis.
Thank you.
Fantastic stuff as always, and as Brandon said, make sure that you join us 1 o'clock sharp on the Midday Show. Luis will be joining us once again today. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades, and we're going to start with Abercrombie and Finch here. We're positive this morning, but going from an equal weight to an underweight with a $76 price target from Barclays. And then we have Lucid Group down almost 5%, going from a buy to a hold by benchmark. And then we have NCLH positive here this morning, buy to a neutral by North Coast. You're up 5% roughly. And then Strategy, substantial price target here. I had to double check this. Benchmark reducing its price target from $705 to $570. Okay, all right, we're a bit of ways away from that, but we'll remain optimistic. Now, excuse me, let's take a look at some of the upgrades. AMD is going to be at the top of the list, 17% closer to 18, guys, from going from neutral to buy by Goldman Sachs with a $450 price target. Arista slightly negative here. I mean, 8.8 and a fifth here, roughly, getting a price target increase from $161 to $175. ANET is negative this morning. Now, AMC getting the nod, guys. You're up 6 and a third here, going from a hold to a buy with a $225 price target, once again by benchmark. A lot of action here from the analysts. Now, JP Morgan also getting the nod, 13% on SMCI, going from a holding a neutral weight, but increasing their price target from $28 to $32. You're up 13% here this morning. Send it back to Neil and Sean.
Well, there you go. And I guess if you're looking for short, you know Lucid can be your game, right? They reported they got a downgrade. They reported yesterday. They got a downgrade. They're a reverse split that's only been falling. So it's not everything that is rallying like crazy. I mean, I feel like all the names on the upgrade list, Sans, AMC, are probably things that we're looking to talk about or already in your watch list. But there's some I guess suppose like the day 2 action here, like this might not be ridiculous if it were to get to the upside. Like anytime you have a trend, right? Like the trends work in both directions. If something's trending down, you can always just look for fade opportunities there. Lucid not participating at all. Yeah, I feel like AMC. Congratulations, everybody. I don't know about this one. Maybe it's good. Maybe this has made a bottom. It's a great run off the dollar level. Fantastic. Maybe it's got a little bit more run to get into a $1.90, but that's a pass. The chips are really pulling back in here. The volatility is going to be there. Lucid looks a little bit interesting if it can catch a bit of a bid for a fade to continue the trend. I'd pass on that one. Stick with the chips.
I put a note in the chat earlier this morning, and it was kind of like anybody buying AMD up here kind of feels a little toppy to me. Obviously, it's been pulling back. I mean, whatever. I mean, I don't know if anybody was hitting the buy key at 430 this morning, the price 430. But yeah, I mean, it's very, very possible that we come back into 390 right here on AMD. I mean, I saw in the grade upgrades and downgrades. Obviously, it's been upgraded, and I would say it's just absolutely a rocket ship, and I would see that continuing today. I don't think 430 is out of line to get back up to that today, but yeah, this is definitely something that is now starting to look much more like a short. I mean, if you hide the symbol and I show you this, I think that would be a pretty easy one to look at. There's your 50-period moving average right here. Now we're under VWAP, of course, and we start to get a little lower here into that 390 spot. So watch out for AMD on a pretty aggressive pullback as we speak. But I mean, it's a great day to get long, and I just put it out here. You can guys check out the sticky note. It's jam-packed with chalk plays. Google long, Intel long, Marvell long, Nvidia long. Just 4 amazing names. And you know, we always say it, man. And Neil said it yesterday, a couple days ago. It just takes one good trade, and you know, we'll hopefully be able to put up a bunch of them here. And I just kind of focus on that. And like some days we'll go 3-1, or we've been lucky enough to go perfect on trades that we're looking for. So I think if you just try to play the momentum, and look, if the market absolutely cranks and we're caught to the downside and we're caught long on a couple names, I mean, at least they're names that, you know, we've looked at the levels. I like the stock. If we get caught long on them, we have we have outs all the time. So if Google does come back in, which Google's not doing what AMD's doing, right? Google's actually getting a bit higher. This is going to be a good name for me. And then I don't know, like the guy that had the vision of this whole thing, Jensen, is the one wondering what's going on with his name right there. It's just, as I said before, it's like the share float on Nvidia is huge, the market cap is huge, and the stock, it just takes a little bit more to get lifted. So we'll see if Nvidia can bounce off of 198. I got to clear up this little wick right there, but 198 was where our 200 period was when we were doing this. So now we're getting upside a little bit, 199 or so for Nvidia. But I think the band just keeps on beating today. Like, you know, the marching band just keeps on going, and Nvidia, everybody else should be able to catch some kind of a bid. And then the other chalk name, of course, we just talked about was Intel, and Intel's been a monster. I mean, we've done really well trading Intel here, so we'll see if we can once again do something similar on INTC. And yesterday's level for Intel, 110. You know, it didn't break above that yesterday, so I'm going to try to use this area right here, 109.50 to 110, as potential support if we do come in here on INTC. And look at this one. This one's already fallen back down in $4 as well. So down 4% right there, Intel. I can't believe it was up 7% at one point, but
one falling.
Yeah, what is that? Uber. Yeah, I mean,
Uber's only up 5% now. Like,
I'm nervous for Uber.
There's been some really decent pullbacks here. I really didn't like much of anything except for almost total gap fill, or just show me that you have buyers above VWAP. Like, prove it on Uber. Like, good quarter. I guess we'll get into a lot of these.
They missed revenue.
Potential breakout. Like the daily chart is another one of these. You've held the low. You've got to go. You've got like I guess it's a bear flag because it's been in a bit of a downward trend. But it was looking like it was primed for this breakout. But the thing about a breakout is if you can't take out that high or hold the high, forget about it. And now look at the gap fill. You're basically into like first resistance spots, and second are at 75.5. So like the turning spot here is, you could see that one already at the open. And again, there's some names that are selling off a little bit more than others in this pullback on a lot of these earnings names. SMCI, which is another, I mean, the biggest 2% movers were AMD and SMCI. That's been pulling back, maybe not as bad as an Uber, but that's underneath where it was in the pre-market. So you're going to see some volatility off of the open. SMCI's opening candle, I mean, watch, I'll say this and then they'll probably do nothing, but that's one that shouldn't shock you when it's like a couple of dollars on this stock. Remember, it's a $30 stock. Is a few, like that's going to be 5-6 percentage points. It should be doing that in the opening range, no problem. And a gap fill there, you're talking about 29.5. If you don't think that's possible, then you're looking at the wrong stock. A lot of these have the potential for much wider swings at the open. So either it's patience or widened stops. Like that's going to have to be in the playbook this morning early. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, and there's no way around it. That's kind of volatility we're going to be sitting in here today. Gentlemen.
Just reading this note on OpenAI here, the battle, I guess, court battle continuing. OpenAI co-founder Greg Brockman defending the company's for-profit pivot. Yeah, no kidding. He's getting $30 billion on a payout. So why wouldn't he?
See what Elon was calling him? Greg Stockman and then Scam Altman. Is he taking a page out of Trump's playbook there? Like he's giving people nicknames?
Yeah.
I thought that was funny, obviously.
Crazy.
But it's actually an interesting story, that, Brendo. The judge there. So there's a jury on this trial, but the jury's not going to actually render the verdict of whether, who gets what. They're going to make a suggestion to the trial. I've never seen it structured like this, to the trial judge. And then the trial judge will both render the verdict and award damages, if any. It's a very unique structure. I've never seen that before.
I mean, there's really never been a case like this. Like there's not a lot of precedent to kind of point to and say, that's what happened that time. I was just keeping an eye on these. We're starting to bounce a little bit as oil is continuing to bounce as well. But I mean, if we get some sort of turn in the overall direction here today, a substantial turn for the overall direction, and keep heading southbound, I mean, oil names are going to follow USO. If the market actually starts coming back in, that will probably mean oil's going back up. So, I mean, we have to kind of keep that in mind as well. But not all rosy here today. CVX down huge, Oxy down huge. I mean, pick a producer, it's going to be following oil right now.
Absolutely. And a lot of them didn't want oil at this high of a price because it creates demand destruction. So they were none too plussed about that. But yeah, and another headline coming in here on the wire, Iran is evaluating a U.S. proposal and will share its opinion with Pakistan, says the foreign ministry spokesman. So we'll have Adara here at the big desk. And this is such a news sensitive story. It's just so many different angles. This
is what I'm saying, though. It's like on paper, on X, let's be honest, the comments and the narrative are so far apart. Yeah. But then you see something like that when they're saying, we'll consider it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so headline.
It's like, who knows? Who knows at this point? Apple trying to bounce right now as well. There was a report from CNBC suggesting they're spending more than 10% of their revenue on R&D for the first time in 30 years.
That would make sense.
We pointed to, the new guy coming in being the product guy, the old guy going out, not so much the product guy. So that's a decent sized chunk for, specifically development, positioning themselves the best potentially to take advantage of, consumer level or device level applications for AI.
Well, that's exactly it. That's their move here. They want on-device inference, and they've been making that very clear. But let's talk about that removal of the net cash neutrality, right? Where their cash on hand jives with the amount of debt that they have, and they've done that since 2018. No longer the case since the last earnings report. A lot of people were speculating for a couple of reasons. One, more aggressive buybacks, share buybacks, put money in their shareholders' pocket, but also aggressive R&D. We've seen Apple do very little in terms of CapEx. What did they guide the previous quarter? I'm not talking about the next quarter. The previous quarter was like $2 billion they spent. All the while, Meta, I think 135, 160 billion, something like that. Amazon a little bit more. So just kind of a drop in the bucket for Apple.
We'll see. This, if you zoom out a little bit, this December high from last year, not too far away. I mean, 288, $4 or so for Apple, guys, looking great.
It's getting there. It always does, and it will. Whether or not, I think that the neutrality, I like it if it's for buybacks. You want to make sure you don't stray too far away from a winning solution, but they've earned the trust, right? Like they'll. I think if there's a Mag 7 company that you trust with their level of spending, it's probably it's got to be Apple. I think just from a sheer being conservative, it makes a lot of sense for them, and it's worked for them. So this is a monthly chart of Apple, and it tells you a lot of the story that you need to know. Like usually when it's in a heavy pullback, it's because something really crazy is happening in the market, and they don't last very long. Maybe sometimes a quarter, sometimes it gets a little bit longer than that. But I think we're taking out the highs. It's just today. I'm not really feeling it today on Apple. There's going to be more I feel like there's more volatility elsewhere. Strong run up yesterday, obviously. A lot of things were, but it's more likely a pass. Like you got Google making some actual power moves. You've got the chip names really going ham. What I do like about it though is if you find yourself, it wasn't yesterday. It was 2 days ago. Right, like if you find yourself with one of these like really big sell days where you almost have like that crazy, oh, what the heck is going on in Apple moments, those levels, they're like these liquidity vacuums. Like they can be really good. And when you see what happened the day after, where it caught just a huge bid after that, like if we see a bit of a gap fill in the morning, that could set us up with a good level that's worth playing off of tomorrow. So that's more what I'd be interested in looking at Apple for. Maybe it gives you a repeat. If you get a bit of a dip, see where it catches a bid, and then use that for the following session. We got Rishi with the super chat. ASX and AMKR packaging next bottleneck. Thoughts? Well, I guess you just go right down the line, right? With the chips. Chip packaging is going to be a big deal. And that's been talked about already. That's actually something that Intel can take advantage of and has been taking advantage of. So ASX and we're familiar with AMKR, but Amcor pulling back off. This chart looks oddly enough a lot like ARM's chart. We pulled right back into highs from last week and didn't break. But there's so many, this is the good part, like there's so many other things that haven't taken out highs, which have a chance to still do a breakout, right? Which are already in the uptrend, they're already fitting the theme. I would argue that this is not more the next thing, it's been going with the move anyways. So it's hard to say this is the next thing that goes when really, you're not talking about a chart that is lacking explosive upside there. But I see your point, I like it. I think you get some of that with Intel if you're already in it as well. JKL with the rainy day report. Yeah, we're getting a lot of that too. Added to short MSTR and Q's pre-market. Still going.
Yeah, I mean, everything's still going on. What is Bitcoin doing right now?
MSTR barely moves on their earnings. It's just how it is. Like, what difference do you care? Like, what do earnings matter? I guess the big thing on the earnings was when they mentioned that they're now willing to sell under certain circumstances Bitcoin and take advantage of opportunities to do so. Yeah, so that's not doing anything to you. I mean, obviously the Qs are flying because of what we see going on in the chip names, but MSTR still nothing special here. It couldn't even break yesterday's highs, but we didn't expect anything on earnings anyways. Bitcoin's having a good run. Probably need that to find some kind of a top. 84 is a good resistance on IBIT, or on Bitcoin, sorry. But we're still a couple thousand away from that.
Apple really sucks today, but I think this is an own, don't trade name. I mean, I think if you ever trade out of this name, it should be near the top. So if you did want to think about, sort of repositioning yourself, and maybe you've seen Apple come up to 280 before, back in November, back in December, back in February, and right now, couldn't hate on anybody trying to sell some of this name. So if you don't like it and you think Turnus and all this stuff, they might not come up with the greatest, invention with this flip phone and the copycat phone there, if they can, create some actual action for the foldable side of things. I don't really think foldable phones have been really a thing for Samsung or Google or anything yet. So we'll see if Apple can turn that around. I know I like the Mac Mini idea. I like everything that Apple's doing. I like that little mini MacBook that they have as well, trying to compete with the Chromebook. So for me, I think the products are there, services is there. So I'm not going to be getting out of anything, but I don't think it's a horrible idea. If you have, been able to buy something and you're looking to raise some cash. I mean, I'd rather get out of Apple right now than Nvidia or anything like that. So I think if you're just going to hold any of the Mag 7 right now, Apple's been at those tops, and I could see, ringing the register a little bit on Apple. But I mean, I'm in it for the long haul. You know, it's, and I just want to clarify something. Like someone in the chat there said, like, I've been hating on AMD. Like I am long, like under $100 here on AMD, and I'm just talking about this parabolic move here. And I think it's actually worth, and again, if we're going to talk about trimming something at some points, you know, trimmed Intel at 90, that's wrong. We only trimmed 15% of it, so we're still rolling with 80% of that trade. But AMD is one that I would think, you know, after this kind of a move, and I just wonder if that's what people are doing here. It's not to say that I don't like this stock. I mean, this stock could be 450, you know, just sneezing, it's up to 450, and it could run all day. It's just this move is telling you that there are traders coming in here and taking a little bit of profit. And part of the move up too is the NASDAQ exuberance that we've had today. So I'm not going to talk too much about AMD because I guess what? The rundown's coming right now. So that will be on the rundown. But we still really love AMD, and it's been such a monster, and so has Intel, and so have all these names. I mean, Google. It's like, but you can't.
Micron, Sandisk.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. Go buy yourself a Maple Leaf hat with some of the profit and enjoy the day, right? Maybe Sharif can finally get that new Arsenal kit he wanted. So,
exactly.
you know, but is Sharif going to sell some Bloom Energy? Who knows? You know, but some of these things have gone parabolic, and there's nothing wrong with taking a little bit off the top, man. We just need some of these other names to get going high side as well. Like, you're stuck in Netflix or Uber. Some of these names are dogs, man. They're just sitting around doing nothing. It's a lot of the spot is in this chip space.
But sometimes you can be a dog for a while, and then you get a crazy breakout. Like Hut would be a good example of that. Hut between October and literally last month did nothing for you. Absolutely, it was back and forth. Like there was moves. If you were catching bottoms, fantastic. But you know what? That was a long, chop in an uptrend. It's not the end of the world. Like that stock was at 100. It hit 117 today. It was 45, weeks ago, right? So you can't blame anybody for wanting to.
That's Eric Jackson. You got to follow the smart money, man.
Taking some. Didn't Open Door report this week?
Don't follow us. Follow smart investors.
That's what's hilarious.
Yeah,
Open Door reported this. I swear they reported this week, and I guess it must not have done anything. It doesn't really matter, but no, you look at something like a HUD, and people aren't going to be taking profit. At some point, usually, there will always be profit takers on any given day. But just before we go back, I know we're going to talk about how the market's doing, and we're going to get into the rundown and all that good stuff. You're still USO. Hit that 136, pull back, it's threatening the 136 again. This is the kind of the target area that you're looking for reversion on USO. It's still super strong, the bounce off of these lows that we're seeing in oil. But we got the rundown to get through. We'll talk a little futures, and of course, less than 30 minutes now till the open.
Yeah.
Oh. Good morning, guys. All right, let's talk a little bit about the SPY. 723.85 is where we closed out yesterday. We're well above that level right now, having gapped up overnight. 728.81. So the first thing we're going to look at is that 730 area, that $10 level. That's going to be our resistance level 1. If we start selling off for whatever reason, we're going to look to yesterday's closing print. Essentially, again, 723.85 as support, Brendo.
All right, as always, down below right now, hit the link in the description for the watch list. Get that for free every single morning. We tell you what's going on. Individual names, the overall market, and then you come join us at 8 o'clock, and we get you prepared for the open at 9:30. You and I were just going through this AMD chart a little bit here. I was reading, someone posted this. I didn't do the math, but I'll trust it blindly here. If you put 10K into AMD when Lisa Su took over, which was 2014, it's now worth $1.3 million. So 12 years. The price of the stock happened to be at essentially all-time lows when that happened, which is typical for when they make an executive switch. But that's just mind-boggling in 12 years. But just anyway, kind of
speaks to her competency, obviously, as a head of the company there.
Sure.
Shout out to Dr. Lisa Su. All right, I got 5 things I want to talk about here, Brendo, when it comes to this report. For the first time ever in the company's history, data center, a euphemism, of course, for AI, is the absolute majority of AMD's revenue combined. Client, gaming, and embedded segments don't make as much as their data center revenue. So good look there. And then the return of the embedded growth, so largely ignored by the media here, has been industrial, auto, and medical chips that grew at 6% and has a higher margin. And then the 6 gigawatt deal that they had with Meta, they said they're starting to realize the first tranches of revenue from that. And they also noted that the ramp up is ahead of schedule, that MI450 that Meta's going to be using, coming to market into data centers quicker than Blackwell was. So less issues with that. Thirdly, they have a negative inventory cycle. What does that mean? That means that they can bring, basically, the demand is so high that chips are leaving the factory quicker than they can bring them in. That's a good problem to have, especially if you're selling a physical product. And last but not least, Lisa Su on the call specifically called out agentic AI, basically autonomous AI workers. They're the primary driver of CPU growth. And we know CPUs, definitely a larger moat for AMD than it is for Nvidia. As a result, they're basically kind of overtaking Nvidia a little bit when it comes to this new move into agentic AI, because CPUs run that a little bit better.
Yeah, what's going to be in the brains of these things when they come for your jobs? That's one of the interesting questions here. 420 was acting as support, or did hold up early on for a while, guys. We've since let that go with a move down in the market, but still absolutely monstrous for AMD.
Is in the analysis on all of these names in the rundown this hour, brought to you by Gemini, everybody. Because you know what? You know where Bitcoin's going to go?
Yeah.
Hopefully we should all do. And if you do know where Bitcoin is going to close this week, or maybe who's going to win in 2028 in the elections, or where GDP is going to land, then Gemini's for you. Stop arguing and start trading. If we're throwing it up, guys, everybody. Gemini predictions, yes or no markets on crypto, commodities, politics, sports, and more. They got 15-minute, 5-minute crypto markets, so you can trade with confidence, real action in real time. Take advantage of that. You can set your amount. You're able to see the odds, whether you like it or not. Take your shot if you like it, or pass and find something better if you don't, and get paid when you are right. You can always head to Gemini.com/TraderTV, or just simply scan the QR code you see right in front of you on screen to browse their contracts and start trading right now. And this is what it's all about. You want to see, we always want to see markets moving up, but you know, some people look at that profit and they look at that opportunity to take profit. I just saw in the chat someone saying when chips are in their cycles, obviously sometimes getting out on the way up makes a little sense. It always hurts getting out on the way up. We're pretty parabolic here in AMD. We're parabolic in ARM. We're parabolic in Marvell. We're parabolic in Intel. I just think you got to pick one in terms of looking for the action today. I'm more to look at Intel, just given I was able to make one trade, find one spot on it yesterday with patience and get it, and I want to go back to that well. When it comes to AMD, I hate to say it, but 420, I know it's just a round number, but it's turned into a bit of a pivot level. It was already a support on the bounce, and you can sort of see if we were to pop up, I want to see buyers above the 420. And it's more the fact that it's VWAP and it was a pre-market support level. It does give you something to anchor off of, that if we pop at the open and the buyers start to come in, if they can't win at that price, I think you'd be in a little trouble there. Intel, for me, it was one short yesterday, and it was right in here. It was about 109.77, but it was that 110. On the way up, it was like 110 is where we're headed to. I want to look for the short at that particular price. So that range gives you a couple of good spots here. Both the low that got made, the 107.5 on the short, because that held all day long. Like it basically held, like that one dip held that level, and then you've got in here the 110 giving you a target zone. So outside of that target area for a long, I had the pivot level at 114, but I could make an argument that looks more like 113 now that we're sitting down. When you sit down in the morning, 114 looked like it was going to be a good spot. Get above there and it's more of a breakout trade, and you don't have to wait for the dip, but that's looking a little bit more like the 13 level here. And I guess USO is still going because T-Money just typed in the chat, USO with 3 exclamation marks. Oil has not stopped rising. You got to keep a very close eye there, as there's been no break in the trend from the lows on oil.
Guys, you guys know how hot this sticky note's been. I will co-sign 110 on Intel. I mean, there it is right there, 110. I'm going to be going long on that dip. Let's just see if it happens right away early. But it says AMD on the board, so let's go over and have a quick little look here at Advanced Micro Devices. I mean, they just ran through the numbers. And I think it's going to run through. I mean, we said that 390 could have been in play when we were just, I don't know, when we talked about this, it was 415 maybe. Now you're starting to tick down even lower. I don't... Like, there's no levels because we're already sort of green, blue sky up ahead. Hopefully not green skies. Blue skies here all the way to the upside. I think you want to look at a key level of $400. We'll see if there's any sort of size there. But this name's going to, you know, move pretty aggressively straight there off the open. So whenever there's a gap, we say play back to VWAP, but the problem is now we're already underneath that. So I would say if you're going to look for a short, why not just look at this magical level, of course, of 420, because that's where VWAP is sitting right now on my charts. So we can have a quick look at that. If that winds up coming through at some point there too, which I still believe it will, I think AMD has a good opportunity to go down $10, up $10. So if that does happen and you get down through that 400, I think we'll base out and then rip. So, you know, you guys see the way I trade. I mean, you know, you'll see the marks on the board. We just got to wait for it to settle down. And I just don't think it's really worth jumping into something so early on this name because all the smart money is going to hit this thing one way or the other. And we just have to react to what we see. So we'll wait for those imbalances to come out on AMD. Hopefully it'll be to the buy side for those of you that are long. And then that should create a little bit of a move higher. And then we can see if it does stop and give us some sort of an area of resistance. Because right now, the only thing you can really play off is this all-time high of 432.50. And we're not anywhere near there right now. So I think it's a little fool's gold to think that you just want to run in here and start to buy this thing right off the open. But hey, man, I mean, if you're sitting here watching, you know, pick your poison. Neil and I will be in a bunch of different trades, and hopefully there'll be winners. So we'll wait to see what happens with AMD today. But yeah, 400 would be the first spot that I'd start to look at. So if you're interested in some advanced micro devices, let's see what happens at 925 when those imbalances come out, and then we'll play it off of that. For me, because we're not going to talk about Nvidia, Nvidia's the top, one of the top names. I mean, all four of these basically are equal plays. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. Yesterday we had an $8 winner on Marvell. It wasn't even on the board there. We could have put down IBIT as well. I wrote down on Nvidia here 198. So I don't like, you know, that move was coming in pretty aggressively here. And if you look at yesterday's sort of levels, 198 would be something right into here. So that was the top. We're going to see if we wind up coming back in and trying to hold somewhere around 198. So that would be a play for me. And again, could be very, very exciting off the open. I'm just disappointed that, you know, despite Nvidia being up to date, it's not holding some of those bids. So yeah, it's all going to be, we're going to talk about US, we're not going to talk about USO on there, but pretty soon we'll talk about Corning. We'll do that with Nvidia. But here we go over to Uber earnings. I'm not sure it's any more important than oil, but we'll talk about Uber right now, up 6%.
Yeah, we were just talking about Uber here on a decent bounce. I mean, liquidity might be the biggest issue here for Uber so far this morning. It's flying around 50 cents at a time, but I mean, monster numbers for this thing again. 20% year over year on trips, 3.6 billion, 25% on gross bookings. Like, it just goes on and on.
It just keeps going on and on. But remember, they have Uber Freight. I don't remember the last time you and I talked about Uber Freight, and that's because it wasn't doing that well.
Yeah.
For the first time in nearly 2 years, Uber Freight is going back into positive growth. So good luck for them. That kind of makes them the triple threat platform with, you know, delivery, food, and obviously ride hailing and shipping as well. And now they have more than 10 million drivers and couriers. They've hit that 10 million earner milestone. That's a 17% year over year bump. The reason that that's important, it shortens wait times and keeps prices stable. So good for customers there. And then Uber One, that's their subscription model. 50% of the total gross bookings on their mobility and their delivery were generated by Uber One members. That's pretty good because it's not a transactional thing. It becomes more of a subscription model, which is a bit stickier. Good luck for them. And then last but not least, they have this Shop for Me program. So this is where it allows personal shopping from virtually any store, even if they're not officially on the platform. It effectively turns like every local business into a possible store where an Uber driver can go pick up something for you. And we've been seeing a lot more of that, especially over here. The convenience stores, you see Uber drivers come in, pick up something super innocuous, go back out. Yeah, I mean, it's just anything you want, Brendo.
A Slurpee?
Yeah.
$80 came into play early on this morning. We got above this last lower high or two lower highs on the daily chart, but we're back within that range now. So Needs to hold higher, I think, here, guys, for any kind of constructive price action.
Yeah, 77 and 75.5 are two levels that need to hold on Uber. There was a one-off on some investments that they had, which brought the EPS down, which makes it look like the quarter wasn't as good as it was. But you know how those roll. Sometimes that'll happen, and you have to be able to look past. It was like 1.5 billion on DD and one of their other holdings. So Uber, 77, 75.5. Those are two places that I want to be patient looking in for. The unfortunate thing, I think, here was the opportunity for it to just be a pure breakout play feels a little bit gone as the trade goes. So it's going to be like patience to look for it's pretty much, it's close to that dip zone, right? Like it's one shot down because it's already fallen so far, and I think you get into that dip zone. But if you start losing the prior day high, then you gotta probably just forget about it here. I did want this one to be more of an add potential on the long term, but it's still just not happening. So I'll wait a couple of days here. As long as we hold the 50 period, that would be good. It would have been better. Sometimes I'd rather be buying it higher than buying it lower, if that makes any sense, because at least that would confirm that this is on the breakout path. And unfortunately, that won't be something for the long-term account yet, but that 75 can be today.
I don't know. I really like Uber, but I'm losing some faith in this thing, man. I mean, if this goes higher here today, I might even empty it out. Underneath the 200, there's so many better names out here right now that I can actually see a path forward for. Uber's numbers were not even really that great, but that's obviously hence why it's trying to pull back a little bit. I really did like it. I mean, it's the first time I've ever heard anybody, so thanks, Sharif, for mentioning Uber Freight. I mean, I've been talking about that for a minute, and to Sharif's point, no one else has been. So I don't know what else is going to be working out for them. I mean, competition's coming. We know the robo-taxis are right around the corner. We know Waymo's there. Sharif brought up a good point about disengagements and stuff that Tesla has that Waymo doesn't have, and some of the data there. So I was just thinking, like, if I'm in Uber, like, maybe I should just switch it over, man, and just go with that whole Google stack, go with the whole Tesla thing, because Uber is just, it's like a commodity that I don't think is as valuable as it once was. I mean, I was looking at even Lyft and everything like that. I mean, some of these other names, Uber, I think, gets a premium on it because of the name. But, at the end of the day, a lot of these names are sort of fledgling down to the downside right here. And I wonder if Uber is just getting propped up because it's first mover, and in what should have been really a good quarter for them. Travel was back a little bit, but now you got the higher oil prices. So I don't know exactly how that's. We took Ubers back and forth to the airport there, but I just wonder about the price of nat gas and everything, or of oil. What that's going to mean for the cost of some of these Uber rides and whatnot, and then if people will be traveling as much moving forward and grabbing those Ubers. But I mean, again, we all use Uber. I feel like probably most of us have the app downloaded, so it is a stock that is definitely one that's in my portfolio, and not, maybe I'm talking negatively on it because we're rejecting right here this sort of top. But, let's just see if it can get going. Let's give this 3 days. If it does pull back in there, I'll probably trim maybe half of it and just sit in cash. Like, if this market turns around, like we just talked about the huge move that's been happening in the NASDAQ, if this market ever turns around, man, I think they're going to come for some of these weaker names. And I just would rather be in something else rather than Uber. So, I like the stock, but don't love it, and not on the radar today, sorry.
I think it depends. We're just talking about getting to the airport around here and how much it costs. It's not cheap from downtown, that's for sure. GLW 190 seems to be holding right now on the back of this deal. I was trying to find, there was a note this morning that somebody actually broke down the details of this Nvidia Corning tie-up, going to be for 3, it looks like, facilities. So even Corning getting the nod here from Nvidia this morning. It's worth noting Nvidia will have the option to purchase a bunch of shares here as well.
Exactly. They don't just make glass for the iPhones. They make a lot of fiber optics. As you mentioned, 3 advanced manufacturing facilities are going to be in North Carolina and Texas. Are going to be entirely dedicated to optical technologies for Nvidia's AI systems. And if you believe the reports, they're going to create about 3,000 permanent jobs. That's a good look there. The deal expands Corning's U.S. Optical manufacturing capacity by 10 times. And the thesis here is that Nvidia is moving deeper kind of into this co-packaged optics. It's replacing copper, Brenda, with glass fiber in its AI skill racks. And the reason is, fiber optics moves the data faster, and it uses about 5 to 20 times less power. And for something that we've been talking a lot about, power constraint is a real bottleneck here for these data centers. So should be very, very interesting to see how this one trades. Meta had already previously committed $6 billion to expand the North Carolina facility. So there's just more money on top.
This is, I mean, we were already at basically all-time highs. So easily all-time highs this morning again, 190, 192, above that 180 pivot on a higher time frame here. This chart looks great as well.
Yeah, like it's not a new theme, but certainly you're gonna the efficiency gains are pretty prestigious, as Sharif just mentioned there. But ultimately, because it's not relatively new, like you already brushed up on the 200 level here on Corning. And if you look at each of these moves off of the 50-period moving average, okay, it's like pick your spot for when it comes back in. Like sometimes you will just see something hug the moving average really well. And the further it extends away, like the last time it was a double up. So you could make the argument that maybe it goes that far, maybe it just goes the notional amount further. But I like to think that the way the market is at these highs, you're less likely to have as big of an extension as it did, say, at the beginning of the year off that 50 before you get an opportunity to dip in. And the thing that it's got going for it is, at least for today, the NASDAQ pulled under VWAP. Intel just broke the low of the day. AMD's well under the volume-weighted average price. All this with oil futures going up and still USO still kind of trending higher as I look over and see what's going on. And Corning has been able to hold on to VWAP, and it's been respecting VWAP today. So I think that gives you something to look at for the open. I don't love the spread on this one. I've actually never day traded this stock before, so it'll probably be a pass for me. But I think if you're looking at this, it's showing you where its relative strength is lying, and it's lying off that 50 period. Sorry, not the 50 period, off of the volume-weighted average price here today. Its gap fill is probably too tremendous to worry about catching dips off that level. So I think look for that VWAP to hold. If it can, exercise some caution around the 200. And then we had a super chat. Oh shoot, I guess we have 2 of them, but there was one before for Joe. If we can throw it up, Andre. And I do believe I got an answer out of Joe. He's not sitting at his desk, but I messaged him. Omen, so I messaged you in the chat. Joe basically was like, 340s are expensive, so locking it in looks good. And a good problem to have, obviously, like 340s for Friday, when it's sitting at 400, what are we at now, $405? Obviously fantastic. As far as the Go Habs go, hey, they're a Canadian team. Maybe not, most Toronto fans aren't usually Habs fans. And I've been really liking Buffalo, especially with what they did with the anthem the other day. But that's a tough one because you got a Canadian team versus an American team. I love Buffalo, and I never really liked the Habs. It's just hardwired
I like
not
everything
to,
NHL.
But it's a Canadian squad. And more PK used to play there, so
it's amazing what a.
I'm like 55-45, I suppose, for Montreal because they're Canadian.
Yeah.
But I do like Buffalo a lot. Oh, and we have another one. Adam James abroad is AMD 180 again, yet asking for a friend.
Nope.
We'll let you know when they split, and then we can start talking about 180.
Yeah,
although I guess they wouldn't even. They probably would split to 40, 10.
My kids went to the same school there as PK Subban, so we do like some Montreal aspects as well. But today we love everything NHL because of the Maple Leafs. Staying up late to watch you from Australia. Thank you so much. I already responded to that. That's an old one.
That's an old one. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for that super chat, and we really appreciate everybody staying up late, early, whatever you're doing right now across the world. And we want to thank almost 600,000 subscribers right now. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, keep this party going. That is for sure. party in the left of them, party to the right of them, party with SMCI earnings last night, and they came out. We weren't sure if they were going to come out or not, and we had, we had 450 written down as a potential. I think it was 405, something like that. It came out almost immediately.
Yeah, they were one of the first.
Yeah, SMCI. So let's go back and read about it, and then we'll see if they can hold that 14% SMCI.
Funny how when they're better than expected, they come out right on time. When they have some questions around the earnings report, they tend to find a way to delay. But yeah, huge move after the close tonight or yesterday. We've been doing nothing but coming back in here this morning.
Yeah, oil. We'll have to wait and see how this all works out. But we know that they missed on revenue, but there's a good explanation for why they missed on revenue. At least this is the explanation being offered by management. They said that it wasn't a demand issue, but more a site readiness delay. What does that mean? It means that customers have ordered these server racks, but the actual sites, the data centers themselves, aren't built yet. They're not ready yet, so they can't ship them there. So they haven't realized that revenue. That's what they're saying. So the top line miss being explained away by management. But we also saw a huge beat on EPS, 84 pennies versus the 62. Well, how'd that happen? Well, because they're rolling out direct liquid cooling, DLC technology, and they're by shifting the mix towards this more higher margin liquid cooling racks, they've actually achieved 58% sequential improvement in gross margins, and that's boosted up from 6.4% up to 10.1, so an improvement there. And then last but not least, Brenda, we know that there's been a lot of bad publicity, bad headlines around the founder, smuggling some stuff into China. So the deal is, despite the bad headlines, neither Nvidia, nor AMD, nor Intel are canceling their relationships with SMCI. It's full steam ahead.
All right. I mean, there's a ton of levels we can look at if you zoom out a little bit here, guys, for SMCI. As we said, though, direction is down right now.
Yeah, well, we do have these imbalances that just came out, so we can have a quick little look over here, as we're just talking about the Maple Leafs and having a banana. I bet sell, Nvidia buy. I was looking to see, sometimes we do see SMCI. Oh, there it is, a small little bid there for SMCI. So even though the bid looks to be small, SMCI continues to make a move higher there. So I don't know. I mean, you can read over the numbers. I mean, obviously it's a good report there as the boys just reviewed. But look what we just ran into. I mean, I don't like. We talked about Uber running into these levels and coming back in now. You even have a problem right now, even with Nvidia, around that 204 level. But it's right into here, $34 for SMCI. You like to see it hold that level before I can say, like, you know, let's really get excited about this name. I still think that there's too much stuff about it, man. I mean, if you look at a weekly chart, there's been so many, you know, ebbs and flows in this name. And again, but you know, the products the server side, the racks, everything like that, there is need for that. There is you know, purpose for SMCI, and you can see that their sales are still going to the upside. It's just a matter of you know, can you withstand some of the volatility? So that's what it looks like on a daily chart. It's a big sort of middle finger right now to the shorts. But the shorts are still going to win if this doesn't break above $34. So I actually play the other flip side of this and go short if we can get up to that 34, or even here 30, even whenever this high is 33.20, something like that. And again, no, I don't hate SMCI, but I do think that if you do get into those levels, it's a good opportunity to short it. And I just wonder if people will take a little bit of profit. Those that have bought down here, waiting for that quarter, you get a good number. Unfortunately, whenever I'm in a sort of a beta version here, so I have to refresh sometimes for the percentages. But up 13%, I think, is a win. The expected was probably something around here.
It was. I think it's really close.
So options are going to be like back and forth on that one. So let's just wait to see what winds up coming through again. I think $34 is a sell for me on SMCI, and I'm not really looking anywhere lower. Unless we get to yesterday's closing prices, as I look at the chart around here, about $28. But I don't know. I like the names I like the stack that I have here.
If it dips, you can always buy Dell. That's the thing. Like Dell just made you could make an argument on sympathy, but I mean, whatever. Like everything's up, so Dell could just be going because they're Dell, and because they're maybe a little bit better. But I think if there's a drag down in SMCI, then maybe that would give you an opportunity to maybe pick up some Dell on an actual upward trend. I was short SMCI. I mean, it'll be hard to tell, but it had a good resistance spot off 28 pretty much all day long. I was shorting that. If I see something like that pattern up again, then I'd probably go back to it. But that top is at 34, 35. Like when I was looking for that one short on Intel at 110, it's like, well, it might get there if it goes parabolic. It could happen. Absolutely could happen. But I just don't see us. If we get back to the 28 level, if I think a level like that to short, I usually would want to buy it on the way back through. It's just too much diddling in the middle for SMCI for me, whereas I think we have a good range on Intel. I just saw, must have been maybe a sell imbalance on Tesla there. No? No.
I mean, the market's
really.
pulling back a lot. I mean, we were up 1.5%. You're only up 0.9 now.
Yeah, Tesla just had a bit of a candle down, We just dropped a couple of dollars here on Tesla. It was only because of right at 928. Sometimes these NASDAQ ones will come out with their imbalances at 928, but that just took a bit of a right turn to the downside here as we still are dealing with USO at that key 136 level. If we don't get a pullback from there, this market's going to want to dip, and you want to be patient off of the open. Oh, we have one more name to go. I thought we were done, but apparently ANET with a question mark.
Ooh.
Couple minutes to go, real quick. They're not all great this morning. ANET one to the downside.
Yeah, big move down here, Brendo. Their Ethernet over this net technology is not really being adopted as quickly by some hyperscalers that are basically still using Nvidia's Infinity Band. Also, their enterprise campus segment saw a 4% contraction. Looks like the IT department's trying to keep an eye on their budgets, and they're using old equipment for longer, so a bit of a tough look for them.
Yeah, worth noting if, again, we start to get a little bit more of a steeper sell-off here for the overall market, guys. This one looking like it might break right now. Good luck.
Yeah, it might be.
30 seconds to go. We did have a good, what's up, Rob? We did have a good look for Oscar, but it's pulling back in as well. So I just want to go over that. Someone was like, oh, what about Oscar? I just found a tweet here on OSCR that I put out in last August, saying that we liked Oscar. Oscar, I like. Oscar the Grouch right there. So that was about 12 or 13 bucks. So we'll see if it can get going. It's not one of those crazy names that we're going to be looking at here today. So Intel, right now, we only have 10 seconds to go before this open. Intel at 110. I mean, that's a level that we looked at. We're not going to sit there and take it, but we are going to watch out for Intel right here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We count a little fast as we get ready to open up, and there it is. Now we are now open with the NASDAQ open up 0.8. Welcome to the jungle, everybody, right now. So we do get a nice little downside play here in Intel now taking out, well, it just did take out 110, but bounced off of that. So let's just let this name settle down, and it looks like they're starting to go to the downside. This is what we mean about waiting for things to settle just a little bit. There goes Intel.
AMD a little bit.
Yeah, AMD, AMD up and down. Yeah, not too bad there. Watching out for Intel because it is bouncing, not bouncing, it's getting downside, but it's bouncing into that 110. We'll see if it wants to wind up holding that one. Intel downside, we're looking for Marvell, we're looking for Nvidia, we're looking for Google. But so far, so good. If you're short, the market's definitely giving some back rating.
Afternoon support was about 107.5 on Intel's where I was looking. SLV 68.5 if that actually wants to pull back. But the NASDAQ's pulling back, the ES is pulling back. I'm seeing USO hold the highs, but silver's not really moving. You know what, this happens all the time. You got to get used to it, where we see like SLV and IBID, and sometimes you're just not moving as often or as big as some of the other names at the open. So as Intel's still about $1 away from going anywhere, AMD's catching a bid already.
Yeah, it's nuts.
AMD's already catching a bid. It's starting to go ham a little bit. But Intel, it's in the target zone. It just hasn't really reached that bottom yet. Still want to try to be a little bit patient with them. Uber was after earnings, and that's already bouncing. But hey, that didn't go anywhere near the 75 to 75 half. So that didn't even come close to dropping in at all. And as I said, USO is still pressing those highs. I think you want to see it revert this 136 level. That's a key spot there for USO. If we start breaking down from there, I think this NASDAQ, we can finally catch a bid.
We just missed our Nvidia bid because we wrote down 198. It went to 198. Well, first of all, I'm not bidding anything, so we were waiting for it. 198.60 could come back in right now. Watch out for that. I mean, it's breaking back upside now is Nvidia, but a little look there. We'll watch out if it does come back into 198. I don't mind that trade. We may sit there and take a little bit. I'm still looking at Intel. So, there's AMD. I wanted to say about Intel, like, I'm going to go long if we break above this 25 period, so 110.75s or so. So if we do get going on Intel, I will punch that long back in there. I don't know how low this is going to go right now, but if that does happen, I don't mind taking that 25 period moving average. We are going to keep checking back on it to see if it changes. USO, of course, was a dump early, and now it's a pump. So as Iran, I guess, is saying, puff, puff, pass. on that. And of course, it's drill pass, and we'll see what winds up happening there. Nvidia's a moon right now as well. So there we go. We said SMCI could potentially be in a short there at 34. We just got to 34, and now it's trying to pull back a little bit. So watch out here for SMCI, as that's now up 20%. And, trading as we sort of thought it may have there, SMCI. Okay, here comes Intel. Looks like we could get long very, very soon. Again, as it looks like it wants to break back above. I'll take this until 110 breaks again. So right there. Now we're long into Intel. Let's see what happens here on INTC.
Yeah, it's looking like this is an absolute breakout. So we're going to get silver once we break that volume weighted average price. But you did say that 35 on SMC. 34 in SMCI. It didn't quite get there, though.
There it is.
I was sitting there waiting for the 34 half, but it got to 32 only, so it's going to be a bit of a disappointment. But silver just broke the volume-weighted average price, so we're going to be jumping into that one for my first of the day. Just waiting for it to start taking out VWAP and break this little bit of a trend as the market catches that bid when USO finally turning around. I still like the reversion on USO, but it hasn't lost 135 yet.
All right, we just took $1 there. I don't know. I mean, we're just doing what we're doing every day here, trying to find the best trades we could. And there it goes, man. It's a now dollar club on Intel, and we've already sort of, like we said, man, we both say this consistently, one good trade. There it is. It's 934. Our daily goal is now met, and it's almost a double right here already. So, this is we did this yesterday. We're doing it today. We're having a lot of fun with you guys here as well. And this is the thing. Like I said, the minute that Intel breaks above, I said 110.70, we're going long. We're long at 110.73. So, we just got to make sure that we do take some profits out here. And wow, now it's $1.25 and starting to extend even further right now. There goes Intel, exactly as we wrote it down. That's why preparation is extremely key. We'll hope that silver goes up. We've got Intel now absolutely ripping. We'll see if we can get into the double dollars right now and go over to Adara.
Keep an eye on the market and on oil here as we hear reports from Israel that they're actually not aware that President Trump wanted to strike a deal with Iran. They said they were actually preparing for escalation of the conflict. And apparently, Israel's chief of staff said that Israel is on, quote, high alert to return to a strong and broad operation that will enable them to deepen their achievements and further weaken the Iranian regime. So Israel still wants to fight. They had no idea that President Trump and the U.S. were trying to strike a deal with Iran. Back to you.
Israel don't care.
So
we don't have locates on USO, apparently.
Oh, okay. No USO, no problem. Right here. So I'm just going to still continue to watch this. We do have AMD trying to go back up to the upside as well. I'm thinking about where to put a stop on this name because, the profits are just piling in there. I'm actually out of 2/3 already on Intel. That was such a quick trade, man. To see that flash in there that quickly, it's pretty incredible. Like when these stocks start to move, it's like, oh boy. And all you can do is kind of just chuckle. Like, I cannot believe that just happened. But there it goes again. A little bit more outs there at 112. It's their 200 period moving average. So here this thing just pulls right back in again. So we want to make sure that we are exiting as many shares as possible. Less than 1/3 left right now. And our stop is at 110. So we could wind up giving some back if it does break back down below. So we'll take another out here in the 50s. So there it goes, another out. Now let's just kind of see how far this one can fly to the upside. Like we say, man, one trade, that's it. Marvell, I was looking at 171 there. I mean, again, we nail the price, but it's the timing, right? And it's you can't, for me, I'm not sitting there. The worst trades, and we've now had, I don't know, man, weeks and weeks of just really, luck, I would feel like. I mean, when you're putting up the numbers, sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's skill, but, right there, if Marvell kept on going and gave us a bottom, maybe there would have been something. But here we go, man. This is why we start to empty out some of the clips here, because now we're coming right back in on Intel. So maybe silver and things like this are what's good right now, because some of these stocks are just bouncing around a lot. There's a lot of action here this morning.
Well, right now, it's we just pulled in, we broke VWAP, went from the quarter to the even. We haven't got the pre-market high just yet, so it's still, we're going, but we haven't gotten to the top. Once it gets to the high, I want to get out, look for the next available trade. USO, it's weird. We've never had to pay for locates.
Yeah, I know. When you said that, I was like, what?
USO, and I
have seen it actually be pay for locates a couple weeks ago, but initially, when the conflict started, it definitely wasn't.
But the thing, what I'm actually mad is I just went ahead and paid for it. There's probably a reverse ETF that I could have just gone long in. And I'm like, off the top of my head and then forgot about it. But I might
You
have
probably paid $1. So.
No, it was super cheap. It's just that there always is a reverse one, and that's an option for you out there. But we broke the support, and by the time I was even able to get the locate, I didn't want to chase it a full buck. When you're going headline to headline, to me, like I want to have tight risk, not chasing it and risking $2 instead of like 75 cents to a buck in that range. But SLV is pulling back to VWAP. So can we hold on to the volume weighted average price is going to be the first story here, right? Can you hold on to VWAP, hold on to these higher lows? Because if not, then we'll be regretting the fact that you had to be sitting on the offer to get SMCI.
Yeah.
You're not
34?
No, 33 and a half. Like you had to be looking to short it into the high on the daily, which like it's 34 to 34 and a half on the daily chart. It just never really broke much above the 33 and a half, but it is starting to come back higher. So there might be a second chance for it to get up there on SMCI. Oh, AMD, which we should probably be talking about. AMD holding the 420 level. That's very key. Like 420 was a good pivot. Can we hold on to the bid there? Trying to reload this SLV off of VWAP, but I like the fact that we're still holding this slight pullback on USO. That'll be pretty key. But if you can't find continuation, remember, this has been an uptrend in oil, which hasn't been good for the market so far.
So we did wind up getting out of our Intel there when it does break back down below, but we panicked and was getting out here at 110. So we wind up just making our daily goal there. We were up almost double at one point, gave a little bit back, but there it goes now, breaking back above. So that 110, we'll still stamp that. Maybe get back into that if we get an opportunity. Hopefully we do at some point get back into that. As we go, let's talk about some other names that are running. I mean, that SMCI, man, we called that 34. Hopefully, we'll be able to get it again, 33.50. We'll try to sit there and grab that. I had mentioned, and I don't know what Uber's doing, but not doing much right now. I'd mentioned I don't love this name. We'll see. Doesn't look like the market's loving it right now either. Nothing really going on with Uber at these levels. And the other name we liked was Google down there at 391. I haven't even looked at these names yet. Okay, so now we might have a good bottom here at 393. So we could definitely have a quick look there if it does wind up pulling back a little bit. But Fed's Muslim speaking here. We got to go over to Adara and see if maybe she's got something on that.
I have some comments from Fed's Muslim, actually, and he's coming in pretty cautious today, for sure. He said the Fed is still dedicated to their 2% inflation target. He said that there are current scenarios which he believes could result in rate cuts, but also in rate hikes. He says there are reasonable scenarios that could keep interest rates unchanged for a while. So basically he's saying that almost anything could happen at this point. He said the current policy is either neutral or slightly supportive in real terms. He said that the focus has been moving more towards inflation, that the Fed should be concerned about underlying inflation alongside tariff and oil-related inflation shocks. Back to you.
We never even mentioned, thank you, Adair, we never even mentioned Novo Nordisk.
No.
Novo was another big gap up in report. Yikes. Well, if you have a scanner up for things that are moving, then this is probably on it, I'm going to guess. And that's filling in the gap right quick. Well, you know what? It's not breaking out, so it's not going to 50. Anyways, watch out for 45 if you're looking at Novo. Pretty crazy action off of the open, but we are starting to catch a bid in the NASDAQ, which if we're catching a bid in the NASDAQ, why are we not filling in this gap yet on SLV? It's reloaded off of VWAP, but it's basically got it's sitting quarters to 70s right now and not making that second break when realistically the NASDAQ is trying to fly. Look at the wipeout bottom. If we can just get through VWAP, I feel like we should really start going here, looking at the Qs here instead of the futures. But you get the idea, same thing.
Yeah, I tried to buy Intel. I tried to buy some more Intel there when it broke through 111 again, missed it. So now I have a bid at 110.94. Man, that would have been good. But there it is. We did dump it out of it, and we got it, like we said, man, that broke 110. So could have stayed a little bit more disciplined. Well, that was very disciplined, but could have got a little more aggressive, I guess is the other word, and waited for 109. But we didn't want to do that because we saw it. If we didn't have a third, we had about 20% left because we got a little bit out. But that 20% could wipe out. Like you make $1 or $2 and then you give back $1. It's like that kind of part sucks, right? So, all right, I have a new trade idea though, and it's not even on my board. It's Amazon. I just really like that movement there through 274, giving it us to 273.50 as a potential bottom. So if Amazon does come back in, I do have a bid right now at 274 flat. So if that comes through, maybe we get a bid there off VWAP. And then I only want to give this one 50 cents. And that might be a mistake maybe we got to give it a little bit more if that does come in. So we'll see if that one's, you know what, I can just put the order in right now. 273, I don't think it's going to come in, but in case we get a flash down, 273 quarters we'll get out if that one does come through on Amazon. So we'll have to wait to see for that one. But yeah, all is well that ends well. So and Nvidia did make a move through 200, still at 200 right now. And you know, again, not so much movement on that one to get me super excited about Nvidia right now. You did talk about Novo Nordisk. Eli Lilly was trying to go through, well, not trying to, but looking at $1,000 anyways. Their early 995, nice little move there in NVO. Did you call it up or just mentioned it?
Like I did call it up.
Okay,
It
so I don't
really dumped at the open. That's going to be a big disappointment because I thought that had a chance to break out. All right, this is not going to be good, I don't think, because we're making the run at the 136 in here. So if we break out this top, like the last tranche of SLV is probably going to come out. But if we reject the 136 level, I'm looking for a chance to get, back in is the wrong word, but to actually get the short failing this level, just want to make sure we're holding underneath. This is such a strong move back up in USO. This is the problem. Like you go tit for tat, you get, you know, we have all of that goodwill or all the exuberance in the market, and then we get a couple of truths and a little bit of back and forth, and we have nothing but uptrend in USO. I like the fact that the market is able to shrug it off. But I don't think, if we start breaking that high, I don't know how good we'll be able to do that. AMD's holding the 420. That might be another opportunity here. I've been looking at SMCI too much, and maybe AMD off VWAP was the right thing. SMCI's having trouble getting to the top. And on the daily, 34.5 was the level anyways. I'm just going to put that one on the side burner for now. We'll hold on to SLV. That's still holding VWAP, but I don't love the fact that we didn't make a push, and that's because the market is teetering. You're at the volume-weighted average price on the Qs. You're at the big resistance level on USO. Need to make a decision. Either we pull back on USO and I go short that and add to the longs, but if USO breaks out, then I'm taking out these longs and waiting for SMCI short. So we'll wait for the next couple of candles to give us a reason to make another move. Already reloaded once here. No point doing it again if we're not making another higher low.
Yeah, we're still waiting. We're still waiting for that SMCI trade to come through on the top there, as people saying they're reloading it. So good luck with SMCI. We do have a new.
Even at the high.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. We have a new position here, Amazon. I mean, we said we'd take it. I just starting in with a quarter of a unit right into here. We've been bouncing around a little bit. We'll take something out at 275 if it gets up there, but I still want to get this VWAP. So I want to still see if we can get back in and into 274 or so on that one. So that's why, as we say, man, we're starting a little light on this stock right now, and hopefully be able to get it upside, and there it goes. So there it is, and again, so that's at 50 cents there we take on it as it gets right back into 275. Hopefully we can start to get going just a little bit. I really like the data name Oracle here as we talk about the space again as some of these data centers, and you know, Oracle's definitely trying to get into that game with again a lot of money on the line here for Oracle, down 0.3 today. So just looking at some names that are maybe going a little opposite of the market today. Oracle not holding for it too well, downside there. Oscar was giving it back pretty good early. Still doing that, down to 1850. But potentially a decent long there, as you can see here on our 5-minute chart for Oscar, just hitting right now down at these levels. So it's always difficult to make a solid judgment on day of earnings where the stock's going, but this is a decent level here for Oscar. If you would have told me that, like, you know, it was pulling back from 20 into like 1850, that probably would have been a buy. So looking at that right now, but you know, we're already long here. Amazon. Well, Amazon doesn't matter for Oscar, but we're trying to get some longs. SNDK, is there finally going to be a red day?
I thought that was, oh shoot, I thought Oscar was battling back.
Yeah, no, 1850, no, hang on. It did have a nice move back. But there's, look, I mean, SNDK almost putting a red mark on it. Oh boy, we're getting right back to those levels again here on Amazon. Let me put another offer out here at 95 and see if we can grab that. So there we go, man. We took $2 plus there on Intel, and we're trying to do something similar there on AMD, but Intel was a missed opportunity because we went long there, got dumped out on the one move back in, and there it goes as we miss the reload there on our good friend Intel.
If I'm following my list, I actually have to look short on Uber here. I wanted this to hold VWAP, but 77.5 was the key price level, and it's rejecting the volume weighted average price. So if you're rejecting VWAP on an open breakout and then you lose the key support level, then I got to be short. It's got to break 77.5. So I wanted this to be holding the volume weighted average price for some kind of a long or fill in the gap. But if we lose this bid here, I'm going to end up in the short. AMD's pulling back a little bit. And USO, oh goodness. Sometimes you just have to be very, very patient. Oil's going to move today. It's just not right now. Just expecting something to happen here when like nothing is going on in USO. But there goes Uber. So again, I wanted to be long initially if it was holding VWAP, but the market started to show a little bit of strength, so it's a break, and if it breaks the volume weighted average price, which is about the quarter mark, then we just get out there. 76.5 and 77 would be the two target outs. So like at this point, like we're looking for the dollar as the range here, hence you got to give it a little bit of room.
Okay. Yeah, we're just looking for some other opportunities. I was actually looking at IBIT right here, thinking that there could be a trade in IBIT down into yesterday's close. This has been a key sort of area for me, so we can look at there. We did get out another piece. Actually, now I've only have, I still have about 70% of that position there on Amazon. But there it is, 46 and change. Good level for IBIT. I'm actually debating picking something up right here. What's the price of Bitcoin? 81.7. Okay, so we can have a look over there for sure. There goes Amazon, man. Let's go see if we can get that into it again. We're doing it again here. We're doing it live every single day. Amazon, we're going to go 2 for 2 today with Amazon and with Intel, and there it is. This is why it's hot, because that's your dollar right there again for Amazon. So hopefully that can keep on heading to the high side. As we love these names, man. We love anything to do with the cloud, anything to do with data centers. Amazon, AWS, definitely working out right there. Andy Jassy and company. We had looked at, and again, I have these triggers set up. So Google gets nowhere near 391, so we don't have to really worry about that one too much. So we'll have to wait if Google gets going. I think IBIT might be the only one right now that I'm seeing that could be executed. Nothing else is really at too many key levels. But you mentioned AMD. I mean, nothing wrong with looking at this name.
It's losing VWAP as well.
Oh gosh, I said this name could get right back to 430. Damn it! That should have been a target of mine there. So 430, good level. I mean, you could rewind it right there to maybe price of 920 whenever we were talking about it. I was like, would not surprise me for sure on earnings if that does happen, but it's a bounce off your 200 period moving average. So I think if you like it again, you got to wait for 410 now, as this one is definitely moving and shaking. All right, Amazon's up here. We have PMI coming for Canada at 10 o'clock. We're going to get out another piece of Amazon right here at 75 if we're able to, and then we'll see about that IBIT trade.
Yeah, I gotta imagine IBIT's trying to go. The market's catching a pretty solid bid here. Still looking for SLV, just has to get to the high of the day at this point, or we get a reload in and around that volume weighted average price. And then the new position was Uber. I'm still surprised about Oscar. I'd swear when I looked at Oscar, it was parabolic to the upside. It goes to show how crazy the market is off of the open. Like you flip from one stock to another, and what can break loose. So we just got some in front of 77, the first half dollar. We're looking the next half dollar at 76.5 on Uber, and then more of a gap fill lower there. Man, I keep wanting Uber to be a breakout, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't want to go. Like the market was catching a bid, and it's starting to lose contain a little bit there.
Amazon.
It doesn't matter what your name is.
Amazon.
That was one of the greatest, the first time
The Rock is the best.
Now AMD losing VWAP here. USO still not making any moves, and SLV was just going, and then it goes right into that even dollar and cannot break out again. Didn't get that second tranche out, so not going to be reloading the third time. If it's not moving, it's not moving. Uber looks much, much better. Get through this even dollar second time, and I want to look for somewhere in this range to get the next out. If it craters down, I have orders out, but inside of this 50 pennies, like if it bounces 10 cents away from my order, I'd probably just swipe to be able to get the profit on that name there. Don't know what's going on with USO, but that's been an absolute nothing burger. I'm so shocked. Like I never put USO on my list, and it's not even today. It's not even moving. Like I'm watching, it's like watching paint dry on oil when we're supposed to have all this volatility.
Like that, it's like watching oil paint. 274.
Although watching paint dry, it's like
450.
Some of these things, literally nobody ever would do that under any circumstances. And you know what? When you do, it's because you're having a few brews after, because doing a good painting job, like you have a few brews after. I'm usually having fun when you're watching paint dry. because you finished the job and now you're just chilling, relaxing. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing in my opinion, but whatever.
Okay.
Chilling.
Yeah, I don't know. Good luck to Marissa. She's starting pickleball today, so she's on her way to pickleball. Hopefully,
Nice.
she tells me there. I told her that I'm really good at pickleball, even though I've never played it. So we'll see here. 273. I mean, I think it's great. We did play a little bit of it there in Mexico with my daughter, but she's an animal. So all right, 273 here. We did average in. Remember, we're going to drop out of this one if it does break through. So you're getting back to the lows here as the market continues to go upside. Maybe Amazon is not the right play to go long. As the market, I mean, we picked out the bottom, I thought, anyways, but there's no bottom, it seems like, on Amazon, as it is having a problem getting back to the upside. So we just bought some 70s right there. Our average price is 95, so we're not too worried about it. It will be a 60-cent hit if it does come back through, and it just doesn't look like it wants to go. Market trying to retrace back upside. Amazon not really doing a great job here of following the market. So, you know, that's something that, see, like, okay, it has to go now. Like I was gonna say, it hasn't gone through 70s. There it goes. We take a piece out there. We're waiting for that bump up into O's there. So starting to go back up just a little bit. It had to break through 70s, but once it did, yeah, I don't know. See, it's so easy to get hit back right back into the downside. I think we got to put out another offer up there in the mid 90s again. This looks like we will get stopped out of Amazon. So let's leave that alone just for a second because we already have our out, right? 273, double check. Yeah, 273 quarters out. So if that happens, buy. I do have an offer to get out some more at 95s. There it goes. This is why Amazon's not hot. All right, Tesla was a 400 look today. Tanked.
It always says it didn't get to 400.
No, well, actually, it went. It was at 393 in the pre-market, all the way down to 383 right there. So this guy just bought here. What's up? Oh, me, Westermeyer. Hey, what's going on? My guy.
20 puts.
Yeah, okay, I like that.
That's expiring today.
Yeah, I mean, I really, expiring today. Yeah, 5, 6. Okay, so yeah, I you know, didn't necessarily think that we go from 400 straight up to 430. That did happen. I would say that you're probably got to, wow, okay, now Amazon is starting to go. I think you probably got, yes. All right, I think you probably got one there, D. Westermeyer. I think I think AMD, the sellers have come in. I'm just getting out some more here because I did not love this Amazon trade after all. Hopefully it can go up. But yeah, I think the sellers are here now, right? I mean, we made that move up to 430 sort of as it was written there. And boom, now right back into the downside. Let's see if the buyers come back. I said, like, you kind of would have to be a little bit, I don't know, extremely bullish to be buying up here today on AMD. So I think that you might have something there, Westermeyer. So let's see if that can work out for you. I like that call.
It's looking pretty good with the market bouncing here that it's losing VWAP on AMD. I think that's a good sign. The market bounce and the fact that we pulled and filled in this part of the gap on Uber, but that's as far as it went. So like I said, you have to have bids out there. So when it hit that, it basically hit the dollar mark and bounced, and then I trailed out. I don't want to have a winner turn into a loser, and part of me still kind of favors the breakout over this price, if we're being real about it. SLV continues to just hold on, still looking for it to get to the quarter. You've held VWAP. There's a trend forming now, so at least I can work with something like this. It's cold in here. Hands are cold. Yeah. So forget about that bottoming tail wick. Those are like the 8 o'clock dumps. I don't know how far that wick went down, but if I just connect it from here, you've got a good trend line that corresponds with the long off of VWAP already. So I'm going to work the trend line here. The stop now moves to just a break of the trend line, which oddly enough is the exact same thing as VWAP being lost. I think we're going to Adara at the desk, are we?
Keep an eye here on VELO. This seems like purely speculative as far as I can tell, but again, as mentioned, pure speculation going around that Citadel could have taken a stake in the company. This is VELO. Veloso, back to you.
Thanks to Derek. Yeah, there goes Amazon. As we said, like, you know, the spidey senses are up, man. And we were able to get out of, we had less than half when it came back in. We probably had 40%. So a loss there on that last reload there for Amazon. But at least we sort of had that feels. Now let's see what happens now if that does go up or down. But we did get stopped out there on AMZN. So, you know, we talked about our winners, talked about our losers, of course. I am going to try to step in right here into some 29s and change on IBIT. So we'll get a little long here at 29 and see if that wants to work itself out. I think we got some 29 halves there. So here it goes now upside on IBIT. We'll see. We talked about how we did not mind this trade in and around those areas. We should try to get a little bit more. If it does fall back in, I'm still bidding that 29. So that would be, for me, not necessarily an area of concern, but something that we've seen here on IBIT. Nice little drop in there into yesterday's sort of closing areas. And that's what we wanted to look at. So let's play off of some of these bottom wicks. Like that should be a stop again for me around 46.20s. So if this does go back down in, let's go break through 14. All right, we'll do that. I don't want to get too many shares there. Maybe we'll get a little bit more at 25 if we're able to. But so far, we'll just sit here a little bit, see if we can average up. We'll get some 31s now. We don't have too many shares there at 29.5. So see if we get some 31s, and then there it is. We get filled there. Oh, thanks, ARCA. You can see some ARCAs or Ps right there. So
the rotation is happening right now.
Oh.
AMD to Nvidia.
Okay.
Big money is rotating. They're selling their AMD. They're buying Nvidia. This might be Nvidia's moment. If everyone that's been waiting for it to go, it feels so right because like the Nasdaq caught the bid. It's like, well, AMD's losing. It can't seem to catch the bid, and it's Nvidia that's catching it. I saw a lot of people in the chat were mentioning this. Wasn't on the radar today at all, but that's a fantastic sign. It doesn't bode well for AMD, and if you're wondering why the Nasdaq just won't break anywhere, I think it's because we're waiting to see what the next shoe drops is here. I don't know what to tell you. USO, as I said, it's just flat out not moving whatsoever. But I'm out of Uber, and once again, SLV, like we're climbing. I like it, but there's no push through because the market's holding these gains and going sideways. It just needs one good push, and then we can get into like a take out the high and buy the dip kind of mode. And it's across the board. If you're not looking at some crazy chip names, I want to see some actual direction here, unfortunately. I'm not sure what's going on with these quantum names. None of the quantum names reported.
One of the reports after the bell tonight, that is IONQ at 4:05 p.m. Nothing otherwise. I looked into literally all of them on social media and on Benzinga. There is squat.
Thanks, Adair, because I keep seeing, I look up at our visualizer, I look at everyone in the chat, and I see a lot of people mentioning the quantum names. And Rigetti, it is making moves, but it's not breaking out this daily yet until it gets above 20 and a quarter, maybe. So you're $1 away. I think this has some serious, there's some squeeze potential with these names. But it is worth watching. Chris just said in the chat, Rigetti. Yeah, well, you know what? It depends on where you got in. You can't hold these things down forever. Like Rigetti did an unbelievable. All of these quantum names. I say this. Look, I own D-Wave. Still got some D-Wave, but you got to have banked. Like, look at the move. You know you have to bank on the way up on these things because it comes all the way back. And I think you bounce right where the breakout started, and I think there's something that could happen next. But holding for the Christmas tree. It happens. I did it. Look, man, I did it during the marijuana craze, so it is what it is. Super chat from Desirous Philosophy, Neil. You gave me a new perspective on paint drying. Well, as long as, if you do it yourself, you celebrate a good day's work. There's nothing wrong with that. We're going to go up to the desk with Adair.
Big old push to the upside for this market, being aided in large part by reports that Iran and the U.S. are nearing some kind of agreement here on a deal. It's also being aided by strong tech earnings. We'll get to the tech earnings in a bit. But here's some of the details here with oil. We had a report from an Axios reported by the name of Barak Ravid, who's been very active throughout this whole conflict. He said that, again, the U.S. and Iran are actually nearing an agreement in a one-page memorandum that could end the conflict. This actually includes Iran making some concessions about their nuclear program, which doesn't really sound like something Iran would agree to, which is why we get then denials from Iran saying that they have not agreed to this proposal and they have actually viewed some conditions within it as, quote, unacceptable. AMD on watch here, earnings day one, giving back some of this move, but generally still up quite nicely here. EPS and sales beat and better than expected guidance. SMCI, UPST, LCID all also reporting. And GLW to the upside, but not an earnings report. They're up here after making a big deal with Nvidia, expanding U.S.-based production of advanced optical connectivity solutions. Good look here for GLW. Tons of earnings after the bell, guys, so stick with us all day. Back to you.
We're starting to fall back in quite nicely here on some of these plays, right? I mean, it's we did we were very, very patient. We waited for Intel to get into 110, and now it's here. So I'm only going to give it 25 cents to the downside as we try to. Remember, like catching falling knives has been like the way to lose a lot of money. So there's no point. And if this does break, we're just going to get out. My order's already there, so you'll see. We put in stop orders. If certain levels hit, there it goes, comes out. So we'll slap the fail on that move back in on Intel as there comes the market. Maybe it's time just to trade. I wonder if that is a little bit of a bounce there off that level. This is what I mean by not trying just to get right back in immediately every time on that. We'll try again at 110. This time we'll go a little lighter and see if we can hold it just for a little bit of a move back up there. We did like that level, but it has broken before right into there, 109.60. So we can give this one just a little bit more room down into 109 and just to see if it wants to get back to the upside. We're still green on Intel, so that part's all good. But we have given some back on that last move. So, all right, we'll wait for a little bit of a bump up there. Wait for 109 to come in just to make sure that this move is something that wants to continue to the downside. We're starting to break. I mean, some of these levels just not really holding out right there. Short-term bounce on Meta. Okay, first of all, maybe Neil can handle that one because I'm on Intel here. There it goes. Yes, let's go, Intel. Nice little move back up to the upside right here.
Yeah, we're trying to get back into the highs here. Like, I'm at the point where if it's not going to get to the quarters on this, might just have to start trailing this one out. We're just not moving. It's nice because the market's pulling back and silver's still going higher, so I still think it's the right place to be. But I want that extension to come through. Shoot, I was just about to read the super chat.
Oh, just about Meta. Well, do you think it's good for a bounce? I'm not. I can look at it in a second.
Meta for a bounce. My gut, before the market opened, I would have told you I wasn't believing that, you're probably talking a significant bounce because it's already bounced off at 600. But if you're talking about like a significant bounce to get back up to 680, like 690, break the 200-period moving average, I'm not sure what the next catalyst is going to be for it. I think Apple's going to run the highs. Rotation's going into Nvidia. Meta kind of sitting on the wayside. So I don't know. I own Meta. I bought the dip off of these levels earlier in the year. I'm very underweight this one relative to the other Mag 7, but I'm not really a buyer on this one right here, right now, if I'm being honest with myself about the stock. It's making a really nice bounce today off that 600 level, but I came in today writing that one off, thinking this was if there was a non-chip name, it was going to be Apple.
It's
might
Randy.
give you a bit of a chance. Randy in the house. What are you even holding?
Banana or croissant?
Oh, it's croissant. Oh, okay.
Downside right now.
Yeah.
Downside right now goes IBIT. Looks like we'll be wrong on this one. I mean, we were trying to hold it through yesterday's levels, but as the whole market comes back in, Bitcoin obviously falling back into there as well. So slap to fail on Bitcoin. We tried. This was the one that we were like, should we do it? Should we do it? We did it, and then it just falling back in right now. So nothing wind up holding, and then we tried Marvell as well. We wrote down 170 to 171. There's the hit on Marvell all the way back down into what? Wow, I think we got out of that one. 167. Okay, when the data center goes wrong, there it goes to Marvell as everyone sees Randy chewing along right there. Shout out to my guy, Randy. But nice hair. We just talked about that. Might have to go see our good friend very soon, Halim. Grab a haircut. I'm his easiest customer of all time. Halim.
Well, Randy just shaves it though.
Easiest customer of all time. Yeah, shout out to Halim, one of the best barbers there. As Randy and I continue to go to him now for almost feels like a decade or so. Randy, it's been a while. So, all right, we're gonna try Intel again here, but hey, man, 20 more cents and this thing breaks, we're out. That bottom is 75. Let's just see if it wants to hold it. We're now long at 109.50s. Little bit of a reload, but nothing too crazy. We want to see if this one can actually go upside. It doesn't look like it. Wow, the whole market's coming back in. Maybe it is that short that we were all looking for. I can't believe I missed that 930 there on
another super
AMD
chat. But very quickly, I'm about to trail out. Silver is going to break the trend line here.
Yuck.
Which is, it is what it is. It's still holding better off in the market, but there it goes. There's the break of the trend line. We got VWAP. We liked 68.5, but unless you were sitting on the bid at 817, you had no chance to get that. But still, it ends up working just not as much as we would have liked. Netanyahu holding talks with U.S. officials to better understand Iran negotiations.
Okay, that's good.
Does anyone understand the Iran negotiations at this point?
When the people involved don't, then I don't know what to
do. Exactly. But Intel's back into the target area for me, which was basically just where it was a short yesterday into the prior support. So any reversion off of these lows is going to start to make sense. It would be nice if silver rejects that trend line only to just start holding VWAP again. But I don't want to catch the falling knife here. I still like the long. If we get it down here at 68.5 or maybe at this open range bottom at 69.2, we can try to be a little bit patient with it. Maybe SMCI short is still a bit.
Oh, SMCI, yeah. Is that 34 yet?
You know, oddly enough, like, well, why? It's relatively
I'm offering
short.
33.50, so if it hits, I'll
It's very orderly downtrend into VWAP here.
All right. Intel, you know, we were positive on it. We stayed with it. We're back to the green side. Well, we're always on the green side of this one, but back to the green side here for Intel, meaning it's starting to go back up, bouncing again. And, you know, playing breakouts worked right there because it was already made a move down, then it broke back through those bottoms and broke through the 25 period moving average. But this is also a way to get into that club, and that is on dip buys. But you got to have the market with you, which is why it's very dangerous because, you know, if this market keeps on going down, then this all of a sudden does wind up becoming a hit, right? But you are, you know, if you're playing in the right space, the right momentum names, you know, when a move happens, then you can definitely see what the market wants to do when those moves are there. So I'm going to take out one more piece. We missed it. Well, I'm out of half already of this trade, but willing to get a little bit lighter there in the 80s on Intel, because when this thing starts to go, a term that I coined around here, meme crazy with Intel, that was Nvidia was the first one that we've seen go meme crazy. But you know, Intel has that capabilities as well. I actually think Intel tends to go more meme crazy now than Nvidia, but there it is right there. Meme crazy just means all of a sudden just the offers just get lifted and it just goes and goes and goes and there's absolutely no stopping, and like you could put out like a 204.05 and just get filled immediately because your offer's out there. So that's what that means, and we'll see if that wants to continue to go upside here. 204.50, would like to see a break in and around there of Nvidia, just to make sure that we can get going. There it is, another out happening on Intel. Now let's wait to see if we can actually get a 50-period moving average on this name. Remember, our stop is now, it was 109, whatever that bottom was, 109.70s there. Sorry, 108.70s. So nice little appreciation in the value here of Intel. And I guess our Westermeyer trade is going out pretty good. This is one that I missed.
AMD's bouncing.
This is one that I missed, man. 430s, that was a good trade. Oh, well.
Yeah, the 420, but those expire today, right? So, I mean, at some point you want to take...
Oh, those ones? Yeah, he might already be out.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, why wouldn't you... Could easily have just been out there on AMD. I'm just looking up at AMD, but SMCI, that was a pretty orderly trend break off of the volume-weighted average price, but that's too much of a chase up here. It needs to be in the 75 range. I'm just gonna sit, because sometimes when a stock is volatile, you were just talking about with Intel, like it might just do one of those wick shimmies and pick me up on the bid, and then I can give that to VWAP, but I can also just go right back to the well with one of the two that works. So I trailed out of SLV, but there's a nice hold of that volume weighted average price as well. So I might look to get back in as long as we can hold these higher lows and resume on trend. Already that's worked. I'm glad we got out of Uber short. Take what you can get. If the move is a buck, you take the buck. Uber's already bouncing. This could take VWAP and turn into a long on its own as well. And finally, you're getting some weakness in USO. That's what you want to see. Like USO is just wicked above 136 and is reversing. So I like that sign. I can probably just get back in almost where we got out of SLV because you're getting a rejection here on USO heading lower. I think that's going to be great for the market.
You know which one name that's starting to go real hard here was Microsoft. I can look at Oscar again. I'm going to double check that account. I do have some Oscar positions obviously on. Internet.
So one stock we're not really looking at.
Yeah, I know. We have. Yeah, no, that was a good point. I didn't even think about oh, shoot, I have all these wicks here. But I wanted to show you, if I can get rid of that wick, there goes Microsoft. So we talked about how the market's trying to battle back upside right now. Looks like Microsoft is trying to hold fort on all of that. And you know what? I mean, if you are looking to trade, why not look at trade the pool? The reality for most traders is it's not skill holding them back, it's the size. Trade the pool changes that. Step into the US equity market with up to $200,000 in buying power without committing your own capital. Full access to stocks and ETFs, both long and short executions with precision and freedom of serious traders expect. Your performance is measured by one standard: discipline, risk management, and consistent execution. meet that standard and you operate at scale, which is what we're trying to do. No subscriptions, no ongoing obligations, just a clear path forward. For those ready to trade beyond limitations, this is your next level. Please visit Trade the Pool, one word, tradethepool.com, and use the code TraderTV, one word, TraderTV, to grab 10 percentage points off of your order. So yeah, thanks to Trade the Pool for that. And as we just mentioned there, man, that's all you're trying to do is get better at your execution, get better at your discipline so you can size up. I mean, that's often something that's very common that we talk about around here. And that is once you have enough confidence in your trading abilities and in your strategies and everything, the right thing to do, and we want to thank Trade the Pool for, tagging this as well, is to size your game up. And if you need that, firms are the place to go for that. Yeah, wow. Talk about a name that's on fire right now. Microsoft says, hey, what about us? As that just starting to rip to the high side now as well. So some of these other names look to struggle, just like Intel there, coming all the way back in, right? I mean, it cleared out at 110. We'll have to see if it's a reload or not down here. I'm not loving the reload. I could try a little bit because I think the risk to reward now is about right. Oh, here we go. We're about to, right until it was wrong. There's a little bit of a reload. Intel obviously hitting down back through now. So it's Microsoft leading the way right here. Intel coming back in, and I'd imagine something similar with Advanced Micro Devices. Yeah, good call there. And then still waiting for SMCI.
It's all the different names going.
To hit our level.
Right, like Meta's flying. Yeah, Meta's flying. Yeah. Meta's like at 600. We got that super chat. Meta was at 608. Now it's at 613.
Boom. Yeah, it's the beat up names.
It's real. It's the beat up names. Yep. Like, there's a rotation going back in. And all right, I did pick up that SMCI did pick me up, but SLV, it would be nice to have gotten the re-entry where we had it off of VWAP earlier at 70, but we just got in where we got out of that. And now it just reached that high, the pre-market high. Come on, one more tick up. I missed by 1 cent. All right, we'll put it actually at just in front of the quarters, just moved it. We'll probably get that fill. SMCI did swipe me into VWAP, but that just, when you just said Intel and AMD caught that swipe down, this looked like it was cruising. We're chilling out, breaking through 33. We got the 3/4 mark. We're through 33. It was going to the quarters, about almost 50 pennies in the money. And then everything swiped down on some of the chip names there. So I don't like that as a reload. Like, my first thought was actually initially short this thing. I just took some out on that swipe down. Yeah, it was a good trend break, but that swipe down in the chips, I don't necessarily love. If you lose VWAP, I don't want to reload that one. Not going to do it. But we did get the target on SLV. So basically just re-enter the long trade where we got out and then play it into the high. So that's worked out. SMCI can go, then we're looking pretty solid here. And still haven't really found anything else in Uber, to be honest with you. We started out with that one to the short side. Take what you can get. Now it's a breakout long. Maybe should have been in there at 77.5. Not going to chase it. We'll just see how far SMCI can go. That gets to the high a day. That's also resistance on the daily. Like, remember, SMCI is running into a bit of a brick wall up here. So the long is good to the high, in my opinion. And then we'll just take it out there.
I'm going to take a little bit of Tesla here. I keep trying to get this bid, but it's just keeps on raising. Oh man, look at that. Like, there we go. Now we have the low of the day on Intel. So congratulations on that one. As we stop out right there. And we gave it a little bit of room. This reminds you of what happened yesterday to one of the stocks. Can't remember what it was, where we had that low. We kept on trying to rebuy it. We rebought that break there, and then it didn't really work, and we were able to average into it back to the upside, and we could have done that again on another 109 break. It looks like that might have been the thing to do. But you know what, man, we're not going to worry too much about that because there's our Tesla fill that just comes in right there. Now we just take 70 cents again on Tesla as, we just switch it up. We go back over into something that, has been really rocking there today. So there goes Tesla. And just as quick as you like, there's $1 again on Tesla again. So I don't know, man. Some of these names just bumping, and there goes Tesla, new trade and dollar right there. So we don't worry too much about some of the past mistakes, but you still got to be, responsible for them. Wow, Tesla, $1.70 upside there for Tesla. We just got into that now, and there it goes. Wow, okay. That frown gets turned upside down quickly on Tesla. There it is, man. There's $2 right there on TSLA as we just got into that, and I'm glad we talked about it. So there it goes, man. Tesla trying to fight it. We said we were trying to get in on that bid, and we did. So nice little move there. I was going to try to get some more 391.50s, so I am sitting down there in case that does come through. But hey, for right now, let's see how far we can go here with TSLA, making a little bit there on that one. But yeah, glad to see Meta still a position in pretty decent position in my account. We actually talked about that earlier. I was surprised at how much Meta I'm holding. Hopefully that can get back up to the upside as one of the laggards in this market. And you know, Intel, there it goes, man. Don't be fooled. Right back down in again. So I was like, man, too bad. And then whoosh, right back in there. So sometimes you make the right calls on plays like that. And so far, so good there with Intel. Just wait. Yeah, no, I missed on IBIT. So shout out to you, Pops Mafia. I was in it and then I was out of it. So yeah, this just came into yesterday's close. It's what we wrote down on here. And, you know, we can't be like, oh, we missed our sticky note. So we took it and it did not work today. So right into yesterday's close. And then once it broke that level, we got out. Right there about the 3 o'clock lows. So yeah, I like IBIT still, but as you can see, the market right now not liking much as it's trying to pull back in as well right now.
No, I'm going to go gut call. We're not going to get high day on SMCI. Well, I want to stay so far fortunate. Like all three have worked today, short and a couple of longs, but SMCI doesn't really push through. And ultimately, if I liked it better as 34 short, I want to find a place to even be in the short position. SLV that's the one. If we can catch that bid again, the trend has just been pretty clean on this. So much, much better. Like I'd rather, instead of hoping that we get VWAP to high of the day, let's just look at the thing which has given that to you twice and look for a re-entry into SLV. So we like the long here. When you look at what the USD is doing, it was weak. When I talk about like the structure of this one, right? Like wait for it to either, man, I guess it really did fill in that gap, but the chances of getting that wick, unless you're just sitting there catching a falling knife, but it's just about breaking back above. I like prior resistance turning into support. The once it was support, it was VWAP, there's your confluence. There's still a little bit more of a gap that we can go. High of the day into about 71.
Oh my God,
so
AMD.
if we can catch a bid, that could easily be one, but you're right. You just said, oh my God, AMD.
Yeah.
Like it's pulling back, the market is pulling back. That's why I ran for the exit there on that SMCI. Like take what you can get and don't be upset. And if anything, I'm gonna look for an opportunity to be short this name. Go back to the original thesis here. SMCI did not break the high. It did not break the afternoon, the aftermarket high either. All you need to do is consolidate under VWAP and then go for the short. You even have the. We're gonna go to the small cap recap, but we haven't talked about the memory names. They're even worse. Micron, LOD, SanDisk. Basically like $10. Yeah, basically $10 off the LOD, but it just got to that bottom and bouncing. The market is making a bit of a left-hand turn, or right-hand turn to the downside. As we go talk about some small caps, which we really haven't looked at yet. Adara?
We've discussed these earnings plays a lot today, and for good reason, so I think it's very fitting. Our first small cap today is actually an earnings play. Entravision Communications reported after the bell yesterday. EVC got, I think, under $500 million market cap. So it's definitely small cap here. Reporting a earnings here of 13 cents per share, up from a loss of 53 cents per share last year. We also have sales increasing on a year-over-year basis to 196.97 million. AHMA, no news on Ambition's enterprise management, but it is worth noting here, you've got a $48 million market cap, 1.2 million share float, 60% short float for AHMA. So that is, again, a 60% short float for AHMA, 22% short float for the last name on the list, AVTX. Yesterday, or last night, I think Avalo Therapeutics pricing a public offering here at $375 million for 19.73 million shares. It's going to be at $17.75 a share. Currently trading at $21, and Wedbush up against price target for the stock from $29 to $40. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Intel just lost that afternoon support from yesterday, so pretty much nothing doing in there. It just continues to flush further. Come on, SMCI. Like, you've broken VWAP. You get even like the smallest bounce back in here to the upside. And now what I can look for is, just hold VWAP in the other direction here for Supermicro. And look, it was a great quarter. I mean, it was a great quarter, the guidance for them. Still, I don't recall hearing what the reason for the revenue miss was on the call, though. Because they missed revenue by 20%, which just seemed like something was off with the analyst projections there. But the guidance, absolutely fantastic. But you know what? The market's pulling back in. And I want to correct something, because someone in the chat's like, what are you talking about? The stuff I'm looking at isn't at the market lows. I wasn't saying everything is at the lows. I was talking specifically about the memory chip names, and it was like Micron and SNDK. If I was saying, yeah, they're all at the lows right now, WDC. It was specifically memory stocks were already at the low before the market, maybe showing that that's where the turn might come from when they can pick up a little bit. But at least for now, there's a bit of a drag on the market here with SNDK, with WDC, as we said. And AMD as well. Don't forget about AMD. AMD could break the $400 level. I'm kicking myself because in my personal account, I was like, if this euphoria gets armed to 250 before earnings, I'm gonna stink offer some out there, which is just put an offer out that's far away. Probably should have just taken the market on open to trim 10% of ARM. But I guess we're now rolling the dice on that 10% into earnings tonight. They better not miss, because it's a double top on the daily. And if they miss, this could be back at 200 pretty quick.
Yeah, I think it's in the, we talked about it, I think it's in the right space. I really want to get into
I think they'll beat, but does beat mattering after?
No, it doesn't. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up. But again, I think it's because it's in the right space. So we'll have to wait to see. There's Randy. And there's the reload. Thank you, Randy, for that one. Very, very kind of you.
Yes. Thanks, brother.
What happened?
It's like he knew. I just finished.
Thank you. Is it cold out there now today?
Yeah. Well, freezing, it's probably.
What is it? What is it right now? Oh, yeah, 7 degrees. We were lucky to get up to like 22 or 23 the other day. Was it Monday? Monday was crazy. I was talking with one over there. He's like, oh, my God.
Baseball's starting, man.
Yeah, baseball. Yeah, it wasn't snowing. It was snowing on the weekend in Hyde Park. We were sitting there. I was like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, we got the dome in Hyde Park, of course. So, but yeah, that sucked.
We're talking about kids' baseball.
Yeah.
We don't have that advantage.
Yeah, we could have it, but
the dome is horrible, by the way.
Yes.
Although I'm old man, like my league played their All-Star game years ago in the dome. I think we played like a 5-inning game. I played 4 innings in center field, and my knees were killing me. The turf, no, but when they say the turf, the old turf, when they say that free agents didn't want to come to Toronto, that turf was terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. Like, I'm like, this is for pros? Are you kidding me? And now it's a little bit better.
No, that's what
you still have Springer won't play on it in the outfield.
Yeah. Well, Springer's an old man just like us as well. So it's George Springer. Good year last year. Good thing Vladdy got a little benched there yesterday for a day off. This guy needs to start picking it up. You pay these guys, man, and then that's that. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully he can ride the coattails of his World Series performance, although it would have been nice to win, of course. Hopefully get back there. All you got to do is get there, and then hopefully the rest takes over after that. Amazon, 270, 250, hoping to get out, hoping to get something in Amazon, but not really doing a whole heck of a lot there as Amazon, so I can't really do too much there. What I'm waiting for is Tesla to pull back into 390. I will take that trade if we do pull back into 390, into 391, into 392. So that could definitely be something there to look at. So that's where I'm bidding right now in the space. And Neil mentioned Oscar. I did just put out in my own account an offer at 415 to get some out of AMD because I feel sick not doing anything about that name and then seeing what it winds up doing today, up to bouncing off of that 430 level. But there's Oscar, so nice little move back up there, up 7%. So we'll see if Oscar Health can hold bid. And Uber was another one of those earning names that we looked at earlier today, and that's nicely off the bottom as well. This is why it's so tough to trade earnings names on day one, because the sellers come in, like I said, you wait for it to find a bottom, and unfortunately we weren't here, but that was a pretty easy one there on Uber, so definitely worth looking at. And you want to talk about another easy trade that, again, mentioned but didn't take it, so who really cares, because you can always look at a chart and say, should have gone short there. But yeah, we did say that it was going to probably get back up into the 430 area. That's what happened, and then whoosh back down. And there's that 400 bottom again that we had mentioned, so you don't have that one either. So it's $30 one way and the other there, and that was a great trade trying to buy that dip into the pre-market lows again for AMD as stocks starting to finally catch that bid again. We're just sitting in the dollar right here, seeing if we can break back above. Maybe I'll put a little offer there at 394 to see if we can get that. We'll go to 85s, and then maybe a blast higher. iBid is really Marvell, we lost about 50 cents or 75 cents there, which was brutal because it kept on going to the downside. Maybe we'll wait for a bid somewhere around there on Marvell. But yeah, right now I'm just waiting for Tesla. Hopefully that comes in. And if not, maybe something else will.
It's interesting you mentioned IBIT.
Yeah.
Because IBIT right now looks like a good trend break all
at the
morning
level
long.
we liked, but
Like it sort of waited for this one to do this and didn't wait long enough there on IBIT in the morning. Like it did some trends down, but I was looking for it at VWAP every single time instead of just trying to grab that trend break, and it did it twice where you got that bottoming tail candle. But it's now broken this little trend line here, so I want to grab it if I can, give it to the prior bar, which is, I don't know, like 46 teens or so. So looking to get picked up in the low 20s and then try to give it to those teens. SMCI, grabbed the under VWAP short, it just bounced off the even dollar. So we're in at 30s. I like this bottom at 31.5. We can get there, but the market's trying to catch a bid. And we pivoted back and forth off of VWAP here. And I'm reminding myself that, hey, USO did reject 136 and is holding lower. A bit of a positive sign. So if I can't get that IBIT or I can't get that silver long back into silver, that's nowhere near VWAP just yet. I do want to look for another long if we break down in here on USO. IBIT stands out because it was that trend break. SLV, it's still maybe working its way back down for a re-entry into the long position, but I can be patient with it. We managed to get in kind of at the right time each time. I don't want to, at 10:30, I don't want to sit there and start chasing that move just because buying a higher low worked out. That was a pretty hefty bottoming tail for a reversal. We're still working our way back into VWAP as far as I can tell. So patience here, but I do like silver. If we can show another bounce off the volume weighted average price, just break it into that HOD again. Adara?
On MSFT, this has been really strong all morning, but it sounds like at roughly 10 a.m., just seeing this circulate now, Microsoft said they were, quote, significantly investing in data center regions across Europe. So again, the MSFT move had already been happening. We were probably around here when we got this pop, but either way here, MSFT announcing they're significantly investing in data center regions across Europe. Back to you.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. When we talked about that, I was like, wow, look, I mean, some of these, poor stocks were the ones that were starting to take off here today. And what we mean by that is just names that haven't made these sort of all-time high pushes. And there goes Microsoft. We were wondering what's next. It looks like they'll just say, you know what, man, we'll just start talking about data centers. So there it goes, all the way back up to the upside, as these guys are no fools. Nice play. We do have crude oil inventories coming out in just under 1 minute. So, yeah. We'll have to see if that does anything. USO did have a nice little move there at 10 o'clock and then just came right back into 133.50 again right there as well. So watch out for 133.50 and change on USO. We'll see if that winds up holding. It's been a good hold for about 20 minutes or so onto that side of things. So, yeah, we'll just, we're still about $1 in the money. We did take another piece out right there on Tesla. We only have about 30% left of this trade, so it's waiting for that 390. Maybe we do get a move back in. If there's any names you guys like, PMAX, this one is EUDA is halted. UDA Health here, only 161,000 shares, so not a whole bunch going on there right now. But here comes USO.
There's a rare earth IPO today.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's something to look at.
It's supposed to be Rare Earth Americas on the NYSE. Is supposed to be. Let me just see if it's in. Yeah, you know what? Okay, I can't pull it up. It's scheduled for today, but maybe it's being delayed or they didn't get it into the database. Either way, it's REA, Rare Earth Americas, on the NYSE market, which would be formerly the AMEX, but I just tried it and I can't pull it up on any of the exchanges. So maybe that one's, that sucks. Hopefully there's just some kind of a delay on that one. It would be pretty interesting if there was. I did see in the chat, NNE making power moves up 15% today. If that space gets going, come on, please tell me. Give it to us. Give it to us, SMR.
That'd be nice.
I haven't looked at it today. It's back above the 50. You're not pressing $14. This is a $14 breakout on SMR, but you got to get through 13 first. All right, that's a bit of a nothing burger. I see NNE up, and my first thought goes over to, hey, is this the place that I'm getting back into? Getting more shares back into SMR. I still hold SMR shares in the long-term account. Still much of the same. We're short SMCI under VWAP, just waiting for it to get down into 31.5. Had it long. Remembered that, hey, don't necessarily love that long, and it didn't follow through. So we're going to continue to wait for that low of day there. No reason to really change unless we break out. And again, just want to continue to play the trend on SLV. Never picked up IBIT though. It came down, tried to snag me at the 20s, and if I've missed it by a bit, I'll just get half a little bit higher and then see if I can't get the rest on that original bid at 46.2. We do have crude oil inventory, but you know what? Inventories haven't been moving oil futures that much, but I guess you got a draw of 2.3 versus 3.4, so smaller than expected. USO, please go down. Yeah, USO going down a little bit here. That's a good sign.
Yeah, we'll have a new position right here, as we haven't had too many positions today. Well, actually, I've traded more today than I did yesterday already at this point. Tesla's pulling back in, but I'm going to go short Amazon right now. We'll see what winds up happening. So we do have a decent position on now for Amazon, waiting for that break there of, it's 16s. I just put 16 in there. We want to give it a little bit more on the high side of that one. So let's just give this one a little bit more. 274, 26s then. We'll go a little bit higher on that one. Want to get a little bit more at 74, and then just to see, right? I mean, there's your but then there's the 200 period moving average. I'd hate to maybe... we can wait a little. Let's just wait a little bit more on that Amazon. Let's go to 274.50. Make sure that that's where it breaks out to. You got to give yourself a little bit more room on a day like today, as this market is, obviously pretty choppy. So, you don't want to be thinking short and then it just kind of like ticks up into this area and then it, falls right back down in. It's kind of like you're not going to pick the tops or the bottoms there unless you're on, Intel's down to 108 right now. But I'm going to try Amazon. There's a little surprise here with the market up 1.17%. It seems like there's some more attention right now, maybe on Microsoft with that kind of a move, as Adair just highlighted there for Microsoft. So I wonder if I don't think there's people are going to switch out of Amazon into Microsoft, but definitely, we talk about going where, the puck is and where you think it's going to go. So I think for right now, if Microsoft rate is catching that sort of hot take, I still got to get rid of that. I don't know why I don't do that. And it's just no red candles pretty much all day there for Microsoft, let alone this 5-minute chart just goes tick, 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 boom right there for Microsoft. So we'll hold out hope that maybe Amazon does have a little negative reaction to that move in Microsoft, but our stop is right there. So now we're 20 cents away from getting stopped out. It could be a 50-cent hit on this. We don't need to reload it. We have enough shares right now to see what happens with Amazon. So that's just another trade idea here. Shorts and longs kind of just been back and forth here today. Tesla into an area, but I'm not buying this one until we get a lot lower. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with Tesla, hopefully into 390. Amazon's a new idea, but might not be good for very long. It's Amazon time.
It's always Amazon time.
Yeah, definitely in my house.
I think one of the things you can look for with the Mag 7 is, hey, if you want to buy the dip, just find the one that's the cheapest on a relative P basis and go with that. That worked so well for Alphabet last year. And I think you really can't go wrong. I'd have to double check, but I still think Amazon's over 30, and so is Meta. It might actually be Microsoft. Might be softy right now. I did get into IBIT, but I don't think we're getting any more than like a 40, 50 cent move out of SMCI here. And if that's going to be the case, then I'll just make the adjustment. The market's catching the bid. I've already flipped into IBIT, and I'm already looking for a reload into SLV because that's continuing to look pretty good. So now I'll just get the 30 to 40 if we get that. Looking for VWAP first on IBIT. Hopefully we can trend higher to the upside. That's right. We also want to check out what's going on with USO. Better still be going down. Still very slightly lower. Like it. It's rejecting that 136, so we're headed into VWAP. That would be the concern. Like, you get to VWAP and bounce, but as long as we're trending in, I think the long has some room to be able to work. And better yet, if we lose VWAP, then you could get a chance that we get in here and we can be adding on the way up. But it's going to matter what oil futures do big time. Blicky Spears, why is Tesla afraid of 400? Because it's a round number, big options level, and it's the 200 period moving average. Ton of confluence at that level. And there was a huge consolidation or accumulation, some people would like to say. I'll call it a consolidation because it was on the way down. Accumulation if it's an uptrend, in my opinion. But yeah, you have the 200 period moving average. You've got a lot going on at that 400. I'm pretty excited when this breaks out that price. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for us.
So we just went right back into flat there on Amazon, but I don't know. That's right where VWAP is. So we'd like to see a break there of VWAP and then downside, because we're about a 60 cents worth of risk on this, because we're going to get stopped out if it does break through 50s. But with the market, you know what? Maybe it's a better look to short this market, but I don't know, man. I mean, I do like the Tesla long and just waiting for that to come through. Like to see a little bit of a pullback, that is for sure in this space. So we'll see if we can get something going there with Amazon. Not huge positions, because as I said, the market just hasn't really been able to find its way. We were down to 0.8, something like that on the upside, on the downside, sorry, and now you're all the way back up again into where we've been, the open market highs now. So we've already sort of doubled, triple, quadruple touched some of these lows right there. And now we're sort of doing the exact same thing on the other way. And there goes, there goes Amazon breaking. I was like watching the futures there and thinking, like, why is that happening? And let alone Amazon doing this. So Amazon looks like it wants to go right back up to the highs of the day. We were long early in this area, but we just kind of went long in this area, then we went short in this area, and then there it goes right back up to the upside. So we will not be ringing too many registers on Amazon today, as that one falls right out again. But I feel like it fit the portfolio there. I mean, that looked like a short. It does blow it to the upside. Maybe now we can wait till we retake that level back down. But for right now, Amazon, we got to get away from that. The market can't seem to be doing anything productive right here. So we'll wait and see what winds up happening. If there's a top take somewhere, I'll just have to check the scanners right now. IBIT, like we did say we're going to go to Adair in a second. We were long on IBIT there, and that didn't really work, but it was these levels too. So everything's sort of just hovering for me
Weeds hit the scanners
now. So weed, okay. Let's go to Adara, and then we can come back and hit some hot stocks, hopefully.
Yeah, I'll see if I have anything on MSOS. Not seeing anything right now. What I want to talk about, though, guys, is USO, because we're getting more comments from the U.S. on the Strait of Hormuz and the blockade. They said that, excuse me, so far, 52 vessels have been ordered to turn around in the Strait of Hormuz. So, again, U.S. oil update, very minor. If I see anything on MSOS, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Yeah, it was just like a volume spike like this can be enough that it'll hit some of like your hot scanners for a minute, and then there's no follow through. So my guess is probably a nothing burger there. If there's no follow through, there's no trade. They said, if it's only going to move 1% inside of the range, that's what happened above VWAP. That's what's happening below VWAP. So if I get it on SMCI, I'm just going to take that one out. IBIT's still doing its thing, so we can be patient with it. It broke the trend line. We got in. We're looking for the volume-weighted average price. But I would love USO do something, first off. What I would love to do right here is we're at $400-ish on that AMD, right? We haven't done a poll.
Is it all the way back down? Ugh.
Well, let's see. Let me double check.
Yeah, probably, right?
Because I haven't looked at it in a second. I just went over to a couple of different names. Okay, 408, whatever. That's close enough. What I was going to put here is a custom poll. It's just going to be, where does AMD finish? I can't say red or green, so we'll just go over 400, under 400. Pretty simple poll.
Yeah,
if you think we're holding over $400, then just vote. Here, I'll start the voting now. Just type in a 1. If you think we're going to be under, then type in 2. I feel like everyone's going to be bearish on this one today with the profit taking. I just put my vote in there. We'll leave that one up at least until we get to the midday boys there. But it's bounced off 400. That's why we picked it. Just keep it pretty simple. Nice round number for everybody in there. As the market now busting out through VWAP. Get going.
What do you think is it probably Apple?
I'm trying to.
Microsoft.
Microsoft, Meta, and Meta's been a rocket ship. That's at 620. Apple's pulling back. Okay, well, Apple is strong, but Apple's actually pulling back, so it's not Apple. Microsoft. Oh, great! I have these dark pool wicks on.
Oh no.
Should have another one there. Microsoft, barely any red candles on Microsoft on the 3-minute, but it is pulling back a little bit here. I'll have to get rid of some of these. I'll try to do it live and hope it doesn't crash. Shoot, that's why I don't do it live.
Trying to find something that makes sense here, really. Okay. We did get, so we went into the short of the market here, but that's not going to go well. But we did get there close. We got out of that one. We did get Tesla back down there. I mean, it fell in. We said we were going to wait for some levels. We are waiting for 390, but it does come in into the 50-period moving average right there, and we wind up taking that one right there long on Tesla. And a little bit of an out there as we noticed that one. So, okay, Tesla. Adara was sector watch. It's 1041. Be interesting to see some of these sectors because today, the whole market right now, NASDAQ and the ES, as we go over to sector, where did my chart go? As we go over to sector watch, will be at day's high, intra-market high. Let's go over and find out which sectors are bouncing around and which are not.
It's funny, Sean, this is the first time in a while that I've seen where almost all the names within every sector are trading together. So you don't have a lot of discrepancy within the sectors. They're pretty much all moving as a unit. Now, this is really interesting here. In terms of what direction they're moving, that does depend on the sector. Utilities, industrial services, and especially energy minerals to the downside. Now, of course, oil to the downside as we continue to get inklings of or hope of some kind of deal with the Middle East, even though, again, there are certain parties from different countries that are disputing that. Either way here, oil decisively to the downside, and the market certainly loves that. Now, in terms of which sectors love that the most, health tech really strong here. Consumer services really strong, led by an 8% move to the upside in Disney. Producer manufacturing looking good here. LRCX up a cool 6.5%, though you do have LITE down 8% on earnings. Transportation strong. Consumer non-durable strong, finance strong, tech services strong, and electronic tech mostly strong. You've got AMD up 15% on earnings, Dell up 4%, but Cisco, Broadcom, and especially Arista Networks, the latter of these having reported earnings, those are going to be a little bit weaker within this space. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And Dell being the better way to, well, okay, whatever. Another way that you could play the up move on SMCI. I say the better way because it's just a better run company. You know how you better run company than SMCI? You don't have scandal after scandal. It's just that simple. Well, I'm being real. It is what it is. But I'll be flat now on SMCI. It never really broke down underneath that volume weighted average price. And then when it breaks VWAP, we just get out. Didn't really find a secondary long, so it'll just be ride IBIT to VWAP, look for the chance to maybe hold it above that volume weighted average price. It's been a steady climb since. Effectively with just a trend break. If you're only tuning in now, there you go. Drawing it pretty dirty, but doesn't matter. Somewhere in here, we had the consolidation. Want to see it get to VWAP. Why am I above, not at the volume? You know what? I'll give it a little bit of room. I just offered 42 because I love the number 42. But if we reject VWAP, we'll get the first leg out there. But I want to be adding to it if we can hold above the volume weighted average price. Yeah. That'd be a nice little spot to be able to get it. Space names are apparently flying.
Okay.
To the upside. ASTS. Go. Hopefully Rocket Lab is having a good day. Like some Rocket Lab. ASTS up 11%. Story here. That's a great turnaround on the trend break. But I like Rocket Lab better. RKLB. They're both good. I just think Rocket Lab has been the better performing stock for quite some time here. Load. There you go. Rocket Lab is bouncing off prior highs instead of only trying to get going. Rocket Lab is only up 5% though. Yeah, but Space Name's going higher. If Virgin Galactic is going with them, probably fade that thing. Stock's trash. I think on sympathy, you should be selling it. But Adara?
Yeah, more comments here from President Trump. He's speaking to PBS reportedly and saying that he feels that the U.S. is, quote, closing in on a deal with Iran, and they could have that deal before his China visit, which takes place next week. So President Trump is saying they could get a deal with Iran in roughly a week. Back to you.
Yeah, as Trump saying they will see what happens right now. So, yeah.
As opposed to what?
Exactly. I think that's part of the problem with what we're dealing with right here, right now. Okay, so Intel's almost all the way back up. I mean, Intel's all the way, went to 106.50. Now it's all the way to 109.50 again. So a nice little $3 move there on Intel. We'll see if that one, if we have any Intel on that. 110, 111, I think, is a decent short there. We're still $1 in on Tesla. We'll see if that can get back there to the upside. We're taking a little piece out here at 38. If we can do that, then we'll put another offer up there near exactly 394, which has sort of been the top. We've really hit Tesla real well today. We haven't done anything else that well. We will look at, I was thinking about the Amazon short. We were long and then we were short, and now it's just right back up to this area again. So some of these highs, it's just, like, I wish Trump wasn't yapping again, because the thing is like, who knows? Like, saying if no Iran deal is reached, we'll go back to the old ways. So it's just like, what does this even mean? Are you close? Are you not close? And why are you threatening, again, all these kind of things? But I guess that's the art of war. So we'll see what winds up happening here. Amazon could be a good little take on the short side, only because it's setting that up. And I don't know if Sharif just sat down right here, and Neil, I've been talking about Microsoft all morning, and that's just a real hot name right there. I'm going to edit this.
That's like program buying.
Yeah, I'm going to edit this so I can finally get rid of this little tick here. Yeah, so you can see it just in 1 second. Bear with me. I'll show you what this looks like on the 1 minute
That's what's
chart.
supposed to happen, not what happened to me.
Upside. Yeah, you got crashed out there on your charting. But
it's always.
Yeah, so this is what we're looking at right now. I would like to short the market. We did try to go short there a little bit into the highs. I think got stopped literally right there at 70. So still looking at this short, but I feel like when Trump is talking and there's these potential deals, it's just like, what if somehow Iran does agree to something? This market's going to absolutely take off. So it's just it's a risk holding shorts, I think, right now for sure. Anywhere, but AMD was the best one, of course, today. Up there at that 430 marker. It's all the way back to 410 right now off of 400. So we sort of did call the tops and the bottoms, but I don't have any ticks here, so that is irrelevant. Let's see what happens with AMD as we get ready to pass it off over to the midday. Still under VWAP, still underneath. We'll see if AMD wants to continue. It's sort of downside push today, but up 16%. Wouldn't surprise me if it does keep going as well. TQs are interesting. Brendan's already, no, that's not lunch. Is that lunch already, Brendo? No, not here yet. Sometimes when I leave here at 11 o'clock, normally I see Brendan grabbing it, but right now probably a little too early.
Because that just means it's sitting and it gets cold.
I know, and we haven't even gone over what's for lunch. That's in a couple minutes.
We will, and Brooke asking an update on silver. I'm no longer in the silver trade, as you guys can see. It did get back to the exit point of the pre-market high. I don't know, whatever. Silver is the 24-hour market. The SLV high in the pre-market is what I should be saying. But it didn't really give me VWAP again. So it's VWAP hold, no pullback into VWAP. So we'll look for something else to get back in. But it hasn't broken out above the top. So I think that's at least something I can hang the hat on. It's only 10:50. We still have more than half the day to go. And we put up that, I thought we'd do better. I thought it'd be more than 50-50. And I actually thought that more people would have said that, but I guess the market's so incredibly strong. 53% or almost 54% saying AMD above 400, which I guess makes sense because it was at like 408 instead of 400 when we put the poll on. But it's still mostly looking green, but very barely. So I think there's indifference when it comes to AMD, but the market does not seem to be indifferent at this moment. Like, we're back breaking out. Would have loved to see a little bit stronger of a push through VWAP on IBIT though. Still holding that trend break, but it goes to the volume weighted average price, pulls back in. Still needs to hold the quarter mark here. If it can hold the quarter mark, that's right around where resistance was the day before. On the 15, this looks a little bit, looks like a good entry on the 15 because you have the reversal of the trend and then kind of entering after it confirms, but you got to hold on to these quarters. So I like the reload if we can bounce off the prior day close here in IBIT. Chris is saying my VWAP is your 200 period moving average. Hey, maybe that's confluence, right? Like sometimes you get that, like two lines will, I guess, merge. I don't have the 200 period on my 15-minute chart or on my 3-minute chart there. I use it on the daily chart, but that can give you confluence. I like to keep the chart down to volume weighted average price and volume at the bottom. On my daily charts, I'll add like the 50 and the 200 period moving average. And now I'm curious what we're going to be eating because we had the delicious, probably the best breakfast that we get. If I'm picking, yeah, I think that's the best breakfast we get.
And why don't we just go over it and find out what's for lunch right now?
I go for fried
here
chicken.
We go. Well, fried chicken would be great. I don't know how often we get that around
Only
here.
if it's an American
All right,
flag.
let's see if it's an American flag. It's an Italian flag, so.
But, yeah. Meatballs?
It's always the same thing. Yeah, well, no, today, I don't know if we've had this yet. Beef lasagna.
We've never had lasagna.
Yeah, so we'll see.
For sure.
We've had ground beef here a lot, so maybe it's probably just more of the same with tomato sauce. We did have that shakshuka today, which was with tomato sauce as well. So, okay, vegetables, spinach, and Beyond Meat lasagna. Check out some BYND there. So for those of you that are veggies, are going to get some Beyond Meat today. Yeah, exactly. And then roasted vegetable, and then chopped salad, of course, on Italian Day. You cannot get a Caesar salad. You get a chopped salad. As I said, it was garden salad on Monday. It was mixed green salad yesterday. Today is chopped salad. So lasagna is what's for lunch. We'll see. We'll give a rating on that one and see how good.
I just said what kind of cheese in lasagna did it say? It doesn't say.
No, doesn't say. But no cheese.
Doesn't tell us what kind of cheese.
On
We get
that
what we
one.
get.
Yeah, no, we get what we get, and sometimes we get upset, but hopefully not today, as that's going to be a good one. We didn't even look at Corning.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a few earnings names that we didn't. We'll get to. We have to go to a Dare for Money talks, but like we'll wrap up. We didn't talk about Corning. Probably didn't talk about Oscar enough, as that was a big time mover. Novo had some big moves, but we'll go to a Dare first. See how the U.S. dollar is doing.
Yeah.
Light day for economic data here. U.S. dollar, though, certainly hanging out around that 97 halves level. That was support going back to a couple Fridays ago now, Friday, April 17th. Served to support again last Friday. Now, once again, here, that 97 halves level, 97.6, serving as clear support for the DXY. Let's see if we can continue to hold this level. Currently, though, poised to break a 3-day green streak is the DXY. Also here, it is worth noting, as Sean mentioned a couple times this week, economic data coming through in a big way on Friday, and most specifically non-farm payrolls and unemployment. So jobs-related data is absolutely going to be on focus on Friday. And I think it's also key because look at the probabilities here of a rate cut. Current rate here, 350 to 375. There was a while where we were seeing a rate cut potentially in December of 2027. Now we're not even seeing that. So for the next year and a half, we're not picturing any rate cuts, or at least a probability of any rate cuts for 2027, according to the CME FedWatch tool. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, we are just going back and forth there about how sometimes to get pasta right, it takes time and takes.
You just got a pasta maker. It is.
It takes effort.
It's worth the effort. I don't know if I have the patience to do it more than one time I did.
I don't know, man. We talked about that Amazon short. I actually, if the market wants to lose bid here, I think Amazon right into those highs, bounced off a little bit. I'm a little nervous about everything here with Trump talking quite positively. But I mean, every day he seems to be talking up this end, but I don't know. There's the NASDAQ rate here is what I'm just zooming out on to see what's going on, and maybe Amazon does give a little bit of a pullback. I'm not even sure why I'm looking so hard at Amazon right now. Okay, ifs and buts there. So thank you to Donald Trump for that one. If this, then that. So we'll see if there is any sort of a deal making sense there for the United States and for hopefully a resolution with the Iranian conflict. So we'll wait for that. Intel, wow, right up to, okay, I mean, this is a name that we were definitely on earlier, and now it's all the way back upside. Here comes Intel. I assume AMD also. Thanks for that little look there on the chat. What's up, Barton? Thank you so much for that. Intel and Hood is the play. So yeah, you might be right, man. Intel was a great bottom there at 106.50. A lot of you traders here are really supporting that Intel trade today. So there it goes, upside on INTC with only 5 minutes left before midday. We'll see if we can maybe short some Intel. It's at VWAP. I don't actually mind that. We got to give it a little bit of room, right? Because if you're going to use a 200 period, that's at 110.28. So this is. Like we've said numerous times here, Luis, everybody, it's all about the sizing that you have, because if you're going to give us $1, you don't want to put 1,000 shares on here unless that's sort of you're comfortable losing that much, and that's what you got to assess. Where's your out? What's the risk associated with that position, and is it worth it based on market structure and everything? So I don't know if Intel is going to be that trade, but it is battled all the way back to VWAP. So maybe instead of shorting the market, this could be something to look at. Just these names have been going parabolic. Sometimes shorting those kind of trades, not necessarily the greatest. So we can wait on it. Micron did have a dump off. So if you're looking to go bid, maybe Micron was potentially a little bit of a missed opportunity down there at 630. Look at that. Move all the way back, man. That's $25 back up there near its 200 period moving average. So this one may look a little bit better than what Intel looks like, but for now, it is what it is, as we always say. The market on a rebound and now taking out day's high, up 1.4. Hey, it was down 0.8 at 930, or down 2.8. Now you've doubled that move, up 1.5%. This market is absolutely
NASDAQ wants
insane.
2% today.
Yes, probably gets
Seems like we're just chilling to the upside without any. There's no retracement in USO. I really thought there was no chance. Maybe not no chance. I thought we were going to need to see a bigger retracement here in oil than what we got, just to pull back into VWAP, and we're going to head back into the highs. But it is what it is. I bet we're going to look for us to hold All right, bro, we've already got a bottoming tail off of our entry point, so all you need to do in this 3-minute candle is hold, then re-enter, still looking for this consolidation at 46.65. It's like 82,000-ish. We're at 81.6, so like just if you're looking at actual Bitcoin, like 82,000-ish for a target. But we need to close this one green and head back in. It's that and silver that we want to get back into. That one's continuing to hold the trend. It just hasn't really given you much by way of pullback, but you never know. At any particular moment, that could happen. Mike Jones, rest in peace, Ted Turner.
Oh, okay.
That's a shame. I didn't see that hit the wire.
Never know.
So what happened to the position board?
Is it wrong? These are the two.
I'm still in IBIT.
Okay, these are the two positions I have. So we just have a new position right now. So I know hopefully it'll load up. I should get filled soon, I hope. I just bidding 74s there. It just came back in. Hopefully it doesn't bounce off of us again. There it is right there. So we just bid 74, 75s as we do try to go short here on Amazon against 275.50. We're short at 275. We'll wait to see if it does come back in. I'm bidding 75s and I'm bidding 51s. Hopefully we do get a downside push right there on that one. I do have some offers on Tesla. I'm not buying any Tesla until we get into 390.50. We talked about that. So if that falls back in, we don't have a huge position on. We've been getting out and waiting. So we do have, there it is. I was gonna say, we do have another offer right there. That just spikes up and gets us. So far so good on that one. And now we just wait for Amazon to fill us up. Okay, well, now it's just doing dancing. So we'll put a little bid there at 85s, take something out. We gotta take some kind of 20 cents on that. And then we'll see if it drops back into the 74 area and we'll take that out. So good move higher there on Tesla. We take advantage of that as we get lighter on it, and we look to get lighter on Amazon. But this is really bouncing here off your 25 period. So I think if we lose that, then this should be close to $1, like for a maximum position there. Sorry, not a maximum position, for a sort of a target out, 274.20s. Let's put some bids. Here it goes. One more, two more. There it is. Yeah, sir. There we go. Spinning it back in there. Hopefully we ended on a good note here as Amazon looks to make a move lower. So far so good. We're bidding 50s on this one. Here's 50 cents. So, the trades have been right. It's just averaging in and sticking with them, sometimes not. It's been a pretty choppy market until now. Let's see if there's a little bit of a pullback into that chop again.
Well, noticing that with the NASDAQ going higher, SMCI looks like a short again. So I'm going to take a shot. We have like a minute to go here, but look at the trend. We had it long off VWAP. It went to the trend line and didn't break out. Then we shorted off VWAP. Didn't really give it to the trend top because I was trading off the volume weighted average price, but this is holding. It was holding the trend underneath, which gives me the VWAP entry on the trend line. So I'm just going to pop into the offer here and see if we can't get filled on the way back up. We were patient with it last time and eventually was able to get picked up here. But SMCI, look, it was a good quarter for SMCI. Like if you're just tuning in now, it's like, oh, why would you short a stock? It's up 15%. It's just the structure of the trade. They had a huge guidance for SMCI. They've had all this bad news, finally get a little bit of good news, but they run into a bit of resistance up at the top. And now it's just the fact that the market is making higher highs and higher lows, and this is doing the opposite. It's putting in lower highs and trending down. So a little bit of a different story for them. I want to acknowledge we didn't really talk a lot about the quantum names for Getty, INQ after the bell tonight. That'll be a big one. ARM reports tonight. Fingers crossed. Feel like I shouldn't have stunk out. I should have been on the offer of ARM to trim some today. With any luck, I'm going to move my order in the middle of the day. I'm sitting at like 248 or something silly in front of 250, just on the off chance that it got a little bit crazy off the open to take 10% out of a long-term position there. But I think I'm just going to ring the register anyways, somewhere in and around where it is right now. Just got to be able to take a shot at it. Nick Dubb, throw the super chat up. We got just a few seconds and we'll get to you right here. Andre? There it is. Could we take a look at Nvidia and give thoughts? My first thought is it was a rotation going on, which would really bode well for Nvidia. If the profit takers, there was a good point this morning. If the chart will load up here for a second. It was a good point this morning where AMD was selling off into that 400 level, and Nvidia was just programmed buy to the upside. There we go, and now it's missing data. And with programmed buy to the upside, if that is the case, where you were just profit takers in AMD flocking to Nvidia, that feels like the start of something good. I like this turn. I feel like this should already be at 240, 250, so maybe it doesn't matter what I'm going to say next, but I really do think this is the next thing that goes, and I feel like we just had the start of that today. Hold on to that 200, and no reason we can't test those highs again. If the market gets back into the top, this could be a consult. Like, look how good this flag looks, and look at the rest of the gap fill on Nvidia. So I like that rotation feel that it had going on with it when some of the memory chip names were weak and when the AMD was weak. The next step would just be breaking this out and doing the rest of the job, because you should be at 240 in my opinion relative to what AMD's been doing. It's 11:01. We'll be excited for the lasagna. First time we've had it with the caterer, so we'll see you guys back at 2 o'clock. Hopefully it's good, because I mean, I don't see lasagna's pretty much always.
Yeah, it should be.
I don't think I've ever had bad lasagna in my life. So we'll enjoy. We'll send you guys to Sharif and Joe, and we'll see you back at 2.
Hey guys.
Arsenal,
Ooh,
Arsenal,
that's correct.
Arsenal,
That's correct.
Arsenal. There we go. Joey freaking options. Boom. Good morning, everybody. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to the Midday Show. This handsome gentleman is your boy, Joey freaking options, and I'm Sharif. And welcome to the Midday. Great show with the boys. Obviously, I'm in a good mood, as you can tell. Let's say hello to everybody. Joey, shout out to Other Zinc. I had to, brother. The G is back. Big nephew. We got Eclipse. We got Rodney Owens. How about Super Double No Yes? Long Brady. Hello, right back at you, baby. Modesta. Yo, Arsenal in the final. Are they ever, my guy? Oh, my days. Almighty J. Boo. He's booing my team. All right, straight block. We got Brush Digital RJL 8822. Shout out to Jesse Martinez, All Might W8B. Let's say hello to some more people over here. Alan Bloomnauer. I probably killed that. I'm sorry. Kirk D. We got Andrew Chowan, Bodian 208. Sahil. John is rad. Yeah. Dollar bill. A dollar bill. Yo, a dollar bill. We got Coffee Black 905. The boys are back in the house, baby. Steve City. We got Mimi Wasabi. I hope you like Arsenal, Mimi, because you put a whole bunch of soccer balls there. I do like that. Terrible Trades. Howdy. Right back at you, brother. Who else we got here? Roulette. Ho Joe San. One more, Joey.
Yeah.
Raul Gomez. I don't know why I even said your name. I can't believe you put that comment. It got blocked. It will not be unblocked thanks to Streamlabs for blocking that comment. Joey, good morning, brother.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I mean, Sharif celebrating. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that, man. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Let's take a look at what we had going on this morning. Oh, IBIT with a big-time volume anomaly right here, guys. You can see that increase in volume. I had to check it on multiple platforms. Seems to be genuine. Someone offloading a bunch of shares right now. So, I mean, we had that scalp pull back, and I never re-engaged. So I'm like, what's wrong? Nothing, KT. I was going to mention something, but we're going to leave the limelight and all the excitement for my boy Sharif there.
Oh no, you got some good news, man. Katina Man already kind of touched on it, but
Yeah.
you know, I knew about it immediately because he put it on his Instagram, so I figured that's exactly what had happened.
Yeah,
but you're a hockey guy too, man. You can celebrate.
I've been a hockey guy.
You've been a hockey guy.
Been since I've been a Jit. I should say that because, you know, I kind of stepped away. I would stop watching them for a little bit. But your Toronto Maple Leafs, for the third time in franchise history, have received the first overall pick 10 years after picking number 1 in Austin Matthews.
Yeah, I figured that's who they probably picked.
Right? I think the other guy was Wendell Clark in the 70s or something along those lines.
Was it actually?
It was, man.
Former assistant.
Who
shout out to the man.
Then got traded
I remember that. That was
for Matt Sundin.
That was bad. I remember that. People were
Matt
crying in Toronto.
Matt Sundin is now head of hockey ops in Toronto. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
I figured you'd like that, though. Isn't he a little bit of a check on that other guy that with the franchises that you don't like?
Chaika. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't even really matter the franchise.
See the question they asked him, though?
Yeah, of course.
They asked him basically, are you the final say? He danced around it.
Even though I'm not happy with the team. I pay way more attention than what people actually understand because I'm involved with the game. I played the game. I didn't play it at the highest level, but I played extremely competitive hockey. So I'll always love it. And it's a love-hate relationship with these guys. They'll find a way to mess this up somehow. I don't know how they'll do it. But anyways, enough is enough. Enough of the sports talk. Let's get right into these markets.
Right to work,
I feel exactly. A lot of people talking about, hey, Joe, what's going on? We want to look at some AMD puts. We want to do this and we want to do that.
Whoa.
And it's like, oh, my Lanta, let's go one step at a time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Breathe. Moving forward. Woosah. Woosah. I remember when someone told me once at my old company, there was a couple kids who had anger management problems. If they ever got mad, go sit under a tree for a little bit. All right? Now, moving forward. AMDL, guys. We're going to just take it nice, calm, and easy right here.
Got it, Joey.
And then we had this one trade. So we're going 2 for 2 here on the day. Okay. Boom, a nice pop-up. You grab a couple of dollars here on AMDL, and then we get stopped out break-even. Did I look for that top? No, I was looking for 50-50 as my final out, but we weren't fortunate enough to get that. Then you have that curl over, and you start to really come back in. We already went over the IBIT trade. We'll do it one more time just because we're feeling like that. But mistrain. I think there's going to be another opportunity to get involved, whether it be a short or the long side. A nice pop-up here, but then it actually went towards my target at 46.40, but we got stopped out break-even. No issues whatsoever. Okay, we're going to take one more step forward here, and that's going to be looking at the AMD options chain. We're talking about puts, but first thing we have to do is correlate what we got going on with the daily. So as we look at the daily, are we really going to be interested in how much time are we willing to buy, and is it ready? Is it time? And there's so many factors that we have to take into consideration here. Our implied volatility, right, because we're going to be paying an increase in premium, but also where we're sitting, and do we really want to stand in front of this freight train? Is this going to be the time? I'm not going to say yes, and I'm not going to say no. Let's take a look at the technicals first before we even make any irrational decision if we're ready, because I do like the idea that someone was talking about, hey, Joe, AMD puts. Well, look at this, right? Like, I was talking about how we just been on this insane run. This stock is up over 100% in the past month, right? And then now we're starting to form this indecision print at a gap up high. Now, you can really have your risk profile defined, but you have to give it a lot of space, $22, right? If it breaks that high, you get out of dodge. But I do believe at some point this gap up will get filled to the downside. You just have to be patient and be prepared to take that trade. But I'm telling you right now, what I am going to be doing is if we see all these chip names running into earnings, I'm going to take my shot. I heard Sean say it this morning and say, hey, at least you're putting yourself in the right place at the right time. Now, if probability doesn't work in your, or is in your favor, but it doesn't work out, that's fine. I'm looking at Nvidia calls into that earnings report, and I'm going to be buying them prematurely, not exactly on that report day, because I want to see if Nvidia is going to say, hey, this is my turn to go on this big time run now, and let's get involved with that.
I like that thinking, and I think we've been feeling hints of that lately, right?
Yeah.
The cycling out and the stagnation of the price of Nvidia,
absolutely.
And the definite rise. That's honestly not even a fair enough term. This thing's been rocketing up, AMD that is. All right, guys, let's get right down to work. I'm not liking a whole lot right now. Here, let's bring it up. OSS is looking the best of the bunch. I'm waiting for a trend change. I was actually thinking about getting into this and giving it to prior bar low. Current bar, the 1105 bar on the 5 is holding prior bar low, and we're getting some bottoming tail candles in and around 15. Now, this actually is quite bullish, and the reason I say that, take a look at the price action here from 945 till about 1025. Look how many bottoming tail candles we had. So there's aggressive buying on the dips, and it's been characteristic to this one, at least, intraday. I haven't really looked beyond today's price action. So I'm thinking about getting in. The only thing really holding me back is this sequence of events. Area high, 1596, lower high, albeit, of course, with these bottoming tail candles. So I'm looking at OSS. I've got more to talk about, but we got to go to Adair with news.
Keep an eye on USO. Just popped in here, tried to pop into 135, now pulling back. Worth noting, we have some comments here from Galibaf, the parliamentary speaker of Iran, saying that their enemy, quote, hopes for economic pressure. I'm guessing they're referring to the U.S. They said the possibility of a military attack is, quote, not low. So much like Israel here, Iran indicating there could be a possible military attack. I'm also seeing a recirculation of headlines, this time from Wall Street Journal, about that possible one-page letter here, a one-page brief for the U.S. and Iran for negotiations. Looks like that's re-reporting of old news, but I wanted to mention it because I'm seeing it circulate. Eli Lilly on watch. President Trump posting about an announcement that Eli Lilly already made about their $4.5 billion Indiana manufacturing site investment. Back to you.
Are you short and long?
No.
Okay.
That's why
Yeah.
T-Money or somebody in the chat,
yeah.
T-Money was like, are you copy trading? No, it's just over the past couple of days, during the rollover, until one of us put on a position, it typically doesn't change. So no, I am not. I don't even know what that means, really. And my guy, Jesse Martinez. Gaurav, congratulations, by the way, on that INTC trade. Hopefully that continues to work out for you. And Jesse, that would never make me happy, my friend. We need you to be up. Who cares if you're red? There's still plenty of time left. Okay. But also just be aware of where you're currently sitting. If it's like, hey, it's not my time, it's not my sentiment, then we get out.
Good. All right, perfect. I just did a quick test trade on GCTK. It resets the position board. Fantastic. Good job, Katina Man. Katina Man, $1 in the money on the Amazon short. Keep your eyes out on his levels. He's active in the chat. If you want to know what the Katina Man is trading, keep your eye. You got to join us in the chat. Otherwise, you're not going to know what Sean's trading. Simple as that. Okay, so here we go. OSS. We're making a move here. It's breaching prior bar high. This is what I'm looking for. I'm going to give it to prior bar low. But it's perfect, Fabian. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Let's give OSS a quick look here on the multi-time frame. So prior bar low takes us down into 1518. I previously had my out at 1508. That changes the situation now. So got to go on to the OSS screen. Let's see what we can get here. We're going to go for that many shares. We're going to get a 1517. Let's give that one the old community college try. Soar to speak, of course. I like the way OSS. What happened? Oh, I thought I got in. Okay, I guess I didn't. There we go. All right, sorry guys. I thought I got in. It's not punching in. Oh, am I typing the right keys? It's rejecting my order. Yeah, it's rejecting my order, Katim. The symbol for the trader is blocked. So this one doesn't do, I guess, enough shares. Just going to do a quick test trade. No. So it's blocked on our system. We can ask for it to get unblocked, but it's just going to take some time here. So I'll leave OSS alone for now until we can kind of figure that out. But OSS is looking the best of the bunch, quite frankly, into area high, 1596 area high. But we're a little bit consolidative in terms of trend. Now, there was an individual in the chat pointing out ERNA. I have a couple of names here that are approaching or at VWAP that could be good, but they could also be trouble. So in that case, you could look at them as possible shorts. So ERNA had a monster 830, ripped up. It closed out at $4 or thereabouts yesterday in one 5-minute candle at 833. Why is it showing me 833 on a 5-minute chart? That's bizarre. Let's look over here. What time was it, Joey? Usually it's, it is literally 8:33. That's weird. How can it show me 33 on a 5-minute? But in any event, this one ripped up from $4 to $7.17, but it's basically been a sell all day subsequent. That's the 9:30 implied balance open. It tried to go into Greensville. That's why you're seeing 623 as the official day high, but the pre-market high, as I mentioned, 718. Now, this one just got into VWAP, so the individual in the chat that I was talking to is like, be careful for a VWAP rejection. A lot of times what's happening, guys, why we're moving back into VWAP is there's a lot of short coverings. So short covering, the only way to cover short is that you'll buy, right? So the buyers see that and they ride the kind of short covering up as well with the shorts. But then it gets into VWAP where people stop short covering and the buyers stop buying, and then we get basically a VWAP rejection. Now, whether or not you make lows into that 457, your guess is as good as mine. What I'm going to wait for is a decisive clearing of $6. It's close enough to VWAP, which is at 570, for me to say, all right, I'm going to wait to see a little bit more than just a VWAP reclaim. I want a whole dollar reclaim and a hold above that before I get involved. But ERNA should feature on your list today if you're small cap gapper inclined. A similar look, but looking better, is GCTK. I didn't want to touch this one for the problem that we always talk about. Once these ones lose VWAP, especially if they were making big moves in the pre and then basically have been below VWAP since the opening bell, it's hard for them, it seems anyway, to reclaim area highs or really start trending higher. But this one is making a good attempt at it here. Now, what I want to see is can it breach that Previous attempt at 945, right at the implied balance open, above that $1.18. It just made a quick attempt there into $1.14. Let's see if this one can change trend. Take out the pre-market high, which is that 410 candle on the 5-minute, $1.33 pre-market high, $1.18 official area high. Let's see what this one has to offer. It's up big. It's up like 55%. Should note, no triple-digit winners today, above 25 pennies, having done more than 1 million shares. Those are the parameters that I use on my scanner. So GCTK in focus. There are others, they're not as good. Mask. This is a holdover from yesterday. You can see we've been looking at Mask for a few days, broke out Monday in the aftermarket, had a bit of a zigzaggy day today, and here we are again today, taking out the pre-market highs of Monday, the aftermarket high on Monday, the pre-market high, which was the high of the day yesterday, and we made a new kind of local area high into 274. We're putting in some higher lows, but we're off the highs by about 14 pennies. So keep your eye on Mask. And then a little bit of a more, I want to say, less voluminous name is BLMN, and it has this tendency to have these outsized volume candles, and then there's like a chasm where there's no volume prints or any good volume prints, liquidity, for a while. You can see that through the zigging and zagging on the volume bars at the bottom. It is a lot closer to the highs than it is to anything else over here. So BLMN, quite respectful also of the 10 EMA on the 5. And then I've got a few more, but we got to go to Adair with news.
Keep an eye here on some of these credit card companies. Here's MasterCard. It'll pull up AXP, and it'll also pull up Visa. Seeing reports that senators are probing credit card companies on buy now, pay later. I looked at Affirm as well, pushing today's low, but it was already kind of weak here. Again, guys, keep an eye on Affirm and some of these credit card companies as senators reportedly probe credit companies or credit reporting companies, specifically here with buy now, pay later efforts. AFRM at day's lows. Back to you.
Remember Affirm? We always used to talk about them. They don't make money off the loans. They only make money off if you miss a payment. They charge you an administrative fee. Not anymore, dude. You know what they're charging on some of these loans? Like if you try to
now pay later,
15% APR.
So you may as well just put it on a credit card.
Credit card, Joey.
Yeah, it's 5%. I understand.
5, 10, 15%, depending on like what kind of credit card you have. But that's good. That's net interest. You okay?
Yeah.
What's this guy doing? He's listening to
like
music
Sade,
on the Midday.
man? You don't listen to Sade?
I know about Sade. I'm
Sade?
not a fan.
What?
No. She comes on my thing every now and again. DJ X on Spotify.
Yeah, that's why I need to get on. You said you had a couple more.
I had a couple more. Just one more, Joey.
Yeah.
OSS is ripping. We can't get into this one, but at 1596, it's 1576. OSS right now is ripping. So is Mask. Couple more here. Mankind, MNKD. It's got a bunch of lower highs. You know, look, if it finds some support here, takes out that 415 where we seem to get 410 to 415 where we got a lot of selling, we'll get involved, but I'm not liking the look of this one's jib. Last but not least, SKYX. Another, issue with liquidity on this one, but you got to put some respect on this one's name. A penny off the high, $1.37, but the liquidity is drying up, so you're getting price action, volume divergence right now, where the volume bars are making lower highs. Price action, though, Joey, higher highs.
It's Sade? I don't know. It's spelled S-A-T-E, so he was Sade.
Is that how it's
Is that how it's said?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea, man. Anyways. All right, Sade. All right, you guys know what you're talking about, man. Kiss of love, man.
Like shorty? Like Sade?
Sade? Yeah, there you go, man. Putting 2 to 2 together. What was I going to say? Yeah, Sade. Yeah, shout out to her. Anyways, 120 OTM. Let's see how this name's been moving. We have a couple trend line breaks in Bitcoin, so it looks like we might recover a little bit here on the day. And there's a big time volume spike. So let's see if we can get one more retest and then maybe engage for an all day grinder here in Bitcoin. All right. Slightly distracted. Let's pull this up here for our good friend Lele and head over to CRCL. Do we even have this thing on here? CRCL? I don't know what's going on with this platform sometimes. Yeah, 120. Oh, but see, the thing is time. Time is everything, and the chances are of you breaking through this pivot. I mean, you're only $2 away from that level right now, but gaining any value within that specific contract in the next 2 days is going to be pretty tough. Okay, what is that worth? We'll go back to it one more time and see what we have going on. 289, even though we're on the up move, how has theta been really affecting this? Let's pull up the chart itself and see what we have going on from a 5-minute standpoint. Liquidity is not an issue whatsoever. All right, we're not running into liquidity, but as you continue to climb, you can see you're at 384. It's just time decay really starting to step into this. So as of this morning, you still get a nice uptick in it, but don't forget, it will slowly lose value. You'll keep the intrinsic value on the contract as you get closer to expiration, but you'll lose the extrinsic, which is extremely important and note. So I wouldn't be surprised if it heads up into that level. Now we're just waiting for Nvidia to rock and roll. I wouldn't be surprised if we continue short. This is on AMD. This is just a cover rally, in my opinion. Are you going to want to stand in front of it just yet? No. Be a little bit more patient. Once you enter that gap, and the chance of it being just a gap down are pretty high, in my opinion, and then it recover on that day. But nonetheless, I do believe that we can break support levels at some point and then continue to slide a little bit. The other, it's funny to think. It's like, okay, yeah, we were extended up in 300, and then we're like, okay, 320, that's crazy. 350, all right, it's even more wild. And then you continue to go, and it's just like, what is actually even happening here as the names continue to climb? And it's like, all right, you have to be a little bit more patient, because when the market is this exuberant and wanting to continuously buy up the chip game, remember earlier in the year, we're like, yeah, the chip trade is dead. Everybody was like kind of scared of it, and it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, whatever. You guys can continue to think what you want. We're going to buy this up over and over and over again, and that's just been the narrative. Bitcoin's continuing to climb, and we're going to have a bull flag breakout here on NVDA. So a lot going on right now, looking for some high-quality opportunities. We get that breakthrough VWAP, a pullback, and then we're going to engage in some more Bitcoin. But look at the volume really start to step in on the lower time frames as you're punching through resistance zones here on NVDA. All right, we have a $5 super chat.
What's going on, Katina, man?
Joe, Triple Q's covered calls, 623, May 29th. Roll it now, far away to cover the cost, or wait to get closed and then roll it. Any recommendations? Let's pull it up, man. I got to get the numbers up here. 623? What are you doing? That's $70 ago. What are we even doing here? $70 ago there, my friend. Yeah, I would look to roll those. I mean, the market has gone extremely high. Just roll them to the point where it's just like, okay, you don't, even though it'll be in the back of your mind where you don't really have to worry about it. If you have the 623 covered calls on the NASDAQ, you're in trouble right now, and you're going to have to pay a little bit of a fine. But if you've been in the NASDAQ for quite some time, then yeah, sure, it'll just chew up into some of your unrealized gains. But those 623 CCs aren't looking good, man. They're worth $7,000 right now. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, I understand, like, if you're below that and you're thinking potentially that it's going to drop drastically, you collect a little bit of theta, but that's still $70 away. CCs, what we want to do over here is like, all right, let's go out to 30 days. May, I don't even know what month. I don't even know what time of day it is half the time. Anyways, aside from that, here it is. Let's pull up. Let's go further out. We're sitting at, what's our price, 692. Let's go up to the 800 just for giga. It's not even worth it. 735, 705. Nah, these aren't even worth it 30 days out. Let's go another week to see if we're going to start collecting a little bit more. You see this uptick? You get $1,000 for the 710s in 37 days. I just don't know if covered calls, like the thing is, as we continue to climb, implied volatility drops, right? And with that being said, there's less fear within the market. So until you start to see the market come back in a little bit, you can look at rolling, but just be patient, and you might be able to collect some more premium as the market starts to slide back in when it does, because eventually it will. Is it going to right now? Who knows? Can we continue to climb? Absolutely, especially if people start to feel more FOMO, and it depends how much cash is sitting on the sidelines as well, too. It's like, oh, we need to get in on this rally. Well, it's like, okay, well, you missed it 100% ago and 30, 40% ago, but nonetheless, be patient. Your time will come. Roll them if you have to, but go higher and further out. That's my opinion.
Good call, Joey. People keep yelling about Nvidia.
Yeah, man.
Nvidia is at day's highs, guys. Nvidia is ripping here. I'm not going to trade it, but we can certainly look at it over here. Wow. Great bull flag breakout. Look at the bull flag. Assassino. The bull flag breakout right at the 930 mark, and it probably caught a lot of people offside because you got a big wick there into about 198 and 2/3. So if you're looking for an area stop below that pre-market area low into 199 and change, there it goes again. into another day high, now clearing 5% in the Ville of Green is AMD. And trust me, bro, there's a plethora of shares having changed hands already. Let me just double check over here. The number one volume leader in the world of Mag 7, 78 million shares, and it's not even close. I'm just trying to find out who's number two. Is it Tesla? Is it Tesla? 17.5 million shares. Then Microsoft, and then Apple, 17.3. So Nvidia, by far the volume leader. You're going to have a lot of liquidity there on whatchamacallit, NVDA. Good look there, ripping into today's highs already. I already got stopped out here below the $0.50. Did that breach? This one's saying it was too. How'd that happen? Oh, I guess it did print below. That's quite frustrating on MASK. So let's get right back into that because it's regaining trend, and I'm going to give it a little bit below. Let's go 247. Let's go 247, then we'll stop out. Let's say 245. There we go. So we'll see what we get there. That was a bit of a boneheaded trade. I should have been putting that. I did put it below the $0.50. I put it at 49. My chart's showing that it didn't breach 50, but I guess it did. Maybe there was an area of illiquidity there on MASK. Look, I'm not liking a whole lot here, guys, other than OSS, and we still can't trade that, but there is MASK, which is putting in higher low, so we're going to give this one the old college try, looking for a 65 break, because there's certainly resistance here at 65, whether you were looking earlier at 8:50 a.m. when we rejected that exact level, then there was a double top, 11:10, 11:15, rejecting that 65 penny area. I realize that the high of the day is 74, but take a quick look. We didn't spend too much time there. So I'm looking for a resumption of trend, and ideally we get a 65 break. What's up?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
All right, so let's continue on. BLMN, yeah. So this one just got into high day 823. You had a bit of a drop there into the 8 single digits. It did lose the 10 EMA momentarily. Let's take a quick look at the 15. How's this one charting on the 15? A lot of topping tail candles here. So an aggressive profit taker taking profits, ironically enough, into 8 1/3. Okay. So we'll have to keep an eye. I'm less likely to want to enter BLMN just because of the illiquidity issues. And then GCTK is starting to look a little bit better. I don't want to be buoyed by this one too much, because what I was looking at, I'm like, oh, wow, this is the 4th candle now that's holding above the volume weighted average price. This must mean it's reclaimed it. Well, let's take a look over here, 930. Maybe a bit more volatile of a time, but nonetheless applicable. 930 candle all the way to 1005, held above VWAP, then you saw what happened. It barely held on to the dollar. And here it is losing VWAP again. GCTK not ready to go, and as such, I'm not getting involved in it until it is. But there's nothing here, Joey. ERNA not holding up. It's just BLMN, and the one I'm involved in, MASK, MNKD not liking. Get ready to wet the beak, says Luke. Sidhu says JL88, not the do. Man, I haven't seen Obi in a while. How he's doing? Load up the do. Oh, the dew is breaking out to the tune of what? 11 and a fifth. Not bad. Sorry, Katina, man. He doesn't realize that I'm always saying these type of things on the midday. SIDU, let's throw in the ticker there. Pardon me. Yeah, this is a good one. Thank you for that, JL80, 822, is it? 822, yeah. Okay, good look here for Sidhu. It's really about who I'm going to take off the side charts over here. We're going to take off Mankind, MNKD. We'll leave it on the watch list, but we're going to take it off the side charts. We're going to keep Sidhu on here. This is a nice breakout for Sidhu. There's a decent amount of volume, about 7 million shares traded hands on the day, which is not too bad. So I'm going to keep this one into focus here, Joey, see what we can get. Yeah, I see Joby. I just don't really want to talk about it. I'm still out of the money on Joby, so it's still on Uncle Sheriff's you-know-what list, but I'm holding it for more of the long term. But it did report earnings yesterday. It was a bit of a clearer guide as to when to expect production and et cetera. All the details, we'll get to that on the news. But it's obviously having trouble with $10. Not surprising there because that is the whole dollar psychological level. JOBY has certainly seen better days. This needs to get above 15. I'm $5 out of the money on this one with a cost basis of about 15 and a quarter, 15 and a half, something like that. So we're substantially out of the money on this one, but I'm going to be patient with Joby. We'll see what we get. Won't get upset. Shut up to my man, Neil.
Yeah, someone asked me, Joe, what's your next trade here? I mean, we're gonna have to let the trading gods decide that one. We're gonna be patient and wait for something. I got a little story for you guys. I'll tell you a little bit later when we get more in storytell mode, maybe after Luis or something along those lines. I think you guys will like this one. Story time with Joe. But AMD's, pardon me?
Can we hear it now?
You want to hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's get right into
everybody
it.
with it.
All right. So for those who are familiar with Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events.
Oh.
Yeah. Just in
Starting
case
off like that.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, Shree.
Oh.
So, full disclosure, I have to get it off my chest.
Okay.
Past couple of mornings, been miserable like a dog. Miserable like a dog. And it all started here, all right? So the other night, I'm cooking dinner. I have my fajitas ready and everything. I have my vegetables chopped, blah, blah, blah. I'm starving. I haven't eaten since lunchtime here. It's now 8 o'clock. I went to the gym, take Milo out, so on, so forth. I'm all ready to eat. So as I'm ready to eat, what do? I go to reach for something, boom. Knock the glass over. Glass shatters, prolongs my dinner for another 10, 15 minutes. Got to clean it up, can't allow Milo to step into this stuff. All right? So event number one, prolonged dinner. I'm now hangry. I'm not happy whatsoever. So what happens the next day? I wake up, blah, blah, everything's going fine. On my merry way to work, and then what happens? Every right turn road coming up University, it's closed. Okay, so I'm like, all right, this is getting a little bit frustrating. We had the glass break yesterday. Now the roads are all closed.
Right.
So and then I park the car. I get out. Boom, bang my funny elbow. I'm like, okay, like what is going on here? Not so funny. A lot going on. I'm getting really, really frustrated. Okay. Right? I'm hungry and everything along those lines. Is not sleeping the best. So then later on that evening, the next day, I'm like, all right, gym, take Milo out. I'm like, I want to go and buy myself some protein bars.
You deserve it.
I deserve it, right? As a snack, protein bars. Walk to the store, they have every single one except
the one you want.
Except for the one that I want. So I'm like, what is even going on here? I'm like, all right, fine, that's fine. Drive home, I'm like, yeah, all right, things are a little bit better. Someone's in my parking spot.
Someone's in your parking spot. That's a fight.
It's
That's an immediate fight.
Immediately. So it's just like been one thing after the other. I'm like, listen, when can the boy catch a break, man? It's like, yeah, it was just a bad couple of days, but I mean, October 5th. No, yeah, man. I was just like, man, what is going on? It's just like, bro.
And usually they're pretty level-headed, SSC, you know, like Libras in general, except Ram.
Like,
you know, like,
man,
you know, usually they're pretty level-headed.
And there's a couple more things in between there that I'm completely forgetting. Yeah, this morning, no eggs left.
No eggs.
No eggs. And I'm like, man.
You talking about shakshuka?
Yeah, none left for the kid.
Well, I can help you out with that.
I've seen how many you had. All right, Adair.
All right, we're going to Adair.
We're going to start with the crypto-related earnings report. Now, I know we talk ad nauseum about how MSTR earnings don't really matter per se, and that is true. But one comment made, I guess, during the call is, I think, pretty significant. It comes from Strategy MSTR President and CEO Phong Lei. Now, Michael Saylor, of course, the face of the company, but he's actually their chairman. He's not their CEO. So CEO Phong Lei actually opening the door to the possibility of MSTR selling Bitcoin. Now, we know Michael Saylor has had a never sell approach, but Phong Lei saying that they would consider selling Bitcoin either to buy US dollars or to buy debt if it's accretive to Bitcoin per share. So that's a consideration here. They did lose $12.5 billion. That is $12.5 billion net loss in the quarter due to Bitcoin price decline. So interesting look here for BTC and for MSTR. Let's take a look at that Bitcoin chart. That's the 15. We'll switch to the daily here. Spiking as high as 80, just shy of 83,000 here, 82.8. Now we know there was some prior support going back here to almost 84,000. That area we have yet to test, but right now rejecting 83K, which was a low of the day going back to January 29th of 2026. Take a look at Ethereum because I know we didn't yesterday. ETH still not able to have that massive pop to the upside that Bitcoin is seeing. We'll have to wait and see if we get any more updates on the Clarity Act. We know we thought we had some stablecoin yield agreements here in terms of rewards, but now it looks like there's maybe more pushback coming from other aspects of the crypto industry. So keep an eye on Clarity Act related headlines, and we'll have to wait and see if Bitcoin actually, if MSTR does end up selling any Bitcoin. Back to you.
Great. Thank you for that. Let me go over a couple of things. I went on my spiel. We'll talk a little stock, and everybody's liking the stories here. Oh, yeah, I can go on. There's a couple more that I forgot about, but we'll stop there and we'll talk a little bit more stock here as we have Nvidia printing a new high of the day. And then we also have IBIT hovering above the volume-weighted average price here. It's crazy how this works. On the 1 minute time frame, you're above. On the 5 minute time frame, you're below. So it's just like, But anyways, yeah, exactly. So SPY, new high of the day. Is that putting it at the ATH? Yeah, another all-time high for the SPY. Not quite there yet in the NASDAQ. So we're going to be patient. We might get rocking and rolling here. You can see we're slowly starting to curl over. One thing that I have to be cautious about, and what I'm waiting for is some more data to be displayed, i.e. more 5-minute prints. And if we continuously hold structure here and print these higher lows, then I think we can get a curl over and then off to the races. I talked multiple times throughout the week in the fact that I'm waiting for that 1, 4, 5, 6% day. On Bitcoin. We have yet to get it. We've had a lot of strong sessions and a lot of strong moves. Now, let's wait for the shorts to get squeezed out, and then that's when we can really, really put in a big-time move. I like what Nvidia is up to. Why? Just due to the fact that it's like, hey, it's my turn as we get closer and closer to its earnings report day. I like it. I told you I'm going to be buying contracts leading into it, whether it works or not. That's a totally different story, but I like our chances there. And then obviously the NASDAQ and the SPY. Yeah, all-time high. Like, I mean, 692, absolute parabolic move. What did we get from a percentage metric from the beginning of the month? I know we've been going over this quite often, but I hate being the individual, 25%. So there's a couple of years gains right there. If you're looking for an average of 10%, boom, just like that in the span of 1 month, you just sit on your hands a little bit, collect the dividend. Here, would we be paying 73 cents? That's not as much as the SPY. I was just thinking, man, like imagine you just had 100,000 shares of this thing, and it's just like collect the dividend. Yeah, that's my, that would be the goal, even though I have 0. But anyways, so what I'm getting at here, this is what I wanted to do. Just be cautious, all right? Like, I mean, we're going up. You don't want to chase. Can we continue to climb? Absolutely. Can we come back in? Both scenarios can most definitely happen. You get 16% off of those lows in the SPY, but eventually you will get a pullback, and you will get a pullback to a level. So what can you do until then? If you have the cash on hand with multiple stocks, whether it be AMD, whether it be Micron, SanDisk, SPY, the NASDAQ, whatever name it can potentially be, is that you can sell some cash, sit on the sidelines, allow yourself to collect some premiums before you get that level to come into play that you're looking to purchase these names. Don't chase, and if you are, be prepared. Always have a plan, and that's what we typically say.
All right, man. I'm not liking the setup, as I was saying to somebody there, to Martell profit on mask. I'm going to give to below the volume weighted average price. My stop's already in. It's dancing at VWAP. This is not the right time for me to exit this trade, but hey, if it loses VWAP, I'm out. It's really that simple. There it is. I already got out just as I was speaking. So we're 0 for 2 on MASK. Not going to get involved with this one until I see something fundamentally different, likely above 265. Also, I was looking for an entry on ERNA, and this one just absolutely failed, $6. I was gauging that the shorts were going to start covering near the high of the day. They didn't even wait, man. Or sorry, to initiate more shorts. That 11:30 candle got into about 603, and then this one failed and failed miserably from 603 all the way down into current bar low, 542. So ERNA, nope. Not cooperating. Keeping an eye on SIDU, a couple of topping tail candles into 330. I'm looking for a setup on the DO right around 320. If that doesn't hold, I'm looking to VWAP, which is around 312, but I'd say a bit of a range there between 312 to 310. Reason being, you see that breakout there in the implied balance open above 310. So there could be an area of resistance there, formerly resistance, now support. But you're seeing a couple of topping tail candles on the DO right now. But OSS is the best one in the market, quite frankly. It is holding up above the 10 EMA. No breaches whatsoever of the 10 EMA. This one is not available on our system, so we'll be able to chart it for you guys. But keep an eye out on that $16 area resistance. We are making a move here, though, trying to take out $16, 15.96 high, showing 15.65. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Joey, rarely am I not in something, holding here, but the day is not presenting itself as one that is conducive to a small cap gapper setup, and that's kind of the way that works. So we'll have to steer clear until something good comes in, and that could be, sooner rather than later. We'll wait, but while we're waiting, I can speak about this one. I'm not going to touch SKYX just because of the illiquidity. And let me just double check what the spread is on this one super quick. How come it's not on my I wonder if I go like this, if it'll flip to S. I can pull it up on a trading screen. We can figure that out. SKYX. going to take off mask, piece of crap, SKYX. What do we got? We got a 1 penny spread. What? How's that even possible? That is pretty good. All right, so my SKYX it is. A bunch of higher lows, a bunch of higher highs, very few, I should say, breaches of the 10 EMA on the 5. So look out for that. Couple of levels here at $1.30 if the 10 EMA doesn't hold. We're going to have to pause. We're going to Adara for breaking news.
Sony pushing higher here with volume, seeing reports the company is going to be paying almost $4 billion for the catalogs of Justin Bieber and Neil Young. SONY, again, pushing higher here on reports they could be paying nearly $4 billion to get the Justin Bieber and Neil Young catalogs. Back to you.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, we're going to take off. Who are we going to take off here? I'm going to take off Mask, and we're going to put on PMAX. Thank you, Grunfeld, for this one. Look, it's not the best I've ever seen, but hey, you know, beggars can't be choosers on a day like this, and PMAX is looking okay. Problem with this one is a lot of topping tail candles, a lot of area highs, and then immediate retracements, and I want to say that there's really no respect for VWAP here. Look how many times it's breached it, whether in the pre, whether after the bell. VWAP, not exactly a line of best fit. It's more towards the lower end of the range, but no respect here for VWAP. So I'm less likely to want to base anything off that trade. It does look like, though, that $3 area is one of import here for PMAX. The reason I say that is look at the resistance on the implied balance open at 3, loses it, uses 3 as resistance again, and now, at least on a 2-candle basis, it's using 3 as support. So PMAX could be one we execute on. Let me throw that on my risk calculator over here. We'll set up. So PMAX, a decent priced stock, one that we can definitely jive with, $3. Problem is, I can't base my out on VWAP. I would have to give it to that area low, which is the low of this candle, which takes me down to 279. So if I was to do that based upon my risk parameters, yeah, we can get involved in something like that, Joey. But with PMAX, I'm going to take a bit of a different strategy. I'm going to get in here with the assumption that 3 holds, generally. If it doesn't hold, I'm only going to get in half so that if it does retrace below the volume-weighted average price, I'm thinking mid to low 80s, I'll get in the other half. And then that way it won't be as big of a hit, because if I get in the mid 80s on a loss of VWAP in 3, then my out would be the 1105 bar low, the low of which, as I mentioned, 279, so that wouldn't be as much of a hit. So that's what I'm going to look for here on PMAX. Yeah, it's zigging and zagging with 3. So generally there are buyers here, Joey, at 3. So I'm gonna send to you so I can keep my eye on this one.
Absolutely, another noodles, man, and you'll be all right. Trust me.
Oodles and noodles. You ever had oodles and noodles before?
Yeah, I remember that stuff. That was like a '90s thing.
That was more of an American thing. I don't think we had too many of those over here.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of something else, man. Or yeah. All right, focus. Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that on this show.
Yeah, that's all right, man. It's all good, man. It's all good. Another noodles.
Got it, Joe.
Hey, man. Welcome to the world of trading. Let's break things down a little bit. I get it. Like, there's so many times. The thing about trading is that the bad times are really bad and the good times never last long enough, right? So it's just like you're not as appreciative, right? So what I typically say, and this is me, I hate losing more than I enjoy winning, right? Like, winning is like, it's like, oh yeah, we won, but I feel more when I lose than when I feel when I win, all right? And I think that might be a little bit of an issue, but nonetheless, let's see what you have going on here with Tesla. I know a lot of my hockey buddies are like that as well, too. So anyways, you're saying, hey, you're short, and then you have this big engulfing. I don't know where you were short, but now that we're forming this consolidative zone, I often talk about this, is that if you're buying at the top, right, look where you're wrong. You can't really prove yourself to be wrong until this consolidation phase has been broken and you're south of the volume-weighted average price. But you're long all the way up here. And that's why positioning is extremely key. Is it going to work all the time? No, but from a theoretical standpoint, we want to try to get in the lower end of the range. Why? Because it can display ourselves. We know from a risk-reward standpoint where we're wrong. It's the same thing. You give yourself a little room and sell through the volume weighted average price, but you're risking significantly less. And the same thing goes for a short. If you're looking to go short, and you sell the lower end of the range and it doesn't want to break down and it's chopping, you're not proven wrong until it's actually breaking the high of the day. Now, if you were to get at the top end of the range, right, is much easier said than done. Look what the risk to reward does. So it's really important. Instead of risking multiple dollars on the short, so you're at 391, you have to risk almost $5 over here, opposed to you being in at 393 and having to risk $1.50. So where you're positioning yourself is extremely important. Does it always work like that? Absolutely not. Are you always going to get those levels? No way. It's just not the nature of the beast. But if you can try to position yourself and really set up that risk to reward, which adds another dynamic to trading and makes it a little bit more difficult, then by all means, continue to do so. But instead of getting stuck in this up and down and you're like, well, why isn't it breaking out? The volume's not there. You're just sitting in chop, but you're not positioned correctly. It can definitely make you lose your hair, right? You're just scratching your head and you're like, what's going on? At the end of the day, like, why isn't this working? There's so many things and there's so many variables in trading that you need to take into consideration. And I think that's what makes it so difficult at times. It's funny, and like I said, I'm just the type of individual I dislike losing more than I enjoy winning, if that makes any sense. But sometimes what happens is it's like, oh, okay. Like when you put on a trade, it's like you put on one trade and it just works in your favor immediately. And you're like, whoa, this is so easy. But then the next day you do the exact same thing and it does the complete opposite. And then you try it again, it doesn't work. And you try it again and it doesn't work. Next thing you know, you're 1 for 4 or something along those lines. Well, it's like, I'm not changing up anything from what I was doing yesterday. Why? Because there's no one same session. Right? They show a lot of similarities, but nothing is the exact same in trading, and that's where pattern recognition comes into play. But it also can make things significantly more difficult. It's either the hardest thing, or it's like, hey, man, this is like literally shooting fish in a barrel, which isn't always necessarily the case here in trading.
Well said. All right, a couple of profit takers here on PMAX, nothing to write home about. Looking for the next one at 11s. 1 hour for me is going to be 23, so we still have a long way to go on this one. Let's pack the patience. Let's see if it holds 3, but as I mentioned, strategy here is I'm looking for a general hold of the area low. The area low in my humble submission is 279, hence why we have a planned DCA, dollar cost average, right around the mid to high 80s level on PMAX. Looking for, first and foremost, a 3 hold, but knowing full well 3 may not hold, I'm looking for that area in the 2 mid 80s for another add there. Now, OSS is just ripping up into 15.99. Here comes 16. There is 16. There's the breach of 16 into 01s. OSS, really, it's basically, I want to say, almost the #1 gapper right now. EVC technically is, but it's basically doing nothing. It's trading below VWAP. Breakout yesterday in the aftermarket. OSS up 64, EVC up 71. There goes OSS into 1608. It is absolutely ripping up here. Neil, can we get that one unblocked? OSS. Thank you. Yeah, I'll give it another try, but I was getting not available for trader. Let's put OSS. Let's do a quick test trade here with 1 share. Yeah, no, still blocked. So probably it doesn't do enough liquidity. That's why we just need to get it unblocked in our system. Good, obviously, risk management by the boys in the back there. Make sure that you don't punch in something that's not doing any volume there, Joe, and then have trouble getting out. So we'll get that unblocked. But OSS is absolutely ripping. Above 16, looks like there's some short covering here or some shorts getting stopped out because that move above 16 was quite aggressive. So we'll keep tabs on that. And then down goes PMAX, losing 3. Again, I had this planned out. Let's see if VWAP features here. My observation is that VWAP hasn't featured as an area of support or resistance, hence why I was looking to that area out at the 1105 bar low, which is 279. Let's see if I can get triggered here on a planned DCA into the mid-80s, but absolutely looking like it may lose trend over here on PMAX. We'll keep a close eye out on that one. People have been calling out, what's that other one people are saying there? Oh yeah, SMX, that's it. Let's bring in that one. Bring this in. SMX looks okay. ripping into area high. The problem is with SMX, though, it's a little light on vol, man. What do we got on this one? No, we have 4 1/3 million shares. It's not that bad. Why does the chart look so... Oh, boy. All right. It's crashing out here, so we'll have to give the chart a chance to compose itself. But in the meantime, what we can do is we can load it up on a trading screen. SMX on the NQ, 1 penny spread. Not bad, as I mentioned. 4 1/3 million shares over here. Really going. Looks like it's breaking above the $0.50, so not a bad look here for SMX, up 35%. Shout out to Grunfeld for pointing this one out to me. I'm going to remove mask again, and we're going to put SMX on the side chart, and we'll look to execute on this one. My move would require either a 50 hold or a 45 hold. Take a quick look over here at that area resistance at 45 initially, give or take. The problem is it would have to lose the $0.50, so we're going to keep a close eye on this one, see if we can possibly get in a little bit over here at around the $0.50. If that fails, I'm looking for 45.
Yeah, absolutely. What's going on there? Yeah, Nick, I don't know what you mean by that, but I appreciate that. No, I lost everything, made in my 20s, in my 30th year. Hey, man, it's 4 years younger than me, man. And you know what they typically say. I know you said you've lost a lot of things, but you haven't really made it until you lost it all, and then you got to back up. What kind of character that builds? Trust me, I've been there. I remember I was year like 1.5, year 2 of my trading journey, and I'm like, okay, like I'm really catching on to things. Leading into vacation, equity curve steady up and to the right. I'm like, I'm really getting that. I feel like I'm prepared to take that next step. Well, yeah, as soon as that little bit of confidence steps in and you start to make any decision, you think you know better than the market, which is just an entity that doesn't even know you exist or care if you exist at the end of the day, can take it all away from you. So I've been there, and I did it last year as well too. Told you guys, more than doubled my account. Boom. You decide to go heavy, and I told myself you have to be prepared. Does it take a mental toll on you? Absolutely, but it's the strong survive, and you have to just keep on pushing, no matter what, no matter how much it makes you feel. Go sit in your corner, do what you have to do. Take a break for a couple of days and then just get back into that warrior mentality and that gladiator style, because that's what it is, man. Trust me. If anything's going to beat you up until you feel like you can't take it anymore, it's this stuff right here. Trust me. But it's not really. You're telling me, man. This is someone who is, I wouldn't call myself highly emotional, but I feel deeply, I think. Anyways, let's get into some stocks here. What are we doing? Are we waiting for IBIT to break up? What is even going on with this name? I would have to be wrong at this level. We can take a stab. That's 15 cents of risk here on IBIT. I like our chances, consistent higher lows. If it breaks the trend line, this is what I'm referring to right here. If it snaps it and heads on the other side, we have a couple of things working for us. Backside of this downtrend, bang, and then we also have the consistent higher lows. So why not? What are we even doing here if we're not going to take those shots? As they typically say, you miss 100% of them that you don't take. So let's get involved, even though we are south of VWAP. We'll start relatively small, and then if we have the ability to add a little bit more and it curls around, then off to the races we go. Bitcoin, big time recovery off of the lows. We're in the 81,000 plus levels. So why not, right? We've missed that initial leg. It is what it is. And the deeper that I look at this, the less I kind of like it, to be honest with you. So yeah, lower highs right here. So let's do this. Let's be patient. Let's wait until we sit on top of 46.32. Right, we don't want to front run this. We don't want to anticipate. We want to participate. And with that being said, we're going to have to wait for a pullback. Now, Nvidia coming off of those highs. And how has Tesla been performing for our friend, Other Noodle? You said you're long now? Oh, there you go. Right? So imagine you were long at the lower end of the range. If you're long now at the top end of the range, you're still in the money. So don't worry, don't panic. Nice ebb and flow, bull flag pattern being formed here on Tesla. And if we head over to the higher time frame and we kind of phase out a little bit of this noise, it's not looking horrible, right? There's nothing from a resistance zone standpoint aside from maybe this level. So watch out for Tesla to start to find some form of a rebound. And at some point, maybe this week, you break through some of these key pivot levels and you punch through that 410. We already know we're on the backside of this trend. So boom, let's see if we can start to rock and roll. Now, I want to go over the NASDAQ one more time, because where have we seen this before? right? Like there's the NASDAQ. Look what Microsoft is doing. I mean, it was all fun and games, and I typically say that until it wasn't. You're jumping on the bed until someone gets hurt, right? It's all fun, and then you know what your parents said, it's all fun until, and then someone starts crying.
It's like me and my cousin. That's like so funny.
Exactly, man. It's
When
all
we were
fun and games
younger.
until someone gets hurt, someone starts crying, then it's not so much anymore, right? So we have this nice move in the overall market. We've seen it in AMD on multiple occasions. Off to the races it goes, and other names. Eventually, you will get some form of a pullback. Is it going to be as deep as we are anticipating? Well, I mean, let's talk about it. The initial one wasn't in the Qs. And we said this from before. It's like, okay, we have a lot of the Mag 7 down 20+% with the exception of Apple, which was only down 14%, and the NASDAQ was only down 12%. Once those names really caught a bid, look what the overall market started to do. It's just like, yeah, okay, whatever you guys want to do. We're going to do our own thing, and off to the races we go. We're going to continuously put in these new all-time highs day after day. But just wait for things to break. Wait for it to be on the backside of this trend. And then if you do get some form of a pullback, who knows? It's a buy the dip scenario. I think that's going to be the narrative here in the market. Let's get involved in some Bitcoin. Enough rambling on from me. We're starting to get those levels that we like. So let's do it. Let's rock and roll. Let's see if we can get a breakup, and we'll sit in this position for as long as we can.
There goes SMX, bought the bottom on that retracement, looking for a move now above 71. We got 59s, taking out about half the position so far. Come on, take out that 79 area. A couple of topping tail candles. This doesn't look good. We need a breach of prior bar high. Here we go again. This could be a lower high. So if you're in SMX with me here, watch out for the lower high on the 5 relative to the whatever prior candle was. Can't even look at the time. Probably the 1150 candle. Looking for continuation. There's 68. We need a 71 breach. So I'm looking for that. Let's see, 68, 69 seller now. Oh, wow. Geez, someone came in with a monster sell order, getting bought up, de-risking a little bit over here because of that aggressive sell. Be on the lookout here, guys. We could fail. I've given it to prior bar low. Prior bar low was 153, so I've given it to 152, but there's no continuation. Happy that I was able to scalp. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to give it to current bar low. Current bar low is 155. So we'll go ahead and lock in some of the profits there in case this one is to fail. So here we go. It looks like it might fail here. So we're going to keep a close eye out on that. I don't want to take it out because it could breach the area high, but I did move up my stop. So a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Now, PMAX holding, I waxed poetic about how this one wasn't really featuring with VWAP, but in any event, seems to be holding generally that volume-weighted average price. And then I also got into SIDU. I'm looking for SIDU to hold the 10 EMA. If SIDU can hold the 10 EMA, I'm not risking a whole lot on the DO. So I'm in at 325. I'm giving this to 322. The reason is because SIDU hasn't breached the 10 EMA on the 5 essentially all day. So if it does now, then I don't want to be a part of it. But there goes PMAX again below the volume weighted average price. Still hasn't breached my area of 279, the area low at 1105. So I'm going to leave this one, let it manifest. If I take a hit on it, I take a hit on it. But that's kind of what my story. I'm sticking to it. Keeping an eye on the DO, showing the $0.25. Let's go back to SMX because here it is again, trying to breach that area high, 68. Let me flip to the 5 second here on SMX so I can get a better understanding of where the local resistance is coming in. And it does seem to be lower highs right now. So area high 71, prior area high 70, and here we are 68 now. So it's lower high, lower high, lower high on the 5. Doesn't mean that we're going to lose it, but it's something to be attentive to. Area low, 153. That was at around 1154-ish. So something to keep a lookout there. So what I'm looking for is a change in trend. And here's what I'm looking at when I'm looking at my top screen. So see how it's making lower highs on the 5 second chart? So what I need is a decisive change. Now, it doesn't have to take out 71. What it does have to is to take out the prior area high. And here it is at 69er. Looking for a little bit more, looking for the breach of 70. Seller, aggressive seller at 69 over here. Can't shake him, Joey. And here comes 69. There it is. We breach. There's 71. Looking for the move now above 71. Shorts are pretty staunchy in how they feel about this one because they're still defending that high of the day. We can't breach that 71 penny area, not even on a wick basis. So Going to continue to watch this one, and I'm looking for a bigger squeeze, and there it is into 72. So that's an official breach, but no continuation. Right back into 71 it goes, although we got a bunch of 72 prints there on the time and sales. So Joey, I'm going to send this to you while I throw out some orders.
That was good. I like what the hood's doing right now, Gaurav, to be honest with you. Even we have that indecision print, we missed that, but now we're above the volume weighted average price. What we will wait for is a retest of this 77.20 zone, and then maybe we can find an opportunity there. I don't want to give back too much profit on the day. Lock in the session. I just put this on for you guys, to be honest with you. Otherwise, I would have been just like that. But all right, guys, you know what time it is. It's happening now, and then it's Neil with his lesson of the day.
I think a lot of what's happening right now here in this market is just digesting these headlines related to oil and also, concerns about whether or not we're even going to be getting a rate cut. Now, as I showed you guys, right now we don't even have any rate cuts priced in at all in 2027, according to the CME Fed Watch tool. That could change. I'll keep you posted as we update these. But either way here, guys, S&P 500 falling a little bit from these intraday highs. It was still up on the day, again, on reports that the U.S. and Iran are nearing a peace deal, something that's been disputed by Iran, at least from some Iranian leaders here. And then also with Israel saying they had no idea either. Keep an eye here also on the Q, slightly lower high. I'm seeing a headline too in weight loss drugs, so I'll just pull it up for you guys. Here's VKTX pushing higher. Novo Nordisk on watch too. Novo CEO Mazir Mike Dustar reportedly saying that the company is more active than ever in seeking out deals. So VKXT could potentially be a buyout target for NVO. GPCR, another one that could potentially be a buyout target here. So once again here, Novo Nordisk reportedly seeking out buyout deals. They reported earnings before the bell, and so did AMD. Well, AMD reported last night, but I digress. AMD on watch here with strong growth across their data center revenue, 57% year over year here, and embedded revenue also, along with client and gaming to the upside. Overall revenue growth for AMD was 38%. After the bell tonight, we get a whole bunch of companies, including Beyond Meat. But if you're looking for more, I don't want to say Beyond Meat's not a serious company, but you also have the likes of ARM, AppLovin, etc. Stronger companies, I'll put it that way, that are reporting after the bell. So if you like the memes, or if you like companies that have strong earnings behind them, either way, we'll have those for you. I believe we're going to be going over some of these numbers at 4 p.m. when they come out. We'll send you over to Neil in his lesson of the day. Neil?
Thank you, Adair. You had me at stronger companies. Not comparing Beyond Meat to ARM, and that is so perfect, because you don't want to be overly critical of a company like Beyond Meat, but I feel like there's a lot of not nice ways you could have said that. Oh, missed the lesson of the day yesterday. I had to step out. I had an appointment I had to keep, and then came back. But this is twofold. So I want to talk about a concept that I mentioned before, but it was what I was going to say yesterday. I think it applies at all times. And Joe said something that made me want to go into it. Before I do that, just very simply, there was something in the chat this morning. We always get such great community and such great chatter out there, which is always fun. And there was a comment in the chat that I responded to in the chat. I didn't even make a mention of it on the air, because that's just not who I am. But it does provide an important point. Like this morning, I don't know how everyone else's trading was going, but a couple flat trades, and then the rest all winners, and it was a good morning. You're not going to see me look or feel any different up, down, left, or right. That's just how I am. You make the trades. It is what it is. You move on to the next opportunity. You're looking for what's next. That's just not. If you can tell based on my emotional state, how I'm doing on the day, then to me, I'm not trading right. But there was someone that was like, oh man, that guy does everything he touches is wrong. And on a day where I'll show you all of the trades, worst stock is SMCI, small move that didn't break out. Small win, turned into a loss, flat on the stock. That's the worst stock today for me. IBIT, completely flat, broke, got to VWAP, prior bar didn't hold. Basically a flat trade, paid some fees on that one. Basically just paid fees, up slightly gross. And then it was Uber, where we caught the one and only available short off the open, got bottom tick, and that was a perfect time to get out. Trailed the last third out that I was looking for lower, so again, that worked. And then there was SLV, which was the only real continuation trade. It was long off VWAP, trailed out, got right back in when it held VWAP, held it to the high of the day. Still hasn't really pressed that high, and now not really looking like a long anymore. So everything was pretty much almost perfect. I can't say there was anywhere that I was unhappy with the trade or that I missed. But the important thing, it's not, and this is not dunking on it. I hate that whole, I'm going to dunk on somebody because that's utter nonsense. And it's like, if you don't have the confidence to hear someone say something negative or get their opinion out there, then like whatever. It just shows that you don't have any confidence. You're too sensitive. So the point I want to make with regards to those lines is, if you are simply feeding off somebody's emotion or trying to follow without paying too much attention to the ins and outs of the trades, there can be the perception of what is happening and then the reality of what is happening. And it's only ever dangerous if you have that in your own trading in the wrong way, right? It is so easy to follow along, and maybe you're not paying attention to like where the triangles are on the chart and all that stuff, and it just seems like because I'm simply saying, oh, trailed out of this one, like an Uber, right? Like you would have heard me say, yeah, you know what, didn't press through to go all the way down to 75 and get $2.50. It was only a $1 winner, and then I had to trail out here for still a winning trade. In my mannerism, I'll see something that, while a good stock for me, was a good setup that basically returned, 50 to 60% of what I thought it could have, right? I might sound negative when I'm describing that, because that's just the nature of who I am. I'm like Joe. Like, it's not, I could care less about, winning is great and all that, but if I feel like something looked really, really good, did I execute well on it, and did it meet my expectations? And then I graded on that at the end of the day. So yeah, I can be critical on winning trades, and I tend to be almost all the time. So it's important to parse out what is important in information, especially if you're going to be listening to a trader. And it could be me, it could be anybody, it could be somebody in the chat who's giving their opinion on something, or just letting you know what they think or their levels or whatnot. You've got to really dive in and always have the meat and bones and take something out of it positively. Because I do think in the trading community, it's really important to be listening to people that you might not agree with, that you have a different take on a certain stock. Maybe they use indicators that you don't. Maybe they trade a time frame that you don't. Maybe they trade sectors that you don't. Maybe they trade a style that you don't. That's where a lot of the learning comes from. But if you approach it with an, I don't agree with that person or this and that, then you might miss some kernels of opportunity out there. I've told this story many, many times, and this is what I will come back to, that when I started out, there was a trader on the floor who sat next to me as a trainee who was a polar opposite of myself. Absolute polar opposite. He's not on the floor anymore. He's still in the business, but very long, successful career. And we were very, very different. I would basically shut down never. He would shut down once every couple of weeks. He would trade 3 times the amount of actual physical trades that I would make. Our risks were the same, but he would just make more trades. He would get shut down more. His big days would be bigger. His down days would be much bigger. And in our first 5 years of trading, we had near identical P&Ls because we were trading the same styles of stocks, and we were learning from each other at all times. And I would not have been the trader that I was, and I don't think he would either. I can only speak for myself. I'd like to think that he would say the same thing, and I'm pretty sure he would. But we learned so much from each other, and we didn't change the style of trader that we were at all, but we're able to maybe get different perspectives that allowed us to grow. And that's the best thing about the community. So what I don't love, and again, you guys do whatever you want. What I don't love is when anywhere in the chat, if someone disagrees with something, there's an easy way to listen to what someone is saying and maybe glean something out of it, and just have a different perspective and disagree in a positive manner. Because in the end of the day, trading, 90% of traders fail, right? 90% of traders fail. If I wanted to be a punk, I was going to say something. If I wanted to be a D-bag, if I wanted to be a punk, then I would just sit there and respond to that saying, I don't care what you think of me. I've been made money trading for 20 straight years. Deal with it. What would be the point of me saying that? That would be useless. No one would gain anything. Actually, I think that's a you-know-what move. It's a D move to do stuff like it's not beneficial to anybody unless you're trying to sell some kind of a program or whatever. I don't know, maybe people do it that way. But what is productive is just simply saying, well, this is the reason why I was critical of that trade, or this is just my thoughts on this setup, and let me know what you think. And oftentimes I'll be in the chat And someone will say something, and I'll engage with the person who's disagreeing with me, and we'll just go back and forth, and we'll have a little bit of a conversation, and we'll both get something out of it. I actually look for that because you learn more from it. You don't learn a lot from people that are just like, yes, man. And in trading, if you just have a bunch of people that see things the same way as you and agree with you all the time, then you're probably not going to be able to expand in the same way that you could if you also looked for other opinions, other ideas. It doesn't mean you have to change your trading strategy. It just means that you're all willing to learn together. There's so much happening, and there's so many ways to trade and so many ways to be profitable trading that having an open mind and always being willing to learn is a big part of it. Trading requires humility. 90% of traders fail. If you have no humility, you are not making money in this business. I promise you that. I've seen a lot of traders over the years, and almost every single one of them, with very few exceptions, are incredibly open-minded and humble, and always looking to engage with other traders, positive or negative. Anyways, I played myself on the lunch. And I actually didn't, I forgot. So we get lasagna today, and I'm on the no cheese menu. It's not that I don't eat cheese, like I'm not lactose intolerant or anything. It's just that like they used to give us a salad, and it was coming with a big hunk of cheese. I don't know if you remember this. There would just be like this hunk of cheese, and I'm like, well, I don't want that. So I put myself on the no cheese, and I haven't taken myself off of it, but I didn't get the lasagna today because I'm on the no cheese menu. So I have to go get some. They gave us, I got like potatoes and it looks salmon, which looks delicious. I haven't tried it yet. I'm sure it's great, but I'm gonna have to try the lasagna when I get the leftovers. It looks pretty good. No, I'm not gonna. Joe just said I'll trade you my lasagna for the salmon. No, I love salmon, so I'm gonna eat that. There's gonna be plenty of leftover lasagna, Joe. So I'll just have a piece of the leftover lasagna and get my. Well, I don't know if I'll pull myself from the non-cheese menu because like who. And when I say it was just a chunk of cheese, I literally mean there was like a block of cheese, like on Splinter or something, just sitting on a plate. That's what they used to do back in the day. So that's why I took myself off it. Good luck in your trading rest of the day, everybody. This market is relentless. The fact that we are about to see fresh highs, that 2%, unbelievable. Like it's so good to be in a bull market. It's so much more fun. Day traders make more money. Like 08 was fantastic. COVID was great. Like let's be real, you make more money on down markets. Almost everybody says that in day trading. I believe it's true, but it's a heck of a lot more fun when you can make money and your account, your long-term account is also going up. So enjoy. I'm gonna have some salmon and we'll see you back at 2.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Excellent lesson of the day. There's no question about it. And honestly, if you're talking smack about like how Neil trades, then I don't think you really have the right idea about trading because he's very, very smart.
You know what?
Very excellent
like,
risk manager as well.
If you want to get real,
Yeah,
it's like anybody who just like shoots someone else down or like discourages or discredits their trading, it's like, you have your own issues, man. Like, you leave someone else alone. Like, what are you doing watching what someone else is doing? Now, offering someone's advice is a different story. I mean, you don't give it unless you're asked for it. But at the end of the day, if you're just sitting over here judging people and being like, oh, this guy sucks, all of this, it's like, really, not at the end of the day, you kind of suck, bro. Like, leave everyone else alone, allow them to do their own thing, and stop watching man's pocket, to be honest.
And you want to know the truth? I dislike highly critical people because they tend
like, who are you?
To tear down rather than to build up.
Yeah. Like,
and as soon as I detect that you're a highly critical person, like if you're the type of person to go and like investigate someone's history and start pointing out faults about them and stuff like that, I'll just cut you off. And once I cut you off, I don't turn back.
It's like, why are you watching people like that? Like, worry about yourself and do your own thing, man. It's just weird, like.
Highly critical people.
Like, listen, it's just like, oh, well, I don't know why you don't do this. I don't know why you don't do that. I'm like, I don't know why you don't mind your own business and allow people to do their own thing. There's a difference between helping and being critical of someone, which I think it's just annoying, man, and it's off-putting. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with helping individuals. That's a different story. But then when you're like, I don't know why you don't do this, and like start critiquing people, it's just like.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. You got to be able to deal with this type of people, Again, if I always say this to you all the time, like if you build up people around you, you will reap what you sow, okay? Yeah. Because the juju around you, the vibes around you, people who do well will reflect on you. If you want to break people down and point at their faults rather than what they're good at.
I never really understood that.
I've never understood it either. Anyway, Let's keep an eye out on this. I don't think that's constructive criticism, by the way. I wouldn't categorize that. I think constructive criticism is absolutely essential, but it has to be the tone with which you convey that criticism as well is super important as well.
I'm all about tough love, but you got to show the love as well too. Like as a friend, I would rather you just be straight up honest with me, but then like kind of beat around the bush, like, oh, it's okay and all this and all that. No, I'd rather
just before we go to Dare, I have to mention here, there's a huge seller at 180 on SMX, and we've been suffering from this the entire time. If this seller gets taken out, I'm definitely going to add aggressively here because there's a huge seller. We're going to Dare with breaking news.
Keep an eye here on Zoom and DXYZ. Now, these seem like two really random stocks to watch here, but we do have an event here where Anthropic has announced a partnership with SpaceX. Now, of course, DXYZ on watch here with SpaceX because we know that's in this ETF or the stock here, Destiny Tech 100. But Zoom, as we know, has a massive investment in Anthropic, so I thought they might have moved on this. In fact, they did. Again, Zoom and DXYZ on watch after Anthropic announces a SpaceX partnership. Back to you.
Yeah. All right. PMAX. I still am dealing with this trade. I am not liking this one any more than I did before. It did come up to 3. We took a little bit of profits there at 3 with a 295 cost basis. I'm not liking the way it looks. And someone very wise once told me, if the trade is a good one, it will not be hard to detect. This is not a good trade. This is one where I'm having basically to labor in order to just to stay in the money. So I think I'm going to cut this one off quite soon. I really want to focus my energy on SMX. This one feels like it is the best in the market right now in the world of small cap gappers anyway. I'm liking the higher lows on this one. I'm not pleased with the seller at 180 who's quite convicted in their cause because we've been rejecting that level. But the higher lows to me, at least for the moment, are operative. And you know, if we continue to put in these higher lows, they're going to run out of shares. So we'll have to keep a close eye on this one. Joey, by the way, OSS is unblocked in our system. It's in a 5 red candle pullback at the moment, so it's not the right time for me to get involved with this one, but I'm going to keep a close eye on it. If it wants to set up, perhaps 15.25 at the 20, perhaps $15. If it really loses that, then I'm looking at 14.50 where the volume weighted average price is, Joe.
Yeah, good stuff there, brother. Good stuff. All right, Adam James, I've seen you type it in the chat enough. I have to look at this stock now. I don't know if Sharif traded it here today, but he's in PMAX and SMAX, so a lot of Pro Maxing going on over there. You got to show us a pic of your dog, my guy. Anytime, Blicky. I love the name Blicky Spears. Yeah, we'll do that, man. I'll actually send it next time it goes over to Sharif. I have no issues with showing the little boy off here because that's my guy. He listens really good. He's a good one. Wimmy, W-I-M-I. Let's take a look at Hologram Holdings. Okay, that's a pretty good move. But you know what I'm going to say first things first with that? Look at the 1 minute time frame and the liquidity issues. All right, I mean, I understand that it's a small cap name, but there's big time liquidity issues here. You can see all the spot trading essentially in algo. There's no volume really stepping in. Let's pull it up over here and see what we have going on. I got to edit this. So essentially what I have going on is a small cap, but I always have to just reset it and then implement that. And then maybe if the volume is there, it'll display itself. I haven't heard Sharif talk about it, and I know he's keen on the volume aspect.
Adam James just put it in the chat. Yeah, I just pulled it up. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying earlier in the day. I haven't. 1.3.
Neither have I.
Yeah, 1.3 million shares traded.
Yes, sir.
Right? Like, I mean, that's nothing crazy, but it's looking pretty good. So, good find. I'm not going to discredit you on
Adam.
that, right? Yeah, always. He's always
he needs a win here, Joey.
Does he?
He needs a win.
No, he's already done too much winning.
Well, he in life, but you know, lately with soccer, he hasn't been.
Can't have
lucky.
It all, man.
He's a City fan.
Yeah, I know.
That's the biggest drawback that he's got right
there.
Yeah. He's got a lot of positives. Not gonna lie, but
like you can't have it all, Adam. I'm sorry. You're in like San Salvador all the time.
I know it's so annoying.
You're on the beach.
Does he even have a home?
He doesn't need one. He's a digital nomad. He does though.
I wish. Bro.
He's actually he's in the area where my family is, and I've been to that you get to his spot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in BC. Yeah, in West Van there.
West Van.
Yeah, he's a digital nomad at the fullest. His next trip, I'm going to suggest, he's been in South America. He's done all of that. It's like, bro, go to Asia for me at least and document that so I can watch more videos on Da Nang, Vietnam. All right? So I'll live vicariously through you. Now, moving forward, who do we got? The market continuing to climb higher here, and we have AMD with a potential breakdown. Key support level with a shelf being formed south of VWAP. Now, if this breaks, what we do have is consistent lower highs. All right, so we'll just draw our basic trend line, bang. If it breaks, then you get out, you wait for a re-engagement, but we talked about this name from a daily. Now, from a daily standpoint, it looks like you might start to fill up some of this gap up. Is this extended move? Absolutely. We've been on this monster run, over 100%. Oh, it's a fight, man. It's a big time fight. Like, it's just like, okay, $197 on that April low, late March, and then you just climb all the way up to $425 like it's nothing. And we're talking about the chip trade being dead. It's like, no, AMD. Oh, there it goes, Sharif. As it breaks through the support level, that's a good trade right there. But we're sitting in this Bitcoin looking for a long there. Maybe a retest of this. If we reject it, maybe we can find somewhat of a scalp. But it's definitely been our better trader here today using AMDL here. Nice little scalp city. I did take profit off relatively quick, and then I didn't remove anything. Looking for the continuation up into 50-50 on AMDL. Up 31% today. What a joke. But there it is, boom. A break through the volume weighted average price. That's our green light to get out, but nonetheless, our better trade here. We had a little scalp on IBIT, looking for more, and that's all we got. If it doesn't work, then we'll cut it and we'll sit on our hands for the remainder of the day, just because we'll lock that in and just try to keep the good times rolling.
I like that. All right, SMX feels top heavy. Looks perhaps like that seller at 180, 181, which is the high of the day, is going to win out for now, because I feel like we're putting in a bit of a rounded top. You can see that more clearly on the 1 minute than the 5. Look at this rounding effect over here. None too pleased about that. We need to change trend. We need to start putting in higher highs. We're not getting that right now on SMX. And I got out of PMAX, just took out that break even, got the hell out of that. Ended up losing 80 cents on PMAX, which is fine. We're going to keep a close eye on this one. If it wants to break 3 and show me that the buyers are stepping in, they're going to bring this back above the whole dollar, we'll get involved. But for now, I'm going to hold clear. There's my man. He's dropping 5 in the chat. Between AM... Oh, my days. Let's bring this in. We got to put him front and center. Between AMD and Arsenal... It's a yucky week, but I'm drinking Salvadorian coffee, looking at the mountains, listening to Smash Bros. Home with wifey. Shout out to my man there.
Probably looking at Cyprus.
Yeah? Hold on. I don't understand.
He's looking at Cypress Mountain.
Cypress Mountain. I was so confused.
Oh,
like,
you thought
Cyprus
like Cyprus
is a different continent.
You thought Cyprus.
I was like, I thought he was in South America.
Off the coast of Greece.
And
Cyprus.
off the coast of Egypt.
Egypt, there's Cyprus.
Shout out to my man Adam. Yeah, you're living the good life, brother. You're definitely living the good life. Grunfeld, I didn't like SEG, brother. You pointed it out. I took a quick look at it, and I don't know. What's going on with the liquidity there? Let's pull up SEG here for a sec for the OG Grunfeld. Let me just move everything out of the way. No, that's not it. SE-double-G. There we go. Okay. Didn't look like that on the other chart. Yeah, Grunfeld, this is not bad, brother. I'm expecting there's going to be resistance at around this level right here. Look how long we've been ranging. Let's flip to the 15. Let's see how long this range was back. Zoom out a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of resistance here. You want to say in and around the third of a dollar. If we can get above that, we're definitely looking at that $half, then even the 2/3. Like, look at the wicks, especially back on the 29th of April. We definitely got back in there. SEG's good. This is not a bad looker. Shout out to Grunfeld. It didn't look like that when I pulled it up on the other chart, but we're going to take off GCTK, and we're going to put on SE-double-G for that. Thank you so much for that. I don't know why when I was looking at it on the top chart, it looks super light on vol anyway. So we'll let that one be. And if it sets up, we'll get involved. Now, what I want to talk about is OSS is no longer blocked on our system. Thank you to Neil for that. Do appreciate it. Neil is always coming through. And what I'm seeing is there's a bit of support here at the 20. Now, you're not going to catch me trying to get long on a 6-candle red pullback until I see a bit more. What I need to see is some higher highs and higher lows. And most notably, I don't want this crap here. What do I mean by crap? Like, look how long this one defended the 10 EMA. Now it's using it for a period of 20 minutes or so as resistance. I need to be above the 10 EMA. I need to have higher highs and higher lows on OSS for me to get involved. Knowing full well, perhaps the best part of this trade is behind it. We'll wait and see. But if it sets up in the right way, I'm game. I'm going to get involved with OSS now that it is no longer blocked. Again, it's got to set up the right way. And look at the hot garbage that is PMAX over here. It's still rejecting 3. I say hot garbage, but then watch. This gets back above, especially if it takes out 315. It'll have my attention, funny enough. So, yeah, you gotta, you know, as you would say, right? You gotta kind of like have a bit of a wishy-washy view of these bad boys here, because sometimes they're on your good list, sometimes they're not, right? And right now, PMAX, not on my good list.
Get that garbage out of here.
Get that garbage out of here. Yeah, continue to watch SMX, guys. We are in a bit of a 2-candle lower high trend. However, I still feel, you know, the fact that we're above the 10 EMA, above VWAP, this one could be setting up. I really want to see if we can take out that 80 seller. If we can take out that 80 seller, I don't typically punch in at highs like that, but we're probably going to squeeze, just given the amount of selling at that level, at the 4/5 of a dollar. If we take them out, I'm biased, I'm moving to 2. And, you know, that 15, 20 penny move, that could be quite lucrative, especially because this has done about 16 million shares on the day. It's got a 1 penny spread. And I'm not telling you how to trade, but you could punch in probably 5,000 shares and get the fill like that without what's it called? A partial fill, just based on the liquidity. And, you know, 5,000 shares, you move 15 pennies, do the math, right? Who does that, RC?
What's that?
Right? That's just the way small cap trading is, right? You're taking small moves, small price moves with big shares and reaping the reward. That hot garbage PMAX is taking out $3, Joey. I don't know what to do with this thing, man.
Get it out of there.
I don't got to read on this one.
You get it out of.
I don't got to read.
Kick it to the curb, man.
Yeah, well, it's breaking out again, man.
We don't show no loyalty to these dogs out here, man.
Snap PMAX. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, straight Blicky Spears, BTA, man.
What happened, Joey? Blicky Spears.
Yeah, Blicky Spears. I like that. BTA, man, all day.
Oh yeah, well that was a fun childhood.
BTA? Bro, it was everything.
Bro, you grow up in an Arab household, you know what's up.
I got everything, man.
Speak out of turn.
Were nice,
here comes SMX again into that 180 area. Here we go again. Look at the selling. There's 25. There's 81. There's the breakout. The breakout's on. Take over, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. But why you keep going back to El Salvador, man? What is it about that spot that you like?
Bro.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not questioning, but he likes to be there.
Man,
why do you like going back? 4 to 6 months, that'd be ideal. You're digital anyway, so you're good. We're waiting. We're going to get out of this hot garbage here, IBIT. We're not positioned well. I gave you the whole spiel on the fact that you want to get at the lower end of the range. We did have a couple of upticks, but then it sold some indecision prints not working in our favor, and then now it looks like we're going to break this 46.20 level. I'll get out. It might start to recover a little bit, and therefore we just position ourselves a little bit more. Or I might not even trade anymore. I mean, we had this nice little scalp right here. Missed that run up into the volume weighted average price, and then we had AMDL. So 2 for 3 at this point. We still haven't even locked in this loss. We'll continue to monitor and see what we got going on as support levels are starting to break. And it's been a slow grind up and steady to the right here in NVDA and some of the chip names, even though AMD is south of VWAP. I do like our chances of maybe continuing on this move with NVDL. My vehicle going to be on NVDA, my vehicle is going to be NVDL. Let's pull up a couple of things. I know people are asking me about circles. Someone did ask me about a name on the options chain. Put it in there once again. I'll gladly go over it. I'm just not going to scroll through the whole chat and find exactly what you said. Again, you didn't even take my name. I seen it on the side, but just put it in there, re-tag me, and I'll be more than happy to talk about a little bit more options activity with you. With that being said, let's pull up the bad boy that we're going to be looking to purchase here momentarily. And to see how much of a pretty penny this is going to cost us. All right, so what are we going to do? I got Adara, when does NVDA report? What day is it?
I don't know the date. It would be mid to late May. I would go late May, probably last week. I'll check now.
Sounds good. We'll head over to the July expiration cycle, July 17th. So it gives us 72 days. And look how much we're going to be paying. We're going to go OTM on this one. Full disclosure, right? So we're going to grab a couple of OTM contracts. We're sitting around 205 right now. Nothing wrong with grabbing the 225s and gaining a little bit of extrinsic value, time value. I don't necessarily need this thing to trade in the money. I'm just looking to gain time value on these contracts, and that's already what I've established from a game plan. And if I'm fortunate enough to be sitting in the right side of the trade, then by all means, I'll happily take the intrinsic value, also i.e. the moneyness of where we're currently sitting at on this.
Nvidia, Wednesday, May 20th.
May 20th, perfect. So this is more than plenty of time. We have a couple of weeks until they report, and we're going to be looking forward to it. But 41.5%, so I'm going to be getting in a little bit early with the anticipation that we're going to have a drastic volatility spike. What we are going to need is this name to exceed its expected move, and then be prepared to take some off if it does, and that implied volatility starts to uptick. Now, if it moves in our favor, we have our game plan, we take that time value, and we run away with it. All right, so this is going to be the contract that I'm going to be purchasing, the 225. It's going to cost us $835. That is expiring on July 17th. Now, again, I can get into a little bit more detail on why specifically and what the game plan is essentially on this trade. All right, so let's do that right now. I'm all out of that IBIT. That's going to be my final trade of the day as it's starting to break down. Maybe there's some form of a continuation on NVDA, but we'll lock in the little bit of green that we have, and then we'll come back tomorrow and set up once again. Now, what is my game plan? What am I going to do here? Let's get into this spiel before we send it back to Sharif. There's two things that you can gain when you're trading options contracts, and when people get into the world of derivatives, it takes a while, and it took me a little bit of time to just figure this out. There's essentially two objectives, all right? And then you can combine them both. There's one when you're buying a contract, when you're buying something that's extremely out of the money, say $20, $25 even plus, even a couple of dollars out of the money. Understand what you're trying to do. It's not necessarily that you're trying to get the stock to trade up into that level and then north of it, but what you can essentially get is time value out of these derivatives. Okay, so what do I mean by that? Is that the price of a contract is derived from two things. The moneyness, whether it's in the money, out the money, or at the money, and then how much time that specific contract has. Now, I'm looking to gain only time. And if I happen to fall into that bonus realm, which is i.e. climbing over $225, then by all means, I get to capture the time value and the in the money value, the intrinsic value of that contract. Now, if you're continuously looking for things and it's like, hey, I bought this out of the money contract, it ripped, and then eventually it came back in and I lost all the money on the contract, it expired worthless. Well, you had time value, you had in the implied volatility value, but you were just expecting too much when you weren't going to get that. So that's my game plan on that. I want to gain time value, and if I happen to fall into the bonus area of gaining intrinsic value, of it climbing north of $225, then I'll take it. But time value is the objective on this specific trade for me.
Nice, Joey. PMAX is a bit of a different beast here. I don't typically see this, where every single penny has very aggressive selling. It made me think that this was easy to borrow. So I looked at my system, and there are shortable shares. That's the thing. And with these small cap gappers, I almost never see, especially the ones that are moving quite aggressively on the day, I almost never see availability for shorts on our platform. It's only 7,700, but that's just IB, right? It could, many different other platforms could have shorts as well. And so this is quite interesting here because you're getting selling, aggressive selling at almost every level. And it's quite frustrating. Here we go, back into area highs. 87 high, got 86s there. I got in again, double shares that we took last time. It's just, there's no continuity. It's such a thick trade at these levels. It's just not worth my time. All right, let's go to OSS because OSS is changing trend. I'm out of, I took the 2 pennies and I got out of there. Now, what I'm liking about OSS here is that this one now is above the 10 EMA. It's found a bottom at a predictable area, the 20. It was a doji candle with a bit of a topping tail, ironically enough. Now, what I'm concerned about is this $0.75 area on OSS. Why do I say that? Even though we've been substantially above it, we got to 16 and a quarter, 15 and 3/4, pardon me, because of this very prolonged area of initial resistance right around, I want to say, 3/4 to 4/5. And you're kind of seeing a little bit of resistance already at that 60 penny area. So a 5 candle red setup. Now you got a couple of green candles. This one just went red. So be on the lookout for that. That's what I'm thinking about there. But SMX is the best of the bunch. It's just very slow, very thick in terms of selling at almost every penny level. It just becomes a bit of a tougher trade, especially if you're if you're used to, these ones moving in a pretty parabolic fashion. So that's one I'll keep my eye on if it sets up. I don't anticipate my changing my opinion on it, because if the shorts are easy to locate, they're easy to locate. And that just makes it a tougher trade, because then basically anybody, without having to go through locates, pay for locates, they can just get short. It's getting into the high of the day, but you can see it's just moving 1 penny at a time. But hey, good look here on SMX for those who took it. 189, looks like it's on the way to 2. ERNA, I want to say that it's making another attempt here. A decided move above 6, especially since this is the second attempt, could be quite interesting. So ERNA should be in focus for you here. I'm going to keep a close eye on OSS and then PMAX. Also, very thickly traded. Look how long it's taking this one to get up into that 305 area. We're just at 3. What's PMAX volume-wise done on the day? Find it. Did I not put that on here? Maybe not. Put it on. PMAX. Thought I put it on. 28.3 million shares. Just such a thick trade. All of them. SMX, PMAX, they've been slow movers when, typically they don't move that slow. MIGZ, 36, $5. Thank you very much, brother. Ionic, I heard Neil talk about the quantum names today being strong. Any thoughts on IonQ going to earnings? I have 5.15, $50 calls, up 20% right now. Should I sell before end of day? I'm going to look at the TA for you, but when it comes to actual option strategy, that's obviously for your boy, Joey Options. Let's look at IonQ and kind of what to expect. You have $50 calls, so you're up in the money already because we're trading at 51.37. VWAP, ironically enough, right at $50. You got to like that for an area of support. Let's do some YT. Let's start with the daily, and then we'll go to the 4-hour. So immediately, I like the look of the flag here, bull flag. This could be a bull flag breakout, breaking above, 49.50. So that's number one. Number two, feels like we've definitely broken a more prolonged downtrend coming from much higher, about $85. We all remember that when these quantum names were ripping. Number three, you're above the 200 simple moving average. You're above the 200 exponential moving average, and there's a good amount between them here. 41 2/3 is the exponential, about 47 is the simple. You're above both of them. Now, what you're also getting are the moving averages, the exponential ones at least, the 200 and the 50, they're starting to point up. You still haven't gotten that golden cross where the 50 crosses the 200, but they're pointing up. And the 50 is going to move faster than the 200, believe you and me. Now, in terms of resistance, price action, support, and resistance, you've got to be alive to this $55 top. Once, twice, Obi, he is the one, thrice. Into 55, multiple rejections. Now, albeit it was a bit of a consolidative area with about 45 to the south side and about 55 to the north side. You get above that 55, it can open up. It can open up easily into 65, and then you're probably looking at about 75, which was a top back from September of last year. So I like the trend change on IONQ. I like the move above 50. I like the move above the simple 200. I like the move above the exponential 200. I am concerned, though, about that flat top in and around 55. My assumption is that if the earnings come in good, better than expected, that 55 will just be basically just any level on the chart there, and it will have been decimated. So what's your take with respect to the options play? He's got $50 calls May 15th. IONQ.
IONQ?
Yeah.
$50 calls May 15th. All right, man. Let's pull it up here. We're going to talk a little bit about these $50 calls that expire on May 15th. That's 9 days. What are we trading at? 51.33. Hopefully you guys were just listening to my whole spiel on understanding what the objective of this specific trade is. When you purchase them is going to be extremely important. I don't know how many you have either, but let's head over to a higher time frame and see how you've been performing. I mean, aside from, I don't know if you bought them in April, which would be last month. IonQ going into earnings have 5. Okay, there we go. There's a lot more 5, 15, 50 calls up 20% right now. Should I sell before end of day? Okay, that's a fantastic question. I mean, if you have multiple, there's nothing wrong with locking in 20%. It's a pretty good return, in my opinion. So you've been in these for a little bit of time. I guess at some point throughout the week, you purchased them. You locked in 20%. I don't know how many of you have, but there's nothing wrong with locking in 40, 50, even maybe 60% and leaving 40% as a runner, just so you have a little bit of exposure. And if it does continue to climb, you're not all frustrated, but it can go both ways, right? Like, it's like, okay, yeah, we locked in some profits. I'm going to leave this as a runner. It continues to climb. Oh, okay, we gain a little bit more value within that. I'm happy. Or it comes back, and then you can be like, hey, I'm happy that I locked in some profits too. So write down a game plan, divide up how many contracts you have, and then execute based off of that and what you're going to be satisfied with, right? If you want to lock in more, then by all means continue. Or if you're more comfortable and you're feeling like a gambling man or something like along those lines and want to leave more for a runner, then do that as well, all right? So just come up with that game plan. Now, electric passions, let's do this. I don't know if you were listening or anything that I had to say, but nonetheless, I have no issues with explaining this all over again, okay? So we're going to use IonQ as our example. So there's 2 days left on this contract. Now, what we have, obviously, is Bitcoin going right back towards my entry price, aside from that. Now, we're going to be looking at this $60 strike price. We're trading at $51.59. Who in their right mind would be like, hey, yeah, I want to buy IonQ here at $60 when it's trading at $51? That's a $9 premium. We don't want to do any of that. So why is this thing still worth $84? Why? Because it has $84 worth of time value, right? There's two things. That's 2 days, $41 a day, or $42 a day, we'll call it roughly. And that's what I mean by time value. Because when you look at these out of the money contracts, they have no intrinsic value, but what they have is time value, and that is when you get deeper out of the money. Okay? Now we can look at our in the money contracts, and these have multiple things. They have time value and they have intrinsic value. Let's be precise. So we're looking at this $43 mark. It has $7 worth of intrinsic value, right? Because it's $7 in the money, $8 more or less. Okay, so $800 flat, $820, and that other $100+ is essentially time value. So there's a difference in between the two. Volatility spike in the market here, guys. Something going on. We're going to find out momentarily because it's across the board. Nvidia started to sell a little bit, and you can see an increase in the volume as everything is really starting to fluctuate. I don't know if it's just my platform. I'm not seeing it at AMD or anything along those lines.
I didn't see it on the Qs or the SPY, Joey.
It's doing it. Yeah, it's not doing it on the Q. Look at it. Look at my charts. Look what they're doing.
What is that? That's Nvidia?
There's AMD, Nvidia was doing an IBIT.
Yeah, you see what spreads are going crazy.
They're going nuts. They're going nuts. So there it is. Yeah, we're gonna head over to Adair and see what.
Oh God, Anthropic.
Yeah, it's just more Anthropic-related announcements here at this Claude Code event. They're launching Claude security for their Claude Code platform. Palo Alto Networks and CrowdStrike are on watch, and neither are really moving on their catalyst. If I see something market-wide, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Did you see the interview yesterday with Jensen and that? What's the ServiceNow guy called?
Yeah. I forget his name, but
he's wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, but because he has. He has like a deformity.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I had no idea.
Yeah.
He's an interesting character, though.
He is. I like how I was listening to it. I'm listening to
you
Jensen
watched
be like,
it, eh?
Yeah. But and then I pull up ServiceNow stock, and I'm like, you're kind of Jensen, like you're.
That's what John Ford was saying that he was trying to tread around it a little bit.
Like, Jensen, you're essentially the whole this whole AI trade is why ServiceNow is kind of dumping, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. He had some interesting points. I don't want to crap on him, but now is like. I don't know, the poster child, I should say, for this disruption that we've been getting from like the Anthropics. Dude, I was just looking at the Qs. Did you have a look at the daily on the Qs?
Brother, I've been talking about it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I knew that it was that, but like I didn't
24%, just like that, my boy.
Just like that. Let's look up now here quickly. Oops. Been heavily disrupted, obviously. Yeah, this is a tough looking chart, man. I mean, the 50s money on this,
but I mean, that's tough. I was telling you, Ryan
exponential?
Cohen is my new favorite CEO. Just half cash, half stock, baby.
Yeah. I liked it. I thought it was hilarious. I didn't go back and rewatch it.
I watched it like 3 times, to be honest with you.
He went on Fox and he got a completely different reception.
Yeah, I told you he's salty because they're obviously giving him a hard time
Fox
before saying his company's garbage.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what he can do there. If he can actually turn eBay around, I'm not saying he can, but hey, he's had some success, right? He did well with Chewy, right? You can give the pandemic a little bit of credit for Chewy there.
Yeah.
But he definitely knows how to shore up costs. That's for sure.
Well, I mean,
that's
he's
like the
done it
80s style playbook, though, where you come in, you take a legacy company that's heavy on cost, you like rip it to shreds, you basically bare bone it, get all the costs down, then you move it, you basically turn it profitable because you've reduced costs so much, but usually that comes with a lot of layoffs and a lot of job loss. And then you sell it.
But that's what he essentially said he was
ugly.
But that's what he said he was going to do, pretty much.
It's like an 80s playbook, dude.
Yeah, well,
used to do that,
he's like, he said something along the lines of like, they're just spending so much money on like digital ad and like certain things. It's
2.4 billion. Let's cut it down to 1.2.
Yeah,
I mean, I get it.
So
right?
there you go. That's his MO on that, is just shore up costs.
Well, that's exactly it, right? I mean, look, if you're going to shore up costs, that's one thing, and you can respect that. It's just the job loss that typically comes with that. Not just job losses, but people lose their packages, they use their benefits. There's lots of stuff that comes with that typically.
Everything.
All right, continuing to watch here, guys. I'm seeing SMAX just dropped in to about $0.75. That is a breakout level. We had a lot of trouble with 75. You'll recall it is also right now the 10 EMA on the 5. It's a 195 high on the max. SMX, I'm talking about. Two red candles in a row now. A doji candle precipitating this whole move down. And now we have a bit of a, I don't know what to call this candle, but in any of the, we're looking for here a 175 hold generally on SMX. If I see that and I start seeing this curling back up, we're going to get involved. But right now, I don't think is the right time, nor is it the right time for OSS. And this one is losing the 20, and it is losing the 10, and it is about to lose the $0.25. It looks like it's heading to 15. If it loses 15, it's going to find its way to 14.50 quite quickly. That is where the volume weighted average price is hanging out, 14.50. Let's not, write this one's obituary quite yet. Let's see what it does with 15.25. If it holds up there and or 15, we're going to keep a close eye on this one. Also, ERNA. I mentioned this one before, and I'm going to mention it again. I'm hesitant to get into this one only because of the chart pattern, but it is a very one at that. Higher low pattern. We're still suffering from this area high that we can't breach. I'm talking about the 1130 bar there, the high of which is 603. We haven't even been above 6. Let's see if we can get up to 603. Then if we can breach that, we're looking at the high of the day, the official high of the day, which is 623, so 6.25 as another area of resistance. I realized that we were well above that in the pre-market at 718, but the official high is 623. Keeping a close eye out on that. The DEW as well. I got stopped out of this one earlier. It is kind of changing trend here and looking to head back up. 325. You're not getting much in the way of notional here on SIDU, but a good chart pattern nonetheless. Nothing going on other than that, yeah. So keeping a close eye on ERNA looks like to be the best of the bunch at the moment. Let's see what everybody's talking about there. Eduardo, happy end of day yesterday. I told you, Eduardo. Eddie, do you not like Diego Simeone? Because I think that you were sort of hinting at the fact that, if he lost, it would be good for you. I kind of got the feeling you didn't like Atleti. Let me know, brother. But I like Diego Simeone. I like him as a man. I like him as a coach. I think he's quite animated, and he's definitely a pleasure to watch on the sideline because that guy has no chill whatsoever. He's very, very emotional. Wears his emotions on his sleeve, and he just lets it go, man. He just lets it loose. Adam, chat's called out. SFTS halt up. Thanks, Adam. James abroad. Let's have a look at that. SFTS.
Okay.
Oh. I think this guy's jokes, bro. There's no such thing. I don't know what that means. I'm trying to think of what it means, but anyway, I think he's pulling my leg there because there's no ticker. That is that. Let's go Poet. People are yelling out about Poet as well. Poet's a former convict. We've been keeping a close eye on that. STFS. Thank you, STFS. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Into the high there. We are halted. 592. Guys, let's not get too excited right now. 143,000 shares traded so far. Let's do some TA. So this is coming for much, much higher 1 to 40 split back on March of this year. So 140 split, probably a lot different looking of a chart, obviously, but keep your eye out on this one. Let's go to the 15, see where we're coming from. Yeah, we've done almost no volume. Okay, so let's find out what the hell is going on here. I don't have any reason that this is moving on my blotter. I haven't quite seen it yet. It is open, okay? It's open. Let's flip to the 1. Let's take a quick gander of what this one is doing. It's done still 100. No, it's not moving. Still halted? What is happening here? Let's load this up on a trading screen, bro. Forget about this. Take off due. STFS on the NQ. Yeah, it is trading. Okay, so my platform was wrong. It said it was still halted. Let's throw that on here. You don't put this, I don't know if you get this as well, but if I don't put it on my watch list on the side, it doesn't update the price, and I never understand why. Anyway, about a 15, 16 penny spread right now. It's not losing trend, ironically enough, and this one looks like it's halted multiple times to the upside here, Joey. So this could be an interesting one. Looks like there's some support at 60 pennies over here. Keep an eye out on that. Probably likely resistance at 6. We'll have to wait and see. I'm going to keep a close eye on this one, Joe.
Good stuff. Yeah, all right. I mean, the market really starting to get choppy here, guys. You can see I don't even know what kind of, if we're going to call this a head and shoulders pattern or anything along those lines here on Nvidia. It is holding up, printing those higher lows. So, I mean, it's not horrible. Same thing here with IBIT. I get out at the lows, and then now it's just slowly grinding higher. So once it starts chopping around like that, then I just tend to avoid the name. Same thing here with AMD, right? You're just moving sideways at this point. You had a nice recovery in the overall market, slowly curling over. We'll call it turtle shell here on the NASDAQ and on the SPY. The NASDAQ being slightly stronger at the moment, and volume weighted average price, tracking price, the actual price action pretty good. So let's see. I mean, I have no rush in hopping into anything else. There it goes. So out at the lows, and then it bounced right back up, and then continuing to climb here on IBIT. So we'll just continue to watch it and observe and see what we have going on, and see if you get any form of continuation. If the volume and the momentum really starts to pick up through VWAP, then maybe we'll take another step. But I have no need to, or in no rush to at this point. We can go over our 3 trades today. We'll shoot 66% on the session, and that's it. Boom, 1. This is going to be the primary, and then a couple on IBIT. So it's like, okay, here, you have that little scalp. We'll take it. It's unfortunate that we missed this big move right here. We take one more attempt at the higher end of the range. Did it work out for us? Not necessarily how we wanted it to. There it goes, a nice strong uptick on Bitcoin, now printing 34s here on the bid. That is now in the money as we are recovering here, and the market is sliding. AMD moving lower, NASDAQ and the SPY moving lower, and Bitcoin going opposite Adara.
Reports of container ships leaving the Strait of Hormuz. What I want to mention, though, is we're getting some comments, mostly kind of posturing, coming from the Major General of Iran, Reza, saying that the U.S. cannot escape the region with a mere show. This is our battlefield, quote, must confront the U.S. and reap our gains from this war. Also saying the U.S. is seeking a showy action on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran will not allow. So again, comments here coming from Iran's Major General, as reported by Iranian state media. Be aware. Back to you.
There goes ERNA. It is ripping up. We got 40 pennies. High of day is 65. Looking for continuation, realizing that we are at the $0.50, and the $0.50 could be that staunchy area of resistance. Told you I'll keep an eye out on this one. Looking, watching, looking for a failure. There we go. Failure of 40. Get back in. Let's see if it holds up. Topping tail candle now. Took it to rest break even. Looking for the move back above 40. Let's just spot the area resistance over here. So you got support between, I want to say 35 to 30, generally, okay? So watch out here, looking for the curl back up on the 5-second chart. We're in a bit of a downtrend after making that 665 high. That is a high of the day. Looking for a trend reversal and a curl back up, perhaps into the $0.50 to resume trend. ERNA really taking out a lot of sellers. So it's that 720 high that we have to contend with now, right? Because or that pre-market high, I think it was like 720, 718, something like that. But we're still in a bit of a downtrend, looking for more continuation here. You're not getting it. I don't want a bottom pick here. So it's not like I'm going to put a resting order at 30. I'd rather trend with this one up. Just ride the trend. So this one has to curl. It's curling a little bit here, Joey. Here we go again. Let's see if we can take out the $0.50 on this move up. Good look here for ERNA. Not in... let's see. It's holding up above the level, but it's definitely having trouble in the mid to high 40s, especially that 50 penny level. Let's see if this can get back above. Just keeping an eye on the 5-second chart here as we try to close in on that $0.50 again. Seller at 45 locally. Certainly a seller at 45. So whoever's selling here is kind of moving down their level. Continue to watch. Let's see what we get. Yep, move back down into the 30s. Oh, just lost 30 here momentarily. This is a support level, so nice that it got bought up. So the reason I say nice is, well, other people were looking at that level if you had an aggressive buy. Still zigging and zagging here at that 30 penny level. Below 30 pennies, you're looking at 20. There was a bit of a consolidation area bottom on the 5-second chart at around 620, but you're in a basically unbroken downtrend right now. You're not making any new area highs locally on the 5-second chart. So until we do, the trend is still lower highs and lower lows, Joe. Here we go, trying to move back above 40. Let's see if we can get back above 45, because we know that that's where the seller is. Seller at 45, we can zoom above there. We still have to contend, obviously, with that $0.50. Here's a 45 seller again, stepping in. So an aggressive position somebody's taking here, Joe, in the mid 640s.
Yeah. Anthropology.
PMAX is ripping, you piece of...
PMAX.
Yeah, I should have packed more patience with that, but hey, man, it was kind of non-compliant, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's fair, man. Too late now, but time to switch on 1 minute for a pullback. Yeah, that thing's off to the races. I think in the next couple of days you'll see an all-time high here in AAPL. Let's send it over to Adara.
Beware here, President Trump is speaking live at an event for military mothers. Melania introduced him. Now he's speaking. If there is anything market-related that's said, I'll let you guys know. Given that this is, again, a military Mother's Day event, there could be mentions of the conflict. Back to you.
All right, agro fighting, what do you got going on? You got CDE in 17s, added at 18s. Other than that, Sharif's got a couple of trades going. He's got ERNA on. I'm sitting on my hands right now for the moment. As you can see, the overall market, the SPY and the NASDAQ starting to come back in towards the volume-weighted average price. So consistent lower highs right here, guys, a downtrend line. Let's see if it finds somewhat of a rebound. Maybe you can continue, or you just want to continue with the direction of the current market, and that's going to be down. It did establish in the grand scheme of things, okay, so you did break through the pre-market high. I never love this, but what I do enjoy and what I do like seeing is that before the open, you start to pull back and trade below VWAP, and then you kind of get that slingshot through. And that's what we had going on here with AMD. Via AMDL. We'll pull this up for you guys. I know I have it on a different chart and we've been going over the same one. So I just want to focus on a couple of the names. But here it is, right? So you have that strong move. In the pre-market, you continue all the way up to a staggering $431. About an hour and a bit before the open, you pull back and then boom, slingshot right through VWAP. And that's where I wanted to find that momentum and just get back to the basics here and play the volume-weighted average breakups. That was my go-to and that was my bread and butter, and I want to get back to that. So AMD starting to find its way, but I think it's a short here for the rest of the session. Could be totally wrong. Maybe in the latter half, you get buyers start to participate and step right back in. Bitcoin doing the same thing. You got to wait to get in on those lows. I was in off of that high, thinking that we get that breakup, and then sure enough, you get that pullback. It climbed a bit, but then came back against it. It happened to bounce off of the support level, but I wasn't willing to sit in it at the break of that 46.18 marker. All right, nice inverted hammer, as Gaurav was pointing out here on AAPL. I mentioned that I believe it's only a matter of time until this name hits all-time highs. Now, boom, there it is, inverted at the high, double top-ish. You have that wick up, you grab some liquidity, and then off to the races you go to the downside. Now, as for Google, pretty choppy, man. A downward bull flare channel here in Amazon, but with the initial drive being strong, or sorry, on Microsoft, that is. So you haven't recovered yet. Maybe you see this start to break, and then you can find an opportunity for a long, or you want to play the break of some key support levels and find a way now going south. Now, Netflix is unfortunate, but we talked about the support level at that 90 marker. It breaks, it heads over into 88.04.
Yeah, sorry, I was just concentrating. ERNA is ripping, Joe. It is ripping. We're in the money nicely on this one. 670 high, looking for a breach of 70. Here it is again, and there it goes again. Here we go. We took double the shares than we initially took. I'm looking for 82s now. Let's go ahead and post at 82. Looking for a move into 7. We know where the pre-market high is. It is that candle at 833 for whatever reason. It's a 718 high. I'll submit to you, we'll have more resistance at 7 than you know, we're not going to go 718 directly. At least that's not my buy. 648 is my entry there. Looking for a bigger move here. We can't shake that 78 seller. I'm posted at 82. This one's breaking out quite aggressively. ERNA is not easy to borrow, at least on my system. Here we go again, Joe. There's another high, day 78, looking for the move into 82. No continuation, though. Seller at 80, big seller at 80. Can't shake that seller there. So continuing, looking for 7. That's my bias here on ERNA, that we're going to weasel up into 7 if we can take out some of these sellers. It was an aggressive seller, pardon me, at the $0.50. Then basically I was a little concerned with this one because that seller at the $0.50 was a big order because there were a lot of shares churning hands between that 645 to 650 level, and nothing was coming off the gateway. Dropping back down now into $0.0025. Let's see if we can kind of continue up. Let's see if we can see some more 70 prints here. But there's localized selling in the mid-60s on ERNA. So look, packing the patience here. Anything really below my level is going to end the trade. We'll use the flatten key here. There's only a 1 penny spread, so I don't have too much about that, but I don't want to take it out, right? Like I really do want to hold this into 7, but I need to see the right things for me to hold this. And right now, we're definitely getting a bit of a topping tail feel on this current candle. New 5-minute candle just opened now. Let's see if that brings any new buyers. Mechanical trading systems back up into 69 we go, Joey, but they sell aggressively at the 69er level. Now they're selling at 68. That's your typical, prototypical algorithmic setup where they move their order down 1 penny to kind of keep pushing the price down little by little, right? That's kind of how this works. So let's see if we can get up anything above that 80 penny level. That is the 80 penny high, but we're going to see 70s before we see 80s, my man. What do you got, Joey?
Swallowing the rest of that espresso there. Woo!
Is it a me espresso?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. You've been getting lit on caffeine lately.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, the jitter juice, man.
The jitter juice.
All right. Let's take a look at this $5.
Ever heard of jitterbug?
Yeah, it sounds
familiar.
familiar.
Why is this thing not going, bro?
Right
now we got to flatten out, man. All right, flattened out, break even.
All right.
Yeah, it's losing the bid. It's losing pretty aggressively. Watch for a breach of prior bar low. If this breaches prior bar low 637, if it loses that, it's a topping tail candle, then a red candle, and then a breach of prior bar low. That could mean we're heading back to 6. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen. Look out for that, though.
All right. Haven't hit this today.
SFTS has halted up again, Adam? No way. It's going to halt. It's going to halt again. Let's just get in for you know what and giggles.
It halted in.
I tried to get in,
man,
Joey.
Sneaky little
They let me in, man.
Okay, we ready now? Can I?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it now. STK Trader. Just an FY insider accountant has WTI crude hedged at $85. Mid-cap oil company.
Who?
They have lost WTI crude hedge at $85. Mid-cap oil company. They have lost $48 million so far, but are betting it drops under $85. Let's pull this bad boy up. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. I mean, WTI Offshore Inc. Oh, okay. These guys are down. I mean,
Sidhu's at day's high.
not too bad. Obviously, this is the beginning of the oil trade, I guess. At the beginning of the year, you get 200%. That's not too bad, man. Any form of oil play has been a pretty good one. Thank you for that information. Much appreciated. As Bitcoin's starting to come back in. What did you just say?
The dew is at day's high.
Sidhu,
Yeah.
fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it's Chop City, man, right now, if you ask me. Like, look at what Bitcoin's been doing for the past little bit, trading in a 30-cent range. You have AMD not doing too much, and you have the market, just a lot of overlapping candles. That's boring and that's lame. So we got to find something else that it doesn't have so many candles that are overlapping and are side by side, because that can be a recipe for disaster, especially if you're a trend trader. We looked at WTI. Once again, thank you very much for that $5 super chat. pull back off the SPY on the daily and see what we have going on. AMD not doing too much, bouncing off those lows. You can see a support level. Be cautious with this one. If you're going to be range trading, then you want to get in at the lows, out at the highs. Now let's head over to our scanner. Oh, you're back in on that?
Oh, yeah.
All right, talk about it, man.
Joey, it's ripping. There was a buyer at around the $0.50. It zigged, it zagged, you know. That's typically what it does. Seller in 92. I still haven't gotten the print in the high 90s. Anything below 70 ends the trade. We're in at 78. Again, the bias is here 7, but let's be even more, you know, optimistic. And I'm not saying this is going to happen, but it's a 718 pre-market high. There is a good chance that we touch or breach that. But, you know, the shorts, you know, they're a staunchy bunch. And they're keeping us, you know, from ascending a little bit higher over here. Here we go, back into 90s. Let's see if we can shake the 90s seller now. It was an 80s seller prior. Now they're setting up right at 90. Look at that. Nothing above 90, despite the plethora of shares. There it is into 91, Joey. And moving, 94, no print. Got to flatten out here as it does come back down. Oh, I took prints on that. I took 85. Not bad, but it is losing the bid here pretty quickly. So be careful here. Rejection of 7. That doesn't mean we're not going to breach 7. This could be the buyback area over here. Let's see if the mid-70s hold. If they do, especially like that, coming right back into the 80, we could get back in here. It's a mid-70s buyer, guys. 75, 76, in and around that area. They're stepping in, they're backstopping, and most notably, and this doesn't always happen, they're posting their positions on the gateway. Look at that, several hundred lots there at 76. So there's a buyer of note backstopping the mid-70s from sliding down a little bit here. Keep your eye out on this one.
All right, man. Good stuff. I mean,
Adam.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Adam James. Adam James abroad, now currently at home. STFS, monstrous, gaps up to fill if it can go. You were just going over that one, right?
Yeah. I didn't get to trade it, but.
STFS. Yeah. Take a look at it one more time.
Lanta. Oh, my Lanta.
Yeah, Starfish. Bang, bang. Oh, my Lanta is right, man. 632, multiple gaps right here you can see. And then maybe you mark it on open, that one, right? Are we going to move that and then you get an additional gap up? What are we feeling? What is it on? Let's figure that out and maybe we can STFS. Don't tempt me with a good time, man. I'm all jacked up off of caffeine and everything.
Jacked
so
up and good to go.
666. We're printing. That's crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. But tap back down to 632. This isn't correct. I got to re-hit this and maybe it can reconfigure itself. 70, but we have an inverse on the bid in the ask. That's not something that I want to see. 632 is the current tap right now. I think I'll avoid this, but a big, strong gap up. It's still up 56.8% on this one, so not too bad of a look there. I see you getting fidgety. What do you have there?
You don't know what's going to happen. Like there's a seller at every level. Like we can't even make it up to 7 in a straight line. I'm looking for a mid-70s hold. It failed. So I got it out there. So we had to give a little bit back there on ERNA. Kind of sucks, but I took my shot for a 7 break. It didn't end up happening, and there it goes. So we got in 685, but again, some of the best outs are the outs that are, or some of the best trades are losses, because then you would have been a lot more in out of the money. Go ahead, Joey.
It's open.
Ooh.
STFS.
Oh, yeah. It's going to halt in like 5 seconds.
It's not climbing, though. I know you have the halt bands on this. I don't know if it's going to halt.
695 limit up.
Boom, now it's going to halt down.
564 limit down.
Yeah. It's going to halt
569 limit down now, Joey.
69, yeah. It's going to halt to the downside here, maybe. What a nasty flush. That was 60 cents, just like that. It's insane. Yeah, exactly. What is the volume on this bad boy? It has only 581,000 shares traded on it. I mean, oh my God, yeah, that's crazy, and that's scary stuff. It's 60-cent flush just like that in a $6 name. That is no fun. 10% move just like that. STF, and I think rightfully so.
Yo, man, this is my bread and butter right here. If I don't get to trade these, I can't. You know what I mean? Like, it takes forever to get the back end boys to.
The back end.
I know, I don't mean that way, but yeah, like the boys in the back end of the office. To unblock this, and I have to ask Neil for it too, so it takes forever.
I thought which one did you get him to unblock?
OSS. It's actually looking
okay. So why was it just going absolutely bonkers, and then now it's really cooled down?
OSS?
STFS.
Why?
Yeah.
You're not going to like what I have to say.
Well, say it.
There's more sellers than buyers. Isn't that the most annoying answer ever?
Yeah, that was kind of annoying, but I don't know if it answered. I don't know.
I don't know, Joe.
I don't know.
I can't see behind the scenes, brother. It's hard to know, man.
So, but the volatility is.
$6
It's just like, did it lose interest all of a sudden? Where's Luis? Isn't he supposed to be? He's coming, man. All right, we'll figure it out. He's probably.
To be honest with you, it's holding 6, Joe. This doesn't look that bad.
Yeah, but it was like it was trading in. It was trading in like a 60-cent spread.
Ozan.
What did Ozan say?
He's like, don't block anything from my boy. Yes, Ozan, tell him no, man. This is a prop for him. This is other people's money, right? So we have to respect that a little bit. But Joey, that $6 area is holding up here, man. Guys, this is the current bar low, the current area low. You could give it to 5 2/3. If you give this entry here into 5 2/3, I think that's a sound strategy. If it loses this bar low, I'm talking about the 1-minute chart, the 106 candle. If you can stomach that kind of risk, this could be a profitable one over here. But I want to keep an eye on OSS because this one's curling back up above the 10, above the 20, still south to 16. But guess what? It's put in a bunch of higher lows. Ever since the 1245 candle on the 5, it's been higher low, higher low, higher low. And yes, another higher low. Into 1570, I'm interested in this one now that it's blocked. 1 penny spread too. Who can hate on that? So there's a lot going on here, man, at 110. I didn't want to start the news because I thought we'd have Luis coming in. Oh, he is here. I can see him. He's over there. So we're setting up Luis very quickly over here. We'll have him in short order. And there's a lot to talk about today. Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. People keep talking about Poet. Why are they talking about Poet, Joey? Yeah, well, it's back above VWAP. That's why they're talking about it. Yeah, not a bad look, guys. Look out for 10 resistance. I would say before that, 980 resistance as well on Poet. ERNA is losing the bid and losing it in a hurry. Where is my ERNA? Right back into 640. Guys, look for a 6 1/4 to 6 hold. If 650 fails, the 10 EMA on the 5 is at 6 1/4, and then you have that double top and the whole dollar level at 6. That is all predicated upon 6.5 failing. It's already putting in a bottoming tail candle right now, which is awfully bullish. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. And OSS is ripping up. There it is into 1585. We could see 16 pretty quickly here on OSS. So let's see. We're going to punch, and we're looking for a move into 16, Joey. So OSS in focus.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking at this name, STFS. It flushed all the way down to $5.60, then climbs up to $6.20. Daily target 1.6 at a Tesla calls again, should not have done it, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, my United States of whatever. All right, guys, it's time for our favorite part of the day. We're going to bring in a very special guest. You catch him in the chat. He lives in a beautiful, beautiful place, beautiful country. You guys already know what it is. It is Luis Barbato, guys.
Luis! How's everything today, my friend?
How are you doing?
We're doing all right, man.
Good, you know, better days in the world of small cap gappers, but, you know, usually my bad days will be your good days because we go a little bit of a different way. You go south, I go north. How's the trading day today, brother?
Well, it's been quiet, let's say. We focus in a couple of or 3 stocks only on the small caps, and then we took some, of course, big techs because today was a lot of volatility and volume. So we took a couple of trades on oil, SNDK, and Microm. So, but in the small cap, it was good. Everything was fading, or most of them were fading. So tough times for you. But yeah, good.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. A bit of a tough times. All right. So you took some large caps today. Any small cap south that we can talk about?
Yeah, absolutely. First one we talked pre-market was this one, Ahmad. It was a United Emirates Arab stock. Only a couple of million shares float, so we were waiting to fail highs after the open. Look at this, was kind of easy trade, although was difficult to pyramid in the trade, was difficult to get big size on it, but we were waiting this 180, 190 to reject pre-market short into resistance there. And then we had this very clear fail of highs on 180. Then you can short there right in the open, very tight stop, and it was on the way down. The problem, as I said, was very difficult to pyramid, very difficult to go big on this one because it only gives you one shot. You go short there, that's it, call a day, right? And right now it's holding without volume. And look, this is interesting because in TradingView, you see it's holding below VWAP, right, without any volume. If you go to our program, you see it's a little bit more close to the VWAP because if it has had volume from 4 to 6, the P Pro, the Prosper Pro, our program doesn't count that volume. So that could create a little bit difference in the VWAP. But let's say it's holding below VWAP, so it's okay. If we see over 165, 170, all the shorts will get squeezed, so they will have to close position. We might see the two. I think not very likely that it happens. We probably will see more fading below 150. This was the first easy trade. And then we talked with Brendan pre-market. A couple of setup, what we call VWAP rejections, were very, very, very clear today. First one was ESGO, and of course, we were helped by the offering, right? But look at this VWAP rejection. It was a Chinese company.
Oh my God.
It failed. Yeah, it failed highs there. We were waiting for a VWAP to go short. Of course, you go short there, you never expect that you're gonna liquidate these shits to zero, almost zero. Offering, I think I'm not very, I don't know a lot about this, but some people here in the office say their baby self was released. That means some regulation that they are not allowed to do more offering than X million shares. That was because of the price. This limitation was leftover, so they could offer a lot of million shares, and then it goes to zero. Easy trade. And the last we were replaying was SKK. Look at that.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that was beautiful. We also took some shorts here with the tight stop, more risky trade here, more risk of trade, short there against the VWAP and all the way down again.
And that lower high there, Luis, on the chart, that was kind of exactly that lower high that you have circled there. That was sort of the idea that it was not going to make it up into the area highs, and it was probably going to be a bit of a sell there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we call VWAP rejection. The stock has already gone up a lot. It has gone down. We're just waiting for a small pop to short big time there.
Good look, good look. I really like that SKK one because I was actually trading this the other day. Sorry, not SKK. What was it? Go Easy? Easy Go? Or what was that one before, Luis?
Oh, the ticker before?
Yeah, EasyGO, right?
Go, yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty parabolic. Yeah. This looks like a sell program here, and especially through that 2.5. 2.5 was a good level there. My only concern is look at the implied balance open right there, right at 930. It does pop up almost, and then it rejects 3. I think that would have been a good setup there, especially on the break of that bar low, that 930 bar low on the 935 bar. That's money, and this looks very, very weak. Good setup there, Luis. I want to ask you about a couple of different ones, and then we'll bring in your friend Joey Options. SMX, Luis, one I was looking at today as a long. We had a couple of good trades on this one to the high side. It feels like it's setting up as a head and shoulders pattern here, and it's failing with a bunch of lower highs below VWAP. Do you like this one for a short? And I was thinking perhaps below 160 if it can reach prior bar low into about 140 because there seems to be a lot of pre-market support in and around there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a short. Probably it's already a little bit late to short it. The volume has drained totally, so we have no volumes. It's very difficult to go big on this one because level 2 is not that thick to go very, very big for. And risk reward right now is not that good. I mean, if you go short here, you make maybe 10 cents, 15 cents,
right?
But your risk is not that, it's quite symmetry risk to reward. So probably would have been much nicer when these couple of crazy volume candles appeared to short here, let's say, or here against the highs, right? Now we are a little bit lower, so risk reward is quite equal right now.
Perfect. Luis, what's going on, brother? I hope everything is going good. I heard you mention a couple of names that we don't typically hear you talking about. You mentioned SanDisk. What else? Refresh my memory on some of the other names that you were trading here today.
I took 3 big caps today. Oil, of course, a couple of longs at pre-market and to the open, and SNDK, SanDisk, and Micron.
Okay. So yeah, Micron and SanDisk. These are the names that I actually wanted to talk about. It's more or less my wheelhouse. So I wanted to pull that up, and I just wanted to get your opinion on what you think about this run and what SanDisk and the AMDs and this whole chip trade and memory trade can actually do. Because, I mean, if we're looking at SanDisk in the past couple of months, this is a substantial run. You get 150% from the end of March. What do you think about this? And what were your thesis this morning? Were you going short? Were you going long? Tell us a little bit more about your SanDisk trading.
I was going short, of course, because the sympathy of the market, and it's one of the stock that is more overextended. As you say, it's crazy movement up for the last 3 months. I have to say, I already tried yesterday, didn't work, took the loss yesterday, and today it worked pretty nice. I was shorting the first pop when the market just was going to open right here against the VWAP, this 168, 170 short there because of the VWAP and because of the sympathy of the whole market. Well, I thought we could see some selling into the open, and it worked pretty nice. I didn't hold, it's not my strong point to hold a lot the trades. I will short here. I closed it 1,420s around here. So it could have been nicer, but it was a good trade. And Micron was pretty much the same, but I missed the open here because I was involved with SanDisk. I didn't want to double the risk in a similar sector and similar trades. So I missed this one, so I shorted here in the VWAP again, 660s, sorry.
Yeah, fantastic. So what I was thinking as well, too, is just the fact that we've been on these big runs and you're looking for that somewhat of a pullback. Now, is this a multi-day, or do you think this is going to be a one-off event for you where we start to recover a little bit more? Are you going to come back to what's worked today and then maybe try to execute the exact same thing tomorrow? What's your game plan with these specific names for the rest of the week?
Usually, I try to be very selective on this one. So the play was today, and if I don't see something very, very spectacular tomorrow, I won't trade. SNDK is different. I've been watching for several days, so I try to understand how it moves, how they feel the spread. Sometimes you can do a lot of spread trading. You know, you're getting filled in the offer and in the bid. That can be like $5 spread sometimes. So that's different. But on the other ones, I am very selective because I'm more a small cap trader. So if I don't see something very, very clear, I won't trade. I will have a look to Intel. I think is the one that is a little bit late on the way down. So tomorrow might be a nice short if we see some important levels breaking. But for Micron, AMD, I think that's it for this period.
Good stuff. So yeah, one more here, Shreve. So speaking of, it's like, okay, you don't typically trade them. You're more or less small cap. But if you see your small caps really start to set up tomorrow, it's just like, all right, we're going to kick those to the curb and just focus on what we would classify as our bread and butter. Is that what you're looking to do?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just you have to be selective in what you are not expert. But if you look from 2020, 2021, 2022, we trade a lot these big Tesla, AMD, Nvidia, and all these stocks because it has abnormal volume, much more volume than normal, and a lot of noise moving up and down. So maybe it happens again because it's so much high, all of them. So if we start to see some levels fading, maybe the volumes go there and we can trade almost as if they would be small caps, you know?
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Luis, let me ask you, I know you use your portal, you use your proprietary portal, the day trading portal, but I want to ask about your scanner. Do you use a regular, just gap scanner?
We use our own scanner. We have a couple of alerts. Gapping up would be the pre-market. This window pre-market. So we have all the information here. If it's gapping up, how much is gapping up, volume pre-market, price, float, sector of the company. And if you just put your mouse above it, it gives you the institutional ownership over it. So everything you need to know about the stock. This is the pre-market gapping up. We have filters. For example, I have it has to gap up more than 20% with high relative pre-market volume. That's for a pre-market. And then once the market opens, we have this one. And I have a couple of alerts I define. We can just tune in as the way we like. For example, I have two different alerts. One is if a stock is moving up 10% in the last 5 minutes with high relative volume, even though it doesn't make new highs of the day. That would be like the blue alert is moving up 10% in the last 5 minutes with high relative volume. And the green one, the yellow one, sorry, is moving up more than 6%, but only if it makes new highs. So for me, it's important to know if this movement is breaking highs of the day or not. And that's the scanner we use. I think it's much better than anything in the market because we create only for what we like, right?
So that's great, and I find it quite useful. What I want to ask you though is, do you have like minimum volume that you look at? Like typically, when I use my scanner, I'm blocking everything that's doing less than 1 million shares on a day. I also have a price scanner as well, where I'm trying to block everything south of 25. Do you have minimum parameters in that way?
Yeah, but we look more about the last 5 minutes relative volume. Of course, I think I have filtered like 500,000. If you haven't traded more than 500,000 during the day, it doesn't show up. But once the market is open, it's more important than the last 5 minutes, because maybe it didn't have volume during the day, but in that last 5 minutes, we have 300 or 400,000 shares in 5 minutes. So that's it. You want to be there. At least you want to look what's going on, right?
Absolutely. No, that I do actually use that. I was about to ask you about that. So what I put on my scanner is just the regular volume of the day, then the average volume to see if it's doing outsized volume. But I also have the 5-minute volume because I always want to see if it's doing volume now relative to before. That's what I was trying to ask you there.
Yeah, if you see our screen, we have the total volume of the day and the volume of the last 5 minutes. So it's very important. Look at this: 1 million during the day, 460,000 the last 5 minutes. So it gives you a clue of what's going on there.
It looks like it's very sunny over there, Luis. We're very jealous because it's very cold here and it's raining.
Yeah, it's sunny here.
We're going to talk a little soccer, though. So you know I'm an Arsenal fan. I know you're a Barcelona fan. That means, Luis, correct me if I'm wrong, if you're a Barcelona fan, you're not really a big fan of any Madrid teams. Is that fair?
Mainly Real Madrid.
Yeah, I know. Well, of course.
Big fan is not the word. You're just a hater.
Exactly. If you're not on my side, you're the enemy, right?
Absolutely. When it comes to football, that's how it works.
Let me get a prediction from you on tonight's game. Let's just tell the viewers what happened last time. It was 5-4. Paris Saint-Germain.
One of the best matches in the Champions League history.
Easily. Amazing offensive match. Give me your prediction today, Luis. Who does Arsenal face in the final?
For you, what it matters is that it doesn't matter who is going to the final, you're going to lose, guys. I mean, there is so much potential on Paris Saint-Germain and Bayern Munich that you had nothing to do, I think, in the final. Because they are so offensive teams.
But they're weak defensively, wouldn't you agree?
No, I disagree.
5 goals last time.
Yeah, but come on. They were weak defending because they were playing against each other, right? So,
yeah, that's true.
You know, it was very difficult. I have to say, Arsenal, it's very, very good defenders. They have the two central defenders. They are probably the best right now. Couple of defenders in the Champions League, but I think it's gonna be difficult that you score 2 goals, and it will be easy that they will score more. Today, I think PSG will go to the final.
You think Paris is going to take it, even because they're playing in Bayern today, so it should be super interesting. I'm thinking it's going to be another shootout here. I'm thinking minimum of 6 goals.
I don't know. I don't know if in the second match there will be that many goals, but I think Paris will go through it. Look, they don't care where they play because they play so offensive that they don't listen to the crowd.
Yeah, I'm liking what's the Portuguese central attacker called again? The guy with the curly hair. What's his name again? You know what I'm talking about?
Team? Sorry.
Paris Saint-Germain. He's short guy. He's got curly hair, a bit of a mushroom cut. He's Portuguese. Forget his name. The chat probably Vitinha. My favorite.
Midfielder.
Yes, midfielder.
Yeah.
Sorry, Vitinha and Desiree Doué. Two of my favorite players on that team, and Bacascalia guy, I forget his name. I think he's a left winger or left back as well. Two of my favorite players.
From Naples, a couple of
Yes.
Look, PSG with Vitinha and João Neves, the two midfielders, they usually have the match under control, the rhythm of the match. They manage the rhythm of the match, so that's very important for.
Yeah.
The Barca philosophy, because remember, Luis Enrique is a Barca player and coach, as Guardiola. So what they like to do is overcrowded the midfield and keep the rhythm of the match the way they like when they attack, when they defend.
I especially like how Rafinha, when you guys got eliminated by Atletico, and he was telling Atletico fans, he's like, next round, you're out. Next round, you're out. It ended up being true. So should be a good one tonight, Luis. Thanks for coming on, brother. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, guys. Have fun.
Let's talk. Thanks, brother.
All right, let's go to Adara. There's news.
We had a whole bunch of stuff out of the Middle East here. Wow, we had that interview with Luis. Thank you very much to Luis Barbado. Israel basically struck Beirut. They said they actually apparently taken the life of a commander in this Radwan force, but they are saying they struck Beirut, and they will now act anywhere if the opportunity arises. So conflict back on full force here, sounds like from Israel, at least for now, only towards Lebanon. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, so a bit of a boo-boo here on my part. I didn't clean up my stops, and when we were talking with Luis, I got short here on OSS, had to cover, so I ended up going negative on that. But I want to point out that is moving. ERNA is ripping up into the high of the day, 719. So that's an official breach now of the 718 pre-market high that was at 835 or 833 or whatever. We're zagging right now at $7. Let's see if we can hold up above 7, breach that 719 high. It's a breach, but there's no continuation. The tape is really picking up here, picking up steam with a 7. Let's see if the buyers step in and around 7, 702, 703 buyer coming in now, dropping into 01s, but still holding the whole dollar. 46 million shares have exchanged hands on this one so far. Losing 7 now, though, but defending again. So a little zig. Yeah, aggressive sell order, sending this one into the low 90s. Could we see 80s here? A little above 7, a little bit below. You're going to have to be really careful with this one, guys, because it is really picking up in volatility. And I can't gauge the direction quite yet, especially at the whole dollar, right, where you don't know if it's going to fail. You don't know if there's going to be a big seller that comes in, at least pushes it back maybe into the 10 EMA, which is at around 675, 6 2/3, give or take. We'll keep a close eye out on that. But OSS is also failing here pretty aggressively. It's now down below the 10 EMA on the 5. It feels like it could be a bit of a double top. If this loses 15.25 OSS, I'm talking about this area here, this is going to be a gnarly short. So these are free to borrow, by the way, these shorts. So you don't have to look for locates on that. So something to look out for there. TT Money says BYND broke out. Let's have a look at BYND quickly over here. I don't want to digress too much from what I'm looking at because, well, actually, I'm not even going to look at it. Sorry. I have to go back here to ERNA because it's right back above 7. I want to see how this trade ends up resolving, whether or not we can kind of break through that high of day. It's turning into a bottoming tail candle now with aggressive selling into the 7 mid-teens, looking for that move above 19. You're not quite seeing it. There's 20. We'll wet the beak. Seller at 20 here, Joey. So looking for a hold of 7. You're not getting it. You're getting a move right back into the 7 single digits. Let's see if we can take out that 20 seller again. We got the unlucky number 13 here, 713s. We're going to give this to the low 90s. Let's see if it holds. ERNA doing a whole lot of volume, breaching the high, but barely by like a penny. So no continuity quite yet into the $0.25, let alone a third.
All right, Sniper One, Joe, please look at Oklo and SMR. Yeah, let's pull those up. A lot of people talking about Tesla here today as we almost knock on that $400 marker. Only a quarter away before we started to turn things around, a little bit more than that. But I mean, here it is, a nice move up into that 400. We have Katina Man long from 392. So
That's cooking up a storm for him. Moving forward, let's take a look at OKLO and see how we've been performing. Oh my, yeah, this is a big time move. And especially if you're off these lows, right? Like we talk about just from a technical standpoint, you have a trend break, a little bit of a whipsaw move right here, but more touches along this line here. And then now you're off to the races and really starting to bounce off of this. So you're getting a 73% return off of that, off of those lows on OKLO. Now SMR has pulled this up, not as strong, but we talked about this name up in here. A guy from work is literally what his tag is. Him and I have been monitoring SMR for quite some time, and you can see the price really start to compress. Now, we have broken some trend lines, but I want to stay with the best in class, and I think that's OKLO. I would stick with that one, and then maybe NNE. Nano Nuclear here, starting to bounce off the lows as well. With the 20, you're getting 100%. Oh, no, I thought that was $40 that we're trading at. But I think OKLO is definitely the better trade, in my opinion. SMR is still weak. I'm not saying that they can't recover. Just be prepared to sit in them for a little bit longer. Now, as for the overall market, we have the SPY right back at towards the high of the day. And then that small cap name, I'm sorry, I forgot the name of the ticker, is STFS. Couldn't break, well, it did break 60, 80s momentarily, but then started to come back in aggressively. So it drops 80 cents in the span of a couple of minutes. It did break through this downtrend, and there's a good opportunity to engage, but this is blocked on our end. So boom, off to the races it goes. So does the... Go ahead. Yeah, no problem. Does IPO-XC fit with the OCLO and SMR? I believe it does. It's something. It's Amazon backed as well too, so it's not too bad of a look there. Thanks to you boys. I appreciate you, Mr. T. But I see what you did there. No. So I'm not doing anything right now, guys. We had our couple of trades here on the day. I'm looking at Nvidia. The chips starting to cool down here. AMD cooling down, and then we have Bitcoin not doing much either. We started to form somewhat of a wedge, but now that's starting to break and then head a little bit lower. So maybe we have to avoid it. I was looking at the price action last night, and typically so we see Bitcoin really start to move in the post-market. I think there's just a whole lot of resistance, and you don't have the Wall Street individuals moving price down with Bitcoin.
All right, good trade here on ERNA. We got in at 702. We took the high into the 40s out because it dropped back down below 7. So we took the last bit break even, but it's still zigging and zagging with 7. So ERNA, I don't think is done, especially the buyers here at 7. They're pretty staunchy, and they're pretty convicted in this 7 level. Let's give this one another go. Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on the 5 second. Sorry, guys, I'm just pausing because I'm looking at trend here on the 5 second chart. It's still, we're still putting in lower highs, so I want to see a bit of a trend change, a move above 710. You're not getting quite that move at 710 quite yet, but you are getting a 7-ish defend. Watch out for the loss of 690, though. There were buyers in the high 80s to 90s that were backstopping the latest drop. If that fails, and there it is, into 90, big buyer at 90 here, Joey. A monster buyer picking this up right into 95. Here we go. Again, dropping into 93, but that buyer at... Sorry, I just have to change this. That buyer at 90 keeps stepping in, man. They're stepping in pretty aggressively. You're not getting that much time to buy at 90, but it feels like that's going to be a flat bottom break because the selling is pretty aggressive here. Let's continue to watch. Yep, it's a good defend, man. A good defend to 90, up back into 7, but no continuation. There it is, 707s. Are we changing trend? Let's go with this one. Let's see if we can kind of get back up above the mid-teen area. Or what the situation is going to be. We know that there's a 690 buyer, so any loss of 690 definitely ends the trade. There's certainly selling here, though, in the low 7s, and you're not getting any continuity, at least 7 high single digits, let alone double. And now there's an aggressive seller here at 701, 702. So a lot of localized selling. We have lower highs on this current 5-minute candle, but also a higher low. So let's see which way this cookie crumbles.
All right, man, good stuff. I don't know what I just did there. Okay. Yeah, all right. We'll figure that out here momentarily. It just nothing to do with trading. I just typed something in, and now I'm just off a random day. I don't even know which day I put in there. So we'll figure that out a little bit later. There goes NVDA up to 205. Let's get this rotation going, man. Let's get this rocking and rolling as the SPY has hit a new high of the day. Has Katina Man hit a new high of the day? Let's figure it out here on Tesla, 398.50. I think it's only a matter of time. If we get one more leg up there, you're going to hit that $400. E46, not E40, E46. You're saying now is the time to buy SNDK? Some people, I know a lot of people are saying about the PE, it's still relatively cheap. Let's pull that up here and see what we got going on. Overview, E40, SNDK, and Micron are still cheap. SNDK, I think Meta is still cheap. Okay, oh, okay, that's interesting. Still trading at 15 times? That's interesting. Okay, I mean, it is relatively cheap. Let's pull up Micron MU and see what we have going on there. How's Meta been doing? 22 times, not horrible. All right, I see you. How's Meta? Are we cheap in Meta? No, yes, all right. Time to buy a little bit more. Full disclosure, I did buy some more JPM. It's the CDR at $40 or something along those lines. So we're in JP Morgan. I'm fully allocated right now. So like my portfolio, you want to know how much cash I'm sitting on? I'll be honest with you guys. 50 cents.
Ooh, you really let it go.
I'm telling you, I'm all in this market, bro. I'm all in right now, man. We got 50 cents of cash. I could buy a fractional. Actually, I can't even because it's $10 commission fee. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, it's $10 commission on TD there. So I mean, we're 100% all in on this in this market right now, and rightfully so. I think we're gonna get the rotation. I like what the boys were talking about earlier this morning. It's like, okay, the chip trade is hot right now. We look at the financials and some of the fintech names, just wait, because the market is cyclical, right? Like, it's like, okay, we're hot now, and then you're not. So when we really start to find a rotation, where are we going to rotate into? And you only need a couple of catalysts to get the financials rocking and rolling. So that's what I'm going to be patient for. I mean, we're in Robinhood. We have JPM, Walmart, more or less my staple. So yeah, this is where we're going. I'm just waiting for that rotation. And NVDA is my big chip name, which has been the worst performer over the last little while. So yeah, that's what I got going on. Fully 100 and I'm 99.99% allocated in all my stock, and even in my swing account. So long term, we're in. Swing account, we're even more, but I'm going to be looking to be purchasing some NVDA contracts leading into the earnings report. So full disclosure, we're ready to rock and roll, and why not in this market?
All right, man. We got to cool it here on the trading. All right, done a little scalping on ERNA. Let's start the news because we only have 20 minutes. Let's talk quickly here about some of the major headlines. I knew that was coming, Katina, man, when I slipped up on that. All right, let's get down to work, baby. All right, so we're going to skip the oil story because so much happened since I wrote this in the morning. We're going to talk a little bit about AMD. We'll get Joey's opinion, we'll get mine, and then we'll talk a little bit more deets here. So beating estimates quite handily, guys. $1.37 on EPS. The street was looking for $1.29. Joey, revenue is at $10.25 billion on the quarter versus the $9.89 expected. So easy, a clean, a very neat double beat there, with revenue also growing 38% year over year and net income nearly doubling to $1.38 billion. That's all the take-home money that then nobody touches except the tax man. No, actually, I think that net income is, it's already tax deducted. Data center revenue, now the core earnings driver. It alone, data center, which is a euphemism for their AI division, alone is more than all their other segments combined in terms of revenue. We knew that was coming. Obviously, it was by far their fastest growing segment. We didn't think it was going to basically overtake all the other segments combined. It has. The guide came in strong, $11.2 billion. The street was looking for basically $10.52, so about $750 million beat there, give or take. Lisa Su said server growth should, quote, accelerate meaningfully as supplies scale. Not a woman for hyperbole, but I respect that. We'll see how much that does. AMD sees tens of billions in AI data center revenue next year, as well as 80% long-term growth. No definition as to what long-term means here. Helios rack scale AI system launching in the second half of this year. OpenAI, Meta, they're already putting in their orders. The stock surged 15% yesterday, Joey, after hours, up 16.85. And guess what? It's up year to date. I'm going to give you a guess.
Well, I already know it's up 100% in the past month. Year to date?
It's up 93.94% year to date. So you're right on.
Yeah, so
you're right on.
Yeah, in the past month, I mean, it's
up over 100%. You want to guess what Intel is?
Year to date?
Yes.
I'm I'm going to say, well, I can already do kind of the math.
Yeah.
I'm going to say like 200+%.
You're exactly accurate. 201%.
Yeah.
We're spinning the money for your boy over here, man. You just did it live right there.
200%
I know his
there.
charts.
All right. Let's be real here. I mean, we talked about NVIDIA. That it was kind of a rotation. It was supposed to be a neck-and-neck race between these two. AMD, we're talking about the AI race that is. It's going to be AMD and NVIDIA essentially fueling it. Now, we've seen a little bit of a fall off, and then we've seen other names like the Marvells and the Broadcoms really start to pick things up. But here with AMD, you're seeing the growth across the board. They're signing massive deals. They have the Meta deal. They're involved with Stargate. They're in with the Gulf countries as well, too, building out their AI infrastructure. This name has been on an absolute parabolic run. Now we're talking about the MI555 that's going to be competing with NVIDIA's Rubin series. Lisa Su has taken this company, and they've really been on a rocket path to the top. It's a neck-and-neck race. It's AMD, it's NVIDIA. You have the Marvells and the Broadcoms. These guys are all working together and in tandem, essentially, just to lead this build-out. I think this trade goes on for quite some time, but one thing I have to look at the flip side of the trade here. 100% on the month. You will see some form of a pullback. It's within the stock's nature to have aggressive pullbacks. I don't think we're going to see, exactly, ring that register, aside from what we have going on from the Super Chat. You will get it, but don't stand in front of this freight train because you're up 20% in a session alone. So I really like what they have going on. The new chips are coming out. There's a lot in the pipeline, and you have some of their segments growing at substantial rates that we've seen in some of the cloud providers before. So be prepared for this trade to continue to pan out, but also don't be greedy because you know what they say, pigs get slaughtered.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you very much, Traveling Trader, dropping 10 Canadian in the chat. Thanks, Sharif, for ERNA. It is continuing to go. There it goes again, breaching the high of the day. ERNA is on its horse. It's up 85%. It's looking for 7.5. It gets into 7.5 and clears it decisively. You're looking for 8. So great trade by you, brother. I hope you're printing up multiple storms on your side of the screen, and I couldn't be happier for you. Thank you very much for the $10 Canadian, of course. Super chat. I want to talk here a little bit about some underreported elements of this AMD trade. The first one is, remember that 6 gigawatt tie-up that they had with Meta? And Meta was supposed to give them a ton of money for their MI450 GPUs. Well, they're already starting to receive some of that money. In fact, they noted that the current ramp-up is also ahead of schedule, and it's suggesting that the MI450 deployment for Meta, that is, could actually go smoother than Meta's deployment of Blackwell, which was plagued with some issues initially, heating, this and that. We've talked about that before. So I'm liking that. It looks like maybe AMD has learned from some of the mistakes of their bigger brother, Nvidia, of course, and not looking to repeat that sort of same cycle. I like that. It's obviously very strategic. From Dakta, Lisa Su. Also, record negative inventory cycle. So what do I mean by that? Their inventory levels dropped by $400 million, and that's not a bad thing. Essentially what it means is that this negative cycle is that demand is so high that chips are leaving the factory quicker than they can be replaced. That's a good problem to have. Obviously, if you can't, put out the product out there, then, your reputation for delivering, not so good. But that really hasn't happened yet. It's a good problem to have in the short term. They're selling these things, Joey, quicker than they can make them. Then, last but not least, this AI inference shift as opposed to training. We've really seen AMD come to the fore, and not because of the MI series GPUs. Those are good. I'm not dogging those. But what I'm talking about are the CPUs, where AMD certainly outshines Nvidia through their EPYC, their Ryzen as well. And the reason is these agentic tasks require so much more CPU power than the training aspect of AI did. So that's really booming from their angle there, and especially because CPUs had kind of fallen out of favor, which dropped obviously some of their CPU sales. Good to see that that's back in focus. So a double whammy here. The MI450 is oversubscribed. That's their GPU business. The what's it called? The EPYC server CPUs also well oversubscribed. That's like the major part of their business. Everybody knew AMD as a CPU designer rather than a GPU designer. So I like that aspect of the report. Couldn't be happier for Lisa Su and company. And holy, bad word. Yeah, things are ripping right now, man. That EDS, ERNA just got back into 770. It's on its way to 8 here, Joey. Absolutely ripping up. So is that hot garbage PMAX. It is really ripping as well, Katina, man. Up into 362. Good hold there on the max. What's going on over there, Katina, man? You're short in Marvell, Katina, man? He put it in the chat. No, the reason I'm just asking, so surprised, obviously, is it's one of his biggest swing trades at the moment. There's a Katina, man, going double top, looking to defend that area. Beautiful look there, Katina, man. Way to stay with your convictions, buddy, because you added again into that, and now it's bleeding its own blood into the downside. We're going to hope Katina, man, prints up several storms on that side of the desk. So good look there for the Katina, man. And as I always say, Joey, if you're looking for the Katina, man's levels, you need to be in the chat. I can't believe Marissa's calling him Katina, man. It's like the biggest affirmation ever. All right, let's have a look at the AMD technicals today. Did the note get it right? Let's take a quick look. What did the note say? It said, look for long pullbacks into 415 to 420 if buyers defend. Your target will be 430. Well, you got it in the pre-market. You didn't necessarily get that on the open. Did you get a 415 pullback? This is the open right here, that big green candle. I'm just going to look at this from the open onwards. You didn't. Well, actually, you did. Because 415 did trigger on the open. Were you looking to 430 to 435? You barely didn't get you got 430. You got 430 and a half. You certainly didn't get 435. How about the momentum long? That didn't come in because that says above 430 only if volume expands, target 450. And then the last trade here, which was kind of the doom and gloom trade, lose 415 and fail reclaim, watch flush towards 405 to 400. Did you get a 415 reclaim over here? Let's have a look. So you did. So if you were able to get your 430 out, you could have got it on the way back down because this was basically a Christmas tree retracement. It lost 415, a little bit below the volume weighted average price. What was the low of this area? The low there on the dot is 402.04. This one said 405 to 400. So both of them came in. I think you probably had to wait to see which one fit your style a little bit better. Obviously, the momentum long didn't come in because that was above 430. That didn't end up happening, Joey, after regular trading hours. All right. So we go on, talk a little bit about its older sibling here, Nvidia, and the tie-up they have now with Corning, GLW. So Corning is partnering with Nvidia on 3 new U.S. advanced manufacturing facilities. They're going to be in North Carolina. They're going to be in Texas. They're dedicated to optical technologies for Nvidia's AI systems. And according to reports, they're going to create about 3,000 jobs. No specificity as to whether they're permanent or, for the build-out, which are transient. The deal expands Corning's U.S. optical manufacturing capacity by 10 times. And we're seeing this come back into vogue, right? People used to build optical, what are they called? Fiber optics up the yin-yang, but that was like in the early 2000s, late 90s. Didn't really see too much of that. That's coming back in vogue now for data centers. The core thesis here is Nvidia likely to move deeper into the co-packaged optics that replaces copper with glass fiber in their AI rack systems. Optical fiber, in case you're wondering why, can move data faster and use 5 times to 20 times less power than copper, which is becoming a real issue and a real bottleneck for the data centers. We've talked a lot about the power or lack thereof for these data centers, and they've already become major AI infrastructure beneficiaries with Joey. Shares are up on GLW more than 250% in the last 365 days. And Meta, they also have a part to play with Corning. They have previously committed to $6 billion to GLW to help build out their North Carolina plant. So they already had $6 billion sitting there waiting to be spent. Market implication is GLW is kind of being re-rated, Joey, as an AI infrastructure supplier, something I think you and I already kind of knew.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting in the basics of fiber optics.
Bell Canada actually has a big deal with
I
Corning.
know you know about that leg.
Yeah, big deal with Corning. Sharif mentioned the North Carolina plant. They're looking to expand productivity and production by 50%. So North Carolina and Texas, plenty of jobs coming that way. But they have a target of $35 billion in analyzed sales. The internal goal is to hit $40 billion. So I mean, if we're talking about this build out, there's so many ways that you can look at this trade. Nvidia signing another deal here, guys, with the picks and shovels of everything, right? Like, so I like this name, to be honest with you, considering they're in the telecommunications now. They're starting this AI build out. But this stock has climbed 262% in the past 12 months. So it's definitely participating in this AI rally. And you're seeing it, you're starting to see that ripple effect, Sharif, is the hyperscaler spending a whole bleep ton of money, and it's starting to slowly, I don't even know if I can say slowly, but it's starting to hit different sectors and different places within the picks and shovels of things that you weren't really expecting. And it's just a whole economic effect. And we're talking about these guys spending, it's like 2 to 3% of GDP. It's like it's implemented into that. So expect it to continue to do what it's doing, and it's really driving parts of the economy right now, in my opinion.
It is, man, and there's jobs being added. These are real jobs.
Real
right?
jobs.
So
like,
that's important.
We talk about jobs being lost, but think about the jobs that are being created as well, too.
Exactly.
I mean, there's probably, it's maybe a one-to-one. You're probably seeing a little bit more job loss, but in the long run, like, this is giving people work for a couple of years, which is pretty good.
Agreed. Let's look at the TA, see how the morning no got this one. So look at what it says here. Best long setup is a pullback into 170, 175 that holds with volume. Joey.
Yes, sir.
This is the 930 open. There's the 930 pop right there, there. Pops up, drops. Hold on, what's the low of that candle? Joey, read that level for me.
175.25.
37.
37.
175.37. What did you get there?
25 there.
Right there, Joe.
Oh, okay.
175.37.
Okay, I can't see.
That's all okay.
I could. I can't even see that, my boy. I was looking where your mouse was pointing.
175.37. So you didn't get 175 exactly, but I hope that you were alive to that. It created a bit of a base at 177.50, and then it popped up into 185. So that would have been a $10 winner right there. There was a bunch of others fail below 166 to 168. That didn't come in, obviously. And then there was a momentum long above 190. That didn't come in, or did it? No, it did come in. 190, if volume expands, target 195, 200. So on the implied or in the open, did you get that 190? You did get it, but it failed a little bit above 195. It failed at 195.65, and then all hell broke loose to the downside. So I think the levels were right. It was really about how you executed here. I think that was really the trick with GLW, as it is always on earnings, because they're super volatile thereafter. Let's go to the next story, though. SMCI. Interesting report. Missed on revenue, but there's a reason for that. We'll get to that in a minute. So SMCI beat EPS expectations despite missing on revenue. EPS came in at 84 pennies, versus the 62 expected. Revenue did miss by over $2 billion, but there's a reason. 10.24 versus a 12.33 expected. SMCI is up 17 3/4, so the market digesting that reason and, at least for now, believing it. Management blamed the revenue miss on customer deployment delays that were tied to power and networking readiness. They're insisting it was not demand destruction, as many people had gauged because of the plethora of scandals this company seems to be engulfed in constantly. Supply constraints also impacted results, including shortages to GPUs, Intel CPUs, as well as that plague everybody's been suffering from right now, rising memory costs, hurting them as well. The Q4 guide did beat expectations. They're guiding $11 to $12.5 billion in revenue. The street was looking for 11.07. EPS guide 65 to 79 pennies. The street wanted 55. So a double beat on guide as well. With the OG, Charles Liang, the CEO of the company, said delayed revenue should shift in the coming quarters, supporting the idea that it was a timing-related revenue miss, as opposed to, again, demand destruction. He also mentioned ongoing China-related Department of Justice scrutiny remains an overhang, though management said no restatement is expected and customer relationships remain strong. In other words, the deal with AMD, the deal with Nvidia, and others still on the books. and not being, walked back as a result of the GPUs that found their way to China somehow. Company continues aggressively expanding Joey manufacturing footprint to meet demand. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, trust me, MF Dangerous. I know about the copper game, my boy. I mean, let's get into things. Enterprise revenue up 20% year over year, rising 46% year over year. Sharif went through all of the numbers, but we're talking about a name that was running through some. Whoa.
Like it.
It actually.
You look so innocuous there, Katina, man. No one can really see who you are. We got the big boys.
Yeah,
we got the big boys. Going, there we go. It's
How was the lasagna?
I had the salmon.
That was good. The lunch was good? Excellent. Legend.
All right, let's get back into SMCI.
Let's get to work,
Regionally, U.S. contributed 69% of its revenue, 13% coming from Asia, 7% coming from Europe, 11% the rest of the world. Growth strong across the board here, 154%. It's all right. Europe 146% year over year, and the rest of the world up 500%. I mean, we're talking about a name that was going through some fishy times, right? They're selling these chips to countries that they're not supposed to. They're not reporting. They're reporting late. They have no idea. I know Kramer was a big fan. He said he loved the front office, and this was prior, before all of this started to happen. And I'm like, what's even going? How do people even like this stock if you have the inability to report on time? You've known for how long and when you have to, and then you just start to throw things off to the side. You start selling these things illegally, but investors brushing that off due to the guidance. Aside from the revenue miss, they like the guidance. This name is starting to participate in the AI trade, so you can't really complain about it at this point.
No.
And it has steady growth across the board. Let's not kick that to the curb.
Let's ask the $1 million question.
What's up?
Would the 50 cents that Joey has right now as cash,
fractional?
Would you buy a fractional share of SMCI?
No.
So you're not. Again, let's just be honest about this.
This be it.
Is there too much overhang?
Yeah.
There's too much BS happening at this company for you to feel comfortable, correct?
Yeah. It's like, you know what it feels like? It's like that one guy you lent money to. He never paid you back, and then he asked you to lend money to him once again, and you're like, he said he promises. He says he promises to give it back this time.
You let it go, but you don't make that mistake.
You don't make that mistake.
You know what O'Leary says, and I really like this about O'Leary, and it's obviously a rich person problem, right? You're rich, a lot of your family they want to borrow some money. You know what he says? He's like, when my family or anybody in my extended family asks me for money, I give it to them. And I say, this ends
now.
No, he's like, yes, in a sense, but he's like, this is the only time I'm going to give you I don't want it back, but don't ever ask me for money.
Don't ever ask me again. You better.
Right.
I would just be like, all right.
What do you think about that? You like that?
I like that. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. To be honest, or never mind what O'Leary says. What about what our good friend George Bush once said? Fool me once. Fool me once.
You can't fool me again.
Fool me again. Hey, there you go.
All right. Joey, what time is it?
Again. It's 2 o'clock.
No, it's almost
lasagna time.
Man. It's lasagna time. All right, guys. You better ask for a lot, says Philip. Yeah, smart. Philip's thinking. Philip's got the right idea. Guys, all right, it is a lot of greenery in this market. Very, very aggressive breakout. All the Mag 7, without exception, are all green. Even Netflix is green, which is surprising. SMCI, AMD leading the way there for the semis. You also have ARM up aggressively here, 2 and a fifth. So there's a lot of movement here. It's been a good day. I'm assuming it's a really good day for most people's long-term portfolios. But, just let's keep a focus on things. And, it's not going to always be this way.
Oh.
Well, you know how the market works, right? So hopefully we see more all-time highs as of late. So good day, guys.
Yeah.
Send them off, Joey.
Yeah, I think we do see some more all-time highs. I think it's only a matter of time until we see it within Apple and a couple of the other names. We do have some laggards like Meta and Tesla that aren't really performing that well. But watch out what happens when they decide that they want to hit those markers. It can help the market continue to climb a little bit higher, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Maybe not so much with Tesla, but Meta, I think it's only a matter of time. So, all right, guys, that's it. The boys will talk about their salmon. I would have liked to have the salmon. I tried to make a deal with it. I didn't get the deal done, but that's all right. We can get some other deals done because that's what we do, man. I don't think there's salmon, man. There's only
salmon gets like ravaged.
Yeah, the salmon gets ravaged. So yeah, I couldn't close the deal out on that one, guys. I hope everyone's had a fantastic day. Sharif and I will be back same time tomorrow.
Yep. We're going to Idera.
Ciao.
Rerun popping here. Nvidia's social media account hyping up the company's latest robotaxi GXR feature. So WRD getting some love from NVDA and social media and pushing to the upside. Back to you.
Back to
us.
Yeah, back over here. We're yeah, what's up, Joe? We told the story before. Neil and I, for some reason, I think it's because the old. I know why I'm on no cheese.
I know why.
The old caterer used to put these big piles of like big ass feta cheese.
I was telling people in the lesson of the day. It's like it would just be silly.
Yeah. So I was like, nah, man, I'm hard passing on cheese. And then we flipped over to caterers, and of course today comes lasagna with cheese. So we don't have that. We're the only ones that got salmon. So
it was delicious.
Yeah, it was. The salmon is the winner. That's my favorite thing that they do consistently here. Although I thought the tacos were actually pretty good on Monday. They were
I could have requested. I would have gone for just the hard shells over the soft. The soft shells were like super tiny. Like you couldn't fit anything in.
Was
the
that
soft.
Andre?
Andre just said me too for the
tacos.
The hard tacos.
Oh yeah. That was tasty.
At home, I usually do like the soft in the hard, or the other way around, so the soft around the hard. But you couldn't because the soft one was super tiny. Market is a beast.
You may want to get checked out here, Jesse. I mean, I don't know. Did we both change or no? I think we're the same right now.
Change what?
Neil and I right here. So I don't know exactly what that means, but actually, I look the same as I did.
Okay.
I feel like. We changed from these two guys. We can't compete with these guys.
I have a confession to make.
It's about time.
I was an Asian dude this morning.
Yes, finally you're telling people the truth.
I just so you know. Yeah. If that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. I wasn't. I was just the same person. But we are. Yeah. The more you know on that one. Okay, man, during the midday show, I was putting in, this is why you gotta be part of the chat, man. Be part of the midday show. I'm in there putting this down. When we got back, from the gym, it was 1 o'clock-ish. We looked at Marvell. We said, thank you very much, Marvell. We were in and out of you at this exact same 170 level before. And then there it was right there. It came up into VWAP. We saw a little bit of a head poke there on Marvell. But then it came back up once, twice, thrice, bang, to the downside. And you want to talk about, like, we were going to use, here, I can tell you my stop right now. 170.10 was our stop right here for Marvell. And so that last fill is a 90 fill, so we give ourselves about 20 cents. Now in the money, $1.20. And then, oh boy, we'll go money dropper for Tesla, because this is a long that we had with you guys. We were going to drop out if it broke through 390 and VWAP. We're actually waiting for more down there. Didn't get any, of course, and then there it goes upside. So now $6 in here on this one. But yeah, fun times about to happen here this afternoon. We talked about it. We're going to stay a couple minutes late tonight for earnings.
Just have a couple.
It's ARM. ARM is the one that we feel like most will be.
ARM and maybe.
What was it? IREN is tomorrow.
No, IREN's tomorrow. I was looking at tomorrow.
Yeah.
IonQ, AppLovin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, AppLovin, ARM, IonQ, all of them at 405. So.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. I'm a stickler about this. These should be in the middle because my charts to crash. Well, the thing is, ARM, I hate you. Because I'm like, yeah, I'll trim some.
You'll get a chance
before.
today.
No, I did. I put the order in. I canceled my 240, I think it was 247 or 248 in the long term, and just sort of threw it in there around lunchtime. And of course, it's back at the highs. I'm in one position. Once BMR was under VWAP, you know what? I wanted IBIT to be stronger than it was, and we left you guys with like a flat trade on IBIT. That starts losing the volume weighted average price. So crypto ended up not being strong. So I flipped over into what was a weaker name, which was BMNR. It's trying to break, it just broke low a day, but I'm now giving it back into 22.9. And possibly reloading if we get to VWAP. Hypercube says, can we get back to business?
I thought these guys were our
and get
friends.
some tilapia on the menu.
Why? The thing is that I'm down with tilapia on the menu because guess what? Your boys rotated out of tilapia. The next time it's tilapia, it's just going to be salmon again.
Well, you know why we haven't got tilapia anymore? Because I finally left the tilapia, and ever since I sent the email we have not had it once ever since I've rotated it. So watch them have canceled it. By the time I was like, yeah, I can't.
Yeah,
the thing is,
the
it's
tilapia.
not just that the salmon tastes better. You also have to note that you get, I swear, you get 20 to 30% more volume when they serve a salmon.
On Instagram,
you just get more.
On Instagram, I saw something about how it was saying what the best, healthiest fish was and least healthiest fish, and it was farmed tilapia was the worst fish by far. It was like
word?
Yeah, like we could probably look it up. It was like tilapia is like the worst for you. I don't know if it has too much. I don't know if it's the oils or I don't know what it was. But
okay,
it was like,
that's even more reason.
Maybe we're onto something over here. All right, so Tesla right back up. So we have a little piece left. Waiting to see what levels wind up breaking out here, and we'll see here as Tesla now starting to go upside one more time through 400 would be our next take if we can get that, if we're lucky enough to get something like that on Tesla. So we'll wait to see. We've already gotten out and right near 400 the first time, waiting to see if we do wind up breaking through it. Covering a little bit more here on Marvell. Let's see, I'm bidding 50, so if we get a 50 fill, that'd be nice. And then we can see what winds up happening after that. So it's probably all farm-raised stuff is going to be a lot worse. But I'm not sure there's too much like wild tilapia out there, so that's not a great thing there. And our salmon's probably farmed as well, just it's so much tastier.
Yeah, that's my guess.
STF.
Oh, this was that weird stock that Sharif was looking at. I was the crazy halter. It's got a very weird daily chart. Like, look at the daily on this thing. What the heck is even going on here? So don't know what it is.
What in that? There it is.
Yeah, I want that. Yeah.
What the heck is even that?
That. But it is halted again, so fair enough. I won't be trading it. I'm pretty sure. I thought this probably blocked, if anything. It's probably blocked at real trading. But it's done 2 million in volume, so the halt up has a tap of 738, and it halted at 738. I don't know how much technicals are even realistically going to matter here. Looks like some kind of a reverse split and habitual line stepper and a reverse split and utter nonsense. What is STF? STFS. Oh. What?
Do we go long 400?
STFS? Star Fashion Culture Holdings. That just sounds shady. Yeah, so they did a one for, the last piece of news was a 1 for 40, and I don't even see a piece of this today.
We gotta start getting serious here.
That's nothing. That looks like a kind of just like a low float runner with no reason.
What is the reason? I mean, not that Tesla needs a reason to be up 2.5%, but we just hit 400 again there, and I'm talking about 399.80s. So we just had a run, and then it just got hit right back to the downside. I'm debating to go long here on that take, but yeah, no, we've seen so many. It's like the first time that Intel broke through 100 bucks. It did have, it's gonna be hard to see on the chart, but it did have a pullback in. Actually, the very next day, it got down to $95 before eventually getting through there on better news. So we'll wait just on AMD news, I guess. Good to see Intel starting to moon upside there a little bit off of that. It was really interesting to hear, and this is how you know, like when you're talking, I was gonna say about Luis there, like I heard on the Midday show, and I just think when you're talking about sitting on a prop floor like we are, and everything like that, that's why the Midday, they trade the small caps, and I know Joe's in the larger caps a little bit, Sharif primarily smaller ones, but I heard Luis talking about SNDK, and he's trading that one, and he was trading SNDK and Micron and everything, so I just wanted to say, like, regardless of what your specialty is, it's always a good thing to get outside of that when you see things moving around, So, from Luis talking about being a small cap, trader and, developing that software that he has and everything like that, to then talking about looking at SanDisk and has been tracking it and looking at it and trading it, I'd like to ask him, like, did he make more money in the last couple weeks or whatever trading, larger caps maybe than smaller caps, or is it even, or how much focus does he have on it? Because I just think that that's pretty cool that you get that other sort of aspect there of making sure that you are good at, because, whatever you're looking at, like small caps are fine,
But, you know, when things are moving around and you want to make sure you get the opportunities that are in there. So he was talking about SanDisk and Micron and all that. So that's where, you know, when things are moving around, you often see it on the sticky note, like all of a sudden one day, there goes, by the way.
Like the meme craze.
Yeah, exactly.
For
there goes
for 6
Tesla.
months, everyone's trading the same thing. During marijuana, everyone was trading marijuana.
Yeah, exactly. And
during the silver thing, pretty much every single day, someone was trading a silver stock on this the show.
Like we haven't
and then nobody trades it, and then back again. Like I hadn't traded silver in weeks, and then today it's back in play. Yeah. You to an extent, you got to jump wherever the movement is going to be, for sure. And hopefully, we've got some movement in the space of concussion therapy because we've got some updates from Origenics. Ticker OGN on the NYSE American. The company's activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. And alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation, OGEN, over on the NYSE American, formerly the AMEX to us old heads, the market that nobody would trade when we started. I remember as a trainee, nobody would trade the AMEX because it was all NASDAQ back then. Because NYC had it was basically the market makers had so much control. Like,
Yeah. No, for sure. It was a good one. Amex used to be good when the SPY, Qs, all that were over there, and then obviously with Reg NMS and everything started ticking out. They're a little bit spin it. You guys are right, man. There goes Tesla. Okay, hey, look. Yesterday we made $7 or $8 on Marvell. Today Tesla, I choose you. And there it goes, man, right up there to the upside again. You know, quite a runner here for Tesla. We're now $8 in, and let's see if we can keep going upside now on TSLA. I mean, we did clear out just ahead of 400, but now that it's going through, let's see how far Tesla can go again. We have Disney today on earnings. Just seeing that this was maybe at VWAP. Okay. Well, that's why it's at VWAP, and that's why it's hitting the scanners. It's been pretty slow here, slow grind up into VWAP, but that's like what we have the scanners for, is to give us an idea of potentially what might hit next. And for this one, it is a VWAP trade. And look, the difference between this, obviously we're short now $1. We're $10 in the money right now on these two trades, but it's Marvell's my most recent one. And the reason why I like this a little bit better is because we tested back and forth. And it's just like, you know, not taking it the first time up through VWAP, fine. Then you see some dancing, back down through, comes back, you know, doesn't break it, comes back, doesn't break it. So we started to get involved there. We believed it so much, we took it again, and then there it comes back in, and you know, starting to cover obviously on Marvell. I think I only have 20% left on this name. Let's see if it gets back above this golden cross here of the 50 and the 200, 169.25. We can actually put a stop there. For how many shares we have? Okay, we can go for 169.31s. We'll stop out for 50% of what we have left, and then we'll wait to see if it continues to climb through that level. If not, maybe we do have a downside push. And then look where we're getting out. I mean, this is what I have to do a little bit better on, try to hold more for these prints, and that's what we did, man. We have 4 or 5 prints right here above the 200, and then 4 or 5 prints underneath the 200 period moving average. So I think we did pretty good there trying to hold on. So we're going to do that with Marvell, and we're already, I mean, Tesla's mooning even more now. Tesla's now 850 as we start to go into the new highs here for Tesla, and should be good to go. I mean, sure, we're running into some problems. We don't have too many shares left. This is why we get out at 400, is there's been an up and down situation with that before. So we'll see if Tesla wants to eventually hold out for whatever that is. That's 407. We're not getting there. So maybe tomorrow, but no stops right now. Maybe if we break back down below 398, we'll do that. So far, so good. SoFi. Oh, someone asked what was the most recent. I just saw SoFi in there, and I actually didn't remember.
I was having a
Yeah, someone said what was the last thing I was buying. I actually bought SoFi at 18. So this has not been good to say as my last buy, but that is what it was. So SoFi there at 18 is the last thing I bought, and I'm, you know, like Joe, I have a little more than 50 cents in cash, but I do have whatever. I don't know. It's probably less than 2 or 3%. Of the portfolio in cash.
I'm about to get a cash infusion.
I sold AMD today.
There was that's actually not the ARM, because a few months back when I thought it made no sense. And I probably mentioned on the show that Robinhood was buying WonderFi. And then so basically what happened is I think there was like a call or something, and they pushed back when the deal would close.
No, I remember you talking about it.
And then for some reason, WonderFi just started tanking, and I'm like, this is trading like a good 20% beneath the fair value of the close. And so I just put like a bunch, I had cash, I'm like, I'm just put it into this, because it looked to me like a free 25 to 40%, depending on where it is. And I can see myself on the offer now when that stock gets back up there. And then hopefully,
do they have a
what I bought recently, it's supposed to close now in I think it's June, June. Somewhere mid of the year. A lot of times they'll either, if they haven't given you a date, they'll just say Q2, half of the year, or like third quarter or something like that. This was mid-year was the update, so there's still a couple of months, but if I can literally get it pretty much at the price, I might as well take it. One update here, I'm gonna probably trail out of BM&R, I think. It's already made the move. Like, we got yesterday's afternoon range when it broke down, like there's your low, there's it breaking. Now it's starting to come back up. So I'll hunt for something else, and whoops. Oh, number lock was, I never take number lock off.
Ooh, Tesla.
Absolutely never take number lock off. Let's see if I can sit there. Yeah, just get the fill. It's when it breaks that bottom, like hold it for the low of the day, but if it cannot break yesterday's low, just trail out. Reload it if we get 23s, still on the 15-minute. Reload it if we come back into VWAP or 23s, and then see if we can rinse and repeat that trade. The other thing that's gonna be on my mind though is, if we are bouncing, nice double bottom. IBIT ends up holding 46, pretty good. Not at yesterday's low, but there's that bottom tail where we didn't get the absolute low. Now it's starting to break trend in here. I'm gonna try to pick this one up if I can in the teens and ride this party. I just prefer Bitcoin when we're going, because I'm staying bullish on this because it's breaking the upward trend, whereas ETH isn't as much. So therefore, I think I like the shorts on BM&R. Like when we were holding lows, BM&R was breaking lows, and that's the difference. So I'd rather be on the thing which is just a little bit stronger. So I'm gonna pop in here, kind of give it to this support at 46.10, and then look for the next. Cobble says that a few people are putting in Beyond Meat. What is that moving again?
Oh, was that $1?
We had Beyond Meat on
the Midday. Did it break $1?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I put that in. Okay, good.
That was the option for the lasagna today. Was yeah, the vegetarian option was actually Beyond Meat. Was it lasagna or was it something else?
I guess lasagna.
Yeah, it was lasagna with.
Oh, bring out the cannons for Tesla.
I should have tried that.
All right, there it is.
The other one.
There's the hot dog cannons. Pew, pew, pew. And they are cannons today. There goes Tesla, man. You guys wanted it. You guys get it. There it is. $9. Tesla goes through 400 into 401. Good trade there. But I'm actually happier with this Marvell trade, actually. Just this is exactly the kinds that, you can up your share size and everything. Tesla's great. And we did do, we put some damage on the board down here on Tesla. So those are purples because I had too many offers out here. And it just thought that I was short selling, but I wasn't. So there it goes all the way to the upside, Tesla. So yeah, we will go a little bit on that one, back up there to the upside. So we're just looking for other opportunities now. Like I said, if Tesla can break back down to 398, we can get out of that one. It's just it's been an okay trade there. The other one today was Google. I mean, I was going to ask you guys, what goes through 400 first, Google or Tesla? Well, I mean, Google bounces. And again, to have been here, this is the thing. There's so many good opportunities now in the midday. There's so many good opportunities throughout the whole day to trade. And that's why I do shout out Luis and Joe and all those guys that are, trying to put some money on different strategies, like that $400, if you were looking at it, just like on Tesla. Tesla came up the first time here on Tesla, when it came up into 400 right here, I was long, so I was cutting it, but that's 400. It falls back into 396. So it's it gives you $4 down, right? And I think Google right there, the exact same trade. All you had to do was have the stones to put it on. That's a huge move up. I can understand not standing in the way of it, that's for sure. But maybe when it goes like this and then breaks lower, anyways, every trade is tough. But the second time, I think, would have been the right time to do it, because you didn't break the first time. So you say, okay, you dare it to do it the second time. And it does give you that monster trade right back into VWAP. And now I'm thinking maybe we look at this as a VWAP trade now for Google, because the last time it did that, it did bounce off of it. I'd like to see a little bit more, but we are giving some sort of resistance here, some sort of support on VWAP down there at 396 and change. So maybe Google is due for something over there. What's up, Andrew? I mean, we could put these all up there. I mean, this is what Neil and I want. We want you guys to start asking us some questions. So when you're saying SQQ there, I look at things TQQ-wise. So we can just look at SQQ because you wanted to. Again, this is the ultra short ETF. So so if you're looking for a position in this one, it depends on which way, but an upside move would mean the market's going down. So right now, with this is up 1.74%, you see a pretty good directional move lower right now. No, I mean, I don't, it depends on which way you mean here. Andrew, what do you think of starting a small position? So I don't know which way, but if you're thinking about long right now, I'd say no. I think the market has more room to run. I mean, there's not really anything negative today to spark. I mean, sure, there might be some negativity. Maybe energy. Yeah, USO down 8%. Sure. Well, we've already talked. Yeah.
Devon's down 8%.
XOM,
well,
CVX is down. XOM down 4. CVX down 4. Broadcom down as well today. Palantir down. So there is some weakness, but I don't think. Okay, Palantir was a name that was just at VWAP about
hold to 35
20 minutes ago. Yeah, it broke through. Okay, so I just wanted to say, this was a name that I was looking at this area and I didn't go short, but this was because Palantir was down, I was thinking about this. You see there, we bounced off of it. We were bouncing, and then, as I said, about 20 minutes ago at 2 o'clock, I did not take it, obviously, but maybe Palantir turns into some strength now. So, yeah, no, for me, I'm going to back away from shorting really anything. I mean, our Marvell, I only have, like I said, 20% left, so we'll see what that winds up doing.
Just got a super chat.
Okay, perfect. We like that.
Bob?
We'll cover some more. Boba Fett?
Boba Fett.
It's coming soon.
Well, not that one.
He's not involved in that?
Well, that one wasn't very good. Maybe Boba Fett will be in some of the new stuff, but that one wasn't very good. Thoughts on the trade desk. Earnings tomorrow holding 24. Well, what do we say good? What do we say good about the trade desk?
Oh.
Probably not.
I know what I want to talk about.
It's probably not the name that I would gravitate to. I feel like if you're looking for beat up software play, there's probably other places to go. You get a lot of value just buying a Microsoft if you're looking for something in IGV that's been beaten up, or even like Palantir if you just want something that's in that ETF or maybe just the ETF itself. But I understand why everyone gets excited for this one to go. There's been accumulation here at the 50 period. That's a good sign. Accumulation is a pretty good sign. But every time you get excited that something that's a bottom pick is trying to go, there's a bunch of other things which have much better trends, which are enticing dip buys. I tend to stay away. I think as a day trade, if it's breaking above 25 tomorrow, sure, why not? We'll look at that as, I guess that would be on Thursday because it reports after the bell tomorrow. So yeah, more like on Thursday morning if we come in. Actually, no. Friday morning. What am I talking about?
After the bell.
Yeah, Friday morning, we'd have to come in and see if it's holding that 25 level. But a lot can happen between now and then. We've seen some absolute dump jobs on names that you're like, but this is bottoming out, and it looks like it could be consolidating, and it's making some higher lows, and money's gone. And that'd be Roblox as an example. Roblox still down. Market's at all-time highs. Roblox is up 0.7% under VWAP and looking pretty bad after their earnings. I just think you got to be careful with those names. Me, I would just rather put money into Softy if you think there's a bounce coming back in. Maybe Palantir holds and breaks out. I'm trying to think of another name that I would like, but not really. I like the dip buy on theme a little bit more than picking bottoms. So I went over to the IBIT bottoming tail candle here. Thanks. Bottom and tail candle, jump in. We'll give to about 46.10. If we do pop up to VWAP, then I'll look to get out into those highs and just see what's next. Speaking about energy, don't be surprised if you see Devon with a big imbalance tonight. Devon's closing a huge all-stock deal at the close, and they're already down 8%. So that could be wild this afternoon. Worth a watch. Beaten up probably as much because oil is down, but some of that is also all stock, big deal. SMR, did we ever find out the story here? Oh, she's not here. I don't think we found a story on SMR, but a lot of people have been asking what's going on with it. Breakout, hopefully. I actually have 13 as the original entry price, or it was between 1280 and 1320, somewhere in that range. I'd have to double check. Going all the way back to when it first came. And I just want to jump back and add shares in once we prove a hold and breakout. Like we've held the 50 period, there just hasn't been that break on SMR through 14 bucks. But I think we can get there at the end of this week, and then that can be an opportunity to jump in. I understand, and this is a Hail Mary play. Like if you get like 100% move on that stock, it's like take some off, and if you get 200%, then I would take some off again, and then try to hold for the chance that they actually ever make money. But you know what you're getting into with an SMR. Like as quickly as that goes up, you know it can completely rug you. Like it was at what 58, 59, something was a high. Something along those lines.
Yeah, I sold at the very top, 57.
Okay, yeah, somewhere.
SMR, so we got lucky on that one. Yeah, and guess what? We're not lucky on this one because Big Bear AI has been something that we've been talking about for a hot minute right there. And more, they missed. So it was 12 cents, minus 12 cents versus minus 8. So that's not helping Big Bear AI. I mean, we were hoping to get EPS positive transition, but their margins grow to 34 or 37% from 21%. So definitely improving margins there with Big Bear AI. They closed that $53 million government contract, which is great. They still have an order book of 280 million or so ready to go. So that's been helping them out right there and maybe gives them a little bit of a runway. They cleared their convertible debt as well, so no more cash owing from Big Bear AI. And there it goes. Big Bear AI going upside right there. And, it's not all just, these chip names. Big Bear AI off earnings, again, finally making a move back up. And, I'm more focused on Big Bear AI right now than I actually am on Palantir. We finally go back into the money on Big Bear AI. We're still long at $4.20 on BBAI. So boom, upside going now for Big Bear AI. And it's we showed this to you yesterday, but I think Sidhu was going the other way today. Upside there, so I'll find out. Today. Yeah, exactly. So this is the updated look right here on our board. Yeah, we'll get if we have a super chat, we definitely want to look at that. There it is right now. So 15, 21%. So it's about half now. Half of us are up, and it's funny because this is all as of January. It's like all one of us had to do was pick SanDisk or Micron or something. And then that would be an absolute monster move right there to the upside. It's funny, none of us took chalk. I actually wanted to take Google.
I was determined not to take any chalk or not to take any stock that I already owned.
Yeah, exactly. So there.
Barry Dingle. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, you sent the super chat before, but I missed it because I saw you talking about the Qs and made a bad assumption. Using the last $5 to your name. Well, I hope not. Have you ever seen the SPY and the Qs move like this in a single month before? No corrections ever, just straight up? I can't remember anything exactly like this. There were times during, during the financial crisis or after financial crisis when things were ramping back up, you would get some absolutely spectacular bounces because you get spectacular bounces in bear markets, but that's not distinct. That's not the same as breaking out at the high.
Using the last $5.
Yeah, so I can't remember a time where it was like a breakout like this that was as clean on the Qs. You do get months like this in bear markets, oftentimes after huge dumps. But even compare that back to the tariff tantrum, and the higher low off the tariff tantrum was probably not as good, but it was pretty solid, and that would be the closest comparable. Or it would be something which is completely unlike it, which was bouncing off of lows back in the financial crisis. So I don't know. I'm sure if you could look it up on ChatGPT, or well, maybe you can't. The last time I asked that a question about market history, it failed abjectly. It was terrible.
Yeah, you'll be careful with that.
With Perplexity, got it just dead wrong. So. Fail.
Okay. All right. Just scanning around, right? I mean, I was actually looking at Google made a move all the way back to VWAP, so that could be a trade there. It's broken it. It was the last one that hit on the scanner. So Google coming back in off that $400 mark. I mean, this is what I was talking about with Google. It's all you had to do was buy it at last year's lows. It was $150, man. And this is what I say to people all the time. It's these are not stories that you couldn't figure out. Google was and has been an absolute, this thing was split multiple times, I believe. Maybe only once, but this name's already had monster moves, and Google just, we are easy to see that we knew that they were big into AI. They were one of the very first names to be into quantum and, deep, what was their first one? Not deep fake, I forget, but anyways, Google, what was that? DeepMind, yeah, DeepMind. I kept thinking about the Chinese there, yeah, DeepSeek, that's why. So, Google's been a story for a minute, and I mean, the fact that it's been where it is right now is just incredible. So, what an epic rise in these stocks. And this is why I say to, Joe or any people that have some ute underneath of them, that is especially Dara and anybody, if you get some money in your pocket, like that 50 cents, I think that even should be deployed there, Joe. But look at what's going on here with all of these names. I mean, this is just a weekly chart for Google, and the story's the same. I mean, how about just when you signed up for Gmail, you just bought 100 shares? I mean, this was $6 back in 2005. This was $12 back in 2010. This is not from $12 to 400. I mean, even just to buy shares there and let it ride is absolutely unbelievable. I told that story, and I got to actually check back with my friend here. I forget when it was, and I told this, so those of you guys that have been here for a minute would know, but he had sent me like a screen cap of a conversation that we had, and it might have been in 2018 or 2017 or whatever, and both he and I were going back and forth and saying like, yeah, we really like Nvidia down here, and I think Meta was another one, and there was probably something else. Anyways, and then his next message was like, oh yeah, I'm dumping in like 40 grand into each one of these things, all right? And then he sent me a message, I guess it was probably 2024, and he showed it to me, like that 80 grand or whatever it was 1 point something million dollars, and he hadn't sold anything, and yada yada yada. And it was just talking because he had looked back at our conversations, and that was like literally one of the last ones we had. It's not, this is a friend from our kids' sports, and it was just like, he's like, holy crap, like this is unbelievable. And I felt bad because I probably didn't put anything near that much in at that time. But it was just a story about how like these names just continue to go. So I feel like on dips for SanDisk or on dips for anything like that might be worth looking into if you do get a dramatic move down. People saying like AMD 180. AMD was just at 180 a month and a half ago.
Someone just said they didn't like the fact that the market's at channel high, so they don't want to buy it
one already.
But you know what? That's a good reason. It's another super chat that we have. ANET.
Yeah, not this one.
That's not that one. That's another good reason to trim a little bit, and then you just buy the next available dip. If it's a stock that you like, just buy the dip and continue to accumulate. And sometimes you buy the dip on something you like, and it doesn't feel good in the moment, but you're remembering that you're going to retire with that in your account, and that's the idea. I'm going to take a look at ANET, which might just be a scratch today. I know it's having a bad day, but it actually is right on theme with what we're talking about, Arista. But just very quickly, not going to give this one too far with iBit. Like, it's been a good day, and don't want to bucket. Like, I'm asking myself, okay, well, the market's going higher. I'm looking for a catch-up play instead of maybe potentially just looking for the re-entry on something relatively weak. So I'll just continue to wait for BM&R to give me a trade. But as far as Arista goes, fair enough. Disappointing today, right? Gap down last night, continued today. You'd say this looks like a horrible situation for the market at the highs. But Arista, that's a monthly chart on Arista, which looks absolutely fantastic. Right, like you're getting a red month, but you're still putting in higher lows on that. On the daily, I showed you that because we're not split adjusted here. On the daily here, you're pulling back into the 50 and the 200 period moving average. Now, I don't own Arista, but if this was GE Vernova, which I love, or a stock like that, I'd usually find this as an opportunity. And when we consolidate at highs, I tend to like to trim some off, and it goes higher and you hate yourself. But if you get the pullback into like the major moving averages, they tend to be a good spot to catch a bit of a bid. So it's going right into the 200 period. What I don't love here is that it lost the 200 before going, so it cared more about support at like 115 bucks than it did about the 200 period moving average, which it had been respecting. But that doesn't mean if it doesn't bounce here, it's not good again. So yeah, you pull back in, and sometimes it's about looking for that dip buy. And I'm only saying that because it's exactly what I do in an uptrend. And the next time GE Vernova gets to the 50 period moving average, I will be sitting there and waiting there with open arms. There you go. To steal an old phrase, just wait there looking for open arms. The real Gary says MSTR looking better than iBit.
Ooh, I'm going long Robinhood right now. So hopefully, if you are talking about iBit and MSTR, we'll go long Robinhood right here, $70.40. We'll use that as our low as we bounce back and forth here with Robinhood off of VWAP. But yeah, of course, all the talk that Neil and I make, like, you know, you guys got to have to make your own calls on your own stocks. I mean, you can clearly see.
That's why I'll bring it back to something that I'm doing on my own stock instead of someone else.
Well, you can see how, I mean, I just showed you, right? Like, we have 13 of us or 12 of us there. It's 50-50, half are up, half are down. It's so hard to pick individual stocks for the short term. If you're a long-term trader, it's much easier because then you don't ever have to sell. Okay, so here goes Robinhood. We'll take a little bit here, $70, sorry, 77. I don't necessarily want to get out there. If we can come up into 78, I think that would be a decent opportunity there. We're going to try to drop this. I really think this is a good level, man. 77. Let's just go. I mean, this is, we don't have to take a lot of risk. That's the best part about this trade. So Robinhood again, and shout out to our good friend Brian Shannon, of course. He's tagging me. I'm tagging him back and forth on Twitter. Make sure you do go on X, follow us all right there. The best follow, of course, would be @TraderTV Research with Adara. But yeah, just coming in right into there. We'll try a long here on Robinhood. We could buy a little bit more at 60 if it does come into that, but this is kind of like that Marvell trade, but, you know, reversed. And, you know, we don't want to play an Uno reverse card on the market right now because that would be bad for us. But the market is up that 2%. And actually, earlier in the day, you're like, oh, it feels like the market wants to go 2%. So there it goes, man. You are now up that 2%, basically straight up 1%. Like, we were down 0.8 there, or down 2.8. And then now it's just like, pretty much straight up. I mean, you might have got stopped out in and around that area there, but there it goes, man, upside here. We'll see if we can capture a little bit of, you know, drag here on Robinhood. So that's what I'm doing, just going long on Hood, and we'll see if, I mean, we could take, I don't know. Do we want to take something out for, I always do this, man. All right, we just talked about Marvell. I might just punch out of the rest, because if I'm going to switch into the longs, we might as well talk there. That's me crossing up on ARCA there, actually, at 56. Maybe we'll get, 55s. Maybe we'll get some fills there, which we just do. So let's get a little lighter. Hey, I thought we were supposed to get out of half of this Marvell trade. I don't know why that didn't. Oh, that's failed at 31 there. I don't know why. It's because I have my other stop. That's why. Oh, darn it. Okay, see, we screwed that one up pretty good. So, yeah, Marvell, we did get a piece out right there, so that was good. Now we're just rolling with less than, about 10% actually, left on MRVL as we continue to wait out for Robinhood. And this should be a good trade. We'll let it keep going to the upside here. If it does come through, we will offer something for about 10 or so cents, which is pretty light for sure. And then we'll go upside. We'll offer another piece there at O's, which is 78. Maybe we get going on Robinhood, especially if IBIT wants to go. But we already took a little bit of a bath there on IBIT today. Bath, I mean, yeah, you know, we would have liked to have taken it for a win. But there's IBIT. We took it. We were actually pretty patient. We waited till about 10 o'clock there. Thought we were buying some lows there on IBIT, coinciding with the closing price of yesterday. And then it was like, nope. And then finally, when we lost that little 3 p.m. bottom there, that's when we said, forget about it. And now you can see your straight rate back, actually. I thought Neil said Robinhood was, or Bitcoin was going up, but I guess it was the other way around right there. So, yeah, maybe Robinhood might not work down here, huh? All right, I should have looked at this a little bit before we had taken this trade. We'll put a little bit of a bid again at 60s on Robinhood. But yeah, this does not look great. And we've already sort of said the demise of Robinhood. Part of that is, as hardly to say a demise, it's cut in half. But part of Robinhood would be IBIT and crypto. But, you know, 81.3, I feel like we don't need to really watch out for that anymore. So we'll do Robinhood right there. What are you guys buying in your long-term portfolios? I mean, that's something that we always get asked those questions. I turn it right back to you guys as well. Here's the overall sector watch today for technology names. I mean, they're the ones that are really bumping. What a great call on Nvidia. A buddy of ours loaded the boat a little bit at 198, he was telling me today, so that's a good trade there. As Nvidia is up 5%. I mean, depends on how much you put in. You may want to get some out. I did trim AMD today at 418, $400.18. I just got out of 50 shares. I got out of about, I don't know, 15 to 20% or so of that one. So that's a good one on AMD. And again, it's just so, it's not tough, but when you see those kind of things in your account, it's like, wow. But okay, GEV, we've already talked about, you know, the power that's involved. Oh, earlier today we talked.
Lam is up 7? Wow.
Which one? IREN, yeah, IREN's a good one.
Lam, I meant.
Oh, Lam Research, yeah, that's also a good one. We talked a little bit today during the pre-market, and I was like, what about Constellation? You know, that could be a name there that hasn't really run, that still could run. So CEG there in the power space. This is actually looking pretty good for a take at some point there. And then Palantir, I don't really want to get into. I see some people talking about that. Circle is something people have been buying recently. Hopefully not some AMD. We did have some GameStop news over the last couple of days as well. So if that's moving around, hopefully took a little bit of profit a couple of days ago. Because, yeah, Ryan Cohen looked pretty silly there. Can't even answer the valuation questions and how they're going to even try to buy it.
I think he just didn't want to.
Yeah. I don't think your mic's on, but okay. Yeah, Adero just piping in there.
Basically
on
just saying it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, he was just coming, wow, this is okay. I was looking to put some money to work. I don't think I'll do it in the energy space, but this down 4.5% each. Pretty good, man. Marathon down. Oxy's getting hit the most.
See, this is what I like.
Valero.
I like the opposite. I like getting in on the dips.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Down 4% might be something there.
But Devon, I think Devon is going to be a trade. Maybe the thing being deleted, but one of the two between Devon and the company that they're buying, I think is a trade at the close today. One or the other. That's why they're down so much more. They're closing a monster deal, for sure. But it's the only all red. Actually, wait a minute.
No, these
the
are all
utilities.
Right here?
Yeah. I mean, that
They're-
makes sense.
Yeah,
Utilities
they're all,
are doing pretty bad.
I mean, everyone's rotating into growth names today.
Well, that's someone had asked why Nvidia is so strong. There was
it's
a
the best
really
stock
good
in the
moment.
market.
But there was a really good moment this morning where
right.
right when AMD was at its weakest, that's where Nvidia was at its strongest. I think the rotation was happening. Profit taking in AMD and passing the baton, and Nvidia is now the next one to go. So Apple. I said Apple was the next Mag 7 to get to its all-time high, and then after that, because Apple will be there tomorrow, and then we'll get Nvidia hopefully, if tomorrow's Thursday, so like Friday or Monday, I think Nvidia gets up to that top. What's actually interesting right now is SMCI, unbelievable. SMCI is almost at that level on the daily chart. I messed around with this a couple times off of VWAP, and like VWAP wasn't a clear direction in either way. Until it was, right? Like it wasn't a clear breakout. Left some on for the break of trend. It never broke trend and shorted it. Didn't really even give it to the trend line there. But I think this gets to 34. Just look at the daily. Like, why would you want to look for a reversion here? Because you're starting to press into resistance on SMCI. So yeah, huge move on the stock today. But I do want to pick the spots. Like today's one of those days where didn't really have to fight anything too hard. Like most of the trades were relatively simple and clean. And going back to what I like I liked silver, but then it never made a fresh high and it still doesn't look incredibly strong. But SMCI up at that 34, that's looking good. Somewhere up here to look for it to break the trend and then try to short it. Maybe not back to VWAP, it could always just be back into a prior support level. You said we have a super chat, Andre? I did not see this one. I was grabbing a tea for myself there. We have Rob Demchak. AMD blew out earnings. Is there any chance we are looking for 500 next week? That call was super bullish and the stock is strong as ever. If there's anything we've learned, it's even if it seems unrealistic, I don't think you can completely write anything off. If I was a betting man, I think that's a little bit much given how big the gap up we had today. We just had a 19% day. The activity today, believe it or not, is I think quite good, right? To be able to dip, hold on to the 400 level, and show this kind of strength when there was so much profit taking and a lot of people looking to ring the register, I think it's a great sign. But 500 seems like asking a lot there, especially if what I think is happening with Nvidia is true. If it is true that you're getting a bunch of rotation into Nvidia, then I think on each legs up, you'll have people taking profit on AMD and then looking for the next available dip opportunity. It's just that there's so many good names out there that you will probably see like baton from here to here to here. 500 eventually, obviously. I just don't know. Like we had that vote, I want to say 2 weeks ago. What was the next $1 trillion company? A lot of us were voting for AMD, I believe, and they must sit at what, 7, I'm going to guess 7 to 750, somewhere in that range. So they're getting pretty close to that $1 trillion mark. And keep in mind, anytime a company gets to a $1 trillion valuation the first time, it tends to be resistance. Forget about the even dollar numbers. If you hit the $1 trillion mark for the first time on a market cap, that is a temporary like at least for a couple of days short. It happened to Apple when it got there. I'm pretty sure it happened to Tesla the first time through. I don't remember if it was true about Nvidia though. But yeah, that would be pretty intense. If it can make it there that quickly, I'd be incredibly surprised. I don't know. 500 by next week. I hope so. All right, so SMCI is about to tag 34. It's still in a very distinct upward trend. This one's gone. Oops.
Oh gosh.
Here we go. This one's gone. So now you're getting like a new trend is forming higher. It's a little bit of a tighter one. So I'll look for that to break, and that's it for me. Like, it has to break that trend line. I don't want to sit in front of a level. I want to make sure it's actually breaking the trend that I'm currently looking at. Otherwise, no entry.
All right.
I don't want to stand in front of a moving freight train. That's worked well today. So I just want to continue to like stay green.
Yeah, man, we talked about, trying to find the best trades. And, I mean, we just gave you Robinhood. So there goes Robinhood, long at 70s, break through 78. Pretty much exactly as planned there. So, yeah, a lot of upside here. Hopefully we can continue to get going. It's despite the market not doing anything. There we go, Robinhood. So pretty good. We talked about where our stop was going to be, so we're well into the money now on this trade. So again, congratulations for those of you following and tailing on that one. Hopefully it is a profitable one for you as well. Okay, Intel's hitting a little bit here. Let's see what's going on with Intel. Just trying to fire it off. I mean, we do have the trade rate going. And no, I don't know why Intel's doing, maybe just breaking out a little bit there. Here's the hot list. So this is a trade rate indicator from, SMCI, actually. This was a level that we had talked about numerous times, $34. So this could be a good short right here. I don't think I want to go short, but SMCI into this level, if you look here, this is why we have those indicators, like right back in SMCI coming through again for that one as well. But we are still looking at, you are welcome there, Rich Lasso. Thank you so much for your kind super chat there. And look, we just want to thank you for watching. I mean, without you guys, we would have absolutely nothing. So I'd be sitting down and training the thousands of other traders at Real Trading. Instead, I get to have fun here every single day with you guys and grow this business and grow this team. And it makes me very, very happy. I still can't believe we get paid to do this. All right, Nvidia, don't tell it to anybody else. Look at the 52-week highs today. Intel, AMD, the SPY, the Qs, SOX L there, Micron 650, Google new 52-week high. Corning, what up, Corning? How you doing over there? Google 52-week high. The IWM, whatever the hell VB is. TQQs, obviously. AMDL, that's AMD. All on 52-week highs today. And notice this column, 52-week lows. We don't get too much action over there. We get GDC, whatever that is, and then the inverted ETFs, of course. But yeah, man, it's all about it today. We have IonQ tonight, as Neil had mentioned. And oh boy, do we continue to have some good successes trading these days. And part of it is, Flutter, FLTR. Is that what Flutter is? No. There it is, FLT.
FLUT.
Oh, FLUT. It was FLTR there in London, as you saw. FLUT. The CEO right there of FanDuel leaving after 5 years. Right there, Flutter. So they catch that news about CEO leaving. I wonder when that news dropped. Can anybody say 210? There it goes, all the way to the downside, giving back about 4% on Flutter. I would be not a huge fan of this name, right? I mean, I'm not a huge fan of DraftKings right now or any of these plays. I do like DraftKings because I've always said that I like the first mover advantage on that. But other than that, I just feel like Kalshi, the prediction markets, everything is really taking over right now. And this probably goes lower. This to me looks like a flat bottom break if I ever seen one again. That goes all the way back to February. So you want to talk about a market possibly turning around?
That's a problem.
Yeah, go for the weak stocks if the market's going to turn around. Flutter looks like one of those as well. We just took another piece out on Robinhood because it did come back in, and we have multiple outs at the high side because it was basically hit our goal. We were trying to get a little bit higher into that, 25s or 30s. So there's another out right there at 87 or whatever it was for Robinhood. Was that a call for Adara or something?
I think.
Then let's go.
Tons of earnings names to watch, guys. Is actually, in terms of the size of the expected move, might be the biggest night of the season. Why? Because all but one of these expected moves here is greater than 10%. Largest is Beyond Meat with a almost 21% expected move. Fastly in second place, 19.5% expected move. And then you've got a lot of these in the 10 to 12 to 13% range. Smallest expected move is Albemarle at 6.9%. But again, as Neil mentioned earlier, right at 4 to 405, you get the bulk of these earnings names. So stay with us. We'll try to give as many of them as we can at 405. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, as always. And yeah, maybe I missed Beyond Meat because I was going through the earnings names there live with you guys. I actually have that sheet up. The ones that are 405, but I think the main, I guess whatever, it's just probably like the main three market cap wise. The list I was looking at was probably focused on market cap, of which Beyond Meat probably not the largest market cap. I'm going to guess, and I'm going to be right because I know that they're not. That said, it's a tradable stock, and we were just talking about this with Luis, and you were mentioning with Luis. When it moves, great. If it can hold $1 and it can break out, we saw AMC go from $1 to like $1, I don't know, 75 or $1.80, something along those lines. That's an 80% return. 80% return. It's pretty darn good. Right? Like if Beyond Meat goes from 1 to 2, like that's an intense move. And that's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters in trading is what you risk to what you reward. Like right here, use an example. If I'm risking 10 cents, try to have first profit at 25, and then try to have second profit at 50, then to me, the risk reward works. And then that's all that matters. Keep your winners, keep your losers small and your winners large. And then that's how you're able to stay green, right? So it just makes it a heck of a lot easier to navigate. And you can do it on Beyond Meat as well. We were in Beyond Meat a couple of weeks ago. I think it was in the other direction though. When it lost $1, I think I traded it. It was not back here. It was another time, way before. We'll see. I'm a little bit skeptical about the U.S. The Army thing, because I don't know that one didn't sound logical to me that they would actually get a contract that easily for alternatives, because they're just going to do whatever's cheaper and gives you the most protein, and I don't know that they're all that cheap. Roof, hey guys, what do you think about LPTH? Do you know LPTH? I don't.
LPTH. I mean, we can just look at it
from
LPTH. Look at it from a chart.
Light Path
Technologies. I mean, bouncing off 12 is nice. That's for sure. You got to hold that $12 mark. 200 period down at 894. LPTH. Hey guys, what do you think of LPTH into 14? Okay, I mean here, LPTH. I'll take it. All right. So if you're going to look at this name, you know what? Not going to be a lot of volume, but 1.5 million shares. Not too bad there at all. Into 14, yeah. I think it's looking good, man. I mean, I don't know if when they're reporting or whatever, you're going to have to do that work yourself. But just looking at a chart, this is a great level. So, yeah, I think into 14. But that's the problem. Like, you ask a question about a stock that's reporting tomorrow. It's just like, I don't, if it's a good report, guess what, man? How about 16? If it's a bad report, guess what, man? How about 10? So does it look good? Yes. I mean, I really love stock that holds the 50-period moving average, especially when you have a 200 moving average like this, right? We're sloping up. We just reject. Like we have 4 rejections right there. So, yeah, looks like this one could make a move higher. I don't know what space they're in or anything, so I would just say it's a technology light path. Maybe it's photonics. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a good opportunity for this name to have a decent report, but I don't know enough about
for a stock that's not even, I just looked it up and it's not even profitable yet. Yeah. So if it's got a decent looking daily chart and it's not even profitable, man, surprise profit would be fantastic. I guess that's something to look for. Anytime you go from red to green in an uptrend, you can get some explosion. But it's 7% short, so that was the first thing. If I don't know anything about it, you get extra points going into a report if you've got a big short float. It's good, but not gigantic. There for LPTH. But you know what? Going into earnings, it's such a crapshoot. Just remember, what happens right away doesn't always mean everything. Like the first move, like AMD was down. If you just wrote that off, it was down, what, 20 bucks? I don't know, and that's not even the most extreme one, 20 bucks, and then ripping faces off. I don't remember how far SanDisk went down. I remember it went to 1,000, but I can't remember how many percent it went down before it caught a little bit of a bid. And we've seen even worse than that. 2 quarters ago, Micron, this will be useless because now it's calling up Blue Ocean. 2 quarters ago, Micron had a blowout earnings report and dropped 30%. Now, Micron is at close to all-time highs. I guess all-time highs were sometime in the morning. Right? But they reported and then pull all the way back into like 310 or something like that. And this chart looks fantastic. So it just comes down to what you think of it after the fact. Like, I love ARM, and if it pulls back too far, I'm buying the dip. But I trim some going into earnings because I just want to be able to take advantage of any dip and get that money back in. And that's something if it's breaking highs, though. Intel over 112. Oh, Intel. What are we doing with you, Intel? Because you are an absolute rocket. There was a VWAP trade. I didn't really trade Intel today, but that was holding VWAP. Like, if you were just looking at VWAP on this stock for most of the day.
Look, you guys know that we won't talk about nets or anything around here. But someone in the chat said that, and Adara mentioned there that she'll definitely try to trade, show her basic trade ideas with all of you in a more consistent way. Adara's the #1 P&L today. Yes, wait, actually. So there it is, man. Congratulations to Adara today.
Thank you.
Kicking it off there with her trades that we've been showing you guys today. So, Adara, do you have a trade right now? We'll give you a couple seconds. You might want to.
Not right now.
Okay. No, I mean that you want to review. Maybe.
Yeah, I'll go over SanDisk. I can go over SanDisk short. So I will be honest, I LFT'd today. I'll just be real. I'm not feeling the best, as you can hear, so maybe not the best mentally. I took one trade on SanDisk, as you can see. I like this breakdown of the 410. You had to risk like $20 on this, which I did willingly. And then it comes into this 1387s, which if I zoom out a little bit, was, okay, we're gonna have to zoom out a little bit more, that's fine. That was a little bit of a level yesterday, right? That served as support as resistance. So I saw us coming to 1387s, I just punched. I tried to get back in a couple times, like on this breakdown here around like 11:30, didn't really happen, but proud of what I did here with SDNK. This was a $23 move, more or less. So yeah, that was my trade.
Nice, boom. Congratulations there, Adara. Yeah, there you go. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
And there you go, right? Depending, it doesn't matter how much experience you have in this game. You just got to be patient, hit the trades that you like. And there's a perfect example right there with Adara, the newest
And on that note, let's throw a poll up.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Okay, so the poll from this morning, it was 54 to 46% that AMD would close above $400. That was the final. I just realized I didn't show you guys the end, but I started a new one. So it was very much 50-50, but AMD is 100% going to close above. So it was very undecided. Just simple, like we up or down today. Like red or green or red, because one is green. Everyone is, one person voted already. So there you go. So one, keep on, just throw the votes in. Very curious to see. I know when we have a lot of swing traders, it's overwhelmingly green on a green day.
Yeah,
which makes sense, because anybody that's swing trading, in theory, can't have lost. There's always something that you could have swung, I suppose, that maybe is just bucking the trend. Arista was something we were just looking at. So get your votes in. We'll leave that one up for a while. And then I want to pick, with about 30 minutes to go, I want to see everyone's thoughts on a couple of earnings names tonight, because I'm pretty curious to see what the sentiment's going to be after what AMD just did. Because I'm pessimistic about ARM. I think based on what AMD was able to do, and what we're seeing Intel do today, ARM already went 13 points. Could it even do it? And then look at this nonsense. It went 13, gave almost all of it back, and is closing at the highs. Buy. Oh man, I can see that first move being down on ARM, regardless of the beat that they're gonna have. That's just my take. We'll see. We're going to get that at the end of the day.
Yeah, I really like ARM, so we'll see. At 4:05, join us for 100% coverage of the ARM and IONQ. But we're out of here at 4:10, so don't.
When is Beyond Meat? I thought
we're staying long.
Oh, it's too late? I don't know.
Who knows?
I didn't even check. It's Beyond Meat.
No one cares about Beyond Meat. We'll be here for ARM, and then that's about it. Okay, so I think the stop out now should be 398 and change right there on Tesla. So let's do that. 397.74. We'll do that there on Tesla if that wants to come out. That should come out quite nicely there. Okay, we are out of, honestly, oh, that's Marvell. Sorry, I was looking at Robinhood over here. We still have a third left of Robinhood right now. Just a bunch of, it just doesn't want to go through 78. So I don't know if we're able to do that or not. The market's kind of just holding out here. Crypto's not really doing anything, which doesn't really bother me too much about Robinhood, but you're going to wait to see right now where we go from here on Robinhood. Hopefully upside, that is for sure. Okay, what do you guys think of stocks like Yield Max? Don't even know what that is. I like the weekly dividend. Hooray, it's giving me there, especially if Robinhood goes up with Bitcoin. I like the weekly dividends. Oh, Hood. Hood? H-O-O-Y. What is that? Yeah, I mean, look, there are yield, there are, we talked about like the cash ETF and things like that that do pay you maybe a monthly dividend or something like that, and you can get some yield from things like that.
There are some like high, I don't know. Like I find if you're,
up to you. But
like just always look under the quote unquote hood.
Yeah, under the Robinhood.
Anytime you're looking at some of those high yield ETFs. You gotta like what's in there because there's a lot of good quality dividend stocks that are easy to hold in your long term. I always try to have one or two.
You must want to put that headline off. Off the board.
Positive discussions.
All we're doing.
Any guesses at what USO did?
All we're doing is misleading right there.
No, we'll let you know if USO moves at any point today.
We've considered this. There's just not enough space at the bottom. So consider everyone's positions at the bottom during the whole day.
It's a logistic.
It's just a matter of like.
It actually was more.
Like Sharif doesn't.
Even just getting this and working properly. There was a lot that went into the back end, and
Sharif only trades from 11 to 2, and then Joe maybe he's not into too many trades near the end of the day, anyways. But he's here would time to talk to us, so we can always bring back different positions like that. But it would really just be Neil and I, and then maybe Adara. But Adara's the news anchor, and she's just she trades. She's obviously a great trader. I've already talked about that, but she's not actively into trades. It's just. If she sees something, she will jump in, and it's more. She knows she can always come in if she sees something and wants to let us know about that. So yeah, we do think that's a great idea. I mean, the more information that we can share with everybody, the better it is. Look, DraftKings on that Flutter news. Let's see if there's anything going on there. Obviously, replacing the CEO. What's going on here in the account? Oh, Marvell's back down. Okay, so Marvell just took a little bit of a dump there as well. So that was a good one. All right, so there's the news about DraftKings. Boom. It was Flutter, of course, and it was 2 p.m. So you can see the volume picking up. And I guess they're just thinking like, look, if the CEO over there of Flutter is stepping down, and I think they were saying that she had been there for 5 years, that maybe there is a problem in the whole industry, hence why they're stepping down. So that would make a mistake there. That would make sense there for DraftKings. And yeah, there it goes. So it was a little bit of Marvell. That could have been reloaded there. Didn't do it. That's why I need some of these. That's why I need some of these alerts going on right here. But anyways, Tesla back through 400 right now, and we're gonna get a little piece out here on Marvell. We'll punch out a little bit there, close the spread, get a little bit out as it's making its move back down through again. So we're getting lighter and lighter on these positions because we did just see our net sort of move around there, and it was because of Marvell, and then Tesla also. From 399 back up there to 400. So let's go over to Adara and figure out what she's up to then.
More commentary here from President Trump on Iran. He's talking about how strong the stock market is. He said that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Kind of the general talking points, just be where he is speaking. I'm listening. I'll keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Okay, I mean, anytime that happens, we call up USO immediately, and I don't really see too much going on.
USO hasn't had a significant volume spike at any point today outside of the open.
Yeah, no,
this is probably the first time, it's disappointing because when you came in today, that was actually one of the things that I was looking for, was opportunities off the 136 level, and it gave you only one. That was it. It failed the 136, which signaled a long. So I'm like, okay, that was the reason for getting long into silver today. And then there was just no follow through. I couldn't use it as an indicator anymore because it was done. I came in today thinking that was going to be my indicator, USO, and it really only worked off of the open. Silver's getting back above VWAP. This could be something here. We're going to go, maybe you need to break 70 in here a little bit, or maybe just a hold over the volume weighted average price. But starting to break trend and starting to look a little bit better as USO disappointment, but that can be a good thing.
As we see here, Robinhood's starting to go upside, but volatility creates movement, and for sophisticated traders, movement creates, you've heard me say this before, opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and triple levered bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders the tools to engage with both upward and downward momentum. These strategies are currency hedge, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the CAD. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for you and your individual strategies, objectives, and risk profiles. Trade tactically. Learn more at betapro.ca. Okay. Yeah, thanks Beta Pro for their continued sponsorship. And we did have Eric Sloan. I believe he was he CEO there, Eric Sloan over there at Global X, but we had him last week. There goes Robinhood. We just did take some out at 04s, sorry, on Robinhood, and there it goes right back into those levels. Now we just wait. So put on the trade, wait for a rate. Now we've traded probably too many names today. AMD, Amazon, Hood, IBIT, Intel, Marvell, the TQQs, which I think we went short, which was wrong. They're early, so in and out there. And again, this is what we're trying to do. You know, get in when you think there's some sort of support and resistance, and play off that, right? Make your wins big and your losses small. So that's $70.20 out. Man, we should have reversed into that. And look at that right there. Key level comes right back in at the 200 period, right at 1 o'clock. That was a great opportunity to take that trade there for sure. But that's okay, we don't have it. Tesla trying to get back into the day's high again, breaking through 400 one more time. And here we go, let's go. It's a Mario as we get going to the upside here with Tesla. So that one's trying to run upside as well. Looks like the buyers might be back in this market as the hour of power is now arrived at 3 p.m. And we'll just keep on holding out to this. We only have one trade that we put on with you guys. That's Robinhood. I thought we did a good job of explaining Marvell back then. I'm not going to get any, we're almost out of Marvell, so we're not going to get back into that one, especially if this market does want to take out. Marvell's only up 0.28 into a market that's up 2%, so it's not great. But Big Bear AI has been a nice one. We were a little nervous last night as Big Bear AI fell through on earnings and right into there. 380 again, but bought up pretty quickly. And then off the open, we got into 430, back into 4 again, bounced off 4, and since then, it's just been nothing but upside. We'll cheer on some Big Bear AI as we've got that in the account as well. It's been a good day to look at the long-term portfolio, especially if you're in pretty much anything right now. Even if you're in energy stocks and you're down 4%, I mean, the pullback right now on a name like CVX or XOM is just kind of pulling back to where we were last week. So it's not a big deal. There it is. So last week, nice little highs there, right into the 50-period moving average. Now you're just pulled right back into here again, 183 and change. So yeah, like a drop into here.
I like it into the 200. Little here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like 165 is great. Get some love back down.
The Venezuela low. It's the Venezuela high. Is the 200-period moving average on CVX. So I think it's a buy back into that. It's a pretty key level as well. So I want to try to grab that. But yeah, I'm going to set sights back on SLVs. It looks like we're going back to VWAP. So there's volume weighted average price right in here, about 69.85 or so. So I got some bids. We're trying to crack 7. We'll just buy the dip in that. K Dumpster says Palantir is still melting. Mm-hmm. That's down. I wouldn't say it's melting, but that's not good for Palantir. I'm hands off this. I said yesterday I only wanted Palantir if it held 135, and the last thing it did was hold. There were no buyers above 135. That was support. Got away with the fact that it held 135 a couple times yesterday to be able to catch and bounce plays. So it was a downward trending stock that happened to win to the long because the key level held. Not so much today. With that gone, just wait. Look at the low, 125. 1, 2, 3. I don't know how much I trust that. That looks like it might have been a bad candle. For sure, you had support here at 125, and then a little bit of support there at 125 as well. So we get down there, and I'm all for it on PLTR, but not for me, not right now. Not going to take the shot on Palantir. Tomorrow it could be there. Friday it could be at 125. So we got to be on the lookout for it, for sure. It's just a matter of playing the uptrend, right? Like I'll take shots at key price levels. I said I wanted to take a shot at 34 on SMCI. There's 34. There's a topping tail. There's a topping tail candle. There's the entry, looking for the retracement to quarters into VWAP. And there's sort of the tight stop, right? Like I don't mind taking the shots, but you just got to make sure that if it doesn't go, I'm not short here and then short here and then out there. Like that's where traders get themselves into trouble. Right? If you just continue to go against something which is not working. So always take a shot if it sets up for you, but you don't have to fight a stock. It's just not even worth it. Pop Mafia says you miss 100% of the shots you never take. True, but that doesn't mean you jack up a 3 from like 48 feet out when you have 15 seconds on the clock.
Unless you're in the NBA, which you just
there was
jack threes.
Who was it that they had plenty of time on the clock and they just threw it up from like half court because they didn't realize it was a famous one in the playoff game. It's like you just know the situation. Like you had plenty of time, but they threw it up. I guess they thought the clock was expiring.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, unless you're Steph Curry, Luka Doncic. Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, Steph can do whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes we feel like that in these markets as well. Yeah, just like today, man. I mean, there goes Robinhood. And this is what we talk about, right? I mean, I think that when you, if you guys, I don't know if you have that poll up, but it's
right,
like if more people are, green than red today, then I do think that you should be, looking at a trade the pool or looking at something, like a real trading or something like that, because that's the whole point of trading prop. Is that, you can take those shots when you see them and then, line up the shot when it's there and then hopefully 88%.
88%.
That's how you know that we don't have full integrity over here.
Well, it's selection bias because people are more likely to say something when they are green than when they are red. That is just that's just normal human nature.
But people should be able to
because the thing is, it's anonymous, right? So you can just, but you have to type it in the chat and then you have to. You have to type it in. Like if I'm in the red, I'll say it. I'll put mine in there, and I've done it before. But I think at the end of the day, someone just said Palantir analysis logic. We were just going over Palantir. Maybe you're a bit delayed, but we were just talking about Palantir. No, I think it is selection bias to a certain extent because there's tons of people in the chat, and we get more votes than usually 63. Like if we put up a poll about earnings,
right,
and we get 63 votes in 10 seconds. So there's obvious selection bias. I wouldn't.
I was saying that's amazing.
Which goes without saying you get selection bias.
Yeah, because we do know, and like I've said, I just ran into a guy, and it was great to see him, who I trained. Yeah, exactly. And he told me I taught him everything he knows, and I was like, well, hopefully you learned a lot more then, because that's not a whole hell of a lot. But he was going all around China and opening up offices because, I didn't speak Mandarin or Cantonese or anything like that. And I was working with him for 5 or 6 months, just showing him the ropes about everything to do with this business. And just saw him again right now working out of the Budapest office and in China. So shout out to everybody with Real Trading. And that's what made me think about, if you guys are interested, we have offices all over Europe, all over Asia. We're just not in the United States. You guys can look up Real Trading.
Also remember, it's a day trading. Real trading is day trading. So there's no overnight position.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think that's probably another thing that's affecting the poll, right? I mean, people that swang something overnight.
Unless you're short, you're probably
exactly. And that's what I was getting at. Definitely, if Neil and I see 10 traders walk in here trying to learn how to trade, most likely 10 just walk right out the door because they weren't able to make money. Unfortunately, those are the stats. But we're going to go over and see who made a lot of the money right here yesterday, at Real Trading. So let's go compare your profits and have a quick little look one more time down here. So yesterday, again, we're not seeing too much European markets here. I think it's because of just how hot, the NASDAQ has been, right? I mean, it's like, why focus somewhere else? There goes Robinhood. Oh yeah, baby, now 70 cents now in the money for Robinhood. And that's just another example of get your money in where you think the odds are in your favor. There goes Robinhood upside again. But 14,000 NASDAQ dollars there, everything Amex and NASDAQ. I wish it was a little bit more exciting than this, but it's not. So there it is. That's what we're doing right now. NASDAQ names going to the upside there. Hong Kong. Ooh. I don't know the last time we saw some Abu Dhabi love going on there. I can't name one stock in that market. Blue Ocean, LSE, New York, the TSX, Canada. So, not huge. Someone yesterday in the pink sheets there, OTC markets. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. I'm going to have to ping that guy, get this guy back over here as well. Australia, CSE.
Again, so.
Yes, Hangry Wife. Brendan is the owner of Real Trading. Yes, so as we go to the upside there, no, we are all employees, believe it or not. And then there goes, I've been here for 24 years, brought Neil here as well. I think that was probably a good move for both of us. And then here it comes up here, 78.36 coming through right there. So there it is, man. We did it. We did it, everybody. So there you are, Ozan. You know, just so we talked about where our stop was. This is about 30 cents worth of a stop. So now that we're in the money, 66 cents. And we still did have a quarter left. So there it goes to the upside. We'll take out some more as targets are hit and targets are made right there on Robinhood as we continue to go upside. So boom, shakalaka laka. Oh no, is this Easy Peasy? Did he change his name?
There was a few. It's not just, I think that's Easy Peasy, just based on the super chat. Oh, that's not Easy Peasy. That's different. What are your thoughts?
Oh, Hut 8.
Okay, we have four
Why did I
charts.
sell Hut 8?
Oh my goodness, Hut 8. Eric Jackson,
Why?
for all the talk about, it's Eric Jackson, right?
Yep.
Yeah, for all the talk about Open Door, apologies. There's a lot of these guys, whatever. Sometimes I mix the names up. For all the talk about Open Door, which reports tomorrow, I might have said that they already reported this morning. Hut 8 has been an absolute rocket. If you transition and you want to go AI infrastructure, you pick the right time to do it. Like there's nothing technical to say about this. If you're in it, you're probably holding, and maybe you're thinking some kind of a trail. Are you likely to want to buy something when it's made a move like this, like the day after a parabolic 35% or the day of a parabolic 34%? Probably not. So I never done something like that in my life, and I don't think I ever would. Today's probably pretty boring if you're looking at it, but there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with a huge up move that just consolidates all day long. That's better than the alternative of having people sell off. But it's just a great stock. There's nothing to tell you technically. Nothing. It's complete blue sky setup on that one. We had a couple more super chats. That actually wasn't the one that I was thinking of, because I might have missed that. Nate Downer, I have not been on here to hear about Palantir, so I apologize. Oh, nothing, no big deal. It's just, we were just talking about Palantir, that's all. Listen to the meeting after earnings. All sounded great. Opinion, please, on what you all think of the stock. Earnings seem legit. It doesn't, if you're in the IGV, it hasn't really mattered too much. You've just been getting beaten up. I think it was the biggest revenue growth year over year since the direct listing. Something along those, that 85%. You had big commercial growth. Like, you're not going to be able to say that something was bad in the call. I don't know, maybe you found something that I wasn't aware of. But you know what? It is in a very distinct downtrend. So I'm pretty much waiting for this to break this downtrend. Look at the channel all the way from the high. You break that. It couldn't take that 150, which is pretty much what it needed to do. And then once that happens, you're good to go. So either we see 125 or we break the channel. And if you keep making lows, then I just keep waiting for it to break this channel up. And I think that'll be a good entry point. Allow it to return back in favor. When it does, it's perfectly capable of being ridiculously strong again. But, there's so much more in the market, which is had the baton pass. So let it do its thing downside before you get that break.
I mean, Palantir a couple of years ago, where we're long,
That's the one.
it was $8. So yeah, some things got to cool down a little bit. Not everything is SanDisk, of course. Palantir was a play that we had in our account last year, which gave us huge returns on our little stock guessing game. So not this year, that's for sure. All right, so yeah, this is Marvell still. We did put a little bit more on there, whether or not we are a moron or not, who knows. Right there on Marvell, it did come back in a little bit right there. That was actually, did not mean to get out there, it came back into 170. We actually shorted 170 again. So we missed the top take there. So I'm just going to get out if it breaks through 170.30. That was always going to be our target. So it looks like right now we will get stopped out of the last little piece here on Marvell. Upside in there, it goes, wow, the market really starting to go. I saw Save Man Woman there in the chat was like stopped out 3 times in a row. This was the one that I was wondering was easy peasy.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Trader TV fan, just let us know, because I know you've changed your name multiple times. If I see 0.2%, we always just assume that it's you, because that's what you said you were going to do. So thanks for the super chat.
There we go, man. There's Robinhood, man, with 20 cents, a 5-to-1 right there. Robinhood. Oops, that's still Marvell. Robinhood, boom, right there. Upside take there on Hood as it continues to go. So yeah, good little take there on Robinhood. And again, developing exactly how we want it to look. Right there, Robinhood. So one trade this afternoon, plus that one we just put on there for Marvell, got in and out of that one. And there goes Robinhood now, upside. Ooh. Okay, here we go. Nice move there. We're going to have to offer this out as Robinhood going to the upside. $10 on Tesla going to the upside as well. 401 and change. There goes Tesla now back up to the upside. So yeah, a lot of action here in the market. Maybe something just hit. Who knows? If anything, the market's pulling back down right now as these stocks start to moon. So yeah, nice to see Robinhood going there. I have no idea why.
Huge moves on BTDR, Birdman, IMSR, tons of upside to be had. The FOMO is real, and I feel good about it. It's good to have FOMO. I think FOMO is a positive thing, and because it just means that you're in a usually it means you're in a really bullish market and that there's other opportunities abound. Right? Like one we've been talking about for a while, that I think could go, and Sean was on board with this too, is CEG. I don't have a good reason as to why it's been lagging so much on my good friend, G Vernova. Explain to me why Constellation is as good. I'm going to take a second shot, hopefully here on SMCI. Still holding the trend line pretty tightly. The new one, not the old one. Old one tried to, 34 was just to try to break 34. Wow. Now if it breaks the trend, I want to look for that one to the south side. And then Z's with another super chat as well.
Yeah, and there you go. You're welcome for that one there. Yeah. Okay, let's run them up, man. We love all you guys, all this. But before what, Andre?
It is easy peasy.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, we assume. We know. We see the point too. We know it's you, brother.
As soon as I saw it in there. So what's up, easy peasy? Good thing you're having a good one there. Adara news. Okay, pass. Next.
No news. Markets just wants 2%.
Oh, it's on Google, yeah. So, I mean, for me on Google, man, I mean, I think we break that 400 if we haven't done it already right there. So, you know, rest of the week, you know, tough to think about on a, you know, you can look at a weekly chart if you want, but I mean, just look how well Google's been performing there off earnings last week. I mean, it was an absolute monster. So I would say that Google probably has a $400 handle onto it. You know, will there be a down day at some point in this market? Yeah, maybe. And I just don't know when that day is going to be. So up another 2%. I mean, yesterday I think we were down 0.19 or something, or that was 2 days ago. Then upside. And, you know, as long as we keep seeing, you know, positive momentum in the space, data centers and everything like that, then I think Google does have a good opportunity. It's the 5-minute chart. I actually lost my chart today, so I have to edit the time frame on this. But you could see every day we sort of just graduated up. The only problem that I was going to say about on the weekly chart is that it's already seen 400, so that might be a cause for a pullback on Google. You know, you could just, it's already Thursday, or tomorrow's Thursday, so, you know, we only have right now a half hour left in today's day, so we'll see what winds up happening with Google. Hopefully it does hold out, but yeah, I don't see a reason why you'd want to sell it, but hey, if you're playing with house money, like especially if you're on options, take advantage of the last couple of days, right? I mean, you want to make sure that you do take advantage of this going from 380 up to 400 today. So, you know, if you're in it, take a little bit off if it means something to you, but otherwise, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I assume that's why you're asking about the end of the week, with some Friday.
Yeah, usually that's what it is.
Yeah.
Always about the end.
Exactly. I mean, this is what we say, man. We always say, the most talented, smartest person here is Adara, and we feel blessed.
The memory like a hawk.
Adara, you know I don't have a problem telling you that, Adara. Never misses a beat. And yeah, nothing but love there for Adara. So we want to thank all of you guys as well.
Thank you for the super chat. That's very kind of you. I hope you're having a great day.
Yeah, exactly. And we know Adara's a little bit under the weather there, so still trying her best to put out everything. And I don't think we've missed anything.
Can't even tell.
No, of course not. All right, so, you know, PayPal got hit the last couple of days, battling back there. So now we'll have to wait to see what does wind up happening with PayPal moving forward right now. Okay, PayPal, yeah, so big miss there on earnings and fell right back into a pretty sweet level right there. And we talked about that, like if you were going to take a shot, I think this is a day 2 play there for PayPal. So let's wait to see our day 3 play. Sorry, today is day 2, so yesterday's earnings. Now today we kind of hover around flat. That's good. Like to see a little bit of an uptick. If that happens, we hold the 50 period, we can go long there on PayPal. So I think that's going to potentially be a decent stock there. PYPL, and we're almost out of everything, man. I mean, Robinhood just was not really expecting this kind of a move, so there it goes, Robinhood, and you know, thank everybody for the kind words there. But you're now where you were in the pre-market as Robinhood just continues to extend out. Like boom, that's the setup that I'm looking for. So there it goes, Robinhood, nothing but love upside. I'm starting to lose my voice, and we have a game tonight at 8 o'clock, 8 to 10 p.m., and it's freezing outside right now.
It's cold.
So what the hell is it going to be like?
I went for a walk today. I'm like,
yeah, what's it going to be like?
Thankfully, I randomly had my toque in my bag. I'm like, I actually need to wear this. Yeah, I don't know why I had it in my bag for some reason, even though it's May, for crying out loud. We got STEM night at my daughter's school. It's always a lot of fun because they have like all these cool things like math and science stuff set up in each of the rooms. Of course, you go into like your kids' room and they get to show off their stuff. It's one of the most fun events that they have at my daughter's school. So I'm always excited for that. So we'll do our little ARM and IonQ, and that's right away at 4:05. And obviously, if Xiaomi comes out, we'll talk about that one as well. Easy peasy, created another account that gets 500K subs.
Yeah, we already have 500K subs. We need to get 600.
600,000 is what we're let's call it 580.
Gotta create a little bit more.
580.
Yeah,
taking a second stab. I'm willing to give this one 3 shots on the trend break on SMCI, but at the end of it, I just want to make sure that I want to go red. Because if one shot, if it gets halfway to VWAP at this point, it's 330. Actually, I don't think there'll be 3 stabs because it's practically 330 now. And if it's too close to the imbalances, then it's a bit of a crapshoot. So consolidation and trend break play every single time it crosses and tries to break the trend line, and give it to the high, play it back into the next support level. And Dia just says, again, we got another Jordanian dinars almost every single day this week.
That's the same person, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Dia. And it's the same sentiment, too. Right? Greatest show, greatest people. You guys are the greatest.
Yeah. Yeah,
we're doing the lesson of the day today, and one of the things I said was, and someone said, why do you even respond to somebody who is being negative? And my honest response was, because you can learn something from everybody, and having a discourse is how you get better at everything. If all you ever do is talk to people that agree with you and think the exact same way that you do, there's a limitation on how you can learn and you can grow. I don't know, when I started trading, I don't know that I would have traded penny stocks if I didn't listen to other people. But you know what? I graduated trading penny stocks. My first checks came on penny stocks. I kept getting paid trading penny stocks. And it didn't matter that no one thought it was cool. It worked. And I came in thinking I was going to use only, I had a bunch of trend lines up and we were trading like tech stocks. And that's what you think you're going to do, right? And you just never know. And then you pick up other things as you go along. And that's what it's all about. That's what you do with the community. That's what it's all about.
I made $6,000 the very first month I stepped in front of a terminal, and that was trading WorldCom. And that was the ultimate penny stock right there. Now you can see we don't trade anything like that anymore, just the big guys around here. But yeah, exactly. Good point there.
Internet Capital Group is the one I remember.
Yeah, ICG.
It's like there's so many random failed internet companies that if you started back then, you probably have one that you just distinctly remember. I don't even remember whatever. At some point, I'm sure they went under, but I probably don't even remember when it happened.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely WorldCom went under. That is.
Well, what? WorldCom, WorldCom, yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone knows WorldCom. Adara?
That actually sounds like Wolf of Wall Street kind of when he's calling on the phone. But I want to talk here about XAI. We'll put up Tesla just because there's no XAI chart. I wasn't going to mention this, but because they're not a public company, but it's being brought up so many times that I think it's worth mentioning here. People keep posting about this in social media. Elon Musk saying in a reply to a Tesla bull in an X post that, quote, XAI will be dissolved as a separate company, so it will just be SpaceX AI, the AI products from SpaceX. So it sounds like XAI is going to be very much part of the SpaceX IPO. And again, the combined product will be called SpaceX AI. Back to you.
Even the bathroom.
He's always pretty.
Thanks very much there, Darren. No, we were just talking about, there was an IPO that was supposed to come out today in the rare earth. And I was like, oh, we got this IPO today. And then either they delayed it, which they probably delayed it. Or it did? Yeah. So it did, but it just wasn't in our system today. Oh, okay.
The chart is horrible. If you want to see it, you can put it up here on eSignal, but it's really bad.
I'm only ever interested now if it's super hype or it just happens to be in a, here, I'll just, 3-minute chart. If it's super hyped or it's in the right space. Yeah, that would have been, opens at 25 and only tanks. So that would have been a nothing burger. But it wasn't big enough that you would take the opening print because it was a pretty small issue. 50 million, 100 million, something like that, something ridiculously tiny. But sometimes those go parabolic, not so much. I'd keep an eye on it if maybe there's a stronger day to be had in the sector. But if I see a drone company, the last one was okay. What else? I mean, you're not seeing too much AI. There was a small modular reactor company that came to market. That's the right space. That still gets a little bit more hype. Obviously, we're all waiting for SpaceX. Yeah, SpaceX, OpenAI, those will be the big ones for sure. But June, I think we're waiting for with both those. It's 3:30, so. Ooh. Oh, that's right. CCL is supposed to be a big buy. CCL is supposed to be a buy because it's a major upweight in one of the Russells, probably the 1,000. CTRA, that's who Devon Energy is buying. So it's supposed to be Devon sell. Well, it doesn't really matter. Usually you'd think Devon buy and then that thing sell, but they're in the opposite direction. VEEV, that's getting added to the S&P 500, so we know about them. Pinterest is an early sell of 1.4 million shares. That's about it. EHAB, I don't know what that is, but it seems familiar. EHAB.
I don't know what that is either.
EHABIT, I don't know, whatever. For some reason that seems weirdly familiar. But different from last time, and after we broke the trend in SMCI, it gets sliding down a little bit here. Ooh, I left the silver in at VWAP, didn't we? And now it just came in. I almost forgot about that one. We came right back into the prior high where it broke out. But you know what? I don't know if did I see that on the imbalances? I saw nothing on the AMEX. FXI is the only AMEX name. 500,000 to sell, nothing burger. Probably going to ignore that. Yeah, that's actually this is breaking trend. No.
SLV?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like that's.
SLV was pretty good today, up 6%. So.
No, like this is, whatever. It could happen to bounce from where I was, but I remember this had broken here, and I was trying to get it there and play it into the high, but let me zoom in. Oh, that's zooming in. So I was still sitting here trying to catch that bid, but that's breaking a consolidation down. I don't want that trade. So I just get out of it. It happens to pop, but I'll just get out of it and then move on. So imbalances, I think the most important ones will be CCL, and then adding to the SP 500, and then the CTRA should be a delete, but see how it's a buy? Probably destroying people right now that are trying to get early, usually on those. But if it flips, then it becomes a spicy one, right? So if that flips from a buy to a sell, then I would really like it. All right, SMCI is trying to pull back in. It's coming right to 34.2. Anything special about that level? No?
34. Well, I mean, I liked 34s. I haven't really.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I want to make sure I'm getting some out into the 34 because 34 was prior resistance on the daily. So as it comes back down, you could expect is the wrong word. You could anticipate that there'll be some buyers, and then where it tried to break the trend before was like 33.80 where we had it. So I'll play it back into that level. Not thinking VWAP, too late in the day for that, and too strong of a market. And the market's not doing anything. There's nothing happening in the market that suggests to me this could even fall back into VWAP in the first place. Plus, SMCI's got a decent short float to it. There'll be a lot of shorts got greedy with this one. Shorts always get too greedy. If you think about it.
Oh, Micron.
Right, like the stock was $18 and broke the 50 period here. It's like all the opportunity to get at the bottom, and you know some of these shorts are probably just waiting for chances to get back in because that's how they do.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I'm talking about like hedge fund shorts overnight, not day traders. Day traders don't do anything to a stock when they short it because you're getting out at the same day. For those that are like, don't do shorting stocks is bad. No effect. If anything on squeeze names, it probably ends up being better. Just ask, like, I remember DJT on the, no, not DJT, DWAC. I always say DJT, but I'm talking before the combination. DWAC on the first or second day was insanity. It was free locates here at Real Trading, so you could short every single move you want. Everyone's like, I don't believe this nonsense. I think I shorted it 27 times and ended up flat on the stock. I just kept getting it, just like scalping, get in, get out. And then like 2 or 3 times it worked, and one of them was a huge flush. But and that was the last time I ever did that style. And I started saying, I'm only ever shorting these kind of parabolic things if they break a trend. Like if I see a trend break like this, or you pull out the high and then you come back in, get that action. Like not just every single time it consolidates. No, that's how you get destroyed.
Yeah, we were, there was that great clip there. One of the great moments in our history was that DWAC day.
I think it was the second day.
Yeah.
I'm thinking day 1. Day 2 was the one with all the halts. The first day it didn't halt a bunch.
Yeah,
it was the second day that it was just straight nonsensical, like a different type of trade. Yeah.
That was good. Shout out to Prad there, who was loving that trade with me that day.
Bradley.
Okay, we're looking at, so we are always going to get out at 98 if that broke. So right here, the 200 period, it's now moved a little bit higher. I'm still going to use 98 right there right now for that trade. So hopefully we do get a little bit of a breakdown. Not breakdown, but if it does break down, we'll watch out for 398. Could be a reload area for some of you there if you're interested in that. But yeah, so Robinhood, we got the majority out there. We're just playing with, as I said, not house money because that's not true. We're just playing with smaller shares now left on the position board, right? So Marvell, next time, so this happened a couple times, I think already today, and pretty much every day. When key levels are broken like that, and the market is having a day, I know the market's pulling back right now, but when the market's having a day like this, and levels like that are broken, it does change everything. So that should have been a long. So I want to try to add that. We all talked about, changing up our games and everything like that. Like Neil mentioned, I guess we both started as penny traders there. And then my best trading where I was making months in a day when like GBTC was trading on the pink sheets. And so that was quite a ride. And right now it's gone. It's on the AMAX there. But when it was on the pink sheets, man, we were just like doing stupid. That's actually when I was part of training in many other offices. And it was just like so stupid. The salary I was getting was crazy compared to what we were doing trading. But that just shows you, like, when the markets are hot, certain spots, you got to go over there. And that's why I bring up that point about Marvell, and I bring up the point about SanDisk and Micron and all that with Luis, because I thought that was awesome. That was a tidbit that I took away from that interview that Joe and Sharif had with him every single Wednesday. Join Luis Barbado as he talks about, he has proprietary software that he's built there to catch moves like that and on smaller cap names and so on and so forth. What is GVH?
Because I think that's like doing like the small cappers probably is so much more about selection because every single day there's some kind of small capper up 50%, another one up 100%. Yeah. So and they're not going to all be alike. Some people will say they just ignore the ones that are like Chinese ADRs or something. And that's probably not a horrible rule to just blacklist some. JKL, someone give Adair a day off. Also short MSTR.
Sure, Adair, you can have tomorrow off. That was easy. There you go. No,
she doesn't want to.
Who would want a day
off?
Big girl,
man. She's a big girl.
Why would anybody want a day off?
I have Coinbase earnings tomorrow. I got DraftKings earnings tomorrow. Exactly. Open Door, tons of infographics to have out for you guys. I'm not going to lie, as I mentioned, not feeling good, but my love for being here and giving you guys all the info always outweighs that. So as long as I can do my job without hopefully infecting anybody, I'm going to be here.
Exactly. And that's the same way. I mean, we told the story where it was a couple years, I think it was 2 years, I didn't take any sick days whatsoever and just lucky to be here. I feel like every day I'm not here, I feel like I have no idea what I'm doing. Like I'm just sitting at home like, what am I even doing here? That's why you see me logging in. Every day I'm off, I'm logging in. You'll see me in the chat.
Oh, I'm opposite with that. Because when I get home, if I'm home for the day, like the best, it's the chance to actually get some stuff done. First of all, it's get to walk my daughter to school. So like it's just get ready, and then there's like a million things to do at home, and I'm just trying to. Because if I look at the markets, forget about it.
Yeah, I know. Same thing with me.
Forget it. Because
I don't look at the markets. I just look at the show. I'm obsessed with Trader TV.
The second I'm looking at the markets, you get FOMO, and I'm like, oh, well, I could look at something in my PA or personal account. What could I be doing? But just one last point, because I know you mentioned that MSTR short. That's now 2 days. So like we've been in a bull run. Like Bitcoin's still above 80K. We're at 81, but that's now 2 days in a row of fade pops, closing near the lows, relative weakness in MicroStrategy. They reported last night, but none of that, whatever. Reports don't matter. In MSTR, because quite frankly, all that matters is Bitcoin. And they said they were going to be able to sell. Now they are considering, from time to time, selling Bitcoin, and then they'll be able to buy it back. So there are accumulators that are now not only going in one direction. I'll say the market didn't like that because they're weak, but then Bitcoin has been relatively weak, at least for now.
Funny thing there. I have nothing wrong with being a housewife, man. I don't want to throw some shade on being a housewife. That's what my wife is.
You know what?
Shout out to that, man. I feel blessed that she's able to do that.
To keep it real, like I think, like my wife and I have a great like partnership. There's things I can't stand. Like I don't enjoy cooking at all. Hate doing laundry. My wife loves those things. Like me, I am a stickler about the dishes in the kitchen being clean. So I'm like, I'm fine. Let me do that because. Like I don't like when the kitchen's messy. So I'm one of those types of people. So like if I'm making stuff, I'm cleaning it as I go up, man. No, but seriously, like I think ultimately there's so many things that like traditional roles and this and that. Man, I absolutely loved when my daughter was born. I didn't realize how much getting up in the middle of the night, and yeah, it sucks, but like I
never get those times back
because you literally don't get it back, and you don't realize what it's like to have somebody completely dependent on you.
Oh, I realize that.
Like it's for everything. Like they can't clean themselves, they can't feed themselves, and like they're crying, and you have to figure out what they need in that moment and then do it. Like that's
you should definitely write a book over there. I think you're missing out on that one. Okay, guys, I think I just heard Warner Brothers maybe after hours right there. But ARM,
they already reported.
Okay. This is the big one, right? We will be staying live with you guys here to talk about ARM. So you guys stay with us in just 25 minutes, actually. 4:05, we'll get ARM. So that should be, obviously, it should be a good report. We'll see what winds up happening there with ARM. I mean, whether or not they report better or not, I mean, up 14% today. If you are nervous about that report, you're at all-time highs right now, so it is giving you that opportunity to get out. So maybe you might want to do that there with ARM coming through. So definitely check out that as well. Hey, man, we are all in love with Neil. I mean, thank you so much for Neil being here as well. Forever, what would we do without? So Micron, 660, 665 as well for Micron right there. Imagine me just doing this show. You guys wouldn't even be here. All right, so there it is, 665 and change for Micron. I mean, another great stock there today. But we do have into earnings. Some people are talking about power names. IREN, these are already done, but we talked about CEG as well. We could see some more movements there. I like CEG because it's the one that really hasn't been able to go yet. But even IREN, man, has some rooms to run higher because that $63, $64 spot right there, you know, that breaks and see you later. It doesn't even have to work. It just, that's been the trade, breaking through levels. You might want to wait for the all-time high, but that's still 25% away there on IREN. So we could definitely check that out. And then Bitcoin and IBIT holding 81,000 has been a pretty good trade there today. This one you'd have to pure scalp out because it just looks like this. And if anything, actually, it's downside. We wanted to look at IBIT at yesterday's close. A name that we did not have written on here was IBIT, but we had Intel, Marvell, Nvidia, and Google. Nvidia long 198. I don't think did we get into Nvidia 198 today? That's NVDA over here. Nvidia, no, I don't think we did. It's at 207 right now. Did we get, yes, we did get into 198, 198.50. So, yeah, good look there on the call. But again, you're only worth, if anything, if you got it. I don't got it. So there it is right there. 199 was the low for Nvidia, up 5%. Yahoo on that. Finally, you know, all of us that were like, hey, you know, I sold some AMD today. But
one stock at a time sometimes with those. Yeah, that's what I love about it. I think Apple tomorrow, Nvidia on Friday, and then who else needs to make it to the all-time high? Tesla. In the Mag 7. That's all. It's the Mag 7.
Yeah, you have Microsoft, you have Meta, and Tesla. Yeah, half of them are at all-time high.
Oh, I appreciate that one. I actually, today in the lesson of the day, I was talking about my dad again. Because again, it was someone was saying like negative stuff in the chat this morning. And I was just like, you know, I could have dunked on. Someone was like, oh, all your calls were wrong when I hadn't had a losing trade. And I said, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, I tried to engage that person in a conversation because I was curious what their thoughts were on each one of those plays. Like maybe they just saw something different and there's something valid that we could learn from. My dad was all about that. Like my pops used to tell me, and we would sit there at the dinner table and argue because it was always worth discussing something. And sometimes you just take the other side of it. Like often, something happened at school. He would take the other side and force me to explain my point. Why did I think that I was wrong or something like that?
Exactly.
Just in that, you learn so much from that. All this yes man stuff is, I don't know. You don't get very far in terms of learning with it, but appreciate you Z's out there. Anytime I see the Z's, it brings me back to online poker. Because that turned into one of my go-tos if someone was taking too long to make a decision. Flashing the Z's. Like, we're playing online. It's supposed to move fast. Playing 5 tables at one time, and this one guy's holding it up. But that's long gone. Yeah. I heard that and thought we were going to get another thing flashing down at the bottom. Just a quick update. We're now 345. So break-even stop now on SMCI. I got halfway, but not really far enough. So I'm just going to move the stop into break-even. and allow the imbalances to come out here. It's, again, 5 minutes. CCLs, that's actually going in the wrong direction. It was over 3 million, now it's only 2.9. You'd like to see that growing, not getting smaller. CTRA, that's the delete, that's still a buy, so that's gonna be nothing. VEEV is getting added to the S&P 500, that's still a buy at 1.4. Their FXI has grown to a 1 million sell. Interest there for 800,000 as well to the sell side.
And I want someone to say all my trades are losers too, man. I want to start talking about this. But right now, we don't have any losers on right now. We did have some earlier, and we covered them. And that's the thing that we try to do the best here is be as honest with you as we can be, right? And so, yeah, Robinhood's going to be a good one today, and that's just. Wish we had more on board, but once it came into this high, there it goes upside. That's the one thing I think. The calls, we'd have no problem making calls. It's trying to hold on to the shares all the way could definitely be a problem there as well. Is Oklo the next BE? Nope, it's not. Bloom Energy has been its own beast, man. I mean, BE. Sharif was in this name real early, and so on this break, I believe they're of 175, and now that's just an absolute monster there to the upside. Again, turning fossil fuels into energy, Bloom Energy continues to go upside. Now, to say no, it's not the next one. I mean, that I don't even know where Bloom Energy just came from, but yeah, if you believe in the energy space, Oklo could go. $79. The high is 190. So I guess if you get back up to that, it would classify as the next one. I only immediately said no because you don't ever want to really compare, one stock to the other. And I think nuclear is going to be something at some point. Has to be. But we got out of SMR up there. It was 50. I remember it was 57. Just like how we got out of Oracle at 318, and that's another one that we've always shouted out at Dara on that one. But yeah, SMR was 57. Was my out. We did buy some back in there at 30 when it came back into this area, but there's $57 right there. So, and just like Oklo, downside, but SMR might be one of the better ones because it's had a nice move up, and now it's holding the 50 period for about 2 weeks.
They report this week.
So that's, the fact that it reports is not a good thing, but we'll wait to see if it does come in here, 1150 right there for SMR. And maybe if it gets back below 10, you take a shot again on SMR, or you take a shot now and hold it all the way back there up to the upside, and it's like, that is what it is.
The reason it matters is because those are not about the fundamentals. Like when you look at what their sales are going to be compared to what the market cap is, it'll make you throw up in your mouth. But you can't look at it that way, because if you are, then that's just not, those stocks aren't for you. Because by the time that they are remotely profitable or have decent metrics, it's too far gone. Right? Like you're trying to get it on the ground floor, something that can be explosive. So SMR is very much could be an absolute zero, or that stock in 5 years could be $200. That's the way I look at it with SMR. So I want to be in it, and they have a small difference between some of the others. Like their small modular reactor actually has, even though they're not making any money selling to anybody, they have some approvals that their competitors don't have. So small advantage. There 2 minutes to go till the imbalances come out. We have a few earnings after the bell. Remember, we're going to be sticking around for them. We got ARM. What else did I say? Something else that was interesting. Their IonQ, that's the one. Oh yeah, AppLovin. IonQ is the one I was thinking of. But yeah, AppLovin as well. So those will be right at 405. So we'll close the market, which will be closing. We did get to 2%. We're at 1.9% now, but I'm pretty sure we ticked 2%. When the NASDAQ hits 1.5, seems like it always wants 2. And we love when it happens. It has been unprecedented. Like, when was the last time we got a question, somebody saying, can you remember the last time you've ever seen a month like that, to people that have been in the markets for years? And I couldn't give an answer, because I cannot think of a time where we had this strong of a month breaking out the highs as opposed to off of lows. Usually the biggest moves up are off of lows, not these types of breaks. Fantastic.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. TPS report right there. Good show. We'll see you tomorrow. So see ya. We'll be here tomorrow for sure. So see you guys on that one. Thanks for joining us one more time. All right, with these imbalances coming out, watch out for Tesla to wind up breaking through that 398. We are now 30 seconds away from these imbalances, so we'll call them up here and see what winds up happening. I don't need to see the broker reports. I just need to see the NASDAQ, the AMX, and the New York. So now we'll just get rid of all those, and we'll see very, very soon. You're going to get an update at 1350. So at 350, we will get an update, and we'll see what is up with these imbalances. With only 5 seconds to go, we can watch out for Tesla coming through. Probably going to be something on AMD with earnings last night as well. So here we go, man. Oh, there goes Tesla upside. So that's nice. Could take advantage of that. Nice little swing there upside on Tesla. Google also a buy right here. Looks like it's going to be pretty mixed. Some sells, some buys. There's Nvidia with a sell. So that's kind of strange there. Up 7% or so, 5%, sorry, today is Nvidia. That's coming as a sell. There's your CCL as a bid. That Vive there is a buy. Donkey Kong, DraftKings a sell. That's starting to head lower there as well. iBid a little bit of a buy. So yeah, not much going on here. Wish there was more, but there ain't. So that's what it is.
SMCI was 1.2 million buy. I don't know if you...
Okay.
Yeah, so SMCI came out as a buy. So just, I mean, right quick. Actually, so fast, I hit the wrong key and was in and out of silver really quickly. But no, SMCI 1.2 million. Buy imbalance up 23%. So an absolute rocket today for them. One of the biggest, it was one of the biggest days they've had in a while, for sure. But that Vive, that's a nothing burger. CCL came out smaller than expected, so that's also nothing burger. So nothing too, again, the ones we were looking for action, I don't know if there's going to be any. So I want to be looking at ARM. This is the big one today. There's bigger names, and rightfully pointed out when we were discussing ARM, they're in the chip game. But they said now that you're going to start to make chips, and they expect that could be, it's threefold revenue within the next 2 years, but fivefold overall, threefold additional revenue, and then fivefold if you include their legacy businesses with their licensing. That's absolutely huge for them. That's why you're seeing the exponential growth, because there's something fundamentally changing with them. This is not, it's like Intel, right? Like, although with Intel, Intel hasn't even proven anything yet. They might have some foundry customers. Right now, they're riding the coattails of this, like, CPUs coming back, which is fantastic. But they haven't even made money yet on their foundries. They haven't officially gotten AMD or Nvidia or Apple as clients. Imagine what happens to Intel if they do. When we hear like Apple has signed for X amount of years and blah, 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 that stock could do pretty much anything. If they take a slice out of Samsung and Taiwan Semi, that's just a whole different ballgame for them.
I think we go in there. Yeah, thoughts on BBAI long term? Yes. Buy. We just tagged, I'll talk about it in a minute. We just talked about increasing margins on Big Bear AI, although they went minus 12 cents versus minus 8. If those margins keep on increasing and they get a couple more contracts, I bet you that stock, well, anyways, I've already talked about it. We're long at $4 and change on Big Bear AI. I do like its long-term case right there. But hey, man, I just tagged my guy over here, Brian Shannon, and I said, hey, anybody like VWAP around here? Because there it is right there on Robinhood, coming in at about 230 and taking it out right now. So there it goes. You know, you gotta try to take something out there on the upside. He's gonna tell me this chart's too busy, but it is. I have too many outs. So that's what was going on there with, actually, last time he was on, he actually said that he started to take a couple more outs like that recently. And then we got Tesla. I took that out too on the bump up. So we just got that bump there in the market. We were watching it, and I said, yeah, you know what? I mean, the best this is probably going to do is 401. If it still kept on running, then whatever, but we only had a small piece, so there's Tesla as well. And this wasn't really a VWAP trade, but could have been early. There's the take on VWAP, and there's the move higher. You know, in this market, there is obviously opportunities to take bigger winners, so we're trying to do that right there. In and out quickly of Intel today. It's too bad. We were really thinking about the long there, and we went long early on Intel, and then got dropped out only to see it basically just close at the high of the day. So Intel up, stopped out, took some there, stopped out right there, took some back to the upside, stopped out. So a pretty flat stock there. We're clean red on the TQs right there. Is that the TQs? Yeah, right there, because we went short and didn't have any outs. So, you know, can't make money when that winds up happening. Amazon was fine. We're going to be flat again on Amazon. We went back and forth here with Amazon. We were long early. Then this short is where we gave everything back off the long, and then that short we wound up cashing on, and then we took another fill there, and then it does break the high of the day there. So I was hoping that we would have another move there on Amazon, but like we say, you got to take shots when you see them, and I saw it there, so we took it. Same kind of a play here. See a shot on the hood, take it. We talked about that one, and that's it. Oh, Marvell was the other name that we had. Good name here, shots. Oh, this one was early at 170. We had written down Marvell 170 to 171, so when it came in, but again, this is the thing, we got to remember that we don't want this to happen to us. So it's supposed to form some kind of a bottom. And that did not happen there, so that's my bad. We got in and out there, lost about $1 on our first trade of Marvell, made it back, gave it back right there. So yeah, pretty blasé day on some of those moves. But yeah, other than that, just looks like Tesla's going to be my P&L number 1 there, and we'll just see. And then Robinhood follows that up. Wow, that's a nice move down there. What is the market?
Look at it break out here today. Look at it break out here today. I still think tomorrow you run the effect of going into that resistance, but you have to be disciplined about trying to short anything. That's this parabolic. Like, pick your spots, have an entry plan, and you know when you have to get out. Like, it's the thing with the imbalances. Like, the buy imbalances came out. If you punch long instead of just getting out of the short, it's right back into the high day. Like, it just went, like the same 50 cents that it went down, it gave you that on the imbalance trade in about 5 minutes. And in about 5 more minutes, we'll see if it can continue running, because maybe you'll get some sympathy with when ARM reports. Grunfeld, Kiel daily chart. Institutional volume buying.
I think ARM.
Bitfarm. I mean, it's hard. That's hard to know if institutional money is buying. Anytime you see 45%, yes, but just because something has an upward chart, to say that it's institutional buying would just be guessing. I couldn't tell you whether it is or not.
There's a little bit of size there. I mean, we brought this up on the midday show. I said watch out for a dollar break there on Beyond Meat. It does happen about 145, 130. It breaks through there and it hasn't gone back. So maybe we wind up holding 400,000 shares. So not a huge amount of shares sitting there, but plus you add up all the dark pools, you add up everything that's all over the place, and got to watch out for this one. It's got to get through there. I don't know if Beyond Meat reports tonight or not. I think maybe we saw that they did, but
probably
BYD. Well, here we go. Speak of earnings, we got them right now with Adara. Let's go look over at the implied earnings.
Let's see what's coming up here. Thank you so much to Fabian for this awesome feature. You guys can see some of the many names that are reporting at 4 p.m. We get Axon, which is not really an intraday trade, but certainly an interesting name for sure, kind of in that defense place. At 4:05 p.m., we're going to get App11, IONQ, Dutch Bros, ARM, Fortinet, Fastly, 4:10, Snapchat, 4:15, Albemarle, and the Beyond Meat earnings calls at 5 p.m. Unsure when they're reporting their results. Other things here, just to let you guys know, ARM, here's a quick look at what we're expecting from their report. You can find this infographic, you know where, on XTTV Research. I apologize, this should be $1.47 billion that they're expecting, not $1.47. Earnings here at 59 cents per share. I do apologize for that typo, guys. But they reported strong year-over-year growth last quarter. Guidance here, there's actually above what, or I guess midpoint of what they were guiding for Q4 2026. Again, guys, this is their Q4 26. They're weirdly ahead in the fiscal calendar. Either way here, guys, going to be on watch. Back to you.
I think ARM's the one
all-time highs right now.
Stay with us till about 4:10 or so. We'll do the snap earnings, and then we'll snap out of here. But there's Dutch Bros right there, as we heard Adara mention it. So up 12%, IONQ. For me, it's ARM. Nice logo. I really think that this is the one here. I think there's going to be a great opportunity for ARM to continue this momentum to the high side, especially they've announced being in that chip game. So I really think there's a good opportunity for that. App11, I would say downside. But other than that, man, Fastly's been really hot as well, up 19%. So with only 30 seconds left, man, oh man, what a great day it is to be long and have some longs into your account, because you're seeing the NASDAQ right here go out at all-time highs one more time. I mean, get ready for the president to talk about the stock market at all-time highs. And no one thought we could do it, but we did. And there it goes all the way back up to the upside. Hilarious thing was when I came back from vacation and you and Joe were talking, and Joe had mentioned maybe midsummer all-time highs. I was like, how about next week? There it goes. Huge move. I mean, I think the earnings were a big surprise this time around as well. Like, pretty much all these companies is blowing out, and it's easy to see an upside take when that is what's happening. We wait for Run right now, Sunrun coming out pretty soon. That might be one of the first names that does hit. We saw Enphase and some of these other names come out pretty soon, so we'll wait to see if Sunrun does anything. Axon is another name that's supposed to come out right now at 4 o'clock. Axon Enterprise, already a huge name right there, 386 going higher right there on Axon. And then we just wait for ARM, which went out at day's high as well, I believe. Yeah, there it is. So they take it out right at the end of the day there. Watch out for ARM. I mean, if ARM goes at 12%, you're going to be up another $30 right there into 260. So we'll see if ARM extends, like go gadget ARM to the upside right there. We'll see if that wants to go. But yeah, lots of great things happening today. Thanks for staying late with us. Give us 10 more minutes of your time and we will go over all of the earnings.
Sunrun's already headed downside.
Ooh, Sun is? Okay, so that's...
Yeah, Sunrun. Well, again, you fly too close to the sun, you get beaten up a little bit. I haven't seen or heard the numbers come out on them, but the second we... Adara does have them, so 5% down, Sunrun 0 for 1. Adara?
Also out here with some kind of press release. It's not earning. They're joining their Army and industry partners for some hackathon event. Here is KTOS I also have in their rallying, but we'll talk about Sunrun. Aggregate subscriber value of $1.1 billion, contracted net value of $100 million. The way they report is kind of weird. These like fun little catchphrases here. Okay, finally we get to revenue. Total revenue here was up 43% year over year to $722.2 million. Customer agreements incentive revenue up 16% year over year. Energy systems and product sales revenue up 151% year over year. So good look here for RUN. Here's KTOS. I'll get those numbers for you guys because I believe that was a double beat. And it was adjusted earnings here, 16 cents versus 13 expected. Sales, 371 million versus 339.84 million expected. They also raised their guidance. They're now guiding revenue for, fiscal 26 between 1.7 to 1.76 billion, well above estimates of 1.671 billion. KTOS, again, good report. RUN, good report. I'll send it back to you guys for now.
We do get that. What's up to Mista over here, Mr. T? I love the name there. Yeah, smash the like right there. I know that Katos is a name. This is another name. I was looking this morning as I sold some AMD, probably foolishly. I was looking, I was like, oh my gosh, this name as well. This was one that we bought live on the show, actually, when we heard some news about Tesla and robotics and sort of something about the U.S. government a long time ago. And then we bought some ARKQ. So it's nice to see this one getting back through the day's high, all-time highs as well, ARKQ, the autonomous and robotics ETF. So watch out there for ARKQ. So ARM is dancing, man. We've only got 2 minutes. The level 2 is not stopping. I still got it up. We just hit 244. We'll wait for that one. There it is, Symbiotic. ARM is out. They reported 60 cents versus 58. So a little bit of a beat there from ARM. They're coming out early, which is good. We got to get out of here. We'll see 1.47 billion estimate. They smashed that as well. Nice move to the upside for ARM. Said there was a good chance. This name absolutely rocks. Let's go with ARM and see what winds up happening. A name I'm not in, but wish I was. ARM. As soon as Derek can confirm. Yep. Yeah. Don't. Yeah. Take as many moments as you want. Right now, 40 cents adjusted earnings versus 36 estimate. ARM going higher right now. Q1 revenue 1.26 billion versus 1.25. So they beat on the revenue side. They beat on the EPS side. We'll get those exact numbers, and she's got them right now. It's Adara.
Those Q1 numbers you mentioned, Sean, that's probably their guidance, which I don't have yet. What I do have, though, and this is only from like seeing people post on social media. I haven't read the report yet, but I'm seeing this consistently. Looks like they posted earnings of 60 cents per share and revenue of 1.49 billion. As I mentioned, they're actually in Q4 26, so any guidance they'd be giving is for Q1 27. I know, kind of weird. But either way, it looks like a very vague, very slight beat for both here. I'm going to wait to see the proper report. Back to you.
Where it was.
Yeah, it kind of got close to the 250 level there, 249. I see it as exactly 249 high, and now we're reversing. Remember, they were up 13% at the top, and remember AMD, they got dragged up with AMD, so you were already up 13 points, and our expected move was 13%. So it didn't even get that to the upside. Now you're getting that reversal. We've seen this story before. Dip on earnings, and it's just a matter of where you're able to pick some up. We'll go back to Adara, another update.
So once again, guys, as I mentioned, for ARM, this is also their fiscal year because their calendar is weird. So this is fiscal 26 as well as Q4 26. Revenue, as mentioned, 1.49 billion, apparently a record for them. Licensing revenue up 29% year over year to 819 million. Royalty revenue up 11% year over year. Full year revenue at 4.92 billion, another record with royalty revenue up 21% for the year and licensing revenue up 25% for the year. Let me see if I can find guidance. I'm going to have to control F here and okay, Outlook. Let's see, we're going to do live earnings looks here, and I don't have anything yet for their guidance for ARM. I will keep looking for you guys here for ARM Holdings, but that looks like a very slight, as I mentioned, very just barely there double beat for ARM. Back to you.
Yeah, it's always jokes when they do their margins because it's like 98.3 versus 90.1 because all they do is license like the technology in the chip, right? So their margins are insanity for them because it's just royalties. DoorDash.
Yeah, DoorDash. I was gonna say.
They report today.
This is another reason why I'm not like in love. Yeah, they reported. This is why like I'm not in love with Uber. Not. I didn't know this was going to happen. It's just this is another downside play there by DoorDash. But look at the spread. It's like it was just literally $10. So I don't want to take this for a down move. But you can see DoorDash has sort of topped out there near 200, pulling back a little bit. We can wait on it. Dutch Bros apparently is out as well. Is it not getting annihilated like the coffee? The annihilator. All I hear is Kramer talking about that. But Dutch Bros near the highs again of its day, up to $60. We'll wait. Doesn't look like it wants to do too much. It's all ARM's world right now, and apparently it is a downside on ARM right now. Yeah. ARM was up. ARM's down about 5% right now after hours. ARM down 5%. What's up, Adair?
I have IO&Q and app if you guys would like. Start with IO&Q, which reported an eye-watering 755% year-over-year revenue increase here to 64.7 billion. They've raised their fiscal 2026 revenue outlook here to between 260 million and 270 million. Their RPO up 554% year over year. Who are you, Oracle? Good look here, though, in all seriousness for IO&Q. Let's talk App Lovin' as well. Are they loving App Lovin'? Are App Lovin's numbers good? We'll find out. Revenue up 59% year over year. Net income up 109% year over year. Net income from continuing operations up 67% year over year. Adjusted EBITDA up 66% year over year. You've got basic and diluted EPS here. I mean, they're both basically like $3.57 a share. During Q1 26, they've repurchased and withheld 2.2 million shares. They're guiding here Q2 revenue between 1.915 billion and 1.945 billion. This is a very tight guidance here. And adjusted EBITDA margin between 84 and 85% for Q2 for App Lovin'. Back to you.
22% and almost continue to make highs here. They did beat top and bottom, 82 cents versus 62. Sales 1.85 billion versus 170. But their forward guidance, midpoint 74 versus estimated 69. And they guided higher, much higher than the midpoint as well on revenue. So beat top, bottom, and then guiding higher on both fronts. The cybersecurity space, Fortinet, this one is catching up in a big way. Look at that. Whoever was selling at 88, in control at 88, and now it's going back to the future or back to the highs once it punches through. So huge move there for Fortinet. Hopefully that's really good for the rest of the space tomorrow. Let's see. I'm just going to quickly check out what the crowd and PanW. They're not really moving on that. That's disappointing. I mean, it's up. I'm not going to complain. Crowd moved like $7 on that, a couple of percent. Yeah, right? It's not bad. It's just a 22% on Fortinet. Wow.
DoorDash completely reverses, now up to 186 as there goes DoorDash. We are not going to spend a moment past 410. We'll get you the Snapchat earnings, then we'll get Adair out of here so she can rest up. ARM has made a big move back up to the upside there. It touches 228 and then gets right back into 244. So taking out the day's high right now goes ARM. It looks like 250 coming through right now immediately on ARM. What another great IPO that looked like a minute SoftBank making a lot of money, SFTBY right now on ARM. I mean, this could be a good trade there if ARM continues to go higher. You see SoftBank, what a nice move that's had over the last little, forget about that, but nice middle move there over the last little bit. There's SoftBank. It was just 12, but less than that. It was $11 at the beginning of the month, now $19, $20 for SoftBank. So huge move up there as well.
Got to pour out a little something for Fastly here.
Oh, do we? Okay.
Fastly just reported their numbers 29% down. Yuck, yuck, and more yuck. That is, I don't want to hit the bear thing for it. I'll just go all red for Fastly. So it's not all good. I mean, ARM looking fantastic right there. We showed you Fortinet, but Fastly getting absolutely rinsed. We'll go back up to Adara. We should have Snapchat coming out right about now.
Yeah, Snapchat downside.
Yeah, I'm just literally, the second I see Snap numbers, I'll interrupt myself. But in the meantime, we'll talk about Beyond Meat, because revenue is down 15.3% year over year. Net revenue at $58.2 million. Gross profit here, $2 million, which is actually an improvement year over year. Loss from operations implies an operating margin of a whopping negative 70.6%. I have Snap earnings. Let's get into it, guys. SNAP. Revenue up 12% year over year to $15.3 billion. Sorry, they wrote this weird. It's 1.53 billion or 1,500 million, but 1.53 billion here. That's up 12% year over year. Net loss here, 89 million. That's going to be narrower than the $140 million loss they reported last year. Adjusted EBITDA, year over year growth. This is actually a solid report all in all here. Snap community here, you've got 5% year over year growth here in their monthly active users. Global daily active users here up 5% year over year as well.
Snapchat, even if they had some growth, I guess it's just not enough. But you know what? The moves are only 5 or 10 minutes in. It's a whole different ball game tomorrow morning, right? Because it's not about what the money does now. It's what the money does at the open tomorrow in reaction to these earnings. And we'll be right here for you guys. I want to thank you guys for a fantastic day and a good show and all the kind words and all of that. And we'll be right back at it tomorrow morning. There's more earnings after the bell. There's ARM reaction. By the way, ARM's at $257. I love that stock. Getting paid. IonQ, we'll have a look at that one as well. And of course, Beyond Meat reported. But it's been a blast, everybody. Do not forget, 8 a.m. tomorrow, we get to do it all over again. That's the best thing about this community. So we'll let everyone get out of here and make sure you rest up, because we got another big day tomorrow morning. We'll see you at 8 o'clock.
See ya.